Chapter 21-27. Erren enters the city. Erren's first impression of Wuzhou was dismal. Truth be told, his perception of any large or medium Ming city fell below the passing line, generally dirty, messy, and substandard. By contrast, some wealthy villages and small towns could still evoke a fresh, almost artistic feeling. Having suffered the fires of war, Wuzhou's condition was even more unbearable. Rubble and ash lay everywhere. Refugees who had just returned stumbled over ruins, scavenging for salvageable items. Wild dogs, which artillery fire had scared into hiding, emerged drawn by the bloody smell of uncollected corpses, scurrying frantically as able-bodied men shooed them away. Erren, draped in his trench coat and surrounded by guards, strode swaggeringly down the street. Initially, he strutted with the air of Zhukov recapturing Yelnya in the battle for Moscow. However, seeing the miserable state of affairs and the gloomy faces of citizens, his mood suddenly soured. Leading this place would likely prove a tough job. The Wuzhou municipal government was temporarily housed in the Wuzhou prefecture yamen. As Erren arrived at the yamen gate, he saw several soldiers directing laborers carrying out corpses wrapped in reed mats. He stopped a naturalized cadre directing nearby and asked, "Who are these?" "The Ming prefect of Wuzhou named Hu Duhua, and several petty officials," the cadre reported quickly. Not knowing Erren's rank but seeing his appearance and guards, he guessed a chief had arrived. They all committed suicide in the yamen. Erren secretly cursed, "Bad luck, why couldn't these people die elsewhere instead of in the yamen?" Naturally, as a materialist, or rather, given that most senators were materialists, Erren couldn't reveal this reaction. Hearing a prefect had died, he waved dismissively. "If he's dead, he's dead. What about his family? The servants say he sent his family away long ago." Erren felt slight regret. He thought of Dong Mingding in Guangzhou. "If I were Liu Xiang, I'd definitely show some concern for Miss Dong." Amidst wandering thoughts, Erren entered the prefectural office. The planning agency's confiscation team was searching, creating noise everywhere. He had no interest watching them dig 3 feet into the ground. He reached the second hall, formerly used for trying civil cases, now converted into the city government conference room. Though called a conference room, it resembled more a temporary office, bustling with naturalized cadres and soldiers. Zhaoqing, in full military uniform, was issuing orders to orderlies. After finishing a few sentences, each orderly would snap to attention, salute, and leave, followed by the next. Extremely crisp and efficient. This made Erren, who hadn't managed a single sentence after half a day's brooding by the West River, feel both envious and jealous. Seeing Zhaoqing was busy, Erren didn't disturb him, instead wandering the second hall. He noticed several lines of ink on the west wall, the handwriting scribbled and dripping. Interested, he approached and saw it was a death note. The sage said, "I have heard of using the Xia to transform the barbarians, but never of being transformed by the barbarians. As an official of the great Ming, how can I surrender to beasts and lose my integrity to steal a life? In my Hu family, there are no men who have committed crimes among the ancestors, and no women who have remarried among the kin. Since I have received the teachings of Confucius and Mencius and the grace of the state, to die for the affairs of the state is exactly my wish. For a subject, virtue lies in integrity. If a subject is unloyal, how is he different from a beast? 3 years ago, He Zhen was defeated at Chiangmai. My heart and gall were torn, and I bathed in tears for a whole year. However, the reason I endured and did not die was that I considered the integrity of one person small, but the vengeance of the state great. Now the bandit runts have overrun Guangzhou, Lingnan has collapsed, benevolence and righteousness are blocked, and beasts lead men to eat men. I estimate I cannot avoid falling to the bandits, but how can I be a turncoat official? Things have come to this. Righteousness allows no further humiliation. I only wish for the great Ming to display heavenly punishment and sweep away the swarm of clowns. Although I die today, it is as if I live in spirit." "Who wrote this?" Erren asked. A surrendered clerk nearby hurried to reply. This was inscribed by Prefect Master Hu No, the puppet prefect Hu Duhua, before he committed suicide. Someone's already been sent to fetch lime water. Erren glanced up at the roof beam. No rope hung there. The clerk continued, Master Hu. The rebel who heard the heavenly army had entered the city, bathed and changed clothes in the rear hall, then came here to write on the wall. He closed the door, bowed twice to the north, and took poison at the public desk. Erren nodded. He had some backbone. Looking again, he spotted 2 more death poems nearby, the handwriting different from Master Hu's. Though Erren was a Chinese literature graduate, he didn't actually know much about poetry. He grasped the general meaning but couldn't judge quality. He only knew they were better than doggerel but generally inferior to Tang poetry. This was inscribed by the rebel Hu's correspondence secretary, Mr. Xing. Where is he? Mr. Xing Chenghuan. No, the rebel Xing also committed suicide in the second hall. He was just a private secretary, not a court official duty-bound to defend the soil. Why did he have to be buried with the great Ming? Xingwenken lost Guangzhou and Zhaoqing, ran all the way here, then slipped out of the city. Truly incomprehensible. Hearing the advisor had also committed suicide, Erren felt puzzled. My Senate and Fubo army wouldn't care about a mere prefect's advisor. Yes, just a momentary inability to think clearly, the clerk sighed. He was from Guangdong. I heard his family had just arranged a marriage for him, truly a pity. Very young, early 30s. I heard he only passed the licentiate exam the year before last. His family was poor, so he worked as an aide, had some family friendship with Master Hu. The two got along well as guest and host. Erren offered a few words like, what a pity. He spoke intentionally, meaning to use Xing Chenghuan's horse bones to attract 1,000 horses. His calculated sympathy did put the surrendered officials at ease. Zhaoqing finished arranging his work. Seeing Erren had arrived, he hurried over and led him to a side room to discuss important matters. I'll be leaving Wuzhou City very soon. The following matters will depend on you, Zhaoqing said. What? Erren was startled. Wuzhou had just been taken. Order hadn't yet been restored. As garrison commander, Zhaoqing was his military backbone here. If he left, how could Erren, possessing 0 military ability, ensure Wuzhou's safety? But Wuzhou's just been taken, and the surrounding counties haven't been completely secured. Seeing that Erren admired Linbao greatly and could cosplay his orders vividly, but actually knew little about military affairs and certainly couldn't command a battle, Zhaoqing noted his anxiety immediately. You're right, Zhaoqing said. That's exactly why I need to lead troops to capture the counties subordinate to Wuzhou. Only then can we quickly establish Wuzhou's defensive line. Isn't that Brigadier Zhu's job? Zhu Mingxia can't attend to these things now. Zhaoqing lowered his voice. Brigade headquarters just received a telegram. The situation in the Atro Yao area is critical. Brigadier Zhu has to rush back to Zhaoqing to take charge. Though Erren, as the senator taking over Wuzhou, had read background materials on the Atro Yao uprising of 1635 beforehand, he hadn't taken it seriously. Just a piece of historical data he hadn't taken to heart. In his mind, the Fubo army was an ever-victorious force, a stabilizing pillar invulnerable to all evils. As long as the army was there, no problem was insurmountable. He hadn't expected to encounter this situation immediately upon taking office. Erren understood the consequences of the Atro Yao uprising, that the troops' offensive momentum was good, yet Zhu Mingxia had to rush back fully illustrated how critical the matter was. You won't leave, will you? I'm the garrison commander of the Wuzhou area, of course I won't leave. Zhaoqing hurried to reassure him. But I can't stay inside Wuzhou City without going out. The strategy for surrounding areas will be executed as usual. Only this way can Wuzhou's safety be fully guaranteed. That's good. Erren breathed a sigh of relief. Rest assured. Zhaoqing secretly smiled at Director I've left you a company. The National Army's Wuzhou squadron will arrive soon, expand it to battalion size as quickly as possible. The local militia must also be organized immediately. Only then can Wuzhu's safety be guaranteed. As long as the national army's here, Wuzhu will be fine. You go with peace of mind. Erren, probably feeling his earlier nervousness was undignified, hurriedly adopted a calm attitude. Once his heart settled, he felt he'd indeed been worrying like the man of Qi fearing the sky would fall. With a company of regular troops plus a squadron of the National Army, defending Wuzhu City at minimum should be manageable. Who's commanding the troops? Zhu Guangxing said. The company commander is a veteran naturalized officer with extensive command experience. He's also very reliable politically. You can trust him completely. After giving his instructions, Zhu Guangxing called over the commander of the 7th Company of the Line Infantry, who was remaining in Wuzhu. This is Company Commander Captain Qian Duo, Zhu Guangxing introduced, an officer from the old Peace Preservation Corps. The original Bern Peace Preservation Corps was the Senate's first armed force. This background was a resounding qualification in the Fubo Army. The first line of the 1st Infantry Battalion's military anthem, which inherited the Peace Preservation Corps mantle, was gloriously founding the army before Bern Beach. Soldiers who joined the Peace Preservation Corps back then, as long as they hadn't died in battle or retired, had all become officers now. Regardless of skill level, their qualifications and loyalty were unquestionable. Qian Duo snapped to attention and saluted. Erren nodded, but his heart remained uneasy. This Qian Duo was short, dark, and plain-looking. Could he shoulder the heavy responsibility of Wuzhu's garrison? Seemingly sensing Erren's doubt, Zhu Guangxing added, Captain Qian not only has seniority but also exceptionally rich service experience. He's participated in many major military operations. His military and political qualities are first-rate. Qian Duo stood at attention again. Thank you for the compliment, Chief. I guarantee to complete all tasks assigned by the Senate. Erren nodded. Wuzhu's city defense will depend entirely on you. End of chapter. Chapter 21-28. Climbing the wall into the courtyard, Erren was cold and hungry. He had been squatting in these ruins for a long time. This place was originally a small temple under the city wall. No one could clearly say which deity became worshipped here, but anyone traveling far from this city gate would come to offer incense and pray before the spirit tablet in this low, single-room temple, praying for a safe journey. Half of the small temple had been blasted down by the Fubo army's shelling. Erren was hiding in the remaining half of the ruins that could barely shelter a body, lingering on his last breath. Last night, he had wanted to mix with the refugees to leave the city. Unexpectedly, the bandit runts fired cannons to bombard the city. A shell landed right on the street, instantly killing dozens of people. The column was immediately thrown into chaos, and he was blocked inside the city, unable to get out. Hearing that the bandit runts were intercepting and capturing refugees at every city gate, Erren once again had the idea of organizing men and horses to engage in house-to-house street fighting with the bandits, fighting until exhaustion and death. However, he was all alone now. The family servant team he had trained with Jiangsu had disintegrated, and he couldn't command any other troops, let alone street fighting. Even trying to break out to save his life was impossible. In the chaotic army, Erren lost all his attendants and servants, and even Jiangsu's whereabouts were unknown. He fled alone to this ruined temple, preparing to hang himself from a beam. However, facing the roof beam, Erren didn't want to die anymore. He had escaped from Lianzhou with great difficulty back then, and traveled thousands of miles to get here. He hadn't achieved a single merit yet. How could he die in obscurity like this? If he had to die, it had to be vigorous and spectacular. At least he should end up being tied to the execution ground by the bandit runts and cut in two with a single stroke. Since he wasn't dying, he had to think about the next step. When Erren came out of the Governor-General's yamen, he had changed into old robes. He carried some silver and money with him, as well as a half-full water skin and a few pieces of dry rations, which could barely sustain him for a day or two. Hiding in these ruins was not a long-term plan. It was very close to the city gate, and the bandit soldiers were close at hand. Moreover, once they entered the city, they would start organizing laborers to clear the rubble and ruins. Having made up his mind to survive, Yehaoren calmed down. He squatted motionless in the ruins, deeply afraid of alerting the bandit runts. He waited until the dead of night before quietly sneaking out of the ruined temple. Leaving the city was impossible. Although the city gate was dilapidated, it was guarded tightly. Torches and lanterns illuminated the area brightly, and bayonets reflected cold light. Yehaoren didn't dare to delay and hurriedly headed into the city. Fortunately, the chaos of a few days ago had damaged many of the street barricades. In the turmoil of war, the militia squads guarding the street gates at night didn't dare to come out on patrol. Patrol teams and night watchmen had lanterns, which could be seen from afar and avoided. Yehaoren walked and stopped, crossing several streets in succession. Inside, he was completely at a loss as to where to go. He was a stranger in Wuzhou. He had been training troops in Guangxi with Jiangsu until Xing fled to Wuzhou, at which point he brought the team to Wuzhou. Apart from official figures and Xing's staff, he had no acquaintances locally, let alone friends. People he knew wouldn't take him in because he carried the identity of Xing advisor. Besides, they couldn't even protect themselves. They might have already fled or been captured by the bandit runts. Must find a hiding place as soon as possible. He thought there must be empty houses left behind by owners who had fled or died. Regardless of size, find one to hide in first. Yehaoren saw a courtyard here with an iron lock hanging on the door. The courtyard wall wasn't high, and it looked like the house of a middle-class family. Although Yehaoren was over 50, he had practiced martial arts for years and his legs were very agile. He leaped up, kicked off the wall, grabbed the top with both hands and pulled himself up onto the wall. The courtyard was dark and deserted. There was no sound of barking dogs either. Yehaoren secretly rejoiced and immediately jumped down from the wall. He had been in the military for a long time, and his experience in fleeing was also considered rich, so he didn't act rashly. First, he looked around from the base of the wall for a while before quietly creeping towards the house. Groping his way to the window at the base of the wall, he found the window paper was mostly tattered, rustling in the wind. Yehaoren slowly straightened up and looked sideways through the window. This look gave him a start. In the center of the main hall, a thin-skinned black lacquer coffin was set up. Before the coffin, a head-turning lamp was lit, the flame as small as a bean. Before he could recover, he heard very faint weeping of a woman coming from the room. The sobbing sound transmitted faintly in the dark night, indescribably desolate and terrifying. Yehaoren shivered. He didn't believe in ghosts and spirits, but since there was weeping, there must be an owner in the room. His plan to find an empty house to hide in had fallen through. From the looks of it, this was a family that had recently suffered a bereavement. During the few days Wuzhou was under siege, with shelling outside the city and riots inside, many innocent civilians had died. However, even with a recent bereavement, although it was a time of turmoil and inconvenient to hold a ceremony, it shouldn't be to the extent of locking the main gate, extinguishing all lights, and leaving only this one oil lamp. Sure enough, the crying suddenly turned into whispered pleading, and then a man's lowered, threatening voice was heard. Yehaoren knew there must be something strange here. He was currently in hiding, and one less trouble was better than one more. It was better to leave quickly. Just as he was about to leave, the lamp's shadow suddenly went dark, and a person ran out from the inner room. Yehaoren cried, "Not good," inwardly. He hurriedly pulled back his foot and shrank his head back, only hoping the other party would finish whatever business they had and go back to the inner room so he could climb over the wall and get out. But he heard the woman crying bitterly in the room. A moment later, 2 loud slaps were heard, followed by the man's vicious but suppressed voice. "I told you to cry. I'll slaughter your kid first, then chop your dead ghost of a man into 8 pieces." Erren was stunned. This man wasn't speaking the local Wuzhou dialect. Wuzhou dialect was similar to Cantonese, but Mandarin from the Guilin Liuzhou area. He couldn't help but peek slightly. In the main hall, he saw a short and fierce man wearing an ill-fitting scholar's gown, his chest exposed, grabbing a disheveled woman by her hair bun, cursing while slapping her. The woman was beaten until blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Although her body struggled, she couldn't move under the man's arm. She just kept crying. From their conversation, Erren gathered that the woman was likely the bereaved mistress. However, this woman wasn't wearing mourning clothes. She was dressed in silk and wore makeup. He was furious in his heart. This woman is truly shameless. Her husband's bones are not yet cold, and he hasn't even been buried, yet she is committing adultery with this adulterer at home. Truly, public morals are declining daily. No wonder monstrosities like the bandit runts have appeared to bring disaster to the world. However, he couldn't leave at this moment, so Erren could only hold his breath and wait quietly. In the main hall, the woman cried and said, "You thief, you've taken all the money and jewelry in the house. Where do you expect me to get more money?" The man said, "Don't give me that. I know your family's background. Your dead ghost husband was just a poor scholar, but your maiden family is wealthy. Isn't that silk and cloth shop on West Street your maiden family's property? You just lost your father, go back to your maiden home to ask for help. Wouldn't getting 100 or 200 taels of silver be as easy as reaching into a bag?" Erren thought to himself, sure enough, a pair of adulterous dog and bitch. He only heard the woman say, "Although my maiden family runs a shop, the capital is only a few 100 taels. Besides, I am a married daughter. Usually, it's hard to ask for help of even a few taels of silver, let alone you opening your mouth to demand 100 or 200 taels. The man laughed hideously. "Doesn't this depend on your ability? If you care about your kid's life, go borrow money from me at daybreak. Otherwise, I'll slaughter him first, then chop your dead ghost husband into 8 pieces. After speaking, he grunted again. "Go back to the room now, reapply some powder and makeup, and come back to serve the master well. If you serve the master happily, I'll give your kid an extra bite to eat tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll send him to see his father first." The woman just sobbed and didn't speak anymore. The man spoke again. "Are my armor and weapons hidden well?" "They are all in the shed in the backyard," the woman sobbed. "Little lady," the man's voice softened, "the master is a military officer of the imperial court, with an official appointment. Luck is bad right now, so I'm hanging out at your place for a few days. Once the master gets through this difficulty, glory and wealth will be the same as before. Even if you are a widow, the master won't dislike you and will still give you the status of a concubine." "Ha ha ha." The woman just cried bitterly. Erren was furious. He had roughly understood that this man was probably a rooted soldier from the Guangxi guest army who had run into this house during the chaos and seized the woman who had just lost her husband. Just now, he was despising this woman for not committing suicide and willingly suffering humiliation to serve the bandit. Now knowing she was compromising for the sake of her son, he felt that enduring humiliation to survive for the sake of continuing the family line was excusable. It's just that if the son can establish a family and career in the future, this woman should also commit suicide to apologize for her sin. However, whether he was indignant or admiring, this was a place of trouble and he shouldn't get involved. He no longer had the spirit of roaming the world with a sword from his youth. He just wanted to escape quickly and find another place. He took a step back, about to leave, but unknowingly kicked something, making a clanging sound. Immediately, a shout came from the room. "Who?" Erren secretly cried out in misery, turning to run. But the door of the main hall creaked and a black shadow suddenly leaped out. In 2 or 3 steps it blocked his path, raising a hand to slash with a knife. Erren was caught off guard. Fortunately, he had practiced martial arts in his youth and practiced continuously over the years. His movements were still agile, and he managed to dodge barely. Turning around, he drew his sword. The opponent's saber technique was obviously military martial arts, confirming his deduction was correct. He was extremely angry. To take a life indiscriminately without asking right or wrong, this soldier ruffian is truly hateful. He hurriedly said, "Friend, don't attack. I'm just passing by looking for a hiding place." Seeing him dodge and bearing a sword, the opponent was startled, then said grimly, "No matter where you're from, friend, stay here tonight and don't leave." With that, he slashed again. Erren originally wanted to talk to him so they could go their separate ways. He didn't expect the other party to immediately intend to take his life. He dared not be careless and immediately swung his sword to counterattack. In the dead of night, a sword fight between two people would inevitably attract patrolling watchmen and bandit runts if it lasted too long. Therefore, the two showed no mercy, every move a killing strike, seeking to kill the opponent quickly to silence them. Erren was, after all, old and physically declining. After just 3 or 4 moves, he fell into a disadvantage, unable to cope, and was almost driven into a desperate situation. Chapter 21-29, hiding place. Just as he was secretly crying out in despair, he heard a crashing sound behind the opponent. The man cried, "Ah!" and suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. Erren didn't hesitate. He immediately lunged forward, thrusting his sword. Unexpectedly, he stepped on something round and slippery, lost his footing, and fell solidly as well, his sword flying out of his hand. His ears heard only a dying groan. This fall made him dizzy and see stars. Anxious, he ignored the dizziness and pain and struggled to get up. He saw the woman had already picked up his discarded sword, holding it tightly with both hands, pointing it straight at his chest. The man's head was tilted to one side, covered in blood. Next to him lay a heavy iron ruyi scepter, covered in blood stains. Erren dared not act rashly. He whispered, "Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. I am not a bad person." The woman's face was covered in tears. She shook her head with difficulty and said, "I don't care if you are a good person or a bad person." With that, she stabbed violently with the sword. Erren hurriedly dodged to the side. Unexpectedly, he stepped on something else and slipped again. This time he was prepared and grabbed the pillar under the eaves, preventing a fall. Seeing the woman stumble from her missed thrust, he immediately turned his hand over and twisted her wrist. With a little force, the sword clattered to the ground. Erren, afraid the woman would scream, hurriedly whispered, "Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. I'm really not a bandit." However, the woman's body went limp and she actually fainted. Erren hurriedly supported the woman, dragging and pulling her into the main hall and placing her on a chair. He listened intently. Only silence reigned outside, with the occasional bark of a dog. His heart settled secretly. Fearing the man had accomplices in the house, he hurriedly returned to the eaves, retrieved his sword, and checked the man's breath. He was already dead, getting involved in a homicide case for no reason. It left him somewhat at a loss. Although human life was cheaper than a dog's in troubled times, a person had died after all. How should he deal with it when day broke? In the distance, he heard the watchman's clapper already striking the 3rd watch, 3rd point. Once the 4th watch was struck, people preparing for the morning market would get up to prepare their business, and there would gradually be people on the streets. Wandering the streets looking like this, he would be caught by the patrolling bandit runts in an instant. Can only hide here for a bit, endure through the day. Thinking of this, he turned back. He pinched the woman's philtrum several times. The woman slowly woke up. Seeing his terrified face again, she lowered her head, shrank her body, and said, "What do you want?" Under the weak lamplight, the woman's face was pale, her hair disheveled, and there were traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, truly neither human nor ghost. In troubled times, people were cheap as dirt. Thinking of this little woman's encounter, Erren couldn't help but sigh. He bowed and whispered, "Sister-in-law, don't panic. This student is also a person in distress. The bandit runts entered the city and arrested great Ming officials and generals. I was originally in Governor General Xung's tent. With nowhere to go, I came here. I only beg sister-in-law to allow me to hide here for a day. I will leave as soon as it gets dark tomorrow." He spoke earnestly and had the conversation of a serious scholar, which indeed relaxed the woman's expression somewhat. She turned her head, looked him up and down by the light of the oil lamp, her expression relaxing a few more degrees, and asked, "You are an official?" "This student is not an official, but an advisor in Governor General Xung's tent. That is, Governor General Xung's master in charge of documents," Erren explained, afraid she wouldn't understand. The woman nodded, looked him over a few more times, and suddenly asked, "A few days ago, did the master fight with some soldier ruffians near here?" Erren was stunned. At that time he had clashed with the wolf troops near here to rescue Chang Qingyun, who had been attacked by rogue soldiers. "Indeed, there was such a thing," Erren nodded. "At that time this student was under orders to patrol the city. Seeing Master Chang trapped by rogue soldiers, I rushed over to rescue him." "Is the Master Chang you speak of a middle-aged scholar in his early 40s with a goatee? That day he was riding a horse and leading 8 or 9 soldiers." "It is him, Master Chang Qingyun. We are both in Governor General Xung's tent." "So his surname is Chang," the woman murmured. Seeing her expression, Erren guessed she had some connection with Chang Qingyun. This settled his heart considerably. "Master Chang has shown grace to this servant," the woman said. Erren nodded. "So that's how it is." That day when Wuzhou was besieged, this servant had matters at her maiden home and was anxious to go back to visit. "Halfway there my husband was harmed by rogue soldiers." At this point she was on the verge of tears. It took a while before she continued. "The bandit soldiers wanted to insult this servant in the street. Thanks to Master Chang passing by with troops on patrol, my chastity was preserved." At that time this servant still harbored foolish thoughts, thinking of asking Master Chang to avenge my husband. "I didn't expect that he himself would be in danger, and fortunately the old master came to save him." "Not at all, not at all. We are colleagues in Governor General Xung's tent. When he is in danger, how can I not save him?" Erren felt respect for Chang Qingyun. He hadn't expected him to have performed such a righteous act. "I wonder if Master Chang is safe now. Last night I saw him leave the city with the refugees. I don't know if he is alive or dead, but the bandit runts have never been bloodthirsty. Even if captured, he would only suffer some humiliation and be used as a laborer. His life should be safe." "That is good, that is good." The woman put her palms together and chanted the Buddha's name a few times. The two talked a few more sentences. Erren learned that this woman's maiden name was Jiang, her childhood name was Qiuchen, Autumn Cicada, and her maiden family ran a silk and cloth shop on West Gate Street. Her husband's family was from Teng County and had some land collecting rent at home. After she married, she gave birth to a son. Her husband passed the exam to become a Zhukai licentiate and entered the prefectural school. The couple then moved to Wuzhou with their son, bought a house in the city, and lived a very harmonious life. Unexpectedly, a great disaster fell from the sky. Chang Qingyun could save her chastity for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Yesterday the city was breached, and the rogue soldiers scattered and fled. In desperation, a soldier from the guest army climbed over the wall and entered. This time, no one could save her. This servant originally intended to resist with death, but expecting that thief to grab this servant's son and use him as leverage. At this point, Qiuchen could hardly continue. Erren nodded and said, "You don't need to blame yourself too much. Although you lost your chastity, firstly, you were forced by others, and secondly, it was to preserve the heir. The sin is not yours." Qiuchen nodded silently, probably not yet recovering from the issue of losing chastity. Erren said, "However, the corpse outside." This immediately reminded Qiuchen. She jumped up in shock. "Heaven, this. What can be done? Is there a cellar or pond in this courtyard?" "Let's bury the corpse first." "There are no cellars or ponds, but there is a dry well in the backyard. Let's go clean it up," Erren said. "If it's discovered at daybreak, it will be terrible." Yes, what the old master says is true." Qiuchen had completely lost her backbone at this moment and subconsciously regarded him as a reliance. The two worked together. First, they wrapped and tied the rogue soldier's corpse with broken reed mats and ropes, then carried it all the way to the backyard. When cleaning up the corpse, they discovered that the crashing sound was soybeans. Qiuchen had scattered half a dew of soybeans on the ground, and then, at the moment the rogue soldier slipped, she smashed his head with an iron ruyi used as a paperweight in the main hall. This wit and the ruthlessness that exploded in an instant made Yehaoren look at her with new eyes. She was no ordinary woman. The corpse was very heavy. Qiuchen was weak and had bound feet, so she couldn't help much. Yehaoren carried and dragged it, struggling to transport the corpse to the backyard. There was a small vegetable garden in the backyard, and a thatched pavilion. It looked like Qiuchen's deceased husband was a man with leisurely tastes. In times of peace, he probably drank wine and tea here, admiring flowers and the moon. Once the war started, not only did he die, but his wife and son also suffered torture. Worldly affairs are truly unpredictable. This is the dry well. Qiuchen pushed aside the wild grass by the wall. There was a wooden board on the ground. Yehaoren moved the wooden board away, and a fishy, rotten smell hit his nose. He looked down. The dry well was quite heavy. Throwing it down would be fine for 10 days or half a month. Immediately, he pushed the corpse down and covered the well mouth with the wooden board again. He also covered it with a layer of loose soil to prevent the rotten smell from leaking out. After disposing of the corpse, the two washed away the bloodstains under the corridor. When all traces were cleaned up, the rooster had already crowed for the first time. Having tossed and turned for half the night, the two were exhausted and numb. Yehaoren said, "Please give me the key to the main gate. I'll climb over the wall and remove the padlock from the gate. Leaving this lock hanging will invite trouble." A locked main gate would make people think no one was home, which would instead attract the covetous eyes of evildoers. Opening the lock is easy. This servant can just open the back door and go around. It's just that once the lock is opened, what if the bandit runts come to cause trouble? The bandit runts have never disturbed the common people. It's just that after breaking into the city, they will inevitably come to check the household registration. Little lady just needs to respond carefully and it won't matter. Yehaoren said, "It's just that this student will have to hide in the backyard for a day." Qiuchen nodded slightly, bit her lip and thought for a moment, then said resolutely, "Mr. Yi, hiding like this is not a solution. If you are discovered by the bandit runts, it will be impossible to explain clearly. In this servant's opinion, you might as well count as a cousin of this servant's husband's family, trapped in the city while running errands, resting here for the time being." Yehaoren thought about it. Qiuchen made sense. Her husband's family was from Teng County, so the locals in Wuzhou naturally wouldn't know which relatives her husband's family had. Impersonating a cousin would be easy to muddle through. Fortunately, Xunwenken's headquarters had not moved to Wuzhou for long. Because he had been training troops in Teng County, he had spent even less time in Wuzhou and very few people in the city knew him. As long as he didn't encounter colleagues he had worked with, it wouldn't be difficult to hide. "Good, we'll do as you say." Yehaoren bowed deeply. "Thank you, sister-in-law Qiuchen." "Don't thank me. We are both people in distress," Qiuchen sighed. "It's just that this form of address needs to be changed." Yes, this student understands." Immediately, Yehaoren changed his name to Hao Ran, with the identity of a cousin from Jiang Qiuchen's husband's family. He had left home to study and travel when he was young and had only recently returned to his hometown. He came to Wuzhou on business this time and was trapped, so he could only stay at this niece's house. Yehaoren had trained troops in Teng County for many days and knew a thing or two about the geography and cultural situation there, so he could more or less muddle through. As for the issue that he couldn't speak the Teng County dialect because he left home young and returned old, he also had an excuse. Chapter 21:30 Priority. Qiuchen roughly explained the situation of her maiden family and her husband's family to him again, in case he let the cat out of the bag when the bandit runts came to question them. "It's just that while this student is lodging here, although we have the nominal status of uncle and niece, there is still a distinction between men and women." Yehaoren began to worry again. "Sir, don't worry. When the streets are a bit safer tomorrow, this servant still has to ask someone to bring a message to report the death. Only then did Erren remember that Qiuchen's late husband was still lying in the coffin in the main hall. He hurriedly stood up, took 3 incense sticks from the table, prayed silently in front of the coffin, and inserted the incense. Since a funeral was to be held, Qiuchen's relatives would naturally come to help. For a middle-class family like this, even in times of war, even if they couldn't keep the vigil for the full 49 days, they had to at least wait until after the 21st day to send the funeral off. During this period, there would always be people accompanying the spirit and keeping vigil in the house. His staying here as an elder to help with the funeral would not arouse suspicion, nor would it attract gossip about a lone man and lone woman staying in the same room. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Once he relaxed, drowsiness set in. Qiuchen said, "Uncle, please go to the study in the back to rest." "No need, no need," Erren waved his hand. "Niece, please suit yourself. I will just rest here for a while." He resolutely refused to go to the back room. Qiuchen knew he was avoiding the taboo of lone man and lone woman and said, "The spirit is still resting here, uncle. It doesn't matter." Erren looked at the black lacquer coffin under the faint lamplight and said, "I have been on the battlefield and crawled out of piles of dead bodies. Lying here is my niece-in-law's Dharma body. There is nothing to be afraid of, and I have no taboos about this. Consider it as me keeping vigil and accompanying the spirit for my niece-in-law." Qiuchen secretly praised him as an upright gentleman. Concerned about her child sleeping soundly in the back room, she went to the back. Erren called her back again. "If that thief left any items behind, be sure to keep them well. Bury any incriminating items or burn them when making a fire for cooking tomorrow." This servant understands. After giving his instructions, Erren leaned his head against the wooden partition and immediately fell into a deep sleep. With Zhaoqing taking the main force away, Erren felt a bit empty inside. After all, the pen was not as substantial as the gun, and in his view, this mere company of garrison troops was a bit too few. One doesn't appreciate how hard won a stable life is when staying in the rear. Only at the front line does one realize it. Erren lamented as he looked at this Wuzhou city after the calamity. However, in front of the senators or naturalized citizens, Erren appeared calm and confident. He set up a temporary military control commission in the Wuzhou prefectural yamen and immediately began his work. Before setting off, Erren had received the seal of the Wuzhou municipal government and had specially carved a large personal seal which he was itching to stamp. He immediately instructed people to prepare notices to reassure the public. This notice to reassure the public was compiled by the Civil Affairs Department. It was divided into upper and lower parts. The upper part was a fixed format fill-in-the-blank text, using semi-classical sentences, stating that the Senate was consoling the people and punishing the guilty, restoring the great song, and asking the people to peacefully attend to their professions and not panic or flee, and so on. When using it, one just filled in the specific city name. The lower part was blank, intended for various administrative orders filled in by the local military control commission, according to the local situation. In fact, these administrative orders were largely the same, with content nothing more than implementing curfews, checking household registration, calling for the surrender of scattered and routed soldiers, and setting deadlines for officials and yamen runners and other former public servants to report, etc. Erren had practiced calligraphy in the old timeline, and his large regular script with a brush was passable enough to be seen by others, so he didn't bother the naturalized citizens or retained personnel to copy it. He wrote it out right then and there, admired it for a while, and then squarely stamped the 2 large seals of Wuzhou District Office and his Wuzhou District Director Zai. Immediately find someone to copy 50 copies exactly like this, stamp them, and hand them to the Rehabilitation Bureau. Tell them to send people to post them all over the city. After issuing the proclamation, the next step became actual work. His secretary had already converted the Wuzhou prefect's trial desk into his office desk, placing official document paper and stationery on top, just waiting for him, the great Song Wuzhu prefect, to issue orders. Speaking of work, the most urgent task right now was naturally rehabilitation. However, rehabilitation work was incredibly complex. The county-level administrative leadership manual compiled by the Civil Affairs Department alone listed a huge pile of affairs such as providing relief to disaster victims, repairing the city, reorganizing municipal administration, checking household registration, rectifying public security, stabilizing the market, and so on. Various requests for instructions and reports poured continuously into the main hall of the Wuzhu prefectural yamen, which he used as an office. Wuzhu was not like Guangzhou, which had a large team of senators. At this peripheral node of the two-wide strategy, the myriad of tasks could only be dumped on Erren alone to decide. From a good perspective, he was a dictator. From a bad perspective, for anyone to face this myriad of rehabilitation administrative tasks alone, maintaining composure was quite difficult. Moreover, the naturalized citizens under Erren, counting a company of the Fubo army plus his lifestyle secretary and orderlies, totaled only 130 people. There were only 20-something cadres who had truly received administrative training. It was quite a situation of stretching one's coat to cover the patches. He remembered hearing in the government affairs study class before departure that administrative work must distinguish between priorities. What is urgent and what is deferred has no fixed standard. It depends entirely on the specific situation faced by the administrative head at the time. What was the priority for Wuzhu? Erren thought about it. There were many things to do, but the most important was maintaining social order stability. Unlike the bloodless opening of Guangzhou, although Wuzhu successfully prevented the city burning fire, many places in the city still suffered from looting and arson by rogue soldiers. A large number of houses were destroyed, and there were extremely many displaced people. Dragging sons and daughters, supporting the old and carrying the young, they crowded the streets and temples. Not only were they hungry and tired, but they were also prone to causing epidemics and various public security problems. Especially hiding among them were many rooted soldiers who had taken off their uniforms. This was a major hidden danger to social stability and had to be resolved as soon as possible. Changes. Too wide. Two Guangs, referring to Guangdong and Guangxi. Erren pondered again and again and listed 3 priorities. First was cleaning up and providing relief to refugees, maintaining public security, and ensuring social stability. This was the priority for stabilizing the people's hearts and needed no further explanation. Second was repairing city defense facilities to ensure the city's safety. After Wuzhu was besieged, the city walls were dilapidated, and the garrison left to him was not large. Even if the Ming army was unable to counterattack for the time being, strict precautions had to be taken against surrounding bandits taking the opportunity to loot. In particular, there was a potential danger in the West River Basin, the Atro Yao uprising. Zhu Mingxia rushing back to Zhaoqing with the main force of the 1st Brigade was precisely for this reason. During the Yao people's uprising at Dayton Gorge in the 7th year of Tianshun, the leader Hu Dagu once led 700 people in a night raid on Wuzhu, rushing into Wuzhu City, killing Provincial Administration Commissioner Song Qin, and capturing Commander-in-Chief Chen Jing. Their combat power could not be underestimated. Third was restoring Wuzhu's internal and external transportation, allowing Wuzhu, this commercial logistics center of the 2 Guangs, to operate again. Wuzhu was located at the junction of the 2 Guangs, at the confluence of the West River, Zun River, and Gui River. Since ancient times, it had been the throat of Guangdong and Guangxi, the transportation hub of Lingnan, and the water gateway of Guangxi, extending in all directions. It was said to hold the key to western Gui and connect to the blessed land of eastern Yue. It controlled the floodgates of the West River, this golden waterway. Although the war was currently raging, As long as the fighting subsided slightly, this golden waterway would circulate. However, these three things all involved the issue of grain and money. It was just that Wuzhu's grain reserves had suffered great losses, especially the private grain reserves of rice merchants, which suffered heavy losses after several requisitions and looting. Most of the public treasury's grain reserves had been snatched away. The planning agency's special search team was cleaning up and taking inventory of exactly how much money and grain remained. The specific figures would not be known for a few days. Asking Joint Logistics for grain was unrealistic. Joint Logistics itself was limited by transport capacity in transporting grain from Sanshui to Wuzhu, and grain reserves were tight. Not procuring grain locally from Wuzhu now was considered support for his work. I inevitably have to operate on the local old money again and ask them to be charitable once more, Erren thought. Having made up his mind, he immediately called for Zhaoqing. Go notify the people from the Rehabilitation Bureau. Tell them to meet here at 1 p.m. Yes. Zhaoqing turned to leave, but Erren called him back and asked, Is Su Qi still in the city? Chief Su is interrogating prisoners in the prisoner of war camp outside the city. He is not in the city. Send someone to invite him to have dinner with me tonight and discuss some matters. Actually, he didn't have any special matters to discuss with Su Qi. It was just that this was the first time Erren was presiding over work and administration alone. With no other senators around, he felt somewhat unsure. Although Su Qi was from a Navy background, he was a soldier after all. He could be asked to offer his views on Wuzhu's defense and security. 3 cobblers equal a huge liang. There's no mistake in brainstorming, Erren thought. At this moment, in a ruined temple outside the city, Su Qi was secretly meeting with Luo Yangming. Luo Yangming had been called out of his shop by someone sent by Su Qi under the pretext of handling rehabilitation affairs. Everyone in his family broke a sweat for him. Working for the deputy masters had never ended well since ancient times. It was hard to say if he might lose his life. At this moment, the abbot's room in the ruined temple was harmonious. After seeing Lone Wolf, Su Qi praised him severely. This made Luo Yangming very embarrassed. He had been away from the green zone for a long time and was somewhat unaccustomed to Lingao's rhetoric. I won't say any more superfluous words. Your commendation will come down from the center very soon. Actually, compared to this commendation order, your contribution to Wuzhu will be remembered and praised by people even decades or centuries later, Su Qi said. What do you plan to do for the next step of work? He looked into the eyes of this middle-aged merchant. The center has given me the authority to handle things on the spot. If you want to go back, I can arrange it for you. Whether returning to Lingao or going anywhere under the Senate's rule, such as your hometown Sanshui, it's all fine. You don't need to worry about moving, housing, and work. If you want to continue doing business, we can help you open a shop. If you want to stay and work locally, I can also arrange it. Luo Yangming shook his head. I don't want to go back. Going to a place like Sanshui will only increase sadness. Besides, Atao is not willing to go back either. Chapter 21:31 New Mission. Su Qi nodded in understanding. Atao's past, having been pawned off as a concubine, was not something she could easily escape. In a hometown filled with familiar faces and long memories, old wounds would inevitably be reopened, bringing shame where she sought refuge. I wish to remain in Wuzhu, Luo Yangming said, and continue serving the Senate. I've conducted business here for many years. This has become my second home. I understand the local landscape. I know its people. Whether you assign me to public service or leave me to manage the rice shop, I defer to your judgment, Chief. Su Qi considered this, then nodded. Your cover remains intact. Continue your work here, operating the rice shop as before. Yes. Luo Yangming agreed, though after a moment's hesitation, a shadow of concern crossed his face. The government office requisitioned a substantial portion of our inventory. The shop has taken considerable losses. The Intelligence Bureau provided the initial capital, correct? That's right. And if I recall correctly, They gave you nothing more after that first investment. You've operated on that seed money alone all these years, built it into what it is today. It's all thanks to the Senate's great fortune. Fortune or not, that's beside the point. Suki smiled and clapped a hand on his shoulder. You used the shop's profits to fund intelligence work as was proper. The Bureau won't quibble over gains and losses, though naturally we'd prefer you not lose the principal investment. His smile broadened. Don't worry, the Senate doesn't nickel and dime its people. Walk upright and your shadow falls straight. Conduct yourself with integrity and you'll always have firm ground beneath you. Thank you for your understanding, Chief. Are you facing difficulties in continuing operations? Suki asked. Speak honestly. I'll do what I can to help. There are challenges, but I can manage for now. Suki handed him an envelope. Your new contact protocols are inside, he said, his tone turning serious. From this point forward, you answer to dual leadership, both the Center and the Political Security Bureau. Don't let that concern you. Your work remains unchanged. Intelligence collection. In practical terms, Luo Yangming was transitioning from an intelligence agent under the External Intelligence Bureau to a hidden cadre of the Political Security Bureau. The dual leadership structure reflected Wuzhou's status as a frontline city, where intelligence operations against Ming forces remained critical. He would monitor conditions within the city while tracking information flowing between Ming-controlled territories and the Yao regions. When Luo Yangming returned to the city, noon had already arrived. Though his stomach complained with hunger, his spirit soared. Years of pent-up tension seemed to dissipate like morning mist. Chief Su's words echoed in his mind. Your contribution to Wuzhou will be remembered and praised by people even decades or centuries later. The phrase filled him with a vigor he hadn't felt in years. The chiefs often spoke of serving the Senate and the people, and previously he'd struggled to understand why the people warranted separate mention. Now it crystallized. Conquering Wuzhou merely expanded Senate territory, but his desperate efforts to save the city from the fires of Zhurong, that was truly serving the people. As he walked through the streets, Luo Yangming observed order gradually reasserting itself. Fubo army soldiers patrolled alongside local yamen runners and militia squads. Porridge stations had been established before temples and government offices, dispensing gruel and boiling water to refugees. Some residents had already begun salvaging what they could from ruined homes. Though shops remained shuttered, the atmosphere of terror that had gripped the city was finally lifting. When he reached home, his entire household, wife, concubine, and Wen Taidu rushed to greet him, relief flooding their faces. The women immediately set about dusting his clothes and fetching wash water, and Luo Yangming noticed tear tracks still visible on their cheeks. Warmth bloomed in his chest. I didn't venture into a tiger's den or wolf's lair, he said with a gentle smile. Why such worry? His relaxed demeanor and easy smile told them everything. The meeting with the bandit runts had gone well, no disaster had befallen him. The tension finally released. When Taidu spoke up, Master, the Rehabilitation Bureau sent someone earlier. There's a meeting at the Military Control Commission after lunch. I told them you'd been summoned by the bandit, the Australians, and we didn't know if you'd return in time. Ding Atao's worry returned. You've only just come back and already they're calling for you again. What scheme are they hatching now? It doesn't matter. Luo Yangming sipped the tea his concubine brought him. This was expected. After all, I am a member of the Rehabilitation Bureau. If you ask me, the master should resign from that position, Ding Atao said as she supervised the maid bringing in the food, personally serving him rice. We're not substantial merchants like Master Kaio. What benefit is there in getting entangled in this? The Australians will certainly conscript labor and grain. These are thankless tasks. You can't complete them without compromising your principles and making enemies. Luo Yangming accepted the bowl with a smile and began eating. When the mistress fell silent, Wen Taidu seized the opportunity. Madam misunderstands the situation. The Rehabilitation Bureau directors are all experienced, cunning men. The master is simply following their lead. If the sky falls, those tall fellows will hold it up. What does the master have to fear? Besides, the bureau is government-sponsored. Don't dismiss the master's position as trivial. He's essentially a semi-official now. With that stamp of authority, what business venture wouldn't be easier to pursue? For modest families like ours, Ding Atao countered, it's wiser to guard what we have and live quietly. This whole affair has been nothing but calamity. Her distress over the hundreds of dan of requisitioned rice was palpable. Luo Yangming shrugged philosophically. The rice is gone, so be it. Our family remains intact and healthy. As the saying goes, wealth departs but life remains, that's happiness. Speaking of which, has shopkeeper Li returned? Li Wensheng had left the city and Luo Yangming hadn't heard from him since, though Chief Su's summons suggested he'd reached safety beyond the walls. He's back, Ding Atao confirmed. The old man was exhausted after being out all night. I sent him to rest, he's probably still sleeping. Let him sleep. Shopkeeper Li this time. Excitement carried Luo Yangming's words further than he intended, and he caught himself mid-sentence. He couldn't casually mention dispatching Li Wensheng to contact the chiefs. Moreover, Li Wensheng and he needed to coordinate their accounts. Seeing him trail off abruptly, the others exchanged puzzled glances. Wen Taidu's expression grew thoughtful. On the night before the city fell, when they'd driven the residents out, Li Wensheng could have easily hidden in the shop. Why had he inexplicably joined the refugee exodus instead? Something didn't add up. Luo Yangming offered no further explanation. After lunch, he rose to depart for the Military Control Commission. Atao, still anxious, suggested Wen Taidu accompany him. Luo Yangming waved this off. He'd be useless there. Besides, he has dock workers who need attention. Better he returns to them quickly. He summoned the accountant and issued rice tokens for several hundred jin to Wen Taidu. The shop's been ravaged by officials and bandits both. We can't maneuver freely right now. Take this rice and distribute it among your brothers. Let them weather the moment. Wen Taidu's face lit up with joy. As a minor dock foreman, he was responsible for feeding and clothing his crew. He'd wanted to ask his brother-in-law for assistance, but given the shop's war losses, and the fact that Luo Yangming wasn't truly his brother-in-law, he'd found it difficult to broach the subject. Thank you, master. I'll consider this a loan. When conditions improve, I'll repay every grain. We're family. No formalities required. Luo Yangming caught his wife's reluctant expression. She clearly mourned the expense, but had no time to comfort her. He headed straight for the prefectural yamen. The Rehabilitation Bureau directors had already assembled in the Military Control Commission's conference room, formerly the prefectural yamen's flower hall. This had been where the prefect received guests and hosted banquets. The directors, mostly local notables, knew the space well. The flower hall had once been graceful if not magnificent, with elegant furnishings and tasteful decor. Now it presented a scene of devastation. In yesterday's chaos, rogue soldiers had ransacked every government office, and the prefectural yamen had suffered with the rest. Calligraphy, paintings, ornamental pieces, furniture, all had been looted or destroyed. Several window shutters hung broken, and knife marks scarred the pillars. The current seating arrangement consisted of mismatched chairs scraped together from various sources. Even the tea service showed no uniformity in color or style. Luo Yangming's gaze was drawn to three large maps hanging on the wall: the Wuzhou district map, the Kangwu county map, and the Wuzhou city map. A peculiar affection welled within him. He'd been responsible for secretly receiving and supporting the surveying teams who'd created these maps. The other directors, naturally, couldn't fathom the significance of these cartographic displays. Still, they found it unsettling that these Australian newcomers already possessed such intimate knowledge of Wuzhou Prefecture's geography. The newly appointed Great Song Wuzhou Prefect was young, though by Ming official and gentry standards, all Australians, whether true bandits or false bandits, qualified as young. Erren introduced himself first, then a surrendered local functionary presented each of the Rehabilitation Bureau directors in turn. The bureau directors were predominantly Wuzhou's major merchants. Some dealt in rice, others operated what were called pingmahang, weighing and commission firms. These pingmahang functioned essentially as brokerage houses, though Wazhu's variant differed from brokers elsewhere who devoured seller and buyer alike, wielding their licenses to oppress itinerant merchants. The pingmahang operated more as commercial agencies. This business model arose from Wazhu's geographical position at the confluence of the West and Gui rivers. Regional commodity distribution, whether grain from Guangxi or salt from Guangdong, often culminated in bulk transactions at Wazhu, where most trade settlements occurred. This environment fostered a specialized form of pingmahang that bought and sold on clients' behalf, subsisting on commission while serving merchants from both upriver and downriver regions. The pingmahang primarily accepted consignment from suppliers to sell local products at market rates, while also purchasing goods on behalf of buyers. To demonstrate the intermediary's integrity, fair dealing that satisfied all parties, balanced like an even scale with no deviation, they adopted the name pingmahang. Chapter 21, 32. Contributing money and effort. The weighing and commission firms, pingmahang, emerged organically from the river trade flowing up and down the waterways. Without official brokerage licenses from the Ministry of Revenue, they possessed no monopolistic privileges. Competition among firms ran fierce, their survival dependent on cultivating relationships with traveling merchants known as water guests. The business demanded substantial capital, as purchasing and selling on clients' behalf often required advancing payment for goods. Many local grain merchants traced their lineage back to these pingmahang. Years of intermediary trade had made them intimately familiar with clients both upstream and downstream. Once they'd accumulated sufficient capital, they specialized, though most retained their old habits, passively waiting for Guangxi water guests to deliver grain to their doorsteps for storage, then waiting again for Guangdong water guests to arrive for purchase. The only shift was from earning commissions to capturing the price differential. Before entering the city, Erren had studied the overview of Wazhu compiled by the External Intelligence Bureau. The booklet provided detailed intelligence on Wazhu's geography, culture, commerce, customs, livelihood, society, and key figures, equipping cadres taking over the city with a working knowledge of their new subjects. Thanks to this dossier, he possessed clear understanding of the village worthies, in attendance, their family connections, reputations, approximate wealth, and more. Generally, Wazhu's notables differed little from those elsewhere. Excepting the exceptionally virtuous or corrupt, most practiced benevolence only when it didn't conflict with self-interest. They donate money and grain for disaster relief, while simultaneously exploiting the crisis to annex land and acquire servants. They'd provide coffins for roadside corpses, while dispatching bailiffs to arrest and beat tenants into paying rent. These bureau directors couldn't truly count as village worthies. Not a single gentry family had sent representatives. Such caution was understandable, though among the merchants who did attend, quite a few served as connections and white gloves for Wazhu's gentry. Though no one from the Wu Jixiang family, which maintained deep ties with the Senate, served as director, Director de Xingxuan operated under their patronage. He was, in essence, their agent. Fence-sitters, Erren thought with private contempt. But his forces remained thin, grain and money scarce. He needed to utilize them. So he socialized, exchanged pleasantries, lavishly praised the directors for their public-spiritedness and righteousness, their benevolent acts in establishing porridge stations and collecting corpses. Then he pivoted. Wazhu has suffered tremendous calamity. Devastation confronts the eye inside and outside the city walls. The people endure hunger and cold. All this requires your dedicated efforts, gentlemen. Uneasy glances exchanged around the room. Everyone understood the subtext. But since Director Zai commanded both guns and moral authority, compliance was required. "These are duties we gladly undertake," they chorused. That scoundrel Xugang set fires when he fled, leaving the city ruined and the people without livelihoods. Erren established responsibility first. This mess requiring your money wasn't my doing, blamed Xugang. I've identified several urgent matters demanding immediate attention. As he spoke, an orderly suddenly announced that the Paijia heads from the 12 Shi districts within Wuzhou City and 11 Fang wards outside had arrived and awaited orders. Show them in. They'll join our discussion. At his command, the Paijia heads filed in. Most were small businessmen with underworld connections, men who knew their territories intimately and could navigate Yamen politics. They were Earth Lords through and through, classic local strongmen. These Earth Lords understood that regardless which dynasty's emperor reigned, their role remained indispensable. Since they couldn't qualify as major households financially, they lacked the apprehensive expressions worn by the bureau directors. They entered in disorderly fashion, dropping to kneel and kowtow. Rise, everyone. The Senate doesn't practice such formalities. Though Erren said this, he privately enjoyed it immensely. The immediate priorities are threefold. First, public security. Second, city defense. Third, relief. Accomplish these three and the rest follows naturally. Nothing remarkable in these priorities. The Rehabilitation Bureau had convened privately yesterday, producing an 11-point rehabilitation plan that included these three elements. Still, since the Australian prefect master had spoken, everyone echoed in unison. The master speaks wisely. How many refugees currently reside in the city? Master Kaio, the Rehabilitation Bureau's deputy director, hastily extracted a folded paper from his sleeve. The bureau distributed porridge daily and issued bamboo tallies. From these tallies, they could estimate the refugee population roughly. Based on bamboo tallies distributed at various porridge stations, approximately 4,000 mouths. It's decreased substantially. Erren exhaled with relief at hearing only 4,000 plus, having been told by Zhu Mingxia before entering that over 10,000 refugees had been rounded up leaving the city at night. Master, this is still quite substantial. Master Kaio looked pained. During the Changqichangjian years, all of Kangwu County contained merely 6,698 households and 27,424 people, including a significant rural portion. Though yellow register figures were notoriously inaccurate, and Wuzhou attracted large migrant populations as a regional commercial hub, the city proper and suburbs combined held only 30 to 40,000 souls. 4,000 plus refugees represented an alarmingly high proportion. After liberation, refugees with homes to return to or relatives to shelter them had already dispersed. Those remaining were entirely destitute, empty-handed and homeless. Simply meeting their basic food and shelter needs would demand considerable effort. He glanced at the naturalized deputy director who'd accompanied him to assume control of Wuzhou. Is an exact count being conducted? It's underway, but the refugees are widely scattered. It'll take several days, the naturalized deputy director replied. Master Kaio's estimate shouldn't be far off, though. Where are the refugees sheltering now? Most are scattered in temple shelters throughout the city. Some have been housed at the drill grounds outside. However, quite a few remain on the streets. 2 drill grounds existed outside Wuzhou, Sanhizui and Zimatin. Both featured barracks from the original Ming garrison. Zimatin's drill ground, situated 2.5 kilometers west on the Zun River's north bank, lay relatively distant from the urban center and now served as Zhu Guangxing's 3rd Battalion station. Sanhizui's drill ground functioned as a temporary detention center for Ming army prisoners, though Zhu Guangxing had also sheltered some refugees there. All temples and large buildings capable of sheltering refugees, inside and outside the city, must open their doors wide, Erren declared firmly. Not one refugee sleeps on the streets. Understood. Street-dwelling refugees obstructed traffic and created hygiene and security hazards. Yes. Excellent. Erren nodded, then gestured to his secretary. Display the responsibility zone map. The secretary promptly hung a map, one depicting Wuzhou City proper, with neighborhoods inside and outside the walls clearly delineated. Different-sized areas were outlined in various colors. Closer inspection revealed each area numbered with heavenly stems and earthly branches, with names inscribed alongside. Further scrutiny showed these were the names of the Rehabilitation Bureau village worthies. While puzzlement rippled through the audience, Erren explained, "These are your responsibility zones. Since you've stepped forward to serve Wuzhu's people, you naturally can't merely sit and converse in the bureau offices. Each person assumes responsibility for one area. Don't worry, I'll assign cadres to take charge. You and the Paijia heads in your districts need only cooperate effectively with the cadre." Erren chuckled, then continued, "Each of you bears responsibility for your assigned zone and will patrol alongside the Paijia heads of each Shi and Fang. Any refugees you encounter sleeping in the open, regardless of their willingness, must be registered and sent to shelters. If I discover any oversights, I'll direct those refugees to your homes and ask you to support them as honored guests." This provoked alarm, and they hastily pledged their utmost efforts. The bureau directors' faces turned uniformly miserable. What kind of cadre is this? Clearly Master Zai's proxy. We might not see Master Zai for days, but this zone-assigned cadre will have to face constantly. Next, Erren announced several regulations. Upon intake, refugees would be registered and issued refugee certificates. Refugees were forbidden to wander freely and must return nightly to their assigned shelters. During daylight, they'd operate collectively in groups of 10 according to work dispatch slips. The core rehabilitation policy, relief through work. Effective immediately, relief stations would provide only 2 thin porridge meals daily to the elderly, young, sick, disabled, and pregnant. All refugee men and women above 13 years would be organized into labor teams. Rations would be issued based on days worked. Rations would be calculated via work points, implementing a more work, more pay system. However, each person must complete a basic daily workload in exchange for rations. Excess labor could be compensated in cash. If refugees were simply compelled to work, inevitably some would show up without genuine effort. Erren lacked manpower for extensive supervision and management. Overusing local clerks and runners would intensify conflicts. Ultimately, he decided to emphasize economic incentives. Work points carried specific workload requirements. The system had operated in Lingao for years. Mature precedents existed for determining work point allocations and corresponding workloads, highly convenient. This established framework emboldened Erren to implement the work point system. Erren calculated privately. Once the city walls are repaired and ruins cleared, we'll commence road and sewer renovation projects. The war just ended. The common people won't dare cause trouble yet. We'll avoid Liu Xiang's Guangzhou debacle, where 6 months of demolition and construction generated universal complaints. Since refugees would contribute labor, the required money and grain would naturally necessitate the Rehabilitation Bureau to contribute funds according to means. I recognize none of you possess mountains of gold or silver, nor mountains of grain. Though this benefits the hometown, it's not your personal property after all. Parting with resources stings. We wouldn't dare hesitate, wouldn't dare. The village worthies protested even as their faces creased with pained reluctance. Therefore, this expense will be shared among all major households in the city. Common folk lack resources to bear such burdens. I must ask you gentlemen to shoulder the greater load, Erren concluded. Chapter 21:33 Fundraising for Rehabilitation. This demand to shoulder the greater load fell within expected parameters. Though the Rehabilitation Bureau directors all wore miserable expressions, at least half were merely performing. The key to successful charity fundraising, since time immemorial, lay in execution. As long as the task of raising funds and grain remained under the Bureau's control, methods existed to shift burdens elsewhere. This grand rehabilitation fundraising for Wuzhu followed the traditional reasonable burden model. In essence, the The bureau itself would conduct the fundraising, levying primarily from Wuzhu's various trade guilds and local wealthy households. The approach differed slightly from classical reasonable burden practices. Traditional levies were relatively general, taking a village, town, or trade guild as a unit and assigning a lump sum. The internal allocation ratios were then distributed by these entities themselves. This reasonable burden allocation, however, was remarkably detailed. Not only was each trade guild specified individually, but even gentry households and business establishments were called out by name. Essentially, no wealthy person in the city escaped notice. Since the Rehabilitation Bureau seats were dominated by the Rice and Grain Guild and the Weighing and Commission Guild, Erren had instituted safeguards against power abuse. These two largest guilds in Wuzhu would jointly bear 40% of the total reasonable burden. Other guilds would share the remainder proportionally according to economic strength. Finally, 12% fell to local gentry households owning substantial landholdings. The specific ratios and figures weren't conjured from Erren's imagination. Luo Yangming's years of undercover work had focused precisely on collecting economic and social intelligence about Wuzhu. Details of the commercial system and local notables naturally constituted the highest priorities. Small wonder Erren could produce such precision. The directors sat dumbfounded. This allocation struck with both accuracy and ruthlessness. Roughly speaking, each notable's assigned figure would make them feel the sting of being flayed alive, yet not quite enough to break bones or snap tendons. In ordinary times, everyone would grit their teeth and pay. However, Xunwenken's officers and soldiers had already ravaged them once. The Senate returning for reasonable burden so soon amounted to a second skinning. Everyone felt the vertigo of excessive blood loss. "Don't rush to plead poverty with me," Erren said, convinced his flesh-cutting smile must look supremely handsome. "The Senate possesses crystal-clear understanding of Wuzhu City's foundations. This ratio wrongs no one. Those with more money pay more, those with less pay less, those with none pay nothing. So don't tell me this is inappropriate or that won't work. Within 3 days have all money and grain ready." Master Kaio, the Rehabilitation Bureau's deputy director, had initially intended to remain silent, but sensing every pair of eyes stripping him bare, he was forced to bite the bullet. He stood, cupped his hands, and reported, "Chief, we're not trying to haggle. These allocated ratios and amounts would be nothing in normal times. We wouldn't dare utter a word of complaint. It's truly that the officers and soldiers, the Ming army, brought disaster upon the city's residents. Every major household suffered devastating losses. My shop alone had 3,000 dan of rice requisitioned without a single copper in compensation. They scraped away several hundred taels of silver as well. Every household here, large or small, has suffered losses. Some shops were looted bare by the soldiers and can't even conduct business anymore. To allocate these amounts now, I fear. Erren's frown deepened. "My first project barely launches and you challenge me already. You truly don't take me, a senator, seriously." Displeasure darkened his features. "So you're saying everyone can't continue living?" Master Kaio trembled. The tone boded ill. He somewhat regretted speaking up, but as head of the Rice and Grain Guild and chief headman of the southern city, failing to stick his neck out would render him unable to function in local circles. He pressed on. "Master, the chief came to govern, and the desire for order burns urgent. But Wuzhu has just survived the fires of war. All parties suffered losses, not just commoners enduring hunger and cold. It would be better, to prioritize preserving vitality. I beg the master to reduce or exempt a portion. The entire city would be grateful for your benevolence." Erren's dissatisfaction intensified. Sure enough, none of these old moneybags proved trustworthy. They seemingly required a taste of dictatorship before they'd listen. Instead, he smiled faintly. "In that case, how much does Master Kaio believe should be reduced?" Master Kaio was a seasoned old fox. Seeing Erren smile rather than rage, Yet with fierce light glinting in his eyes, he recognized that this refined-looking bandit was also a crude one. Still, having spoken this far, retreat was impossible. He steadied himself. I dare not speak rashly about specific reductions. I only beg the chief to consider preserving Wuzhu's vitality and reduce or exempt 1 or 2 portions as appropriate. The people of the entire city would be grateful. What people of the entire city? You mean you people would be grateful, correct? Erren sneered. Master Kaio could only bow his head in silence. The atmosphere suddenly congealed with tension. Luo Yangming sensed impending disaster. Just as he prepared to intervene and smooth things over, someone beside him stepped forward with bent waist, bowing 90 degrees to Erren. Chief, we're not trying to challenge you. Truly, everyone has been plagued bitterly by those soldiers. Even my shop lost several hundred dan of grain to the puppet Ming army. I don't know what to do. But no matter our difficulties, they pale compared to those refugees on the streets. Whatever grain and funds the chief requires, we'll definitely prepare in full. Luo Yangming looked closer. It was De Xingxuan. Erren, thinking this fellow sensible, asked, "You are? This humble person is the shopkeeper of Yuxin firm, De Xingxuan." He bowed deeply, exceedingly humble. Erren thought for a moment and recalled the business from his materials. A rice and grain firm that also handled weighing and commission. Crucially, the financier behind it was the Wu Zhixiang family, Senate business partners. Through Wu Zhixiang's connections, the Wu family maintained close ties with Senate enterprises in Guangzhou. Beyond rice and grain dealings with Zhaoqing, they also operated as weighing and commission agents, purchasing various materials for the Senate in Wuzhou. Given this Senate business partner background, Erren couldn't help showing courtesy. He immediately gestured. "Sit and speak, sit and speak." De Xingxuan didn't sit, instead continuing. It's true that each family suffered varying degrees of damage. Some shops, though major households, suffered heavily from puppet Ming soldiers precisely because tall trees catch the wind. If we collect according to these exact shares, even forcing them to hang themselves or jump into the river won't produce the amounts. This would inevitably tarnish the Senate's virtue of cherishing life. This humble person boldly begs the chief not to limit each family's share rigidly, but allow us to allocate internally. In sum, this grain and money will not be short by a single coin or grain, and will be prepared for the chief within 3 days. His words carried both sincerity and sound reasoning. Erren found himself momentarily unable to refute. Reconsidering, as long as the money and grain arrive, he also needed to grant the Wu family and bureau directors some face. Complete deadlock from the outset would make future work impossible. After all, counting soldiers, he commanded barely over 100 men and still needed to rely on this group for administrative functions. He nodded. "In that case, I'll grant your proposal. Only this money and grain must be properly prepared within 3 days. De Xingxuan hastily replied, "We'll definitely accomplish it." Master Kaio and the other directors immediately echoed agreement. Luo Yangming, as a hidden cadre focused on observation and monitoring, naturally found it inconvenient to speak casually. He blended with the crowd. With money and grain matters settled, subsequent business proceeded smoothly. Erren immediately ordered disbandment of the militia squads various she had previously formed for defense. These were temporarily conscripted citizens from industry, commerce, or suburban farms. Their combat effectiveness was minimal, morale low. Gathering over 1,000 people without engaging in production, while useful for public security, consumed vast quantities of money and grain. The cost-effectiveness ratio was abysmal, and they'd prove useless if Ming forces counterattacked or bandit suppression became necessary. Any damaged street barricades must be repaired immediately. Missing watchmen must be replaced promptly. Security within the city still relies on everyone's joint efforts. Everyone favored this measure. After all, each day the militia squads existed meant another day's expenditure. Maintaining public security clearly meant more to them than to the poor and refugees. The third item addressed industry and commerce within the city. All commercial operations must resume business within a limited time frame. Those whose shops, goods, or personnel suffered significant wartime damage could file reports and receive partial commercial tax exemptions. Those unable to resume business short-term must report within 15 days. Otherwise, shops would be confiscated. Zai Erren's reasoning: Wuzhou was a key commercial hub. Restoring commercial circulation as rapidly as possible would solve money and grain problems. Moreover, industry and commerce themselves addressed employment issues. Wuzhou possessed a substantial non-agricultural population from the start. Failing to restore commerce quickly would strap them with this ticking time bomb of massive unemployment. Starting today, grain and cloth selling prices will implement daily government guidance pricing. Increases or decreases must not exceed 10% of the guidance price. Hoarding and refusal to sell are strictly prohibited. Those who hoard for speculation or drive up prices will be dealt with according to military law. Zai Erren spoke sternly, sweeping the flower hall with a gaze he believed could kill. Everyone dared not protest but muttered internally. With war raging now, the Guangxi grain source is severed. Reserves decrease with every sale. How can no price increase be maintained? Isn't this forcing everyone to sell at controlled low prices? But everyone recognized this as the Australians' method of cultivating popular support. Resistance was impossible. One might become the unlucky chicken killed to frighten monkeys. So they all agreed submissively. Next came discussion of various rehabilitation affairs, particularly the thousands of corpses abandoned inside and outside the city walls, all requiring collection and burial. Beyond corpses claimed and buried by families, many deceased were either visiting troops from elsewhere or poor migrants who'd come to Wuzhou seeking livelihoods, mostly performing odd jobs or short-term labor. Even their names remained unknown in death. Even when employers existed, some refused to identify bodies to avoid bearing funeral expenses. All these corpses required collection and burial. Zai Erren planned to assign prisoner labor teams to collection work. However, another task would also require labor teams: clearing weapons from battlefields. Chapter 21:34. The 100-li Lord leaving corpses scattered unburied risked plague. Scattered weapons posed an equally insidious threat. After the Battle of Wuzhou, fleeing officers and soldiers had abandoned vast quantities of weapons, armor, and firearms inside and outside the city walls, visible nearly everywhere. Such proliferation of military equipment represented a potential threat to the new government. Confiscation had to proceed with utmost urgency. Additionally, his desperately thin military forces required supplementation. Zhu Guangxing's single battalion bore responsibility for security across multiple counties within Wuzhou Prefecture, an impossible task for comprehensive coverage. The final agenda item addressed repairing city walls and various infrastructure projects. The Battle of Wuzhou hadn't witnessed particularly fierce fighting, but both sides had deployed overwhelming firepower. Specifically, the Army's artillery and Navy detachment had essentially treated Wuzhou as live-fire training grounds, raining shells upon the city and surrounding areas, severely damaging Wuzhou's defensive facilities. Now, all of it required restoration. Beyond the walls lay two critical transportation hubs. One was the Gui River pontoon bridge spanning the Gui River toward the Sanhezui Grand Drill Ground, the other, the Kanglong pontoon bridge crossing the West River. These two pontoon bridges connected Wuzhou's eastern, western, and southern banks, facilitating internal and external commerce. The siege had destroyed both pontoon bridges, severing traffic and rendering travel inconvenient everywhere. Zai Erren made rough calculations. Even excluding his planned sewage system overhaul, restoration projects alone would consume half a year. As for money and grain expenditures, needless to say, this single grand rehabilitation fundraising couldn't begin to suffice. Following the Rehabilitation Bureau meeting, Erren convened a gathering of naturalized cadres. Wuzhu's naturalized cadre contingent remained extremely limited. Beyond his right-hand man, City Office Secretary Zhaoqing, and 7th Company Commander of the 3rd Line Infantry Battalion, Qian Duo, 1 civil, 1 military, no more than 20 naturalized cadres existed. Most had been hastily promoted and trained from naturalized citizens within senatorial territories. The majority came from Guangdong, with some from Shandong and Hainan. After incorporation into the Qiangya detachment and specialized training, they could at minimum communicate in Cantonese. Now these individuals gathered, awaiting Erren's instructions. Surveying this assembly of naturalized cadres, old and young, men and women, Erren felt his confidence waver. He understood these northbound cadres' caliber well enough. Most hailed from grassroots rural positions, with only a tiny minority deployed from administrative departments or veteran ranks. Erren possessed absolutely no certainty regarding these cadres' competence, yet right now, no one proved more useful or reliable. Comrades, he cleared his throat. Wuzhu has been liberated, all credit to our heroic Fubo Army officers and soldiers, both Army and Navy. We, the first cadres to assume control of Wuzhu, entered the city behind Fubo Army guns. This isn't unusual. The key lies not merely in entering but in staying. Having spoken, Erren suddenly discovered some confidence returning. Before arriving, everyone studied the External Intelligence Bureau's overview of Wuzhu. It catalogs detailed social and civil conditions throughout Wuzhu Prefecture City and surrounding areas. This will serve as our critical reference for future operations. I hope everyone will study it thoroughly during downtime. One can only execute effective work by grasping specific conditions. Next, he assigned several immediate priorities. In Pearl River Delta cities like Guangzhou post-liberation, taking over senators and naturalized local officials primarily focused on regime-building tasks, household registration verification, industrial and commercial registration establishment. But Wuzhu's situation differed. Wuzhu was a frontline city, where safety constituted the paramount concern. Thus his assigned work revolved around the safety issue. The specifics largely mirrored what he just delegated to the Rehabilitation Bureau. Erren distributed responsibility zone work among naturalized cadres, requiring them to continuously supervise and urge the Bureau's relevant activities. He also designated several cadres to specifically lead labor teams conducting corpse and rubble removal. Since the National Army units allocated to Wuzhu hadn't yet arrived, and Erren urgently needed to expand military capacity, he decided to select seasoned, trustworthy men from surrendered local Wushu soldiers to form a militia team under Fubo Army leadership. His plan involved allocating 1 platoon from Qian Duo's company, with each soldier commanding 10 militiamen, creating a 300-person militia force. The remaining regular troops would remain mobile, serving as a rapid response force. Do you foresee any difficulties with this arrangement? Erren asked Qian Duo. No particular difficulties. It's just that soldiers carry rifles while militiamen lack firearms. They can only wield spears and broadswords. If combat erupts, it essentially means losing 30 rifles worth of firepower. Dispersing 30 soldiers among 300 militiamen as commanders prevented concentrated platoon-level fire. The loss carried some significance. After all, Wuzhu City possessed only 100 guns total. The militia team can be equipped with bows, arrows, and old-style firearms. At minimum, we gained 300 men. The 7th Company's 100 men were manifestly insufficient for defending and patrolling all of Wuzhu City, so Qian Duo raised no further objections. After all, the National Army's arrival date remained uncertain, and even when they arrived, only 1 squadron would materialize. To further substantiate his military forces, Zai Erren decided to absorb all three classes of Yamen runners from the original Wuzhou prefectural and county Yamens. Though the duties of lictors Zhao, fast constables Qi, and strongmen Zhuang differed, they generally inclined toward public security work. While these personnel weren't ideal, they at least possessed local knowledge and could manage immediate security needs. After implementing various miscellaneous details one by one, finally Zai Erren instructed Zhao Fengshan, immediately assemble a propaganda team. Zai Erren himself came from journalism background. He was most familiar with and valued propaganda work above all else. "Chief, the propaganda team matter isn't urgent, is it?" Zhao Fengshan ventured. "The county's surrendered officials have been waiting outside to see you. It's been half a day. Since they've already surrendered, what's the rush? Just give them positions and draw salaries." Zai Erren sounded rather impatient. He withdrew several pages from his briefcase. "This is a plan I drafted. You need to implement the personnel and required equipment as rapidly as possible." Zhao Fengshan accepted the pages and reviewed them. This plan was genuinely comprehensive. Organizational structure, personnel numbers, gender ratios, skill requirements, everything enumerated. It even detailed specifics down to brooms and lime buckets for painting slogans, plus coarse paper, brushes, and ink for writing proclamations. The chief truly prepared thoroughly, but examining further, some requirements proved problematic because they involved a culture and propaganda team. Zhao Fengshan understood culture and propaganda teams, nothing more than organizing groups of men and women capable of playing instruments, singing, and dancing to conduct performances or stage living newspaper productions preaching policies. This was extremely common propaganda in Hainan. Every county maintained a culture and propaganda team. They'd been in Wuzhou merely days. Where could they find these professionals who could perform music, singing, and dance? Moreover, whether people would willingly propagandize remained questionable. Finally, there were coverage targets. Reading down, short-term targets within 7 days, medium-term targets within 15 days, long-term targets within 30 days. Divided into 3 stages, specific slogan coverage rates had to be achieved. Propaganda team lectures must reach certain quantities, and attendee numbers must meet certain thresholds. He murmured, "Chief, these things aren't difficult, but they aren't urgent tasks either, especially this propaganda team. For the propaganda team, just recruit more literate refugees. It's merely writing characters anyway," Zai Erren replied. Sensing Zhao Fengshan lacked sufficient appreciation for propaganda work's significance, he spoke earnestly. "Propaganda work constitutes the focus of our civil administration. Don't dismiss it as mere pen-wielding without tangible output. Wuzhou's local populace mostly knows only our Senate and Australia's name, nothing more. Some probably think we're pirates coming ashore to plunder, which severely hampers our operations and provides the puppet Ming opportunities to smear us. Besides, after entering the city, we have a series of administrative measures requiring wide advertisement so the masses all understand." Zhao Fengshan nodded repeatedly, expressing that the chief possessed foresight and comprehensive vision. He would certainly handle it properly. Still, he reminded the chief that the surrendered personnel outside remained waiting. "Then tell them all to enter." Zai Erren's mood was good. Since both the prefect and county magistrate had committed suicide, no officials with particularly impressive credentials existed among Wuzhou's surrendered personnel. Most were Yamen-level clerks and headmen. The highest rank was merely academic officials like instructors or disciplinarians. Zai Erren had spent too long in meetings and had no interest in extended conversation with them. He made perfunctory remarks, instructed them to perform duties earnestly, and dismissed them. As the meeting dispersed, he suddenly remembered something and instructed Zhao Fengshan, "Tomorrow, find someone intimately familiar with local conditions to serve as guide. I want to inspect Wuzhou City." "Understood, Chief," Zhao Fengshan replied. "The candidate is ready-made. I'll arrange it immediately." After receiving the surrendered personnel, dusk approached. Zai Erren rested in the prefectural yamen that night. Bright kerosene lamps illuminated the rear yamen, tables and chairs set in place. Because this marked the first time in many days he'd enjoyed proper lodging, Zai Erren's life secretary proved particularly attentive, and dinner was exceptionally sumptuous. Wuzhou was a Guang's commercial port, with thriving commerce and sophisticated culinary culture. Though this was still the Ming era, and many later famous Wuzhou dishes hadn't yet emerged, like paper-wrapped chicken and crisp-skinned dog, some renowned local specialties already existed. The prefectural yamen naturally kept stocks. Knowing he hadn't eaten a proper meal in ages, the life secretary cooked meticulously. Wuzhou paper-wrapped chicken made with local 3-yellow chicken, yielding fresh, mellow flavors. Rice cooked with Mengshan all-sticky rice. Only fresh vegetables proved scarce due to war, so vegetable dishes were barely cobbled together. Since landing in Guangdong, Zai Erren had scarcely enjoyed a decent meal. This time counted as genuine indulgence. Seeing beauty attending him, and considering that he now qualified as a HundredLi Lord Prefect, he unconsciously experienced the satisfaction that a true man should live thus. Chapter 21:35 Butterfly Effect. Zai Erren was halfway through his Wuzhou paper-wrapped chicken when Suki arrived in haste. Zai Erren gestured for another chair and place setting, calling for additional dishes. "No need for more dishes," Suki waved dismissively. "These suffice, just bring me rice." Noting Suki's troubled expression, worry etched across his features, Zai Erren asked, "Old Su, what brings you here so late? Has something happened?" "Yes." Suki seized his bowl and chopsticks, shoveling a generous mouthful of rice, speaking through bites. "Just received a telegram from Yangmings. The Atro Yao disturbance has begun expanding in scale. Several Ming garrison posts have collapsed. Portions of Yao armed forces are consolidating. They'll likely besiege various county seats." "This is serious trouble." Zai Erren's alarm spiked. The various county seats had just fallen and remained essentially hollow. Some lacked even national army troops. Beyond local militia forces, they qualified as empty cities. The Ming Army's withdrawal of the East and West Mountain Anti-Yao Deputy Regional Commander and Central Route Garrison Commander had removed historical constraints on the Atro Yao uprising, causing the outbreak to escalate beyond precedent in both scale and scope. In the previous phase, many Ming Waisu garrison posts that had surrendered in Zhaoqing faced sieges, with numerous stockades already fallen. In brief, this Yao rebellion burns fiercer and spreads wider than history records. Yangmings instructed me to emphasize city defense and perimeter security. Historically, Yao forces attacked Wuzhou repeatedly and successfully breached it once. Hearing this, Zai Erren's hands turned ice cold, more than half his lofty ambitions evaporating. The so-called butterfly effect. He urgently asked, "Wuzhou is a frontline city. Are reinforcements coming?" Yangmings wishes he could recall Zhu Guangxing's 3rd Battalion immediately. He refrained considering Wuzhou's importance. Suki paused. "The 3rd Battalion remains in Wuzhou. You can take some reassurance in that." "How can I feel reassured?" Zai Erren's annoyance flared. "How many men compose the 3rd Battalion? How can they cover 9 counties and 1 prefecture in Wuzhou? You know this dignified prefecture city of mine contains merely 100 soldiers. Doesn't this test your capabilities?" "Speaking of shortages, where aren't there personnel deficits?" Suki smiled, tearing a chicken leg from the paper-wrapped chicken. "Each county's national army will be expanded. I've heard approval was granted, permitting county and city administrative leaders to expand militia teams locally. They're also preparing to increase the allocation by another 5,000 Nanyang rifles. That's more acceptable. But I haven't glimpsed the national army yet. They've already reached Zhaoqing and will definitely arrive tomorrow or the day after. The West River waterway remains quite navigable currently," Suki confirmed. Hearing the National Army's imminent arrival, Zai Erren experienced some relief. Qian Du's company belonged to the 3rd Battalion ultimately. Though he could deploy it, he couldn't command it. Zhu Guangxing could withdraw it with a single order. In contrast, the National Army offered greater reassurance. The Guangxi offensive stops now, correct. Formal orders haven't come down yet, but it definitely must halt, Su Qi said. We only have these many troops. I'll also return to Zhaoqing very soon. So old Qing gets comfortable days again. Old Qing comfortable. I suspect Changzhen will make him suffer shortly. He might even commit suicide to escape punishment. Hearing Su Qi would depart, Erren unconsciously experienced faint loneliness settling in his heart. After seeing Su Qi off, Erren studied the Wuzhu map in the main hall repeatedly. His situation was genuinely precarious. If the Yao rebellion spread along both West River banks, his rear supply line faced imminent peril. He'd become isolated before the enemy. This truly looks grim. Erren grew apprehensive. Surveying the situation, he struggled to muster enthusiasm. The city wall must be repaired as rapidly as possible. No matter what, as long as the walls stood, substantial safety existed. After all, given medieval army capabilities, capturing a prefecture city like Wuzhu remained extraordinarily difficult. That night, Erren slept in the prefectural yamen's rear quarters. The awareness that this yamen's previous occupant had recently committed suicide, that he now inhabited his residence, unsettled Erren somewhat. Still, exhaustion from the day's labors claimed him swiftly. A dreamless night. Rising in the morning, he felt energized and vital, ready to tackle momentous undertakings. After washing and hastily consuming breakfast, he proceeded to the prefectural yamen's second hall, which served as his office. Zhao Fengshan already waited in the main hall, accompanied by an elderly man, a local Ziyukai licentiate. This master Ziyukai was in his 50s. He collected rents from lands beyond the city while maintaining properties within. He'd always regarded official careers with indifference. After passing qualifying exams, he'd harbored no intention of pursuing imperial examinations further. Beyond passing idle days at home, he traveled to visit mountains and rivers. He traversed not merely the two Guangs in their entirety, but even ventured into barren lands locals considered dangerous routes, to say nothing of distant regions. He'd even visited wolf stockades and Yao caves throughout the two Guangs. He maintained keen interest in the geography, customs, folk sentiments, and products of places he traveled, earning considerable local renown. His surname was He, original name Shaoren, but because he'd adopted the alias Dongli, Eastern Fence, eventually everyone inside and outside the city called him He Dongli. Ziyukai he harbored no aversion toward Australians. He traveled not merely to Guangzhou, but even to Hainan, journeying all the way to Lingao. He'd witnessed firsthand the stability and prosperity under Senate rule, developing great fondness for Australians. Therefore, when the great army reached Wuzhu this time, he maintained a passive stance toward resistance. Firstly, the strength disparity was overwhelming, and fighting would inevitably yield defeat. Secondly, he perceived no compelling necessity to resist. He possessed feelings for the great Ming, but these sentiments weren't sufficiently deep to make him willing to destroy his family and sacrifice himself. After Erren entered the city, he needed to secure a suitable guide for familiarizing himself with local customs. Zhao Fengshan consulted the issued Wuzhu Basic Situation Manual and recommended this Ziyukai he. Ziyukai he didn't decline and arrived upon invitation. He neither acted coy to demonstrate he'd been forced to serve thieves like some literati, nor proved eagerly obsequious to ride the dragon's coattails like others. His demeanor remained calm and composed. After brief conversation, Erren formed a highly favorable impression. Immediately, he requested he serve as guide to tour the entire Wuzhu city. He Dongli naturally had no reason to refuse. Erren immediately instructed Zhao Fengshan to remain at the yamen and selected a guard squad for escort. Street order had improved markedly since yesterday. Refugees had formed teams and cleared corpses and ruins methodically under militiamen leadership. Though the newly formed Fubo army soldier-led militia exhibited average military bearing and discipline, their spirit and energy appeared reasonably presentable. Zai Erren's anxieties from the previous night diminished somewhat. The leading cadres spotted his approach and moved to report. Zai Erren waved them off. No rush. Continue your work. Evidence of the culture and propaganda team's existence had manifested. Walls displayed crudely painted limewater slogans. Soldiers and civilians cooperate, expel the Ming bandits. Puppet Ming murders and commits arson. O Song heals the sick and rescues people. Xing Wenken burned Wuzhou City and slaughtered Wuzhou people, gladly serving as the puppet Ming local emperor's filial son and worthy grandson. Some locations also featured pasted propaganda posters and notices. Close inspection revealed the notices' ink and backing paste hadn't yet dried, likely applied just this morning. The work efficiency proved solid. Zai Erren nodded privately. Zhao Fengshan truly is my personal protege. The propaganda work is flawless. The Wuzhou prefectural yamen occupied the city's southern section, not distant from the Little South Gate. Only after exiting the yamen did Zai Erren notice the Wuzhou prefectural yamen's northern flank adjoined the Kangwu County yamen. The prefectural yamen's southern and western perimeters pressed close to the city wall, situated precisely in Wuzhou's southwest corner. Beyond the western city wall surged the Gui River. Because he'd requested to ascend the city gate for observation first, he Dongli led him up the Little South Gate, closest to the prefectural office. Because the gate tower bore the name Dezheng, virtuous governance, it was also called Dezheng Gate. During the siege, both Big and Little South Gates had suffered artillery bombardment, so portions of both yamens sustained shell damage from projectiles falling into the city, though the harm wasn't extensive. By comparison, the Dezheng Gate Tower suffered severe destruction. Artillery fire had virtually obliterated the tower, leaving merely a rubble pile. Presently, soldiers supervised prisoner labor teams dismantling remaining wreckage and salvaging building materials. He Dongli explained this Little South Gate was opened only when Wuzhou City underwent reconstruction in the 12th year of Hongwu under Emperor Taizu of Ming. Previous Song and Yuan city walls possessed merely 4 gates. Only in the Great Ming did 5 city gates exist: East Gate, West Gate, Big South Gate, Little South Gate, and North Gate. Based on the towers built atop city gates, they were also designated Yangming Gate, Nangsun Gate, Zhejiang Gate, Dezheng Gate, and Dayun Gate. During the Hongwu period, under Zhu Yuanzhang's direction, a wave of capital construction swept the realm. Government offices and city walls throughout the nation's prefectures, departments, and counties were almost entirely constructed during this era. Particularly, city wall layouts in various cities remained essentially preserved. Many Ming and Qing city walls surviving into the 21st century can trace their origins almost directly to the Hongwu reign. However, the newly constructed Ming Dynasty Wuzhou City wasn't overly expansive in area. Though the territory had expanded compared to Song and Yuan periods, the Wuzhou City wall's circumference measured merely 2.8 kilometers, not particularly large among Ming Dynasty cities, actually inferior to some major Xiu cities. This obviously proved disproportionate to its significant commercial status, so Wuzhou's urban scope had long since extended to the Gui and West River's banks beyond the city. The pontoon bridge's appearance on the Gui and West Rivers manifested transportation requirements following this urban expansion. Standing on the Little South Gate city wall, one could observe the circumferential moat below, which he Dongli identified as also called the Dragon Protecting Dike. It exceeded 2 zhang in width and 2 zhang in depth. Wooden fences lined the moat's interior and exterior, though due to age, many sections were missing. Willows were planted alongside the moat. These were all constructed during the early Chenghua years when Lord Han Yang served as Governor-General of the 2 Guangs. These Wuzhou city walls were also repaired under his supervision. Is that the Han Yang who broke through Dayton Gorge? Zai Erren had learned of this figure only during historical briefings before assuming office. Precisely. Chapter 21, 36. Viewing flowers from horseback, I heard that since Lord Han captured Dating Gorge, the waterway has been open to boats and merchants. Though he Dongli wasn't entirely ignorant of Australians, the fact that this overseas barbarian could recall Han Yang's deeds based on a single sentence proved commendable. These events occurred 150 years ago. Even locally in Wuzhou, commoners aside, many ordinary scholars wouldn't recognize Han Yang's name, much less Dating Gorge. Though Lord Han pacified Dating Gorge, he actually permitted local Yao caves to collect taxes from merchant vessels crossing the gorge. Since then, Dating Gorge has remained open to commerce. Is the Yao situation peaceful currently? He Dongli shook his head slightly. Though Lord Han pacified the Yao twice, in reality, Tu Guang's territory has never achieved true tranquility. It simply hasn't escalated to major crisis. Throughout the Gui and West River Basin mountains surrounding Wuzhou, Yao and Zhuang stockades proliferated. Though most possessed appointed native officials and chieftains, most in reality refused to submit to imperial civilization. Various uprisings rose continuously. Even capable officials like Han Yang and Wang Shaoren could only govern peacefully for decades. Trouble inevitably erupted again afterward. The so-called Yaozhuang uprisings carried no novelty for an old Wuzhou resident like He Dongli. Erren fell silent. Viewing the collapsed barbican outside Dezheng Gate and the mutilated battlements, parapets, and defense towers scarring the city wall, his heart grew heavy. The artillery bombardment was too fierce then. How long will repairs require? The city wall stood approximately 8 meters high, a quite respectable height. Erren extended his neck beyond the parapet to peer downward, feeling that once the wall was repaired, safety would remain assured. Observing his concern for city defenses, He Dongli informed him that 569 defense towers stood along the city wall, plus 36 watchtowers housing guard soldiers. However, only Dezheng Gate possessed a barbican. Zhao Fengshan, his secretary, immediately followed, clutching a small notebook and pen, Erren's preferred style, issuing instructions at every opportunity. Upon return, instruct the Rehabilitation Bureau to prioritize manpower and resources for repairing the city wall and defense facilities. Yes, Chief. Zhao Fengshan hastily recorded it. Descending from the wall, Erren followed He Dongli's guidance to inspect the city. Commerce indeed flourished here. According to He Dongli, 11 Fang markets existed within the city alone. East of the prefectural Yamen Gate lay the prefectural East Market, one of the two most prosperous markets. Walking along, shops lined the street in great numbers. Though pedestrians remained scarce, most shops had reopened their doors and street barricades everywhere underwent repairs. Erren observed the scenery throughout. Though fires had occurred within the city, damage wasn't excessive, only these structures proved too unsafe. He privately complained. Most residential shops are either wooden or bamboo fence and mud construction. Whatever fire prevention measures exist, the best are merely river mussel shells inlaid. Apart from government offices, temples, and a few major shops and mansions, almost no brick and stone buildings exist. If Qing Wenken had truly succeeded in setting fires, wouldn't this have become a sea of flames? Erren inwardly clicked his tongue. Even without entering shops, merely judging from signs and displayed wares, the local commodity economy possessed considerable scale. Goods represented extremely diverse types, with various industries clustering together. As a former journalist, Erren possessed substantial observational power regarding commercial environments. I hadn't expected Wuzhou's commercial market to flourish so vigorously. Erren had visited numerous county and prefecture cities. Honestly speaking, Chinese-led Lingao under Senate rule and the newly liberated Guangzhou and Foshan town, no town in Hainan or the two Guangs could rival Wuzhou. Witnessing this, Erren's previously dimmed spirits revived. This place possesses tremendous potential. Indeed, risk accompanies opportunity. As long as I can firmly hold Wuzhou City and manage it methodically, I dare not aspire to become Guangdong Province's number 2, but number 3 will certainly be attainable. Moreover, this constitutes an important commercial gateway to Guangxi and the interior. He gazed into the distance, viewing 3 rivers converging near Wuzhou City, with mountains encircling it beyond. Leaning on T Mountain, facing gooey water with the great river winding before, known as the scenic equal of Lingao, this praise indeed proved no exaggeration. Truly worthy of the 3-river convergence and 2-province thoroughfare, Erren praised. This splendid and magnificent landscape now belongs to our Senate. At this thought, excitement surged through his chest. Ming Dynasty, Wuzhou already functioned as an important 2 Guangs commercial center economically. Since antiquity, Wuzhou had served as a major Lingnan inland river port with obvious locational advantages. One could travel upstream to Nanning, Liuzhou, and Guilin, reaching deep into the great southwest, or proceed downstream to the Pearl River Delta, directly to Guangzhou and Macau. This granted Wuzhou port functions as both inland river and coastal port. During the Qin dynasty, the Link Canal opened, connecting the Yangtze and Pearl River systems. Northern waters flow south, northern boats cross the ridge, establishing Wuzhou Port's critical Lingnan status. During the Han Dynasty, Wuzhou Port gradually developed into a Guangdong-Guangxi water transport hub. From the Tang Dynasty onward, Wuzhou Port operated wooden sailing ships traveling to Guangdong's coast. Thereafter, numerous Guangdong merchants traveled upstream to trade in Wuzhou. Though located in the inland mountains at the 2 Guangs junction, it enjoyed coastal port conveniences. Many foreign goods proved commonplace in Wuzhou, and Australian goods circulated widely. Erren assumed control over such territory honestly. If Wuzhou weren't situated on the front line, given his abilities and resume, he couldn't have secured Wuzhou's mayoral position. The master speaks truly. He dongly glanced at this Australian, his face virtually red, establish merit and build career. Only, though Wuzhou possessed merit, establishing one's position depended on capability. He dongly harbored no particular bias. The great Ming had treated him generously, and he held no enmity toward Australians. Regarding which possessed superior prospects, anyone not blind who toured Qiangzhou Prefecture would find the answer obvious. But Qiangzhou Prefecture was merely a small place. Governing all Guangdong successfully demonstrated true capability. Particularly current Wuzhou, where internal and external environments proved extremely complex, Senator Zai's actual capabilities remained genuinely uncertain. This prefecture has constituted the 2 Guangs thoroughfare since antiquity, a gathering of boats and carts, an accumulation of goods, and a congregation of all crafts. He dongly observed. Truly excellent land. Only, recent great battles severely injured its vitality. Master, please observe. He gestured outside the city. The Gui and West River banks beyond the city previously hosted market wharves. War devastation destroyed more than half. Surveying the scene, broken walls and ruins dotted every vista. Along the bank shoals, sunken ship wreckage and scattered timber protruded above water everywhere. Upon this river surface originally existed water execution markets. Beyond Dan household boats, merchant vessels gathered from all directions, merchants constructing shops upon bamboo and wooden rafts for vending goods. In peaceful times, connected wooden rafts moored along the river here, presenting magnificent spectacle. Small boats shuttled throughout the day. At night, lights merged in patches, voices boiled, and wares hawking continued endlessly. Outsiders considered it marvelous scenery. He Dongli's words carried infinite regret. Where are these wooden raft merchant ships? Erren felt somewhat puzzled. I observed nothing arriving here. Those capable of fleeing fled. Those wooden rafts unable to flee also transported their goods away. The remainder burned clean during city defense and siege days ago. What a tragedy! Erren shook his head. We must restore it immediately. He Dongli remained less optimistic. Australians had always valued commerce, and he believed Master Zai spoke sincerely. Still, With warfare turmoil surrounding Wuzhou presently, Governor General Xung's troops hovering nearby, plus merchant reports of West River Yao Cave instability, this chief would succeed admirably merely keeping Wuzhou's 4 borders secure. Walking along the city wall, they proceeded entirely to the 3 general headquarters in the city's east. Viewing from the wall, these 3 general headquarters possessed enormous scale, 4 vast courtyards occupying several dozen mu. He dongly explained these 3 general headquarters were established during Emperor Xianzong's Chenghua years following Han Yang's recommendation. They comprised the Governor-General of 2 Guangs' office, the Commander-in-Chief's office, and the Grand Commandant's office. The architectural layout centered on the Governor-General's office. The Governor-General's office occupied an earthen mound in the city's northeast, the highest city point. The Commander-in-Chief's office stood right of the Governor-General's office, the Grand Commandant's office left. The 3 offices' conference hall fronted the Governor-General's office. They formed a vast administrative complex for the Governor-General of 2 Guangs, Commander-in-Chief, and Eunuch Grand Commandant to respectively reside, work, and hold discussions. Wuzhou hosted eunuchs. Erren knew from history lectures that the Governor-General of 2 Guangs originated in Wuzhou, but hadn't expected the Eunuch Grand Commandant station here as well. Indeed, they stationed here previously. Later, the Governor-General's office relocated to Zhaoqing, no longer stationing internal officials here. However, tax eunuchs returned during the Wanli years. Erren followed he dongly before the Governor-General's office. Flanking the main gate left stood the opening office stele, right the nominating stele. Memorial archways also fronted the gate. The southern archway read, controlling 2 domains, the eastern archway, Lingnan seas tranquil and clear, the western archway, people and goods peaceful and abundant. The style proved impressive, but since the Governor-General of 2 Guangs relocated to Zhaoqing, the 3 general headquarters had actually forfeited their function. Vacant for many years, the buildings inevitably deteriorated. Additionally, positioned close to the eastern wall and immediately beside Yangming Gate, they suffered serious artillery damage during battle. Traces of pierced and collapsed roofs and walls marked them. Several yamen runners and gatekeepers still guarded here, appearing listless. Seeing the Australian master arrive, they hurriedly rose to welcome him. The accompanying old clerk instructed, "Open all main gates, invite the chief to inspect." Erren entered the Governor-General's yamen following the clerk. Because Xing had recently stationed here, the interior had undergone some renovation and repair, appearing less docile than the exterior. However, judging from small trees and weeds upon the roof, abandonment here had persisted quite long. The couplet before the Governor-General's office main hall read, "Opening office in Wuzhou, controlling 100 UAs," contrasting with the chaos left by panicked flight and rogue soldier looting during the city breach days ago, carrying distinctly ironic flavor. Chapter 21:37. The Way of the Gods. Examining the architecture closely, though dilapidated, one could still discern the grandeur of original construction. Main beams and pillars utilized precious Nanmu wood. Not only did the main hall appear magnificent and elegant, but surrounding areas featured extensive halls, pavilions, terraces, and open porches. Inside stood the main hall, side rooms, wing rooms, connecting corridors, a retiring hall, the Yangtze Hall, the Zhaoqing Hall, and dozens of other pavilions and terraces. Several mu of ponds dotted with flowers and trees completed the grounds. Officials have certainly known how to enjoy themselves since antiquity, Erren sighed. Though this 3 general headquarters dated over a century old, its condition actually surpassed some civilian residences. In area and imposing manner, it far exceeded the Wuzhou Prefecture Yamen where he currently resided. Erren suddenly considered, this place could entirely house refugees, yet he immediately rejected this notion. If thousands of refugees moved in, they would inevitably kindle fires for cooking, and once flames erupted, major disaster would follow. Better to keep them settled in dispersed fashion. However, these buildings could serve as future offices and factory buildings. As Zai Erren pondered, he arrived before the general's yamen. No general had stationed here for considerable time, but before the gate stood a peculiar pair of massive drums. The drum bodies proved enormous, large as jacuzzi tubs. The drum skins had already tattered, but the drum bodies appeared stranger still. Not only was the surface texture rough, but the shapes weren't perfectly circular. They appeared crafted from some plant skin. Observing Chief Zai's fascination with this drum pair, a clerk hurriedly explained that after Han Yang conquered Dayton Gorge, he felled the giant rattan spanning the river, covered several sections with cowhide to fashion large drums, and distributed them to military headquarters in Guangzhou, Wuzhou, and Zhaoqing to demonstrate the martial achievement of pacifying the rebellion. Legend held that when these drums were beaten, the sound resembled thunder and could be heard for several li. This is rattan. Zai Erren felt somewhat astonished. How thick must this rattan be? However, examining the drum body's color and texture, it indeed possessed old rattan's character. That is precisely why it bears the name Dayton Great Rattan Gorge, he Dongli explained. Legend states this giant rattan was century-old vine spanning the Cayenne River. It sank during daylight and floated at night. Anyone wishing to cross the river merely had to cling to this rattan to traverse the water. After Lord Han conquered Dayton Gorge and captured Hudagu alive, he severed this rattan. Previously, merchants and travelers couldn't pass through Dayton Gorge, but passage began thereafter. Reportedly, a broken rattan section drifted down the Cayenne and Zun rivers, reaching Teng County. Legend holds that Teng Prefecture and Teng County derived their names from this. Zai Erren nodded repeatedly. This Han Yang was truly talented. Hearing that Han Yang possessed a shrine in Wuzhou, he proposed visiting the Han Duke Shrine to offer incense. He Dongli experienced slight surprise, but considering that offering incense and praying to former sages constituted proper duty for local officials, he immediately led the way. News that the Great Song Prefect would offer incense at the Han Duke Shrine spread immediately, and Wuzhou Prefecture and Kangwu County bailiffs sprang into action. First, they completely evicted all refugees and beggars lodging in the shrine, then dispatched personnel to suppress and clean streets along the route. The entire city stirred. By the time Zai Erren reached the Han Duke Shrine, streets already appeared spotless. Because rumors held that Australians valued environmental hygiene supremely, they'd swept streets completely and even sprinkled clear water. Only padding the road with yellow earth remained undone. Everyone claimed Ming government efficiency was poor, but it didn't appear poor at all. Zai Erren privately approved. Not only were streets clean, but Rehabilitation Bureau directors particularly eager for favor, plus the local ward pagia, also arrived upon hearing news to respectfully welcome and attend roadside. However, this Han Duke Shrine somewhat disappointed him, perhaps because familiarity with various magnificent, reconstructed ancient buildings from the old timeline set expectations too high. Though a memorial archway stood before this Han Duke Shrine's gate, it simply resembled an ordinary residential courtyard. Though built of brick and tile, years of disrepair showed. Plaques and couplets had weathered and peeled, writing blurred. Entering the shrine, towering ancient trees filled the interior. He Dongli stated these trees all possessed over a century of history, and legend held that Wang Shaoren planted one. Wang Yangming visited here too, Zai Erren expressed surprise again. He Dongli explained, Master Yangming served as viceroy of Lianzhou during the Jieshou reign. The Yangming Tower atop the East Gate was constructed by his successor, Viceroy Lin Fulan, to commemorate him. Zai Erren held Wang Shaoren in high regard. Learning he'd also served as Viceroy of Lianzhou here, he secretly regretted not carefully studying manuals compiled by the Intelligence Bureau and Great Library. He hurriedly inquired, Are there any relics of Master Yangming here? A Four Sages shrine exists in the city, where Master Yangming receives enshrinement. Good, we'll visit shortly. He dongly thought this Australian showed considerable respect toward Great Ming's former sages. He immediately offered several observations about the school of mind, but unexpectedly, Erren exhibited absolutely no reaction and couldn't articulate anything sensible. Obviously, he lacked understanding. The shrine comprised merely a courtyard with 3 main rooms. The center enshrined Han Yang's spirit tablet. Nothing special appeared, nor did any displays resembling deed exhibitions or celebrity item exhibitions from the old timeline exist, leaving him slightly disappointed. Erren observed that though buildings here appeared somewhat dilapidated, they remained clean. Upon inquiry, he discovered no special guardian existed. Only the family residing in the shrine's rear courtyard bore responsibility for guarding and sweeping. Hearing bailiffs announce the great song prefect was coming to offer incense, this family's head emerged with his son to welcome, terrified beyond measure, and wished to invite him to sit for tea. No need, I only came to offer incense expressing my respect, Erren waved dismissively. Hearing the prefect lord wished to offer incense, father and son hurriedly arranged vase and burner properly and prepared incense sticks. Erren stood solemnly before the tablet, offered incense and bowed according to ritual. The crowd inevitably bowed and followed suit. He Dongli and the Rehabilitation Bureau gentry who'd heard news all felt somewhat puzzled. This Australian master toured the entire city, neither examining treasuries nor observing culture and people's livelihood, but first inspected city walls and general headquarters, then suddenly ran to Han Yang's shrine to offer incense. What routine was this? Yet this wasn't particularly strange. When county magistrates or prefects assumed office, worshipping gods everywhere was considered proper form. Only a few connected it to recent news of the Yao rebellion. Perhaps Prefect Zai was expressing his great ambition thereby. Exiting the main room, verandas stood on the courtyard's east and west sides. Ink marks covered the veranda walls. Approaching to examine, these proved various inscribed poems. Many years had passed, and many were already illegible. He'd formerly appreciated poetry, so presently he selected those with relatively clear calligraphy and read them individually. Most inscribers had signatures, but most were unknown to Erren, presumably officials residing in Wuzhou or local and passing literati. Some proved well written, but most were merely average. Later, he suddenly spotted a familiar name, Zhu Yunaming. Erren's understanding of Zhu Yunaming extended beyond 4 talents of Jiangnan. He vaguely recalled Zhu Yunaming had also served in Guangdong. He hadn't expected he'd visited Wuzhou too. Examining the inscribed poem, it was a 7-character regulated verse rhyming on Ma. Respectfully replying to Vice Commissioner Gu's poem at the Han Duke Shrine in Wuzhou, towering timber constructs the imperial house. Leaning on heaven, heroic strategy regards insects and sand as trivial. Sincerity returns to the palace towers. The heart hangs like a stone, blood drinks the Xunnu, courage breaks the melon. Midnight feast at the Kunlun Privy Council, 3 words of slander, the Fubo general's cart. Where are the sharp tongues of that time now? The old tree and grand shrine, the sun sets again. Judging solely by the poem, it wasn't top grade, but the word Fubo in this poem suited his taste perfectly. He felt this was a favorable omen, and he didn't even feel annoyed by the Yao riot news, troop shortages, and rear area instability. These wall poems constitute precious Wuzhou cultural heritage. They must be well protected. The crowd didn't recognize cultural heritage, but understood heritage. Obviously, Prefect Zai valued these wall poems highly. The local pagia possessed quick wit and could discern that what he valued most was this Zhu Yunaming poem, so he silently memorized it. Since Erren spoke thus, everyone naturally echoed agreement. Erren departed the Han Duke Shrine and proceeded to the Four Sages Shrine, performing rites as before. Observing his extreme respect toward local former sages, he dongly surmised he intended teaching through gods, so he suggested visiting the Dragon Mother Temple to offer incense. During the Ming Dynasty, Wuzhou city and suburbs contained as many as 17 ancient temples, including City God Temple, Guanyu Temple, Xuanwu Temple, Wuxian Temple, and others. But the one with longest history and most flourishing incense was the Dragon Mother Temple. Dragon Mother worship had always existed throughout the West River Basin, possessing very long history. Legends related to the Dragon Mother's life experience had been included in local chronicles since the Jin Dynasty. It was said the Dragon Mother's surname was Wen, her name Ao. She was born during King Huai of Chu's era in Xiaodongfang, Shuidong Street, 1st Division of Tang County, Guangxi. Legend holds the Dragon Mother once adopted 5 small dragons. Later, with the 5 dragons' assistance, she led villagers splitting mountains and diverting water, controlling floods and benefiting the people, enabling everyone to live with favorable weather and abundant crops. Thus, Lady Wen was honored by West River Basin inhabitants as Dragon Mother, and became a goddess benefiting people and protecting peace. The Dragon Mother legend developed particularly in the West River Basin. According to several New Taoism priests, the Dragon Mother legend shared similarities with the Mazu legend. Both were deities born from spiritual needs of people living along rivers and seas, praying for blessings and avoiding disasters. Beginning from the Song Dynasty, due to increasing believers, Dragon Mother worship was listed in official sacrifices, and Dragon Mother worship gradually rose throughout Lingnan. During Ming and Qing dynasties, Dragon Mother belief spread even more widely among the people, expanding to Lingnan's surrounding areas, and Dragon Mother step by step became a water goddess with unique Lingnan characteristics. West River Basin inhabitants and masses who journeyed to the southeast coast and Southeast Asia to make livings across generations still constantly remembered the Dragon Mother's grace, hoping to often receive the Dragon Mother's protection, and established temples for sacrifice successively. Since the Dragon Mother was the West River's river god, Dragon Mother temples were all constructed on riverbanks. In former days, Dragon Mother temples existed in every West River county, serving as Dragon Mother traveling palaces. People visited temples to sacrifice annually, praying for favorable weather and national and popular peace. Erren had read the Dragon Mother worship introduction in the Wuzhou Situation Manual. Knowing the Dragon Mother's status in Wuzhou people's hearts, visiting to offer incense also held meaning of winning popular sentiment, which was entirely appropriate. Chapter 21, 38 Assassination Attempt. Multiple Dragon Mother temples existed in Wuzhou, by the West River inside the city, by the Zun River on Changzhou Island, and by the Gui River north of the city. However, in terms of long history and grand scale, the one by the Gui River north of the city was foremost, founded during the northern Song Dynasty's Zhaoqing era, so he dongly led him northward. Wuzhou's economy depended on water transport. Markets outside the city had always flourished, with numerous docks along the river. To the north of the city lay the famous North Gui Grand Dock. Originally, shops and trading houses proliferated here, merchants abounded, and many porters, boatmen, and raftsmen lived on the water. Now, however, only a stretch of ruins remained. Outside the North Gate, Ming army fortifications were being dismantled, and scattered labor teams in 2s and 3s cleared debris. The Dragon Mother Temple stood just east of the Gui River, opposite the famous North Gui Grand Dock. It wasn't far after exiting Dayun Gate to the north. This temple building remained complete and undamaged. The Ming army had directly abandoned this area outside the city, so it hadn't suffered warfare's ravages. By old timeline standards, the Dragon Mother Temple couldn't be considered large, but in the 17th century, it merited the description magnificent. The halls faced south with their backs to the north, nestled against mountains and near water. Hearing the great song prefect, was coming to offer incense, temple curates and Taoists hurriedly emerged to welcome him at the gate. Because rumors had long circulated in the neighborhood that the Australian prefect was coming to the Dragon Mother Temple to offer incense, quite a few idle commoners had gathered at the temple entrance to watch the spectacle. Kangwu County Yamen bailiffs shouted to maintain order. Surrounded by the crowd, Erren ascended the steps, entered through the mountain gate, and proceeded directly to the front hall. Though the Dragon Mother Temple hadn't suffered looting from war, it housed many refugees who'd suffered disasters outside the city. At this moment, able-bodied men had all formed teams and departed for work, while elderly, weak women and children gathered under corridor eaves on both sides. Bailiffs guarded them, forbidding fire lighting. Before Erren arrived, bailiffs had already received reports, and those inside the temple drove refugees to squat on both sides, forbidding whispered conversation. Only the ground hadn't been tidied in time. Broken bowls and tattered quilts lay strewn everywhere. Erren entered the temple and was stunned upon seeing the refugees beneath the corridor. He hadn't expected so many here too. Judging by their clothes, some refugees should have come from well-off or even wealthy families, but now they were reduced to squatting under temple corridors relying on gruel distribution for survival. There were also children and elderly who'd suffered from wind, cold, or shock, now lying sick on the ground without medicine or beds, groaning and crying by the wall beneath the eaves. He couldn't help but sigh secretly. No wonder people said it's better to be a dog in peace than a human in chaos. Wuzhou had fought for only a few days, yet its people had suffered such ravages. However, he couldn't devise any method to improve the refugees' living conditions. For now, he could only temporarily guarantee food supply. The front hall's scale was modest. Ideally, the plaque bore 4 seal characters. Erren didn't recognize them. He dongly explained these were the 4 characters for Li Zi Tian Zia, benefiting the world. In the center, the Dragon Mother statue was enshrined, with 5 small dragons coiling beneath the altar. The temple curate had long prepared incense and candles. Erren accepted them. He'd originally intended merely to go through motions, but the tragic state of livelihood along the way made him involuntarily burn incense and pray, praying that this goddess of the West River could protect Wuzhou's peace. Dragon Mother worship could be said to be deeply rooted in Wuzhou and other West River basin hearts. Though scholars like he dongly mostly held attitudes of keeping but not discussing, or teaching through gods, toward deities and immortals, folk beliefs would inevitably affect them. Seeing this overseas, Great Song Prefect display such piety toward the Dragon Mother, not only he dongly but also the commoners watching inside and outside the temple developed more or less favorable impressions. After offering incense, Erren toured the temple led by the curate and he dongly. The Dragon Mother Temple here possessed considerable scale. Starting from the mountain gate, there was the front hall, rear hall, left and right corridor rooms, corner pavilions. According to he dongli's introduction, this temple was founded in the northern Song dynasty and rebuilt during the Wanli era. It was the largest and had the most flourishing incense among the several local Dragon Mother temples. When the first day of the 5th lunar month arrives each year, the Dragon Mother's birthday represents the liveliest time, he dongly said. Boats sailing on the river upon encountering the Dragon Mother's birthday period, when sailing within 3 li of the Dragon Mother Temple, regardless of day or night, must blow whistles and beat gongs, bowing toward the temple from afar. When sailing to the river surface before the temple, they stop the boat and go ashore to enter the temple and pay respects, offering incense and candles. He explained that Dragon Mother's birthday worship started from the first day of the 5th month and concluded on the 15th. The 3 days and 2 nights of the 7th and 8th days and nights, and the 9th day's daytime constituted the climax. Not only did merchants and peddlers gather in clouds, but various entertainment troupes from everywhere also came to perform. People from local and neighboring counties, villages and towns also came to offer skills and sacrifice, making it very lively. Erren immediately thought this was a great opportunity for religious festivals to set the stage, and economy to perform the play. At the very least, it could promote urban-rural economic exchange. However, considering the Yao riots and currently unsafe roads, merchants and commoners probably wouldn't possess such good spirits. The root of improving the economy was possessing a peaceful environment. Erren suddenly understood this sentence profoundly. While sighing, the rifle-bearing guard whispered, "Chief, many commoners have gathered outside. Few bailiffs exist to suppress them, and guaranteeing safety is difficult. Let's depart through the side door." Erren disapproved. "We bear no grievances with Wuzhu's people. What safety issues could arise? This is also an opportunity to connect with the masses' feelings. Don't be panic-stricken at the slightest sound." Emerging from the Dragon Mother Temple, he observed quite a few commoners gathering outside to watch. Erren stood on the stone steps, smiling and waving to the crowd to show his closeness to the people. Seeing he bore no official airs, citizens all wanted to look closely at what this Australian prefect looked like and surged forward one after another. The bailiffs maintaining order were caught off guard and immediately couldn't suppress them. The guarding soldiers urged Erren to leave quickly. Erren felt no hurry. He enjoyed this feeling of sharing happiness with the people. He took measured steps, walking slowly down the stairs, waving throughout. Just as he reached the last step, a woman suddenly squeezed from the crowd and shouted, "Bald thief, die!" While shouting, a gleaming knife had already appeared in her hand, and she charged straight at Erren. This shout came suddenly. Erren was stunned. The guard was quick-eyed and deft-handed. He gave him a fierce shove, pushing him directly to the ground, and spread his limbs to cover his body. This shove and press made Erren see stars, almost unable to breathe. The guarding soldiers carried rifles on their backs and completely couldn't react amid the urgency. It was an agile bailiff beside them. The long whip used for crowd suppression in his hand lashed out, striking the woman's calf with one blow, and with a smooth roll, dragged her to the ground. Bailiffs on the side swarmed up, pinning the woman down with many hands. Someone grabbed her wrist and snatched the sharp knife from her hand. The soldiers quickly formed a circle, surrounding Erren in the center. Erren climbed up from the ground, only feeling cold sweat of fear, unable to speak for a long time. Seeing that the place where the woman fell was less than 2 or 3 meters from him, if not for the guard's quick reaction and the bailiff's fast movement, he would have been doomed. Even if he didn't die on the spot, chances of survival after having his stomach pierced in this place far from the Senate and without senator doctors were minimal. It was the first time his life had been threatened at such close range. While extremely terrified, he immediately erupted with great anger. In that rage, he intended to flare up on the spot and hang her on a lamppost to demonstrate the power of the Senate and people's democratic dictatorship. However, at this moment, under public gaze, it was inconvenient to get angry. Being pushed down by the guard just now already constituted loss of dignity. If he jumped in thunderous rage now, he would appear lacking depth. So he merely coughed and pretended calm, saying, "First, take her down, interrogate, slowly." Yes, bailiffs carried ropes with them and tied the woman up in a few moves. Only then did everyone see clearly that the assassin was a young woman, wearing a blue cloth short jacket, a moon-white vest, and a skirt below, with a white velvet flower pinned to her temple. She was a widow in mourning. What a pretty woman! Why did this little widow want to assassinate the Australian? Could she be the wife of a soldier who died in battle? What a pity for a perfectly good woman. This is seeking her own death. Looking at her actions, she is very unyielding, truly a remarkable woman. The surrounding onlookers whispered. Erren originally wished to say a few more words, but the guard urged him to leave quickly. Perhaps second or third assassins were hiding. Erren felt weak and diffident by this point. He originally felt, "The world is in my hands," but now he felt everyone is an enemy. He had no heart to show off anymore, so he nodded and said, "Let's return." The woman being taken down suddenly halted her footsteps, lowered her head, and bit the bailiff beside her fiercely. Taking advantage of the moment, the bailiff cried out in pain and released his grip. She struggled to break free from surrounding bailiffs, turned her head, and shouted loudly, "Kill me or cut me to pieces as you please. I was born a person of the great Ming, and I will die a ghost of the great Ming. I will never bend my knees to serve the bald thieves." The bailiffs turned pale with fright and rushed up to press her down on her knees again. The woman still cursed endlessly. "I am a descendant of Huaxia, long educated by civilization. You bald thieves have no ruler and no father, plunging the people into misery. You are all banished criminal thieves. Seeing me, why do you not bow down? Though the soldiers and horses before your bald thief hall are fierce, your indulgence in violence is roughly the same as the Eastern barbarians. Even a rat has skin, but bald people have no manners. If a person has no manners, why shouldn't he die? The mothers of bald people are all servant women. The fathers of bald people are all slaves. You thieving bones, in the future when you fall into the hands of the government troops, you will be crushed to powder." The shrill voice echoed on the stone steps before the Dragon Mother Temple. An old bailiff hurriedly came over and dislocated her jaw, and the string of curses turned into incoherent sounds. Erren was extremely annoyed at heart. A perfectly good, close to the people show was ruined by this woman. He could tell from surrounding people's expressions that they more or less sympathized with this woman. Since ancient times, commoners would always involuntarily admire their own kind who resisted power, and he couldn't help but sigh secretly, truly unable to appreciate favors. He composed himself and said to people around him with feigned casualness, "Take her back. Watch her closely. Don't let her die." Chapter 21:39. Difficulties abound because of this incident. Erren lost all intention of continuing to patrol inside and outside the city. However, 2 pontoon bridges still awaited inspection. The Kanglong Pontoon Bridge and the Gui River Pontoon Bridge, which connected the east, west, and south of the river, linking Wuzhou's 3 rivers and 6 banks into one whole. Now both pontoon bridges had been destroyed in the flames of war. Daily life and livelihoods of Wuzhou's people suffered greatly. For the Wuzhou municipal government, whether traffic flowed smoothly also related to whether security forces could rapidly reach various important points outside the city. So Erren had to inspect them. To reach the Gui River Pontoon Bridge from the Dragon Mother Temple, one only needed to follow the Gui River bank southward. This riverside area stood close to the urban zone and previously featured dense docks, warehouses, and shops, very lively. At this moment, however, broken walls and ruins appeared everywhere. Fortunately, most markets and docks survived, but every house was shuttered, presenting a cold and desolate scene. Erren sighed as he walked. The Fubo army fought somewhat excessively, beating it into such miserable condition. He suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, "Why are all shops here closed? Didn't we request them to open for business as soon as possible?" The accompanying pagia apologized with a smile. "Master doesn't know, this area outside the city currently wallows in chaos and turmoil. Bandits and bad people run rampant, and street gates are all damaged. Even in broad daylight people suffer robbery. How would shopkeepers dare open their doors for business?" Erren hadn't expected security outside the city to be so poor, but in retrospect it was inevitable. The old 3 classes of bailiffs were either dead or fled. Many people, knowing about the bailiff cleanup in Guangzhou, asked themselves whether they had blood debts and public anger. Even if alive, they naturally didn't dare return. In the end, only 20 people came to report for duty. Just maintaining security inside the city already exceeded their ability. As for the hurriedly established militia, that was merely a mob with nothing to show for it yet. Rest assured, I will arrange for the militia to come on duty immediately. It's just that merchants here also need to contribute and repair all street gates. Wherever damaged gaps exist, regardless of whether using bricks or wood, They should be blocked up. The pagia naturally agreed repeatedly. Zhao Fengshan hurriedly made another note in his small notebook. This was an instruction for all senator secretaries. Speeches made by senators during inspections and talks outside must have key points recorded to form a memorandum. In the past, senators often issued various instructions, frequently during inspections, but forgot them completely after returning, leaving a poor impression of liking empty talk on naturalized citizens and indigenous people. Erren declined the sedan chair, walking and looking along the street, stopping from time to time to inquire and ask after needs. Before arriving at the new Shikao Dung dock where the Gui River pontoon bridge was located. The Gui River pontoon bridge's location was roughly at the later Yuanjiang Bridge's position. East of the bridge was Niushi Dock, connecting to Zionan Road in the east. West of the bridge was the Sanhizui Grand Drill Ground. At bridgeheads on both banks, dozens of steps were built with bricks and stones. A pair of iron pillars stood on each side, hung with 2 wrought iron chains. Boats were moored to the chains, and wooden planks were framed on the boats and between them to form a bridge with railings on both sides. However, at this moment, not only were the boats missing without trace, but even the 2 iron chains were broken and sunk in river water. Below the dock, many wrecks of ships that had been sunk or burned remained. Combined with the war-destroyed houses near Niushi Dock, it presented a desolate and lonely post-war scene. He Dongli explained that this pontoon bridge was first built under Han Yang's and the local garrison eunuch Chen Ping's auspices. It utilized a total of 56 boats, with 10 additional boats as reserves to be added or removed according to water level to facilitate bridge deck adjustment. It had been repaired and replaced over the years. Only the iron pillars and chains were still original items. The iron chains themselves could be opened and closed. When ships passed, they could be loosened to give way to the channel. When no ships were passing, they could be connected again. Though slightly inconvenient for Gui River traffic, it was a great benevolent policy for inhabitants on both banks. Whether from perspectives of winning popular support, deploying troops conveniently, or restoring market prosperity, this pontoon bridge had to be repaired as soon as possible. Erren asked the local pagia to summon the bridgekeeper. Upon inquiry, he found that boats hadn't been completely destroyed. 7 or 8 reserve boats survived. Even so, the gap wasn't small. The bridgekeeper also complained incessantly. It turned out that, although the government built this bridge, daily use and maintenance were the responsibility of nearby merchants and people. Though the government sent personnel to set up bridgehead checkpoints to collect taxes, maintenance costs for this bridge were all self-raised by merchants and people, which became a major burden for shops on both banks. Listening to the representative complaining there, he felt slightly impatient at heart. He'd heard too many such words since entering the city. Endless complaints, retained clerks and bailiffs in the yamen, the gentry and elders, the common people. As long as he asked about specific situations, difficulties abounded. They looked at him eagerly, hoping he would devise a solution. Even naturalized cadres and soldiers held this tone. In their view, senators should be omnipotent. How do you know that I am also a clay bodhisattva crossing the river, not knowing where the solution is myself? Thinking of the poverty-stricken appearance of the Rehabilitation Bureau gentry, Erren's mood worsened. He didn't know how the fundraising for money and grain was progressing. With such weary mood, Erren hurriedly departed the ferry crossing and returned to the prefecture yamen. The planning agency's search team had already inventoried part of the spoils of war and the contents of various public treasuries at Wuzhou prefecture and county levels, and compiled them into a booklet. Erren examined it. Overall, there wasn't much profit, almost no grain or money. He hated Xingwenken even more at heart. How much money and grain had been wasted in Wuzhou with tens of thousands of people? There were quite a few miscellaneous materials in the spoils, but most were swords, spears, and military weapons, which offered no help to his current predicament. He couldn't use so many swords and spears, and the Senate didn't value the Ming Dynasty's firearms. Looking around, only the ships abandoned by the Ming army had some value. At least they could be used to repair the pontoon bridge. He calculated which things could be used and which matters needed handling as soon as possible, writing while thinking. After a long time, he felt a headache. Getting up and walking around a circle, he suddenly remembered the female assassin and called Zhaoqing. How is that female assassin? Detained in the prefecture prison, Zhaoqing said. According to the bailiff, her temperament is particularly unyielding. She tried to bite her tongue after being caught, and later tried to hit her head against the wall on the way. Right now she is caned to the wall, and even her mouth is stuffed with things. The punishment's room clerk asks for the chief's instructions, how to dispose of her. This kind of matter just needed a naturalized cadre responsible for security to handle. The importance was nothing more than digging out whether an anti-Senate group existed behind the scenes. If troublesome, direct disposal was also fine, whether execution on the spot or showing leniency and escorting her to Lingao for labor reform. It was just a matter of one sentence. However, Erren's journalist instinct revived. There must be big news behind this. His nose seemed to smell the stench of major social news, completely disregarding that he was one of the parties involved. No, I want to interrogate her personally, Erren said decisively. In addition to his nature being hard to change, this also contained his intention to use familiar things to dilute the boring emotions before him. Yes, I'll go summon someone to bring her over. Zhaoqing had worked with the chiefs for a long time and was used to their sudden ideas. The phrase, "the chief is always right," had almost become a superstition for old naturalized citizens, so he turned to do it without any doubt. Erren stopped him. I'll go to the prison cell to interrogate, don't bring her over. This place had been converted into an office, filled with documents and maps. It was inappropriate to let prisoners and retained bailiffs enter. Erren still possessed this bit of confidentiality awareness. Zhaoqing immediately led the way, taking him to the prefecture prison's gate. The Wuzhou prefecture prison was actually in the prefecture Yangming's southwest corner. Although the scale and construction quality of prefecture and county prisons in the Great Ming varied, they were all carved from the same mold and form. Specifically, they were all built according to the Yangming form set by Zhu Yuanzhang. Wuzhou prefecture Yangming was no exception. Don't be fooled by ordinary civilian houses, which were mostly wooden structures or bamboo fences pasted with mud. This large prison and the county Yangming received the same treatment, both built with handmade blue bricks, very fastidious. The walls were tall and solid. With many years' passage, it appeared very gloomy. The prefecture prison's main gate was hard mountain-style tiled house, 3 bays wide and 1 bay deep, facing north. The middle bay was the main gate, and the 2 side bays were vertical lattice windows. This was the prison entrance and also where guards sat on duty, so it was also called the passing hall. In the passing hall, the prison head and jailers had already received news. One by one, they changed into neat clothes to welcome him. Seeing Erren coming, they bowed in unison. Erren waved his hand. No need for formalities. Where is the assassin? Detained in death row at the back. The head stepped forward and reported respectfully. This woman is very unyielding and attempted suicide several times. We can only hang her. Please give instructions, master, where to interrogate. Erren looked at this passing hall. The place wasn't big, and the east and west rooms were inconvenient because they were office and duty places for the prison head. He remembered seeing the prison god temple in the Beijing Opera Su-san under police escort. Since it was a temple, there must be at least one room which could be used for interrogation. I heard there's a prison god temple in the prison. Let it be there. The prison head was stunned and smiled apologetically. There is naturally a prison god temple only. The place is too small and not very convenient. This, on the contrary, aroused Erren's suspicion. He hadn't visited a prison before and at this moment intended to take a look, so he said, "What's to fear if it's small? If it's not suitable, we'll change then. Lead the way." Seeing he had made up his mind, the prison head couldn't disobey, so he immediately led the way in front. Passing through the passing hall, there was a long and narrow courtyard. A row of prison cells stood on each of the east and west sides, with a corridor in the middle, only 2 meters wide. Above the whole courtyard, there was truly only a strip of sky. Walking in the corridor felt indescribably gloomy and depressing. From time to time, one could smell the stench of dampness. The head said this was the cell for ordinary prisoners. 8 cells stood on each side. At this moment, because the government had released all prisoners before the city fell, the cells were empty. Erren looked in curiously at the door for a moment. The cell's area was extremely small, with a depth of no more than 1.5 meters and a width of no more than 2 meters. Chapter 21, 40. Another idea. A powerful stench of feces, urine, and mold assaulted his nose. Erren immediately covered his nose. The light in the cell was extremely dim. It took a while before he could discern the room's appearance clearly. Thick brick walls, dirt floor. Inside there was only a bamboo plank bed, on which some blackened and moldy straw was messily piled. In the corner sat a clay pot, emitting waves of stench. The cell door was narrow and the window small, with sturdy bars allowing only a sliver of light to penetrate. The interior was dim and damp, the brick walls speckled with mold, and moss grew along the wall bases. One could imagine the harsh, humid environment here. No wonder so many prisoners in ancient times died of illness in prison. In such an environment, illness came extremely easily, and without medicine or proper care, one would lose their life in an instant. The prison head smiled apologetically. "It's dirty and smelly inside. Master, please don't tarry long, it will soil your excellency's eyes." Erren shook his head. This hellhole was too terrible. However, he said nothing. Right now, matters were as numerous as hairs on an ox, and he simply couldn't attend to these problems. He remembered a notification had been issued specifically regarding the Guangzhou prisoner release incident, asking directors of various places not to easily release all detained prisoners. He could now fully understand the soldiers' actions. This was simply a hell on earth. Hearing that the chief wanted to interrogate personally in the prison, the prefecture prison jailers all emerged to welcome him. Erren looked at them. They didn't look like vicious people, not much different from ordinary Great Ming people he saw, and their clothes were also gray and dusty. However, he'd heard from Social Affairs Department senators that, although bailiff status was low, they lived off what was available to them, and each possessed a set of ways to get money. As long as they were officially on duty, not to mention getting rich, having no worries about food and clothing wasn't a problem. Converting the long and narrow courtyard, at the end was a courtyard that formed a T shape with the ordinary cells. This was the so-called death row. The death row was also not big. To the east were cells for death row prisoners, and to the south were 2 small rooms which were places where jailers lived and stayed on duty daily. A small shrine was inlaid on the courtyard's west wall, the prison head said. "This is the prison god temple." It turned out this prison god temple had no house. If the area under the roof eaves sheltering from wind and rain above the shrine was counted, it was less than half a square meter. Let alone trying a case, even sheltering from rain would be difficult. There was a hole in the north wall's corner near the prison god temple that led directly outside. The prison head said this was called the death prisoner hole. Actually, death row prisoners were generally executed at the execution ground. This was actually for dragging out corpses of prisoners who died of illness in prison. According to rules, corpses couldn't go out through the main gate, so they were all dragged outside through this hole. "This place is too small," Erren criticized privately. The entire Wuzhou prefecture prison was just this bit of space. He roughly estimated that, fully calculated, it was no more than 600 square meters. How many prisoners could this hold? Since the prison god temple was basically not a temple, there was naturally no way to interrogate in the temple. So the place for trying the case was moved to the two small rooms in the south. One of these two small rooms had a bed for jailers to rest, while the outer one was where jailers tortured prisoners. Various cangs and torture instruments were dazzlingly arranged by the wall, still stained with black spots of blood, indescribably gloomy and terrifying. Erren glanced at them with some disgust, regretting in his heart why he didn't have the person brought to the hall for interrogation. Now that he'd come, it was inconvenient to go back on his word, so he would just have to overcome it here. These torture instruments could also be considered atmosphere setting. He nodded. "Let it be here. Bring the person." Two jailers responded and went hurriedly. The prison head busily carried a chair to the center, which counted as Erren's official seat. In a short while, two jailers brought the female assassin in. Saying brought, it was actually carried. Not only was her hair disheveled and face grimy, clothes torn and messy, but even the embroidered shoes on her feet were gone, wrapped randomly with foot-binding strips and dragging on the ground. She looked as if she'd been severely tortured, which startled Erren. What was going on? He frowned and said, "What? Someone has already interrogated her." The two jailers smiled slightly awkwardly, but the head already knew what was happening and hurriedly reported. This woman was extremely restless after entering prison. Not only did she insult the master and the Senate endlessly, but she also tried to commit suicide several times. We had no choice but to teach her some rules. These are old rules in the prison. Erren nodded. Seeing the female assassin's withered appearance and bloodstains on her clothes, obviously this teaching rules had been quite cruel. He vaguely knew about the various cruel acts against prisoners in Great Ming prisons, and couldn't help feeling some sympathy for this woman at heart. "Kneel down." With a shout from the prison head, the woman shivered and immediately collapsed to her knees. Upon kneeling, presumably touching some painful spot, her body trembled again, and she only knelt carefully sideways. Erren could now clearly see this woman who'd intended to take his life. Seeing that this woman was about 20 years old, her appearance wasn't particularly outstanding. Her clothing texture, fair skin, bound feet, and other physical characteristics all showed she wasn't a bottom-level commoner, at least at the level of a genteel lady from a humble family. Looking at her appearance, she'd probably suffered quite a bit in this half-day. Why did she, a delicate woman, suddenly want to assassinate him? Although the person before him came to take his life, Erren couldn't hate her. Instead, he felt faint sympathy at heart. Silent for a long time, Erren finally opened his mouth and asked, "Who are you? Why do you want to assassinate me?" The woman raised her head and glanced at him, her eyes containing surprise, hatred, and fear. Seeing him staring straight at her, she hurriedly turned her head sideways again, trembling. "Since I've fallen into your hands, what is there to say?" "Kill me or cut me to pieces as you please." The voice was weak, but what she spoke wasn't the Guangzhou vernacular popular in Wuzhou, but Mandarin. Erren was startled. "You're not a local." The woman remained silent. The jailer beside her shouted, "The master is asking. Answer properly. If you're not honest, the master will serve you well in a while." This shout was very effective. The woman trembled all over and whispered, "Civilian woman Kai Lan from Changshan Prefecture, Xugang." Where was Changshan Prefecture, Xugang? Erren didn't know. He only roughly knew it was in Hubei and Hunan. How did a person from the two lakes run to Wuzhou, Guangdong? Erren knew Ming Dynasty women couldn't travel alone, let alone travel long distances. Most likely she came to Wuzhou with her father or husband. Upon further questioning, he learned that Kai Lan came from a scholarly family and was betrothed since childhood. Her fiancé found a job in Wuzhou last year and sent someone to pick her up to complete the marriage. Unexpectedly, not long after arriving in Wuzhou, Wuzhou fell into flames of war. Her fiancé committed suicide, servants fled completely, and she wandered here alone, helpless. She then had the idea of avenging her husband and then sacrificing herself to follow him. Suicide? Erren was slightly puzzled. Since your fiancé committed suicide, what does it have to do with my great song? My husband is Xing Chenghuan. Kai Lan sobbed quietly when mentioning her husband's name. Who was Xing Chenghuan? Zai Erren was blank for a moment until Zhao Fengshan reminded him. Xing Chenghuan was the advisor in Wuzhou Prefecture. After the prefect committed suicide, he also committed suicide in the second hall and left 2 death poems. So it was him. Zai Erren suddenly realized, secretly cursing this Xing Chenghuan at heart. You weren't an official defending the soil. Why commit suicide to martyr for the country? Leaving this young wife alone and helpless in a foreign land, and causing her to come and assassinate me, the chief, truly sinful. Looking again at this Kai Lan, kneeling on the ground and crying sadly, her pear blossom bathed in rain appearance was actually quite moving. Zai Erren's heart stirred slightly. This little lady is quite lovely. With this thought, his heart softened and his tone relaxed. So it is like this. However, your husband was also quite meaningless. He wasn't an official of the great Ming. Why did he have to follow that prefect who to commit suicide and martyr for the country, leaving you alone wandering in a foreign land, truly heartless? These words were unfitting for an official's dignity. Whether bailiffs, jailers, or Kai Lan, they were all stunned. Only Zhao Fengshan, who'd been with the chiefs for a long time, understood the senator's thinking mode very well, just standing there with puffed cheeks and keeping a straight face without speaking. My Senate attacked Guangdong to console the people and punish the wicked, to save the suffering people of the great Ming. That prefect who was stubborn and unchangeable. After all, he'd received Changzhen's imperial grace, been an official for a few years, and eaten salary for a few years. Your husband was just an ordinary scholar, yet he also followed prefect who to commit suicide. Truly a muddled person, truly letting down a good woman like you. Zai Erren felt there was nothing more to ask. He harbored a thought at heart. The original plan of execution on the spot, or escorting back to Lingao for disposal, had been cancelled. Under the emotion of pitying fragrance and cherishing jade, he had the idea of transformation. To be honest, Zai Erren didn't lack women, and Kai Lan wasn't some heavenly beauty with a devilish figure. But what could give one a greater sense of accomplishment than transforming an enemy's woman who hated you to the bone, making her eventually devoted to you? As the saying goes, the greatest joy of a man lies in conquering the chaotic masses, defeating the enemy, seizing everything they have, riding their fine horses and taking their beautiful wives and concubines. Zai Erren said, though she intended assassination, there was cause for it and circumstances are pitiable. I have no intention of delving deeper. A poor, helpless, weak woman. No need to keep her in prison anymore. Help her clean up and detain her in the Earth God Shrine first to await disposal. The Earth God Shrine was also a building in the local Yamen, located on the courtyard's east side between the main gate and second gate of the Yamen, directly facing the prison's main gate on the west. The Earth God Shrine in local Yamens was a Ming Dynasty characteristic, and it was also an invention of Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang. It was said that this beggar-turned emperor had witnessed the corruption of official administration in the late Yuan dynasty among the people. So after founding the country, he took advocating clean government as an urgent task to consolidate political power. In addition to setting up the heaven is hard to deceive admonition stone in the Yamen, he ordered the whole country to specially set up a temple on the left of the prefecture, department, county, and guard to worship the Earth God. In addition to worshipping the Earth God, any official who embezzled more than 60 taels of silver would be beheaded for public display and then peeled and stuffed with straw. It was said the place for peeling skin was in the Earth God Shrine, so it was also called the Skin Field Temple. Chapter 21, 41 Thoughts of Merit. The Earth God Shrine had fallen into disuse years ago, serving no purpose beyond its nominal function of housing the local deity. For Zai Erren, however, it presented an ideal solution, a vacant space offering far superior conditions to the main prison, yet conveniently located just opposite it. The arrangement struck a delicate balance. preferential treatment that wouldn't draw undue scrutiny. Zhao Fengshan stiffened at the order. "Chief, this seems inadvisable," he ventured carefully. "The woman attempted to assassinate a senator, a capital offense under our laws. Even if you wish to extend clemency and ensure due process, she ought to be remanded to Guangzhou for trial before the South China Army court-martial." Displeasure flickered across Zai Erren's features. "We lack the resources to transport her to Guangzhou at present. She'll remain detained in the Earth God Shrine." Zhao Fengshan's mouth opened to suggest the captive encampment as an alternative, but the sharpness in Zai Erren's expression silenced him. The bailiffs, ever attuned to their superiors' moods, read the situation with practiced ease. The prison head had already divined the chief's true intent. "Girl," he barked at Kai Lan, "kowtow and express your gratitude for the master's benevolence." Before the dazed woman could respond, Zai Erren rose abruptly, a telltale warmth creeping into his cheeks. The sensation that everyone had penetrated his motives gripped him. Anxious not to cultivate a reputation for licentiousness among the locals, he declared with studied formality, "I have other matters requiring attention. Though her accommodations have improved, she remains a prisoner and must be guarded vigilantly. Any abuse will be severely punished." With that, he swept out with his entourage. The jailers, having correctly interpreted their master's interest in the female prisoner, transformed their demeanor instantly. Wreathed in obsequious smiles, they helped Kai Lan to her feet, showering her with auspicious platitudes about escaping the abyss of suffering as they escorted her away with newfound deference. An official speaks one line, his subordinates break their legs running to fulfill it. The jailers mobilized immediately. Within the hour, Kai Lan's status metamorphosed from condemned wretch awaiting death to Miss Kai. The prison head congratulated himself on his promptness. Had the master delayed until nightfall, the woman would surely have been violated by the guards, creating an impossible predicament to explain. He dispatched men to furnish the Earth God Shrine with bedding and other necessities, while summoning the county's official matchmaker, a woman who functioned as a semi-official female guard, handling matters involving female prisoners. He pressed a packet of medicinal salve into her hands with instructions to treat Kai Lan's wounds. "The Australian master has taken an interest in this woman," he confided. "Attend to her with the utmost care." Since her arrest, Kai Lan had endured a savage beating with killer batons, been shackled to a waste bucket, and worn heavy cangs on both wrists and ankles. Raised in comfortable circumstances, such brutality had been unimaginable to her. The ordeal had left her utterly depleted. She'd resigned herself to death after failing to assassinate the bald official. Now that same official not only declined to prosecute her but had removed her from the dungeon and granted her privileges. The reversal felt dreamlike, leaving her unmoored and disoriented. "Lift!" At the headman's cry, 8 pallbearers strained in unison, hoisting the coffin from the central hall. A handful of monks and Taoist priests yawned as they gathered their implements and began to disperse. Qiuchen's relatives who'd come to assist busied themselves packing away the funeral accoutrements. The turmoil of war had truncated Qiuchen's husband's funeral to a mere 7 days. Originally from Teng County and still young, he'd never purchased burial land locally. In the current chaos, hiring a feng shui master to select an auspicious site proved impossible. They'd settled on temporary interment at a temple, planning to escort the coffin home for proper burial once the roads grew safe again. The mourners consisted primarily of local relatives and friends. In these perilous times, even a single journey from countryside to city invited disaster. One distant relation had traveled to attend the funeral only to encounter bandits near the city gates. They'd stripped him of everything, leaving him to arrive at the door clad only in shorts. According to his account, he'd knelt and pleaded that he was a mourning guest and killing him would bring ill fortune. This superstition alone had spared his life. The condolence bearers kowtowed and offered incense before inevitably settling down for tea and conversation with Erren, who served as the family's receptionist. None recognized this purported distant cousin of Qiuchun's late husband, but given that the deceased hailed from a large and ancient Teng County clan with sprawling kinship networks, this occasioned no surprise. Moreover, the cousin presented himself as a well-traveled man of broad learning and eloquent speech, qualities that encouraged companionable discourse. Talk inevitably turned to the shattered state of the world, with several guests surreptitiously cursing the bald thieves. Their logic held a certain brutal truth. Had the invaders not fought their way to Wuzhou, the city would have been spared military catastrophe. Qiuchun's husband would still draw breath, and that unfortunate rural relative wouldn't have suffered the indignity of being stripped naked by bandits. This line of complaint opened the floodgates to further grievances. Most of Qiuchun's maternal relatives were Wuzhou natives who combined commerce and farming, middling households with modest property. The army's passage alone, particularly the chaos attending Xingwenken's flight, had cost many families their homes and livelihoods. Even those whose persons and property remained intact had endured days of terror that scarred them deeply. The Australians parade under banners proclaiming they console the people and punish the wicked, claiming to seek the people's welfare, one merchant grumbled. The moment they entered Wuzhou, their first act was imposing a reasonable burden. Every shop must pay. Now the Rehabilitation Bureau compels every establishment to open for business, yet the streets stand empty at midday. To whom shall we sell our goods? At least they've arrested all the beggars, another interjected. Saves us from having to distribute alms with business already so poor. Beggars pose little concern, a middle-aged man sighed. It's the Rehabilitation Bureau that proves truly onerous. First, a reasonable burden demanding collective payment. Then, strengthening security, requiring every pagia to provide able-bodied men. Now they demand we repair the pontoon bridge, admirable in principle, but it means yet another requisition of our money and labor. Since the so-called recovery, not a single cargo vessel has descended from Guangxi. This complaint came from a relative who operated a rice shop. Grain flows only outward. They promise shipments from Guangzhou, yet we've seen not a single grain boat. Meanwhile, every rice merchant receives assignments to supply the military, and they've issued price controls forbidding increases. It's tantamount to sanctioned robbery. Viceroy Xugang of the Great Ming demanded we supply military grain. Now Australian Chief Xi makes identical demands. Either way, the common people serve merely as fish and meat for the powerful. They urge us to resume trade to invigorate the economy, another merchant scoffed. The great master demonstrates profound ignorance of worldly realities. Chaos and war reign everywhere. Bandits plague the roads just beyond the city walls. Travel by river. Guangxi remains Ming territory. Their goods cannot reach us, nor can ours reach them. Downstream, we hear the Yao Cave dwellers have risen in rebellion. Even boatmen refuse passage without Australian gunboat escorts. To pursue trade now is to court death. Erren listened to their litany of complaints while offering appropriate commiseration. His recent excursions beyond Qiuchun's home had been brief and infrequent. Yet what he'd witnessed with his own eyes testified to the Australians' remarkable efficiency. In a matter of days, they'd accomplished an astonishing array of tasks: corpse collection, debris clearance, refugee relief, wall repairs. The streets no longer harbored beggars or abandoned bodies. Civic order had been substantially restored. Though shops saw sparse custom, claiming not even a ghost constituted hyperbole, establishments dealing in daily necessities still conducted business. Even suburban security, contrary to the dire portrait painted here, showed improvement. Farmers already hawked vegetables in the markets. By Great Ming standards, this Master Xi already qualified as a capable official among local administrators. Erren harbored visceral antipathy toward the bald thieves, yet intellectual honesty compelled acknowledgement. They possessed genuine administrative competence. Since taking refuge in Qiuchun's household, Erren had formulated no long-range strategy. His immediate aim remained simple: evade capture by the bald thieves, then depart westward once circumstances stabilized and roads cleared. Xung's patronage was likely lost. The emperor would never forgive the loss of Guangdong. But anywhere beyond the bald thieves' dominion offered possibilities. He'd retain some prospects for advancement. Yet this casual conversation among mourners revealed an opportunity he might exploit. During these confined days, he'd gleaned crucial intelligence. The Australians had failed to conquer Wuzhu's entire territory due to the Yao Cave Rebellion. More significantly, their main army had withdrawn from Wuzhu, leaving only a skeleton garrison. Several counties on the route to Guangxi remained untaken. Government forces still defended Teng County, where Xing Wencan reportedly resided. The distance from Guangxi to the capital ensured a protracted communication delay. From the defeat report's receipt to the imperial decree ordering Xing Wencan's arrest would consume at minimum 1 or 2 months. Throughout this window, Xing Wencan retained his authority as viceroy of Lianzhou. Desperate for self-preservation, Xing would inevitably scheme toward a counteroffensive. If he could ascertain conditions within the city and establish contact with the viceroy in time, the government forces might yet prevail. Wuzhu's garrison stood depleted, popular sentiment remained volatile, and the Yao rebellion constrained the bald thieves from the rear. The moment invited counterattack. Moreover, Lord Xing's urgent need to earn redemptive merit would overcome his habitual strategic timidity. If he could incite select bailiffs and commoners to revolt, seize a city gate, and guide government troops inside, the bald thieves' meager forces, formidable though they were, would be compelled to evacuate. Better still if they could capture or execute that real bald Senator Zai himself. Wuzhu commanded the gateway to Lianzhou. Should government forces reclaim it decisively, the bald thieves would forfeit their foothold in the region, forced to retreat eastward along the West River toward Fengchuan County, straight into protracted combat with the Yao. Once ignited, such Yao uprisings persisted for years. Given time, circumstances could shift dramatically. He would have achieved merit of the highest order. Heat flooded through Yehaoren at the thought. He yearned to rush into the streets immediately, gathering intelligence on the bald thieves, making contact with potential allies, rallying them to raise the banner of righteousness. "Master Hao, your complexion appears quite flushed. Have you been overtaxing yourself?" Yehaoren started, hastily mastering his excitement. "I've slept poorly of late," he deflected, adding a deliberately mournful sigh. "To think I traveled these many years intending finally to return home for peaceful retirement, only to encounter such warfare and chaos." "You speak truly, sir," someone commiserated. "In these times, not a peaceful corner exists in all the realm. The great Ming teeters on the precipice." Chapter 21, 42. Xunli's return. Yehaoren's gaze followed the voice to its source. The speaker appeared to be in his early 50s, a middle-aged man dressed in scholar's robes, though his sun-darkened complexion and weathered skin betrayed a life spent exposed to the elements rather than sequestered in libraries. The man hadn't come as family, but as an emissary dispatched to present condolence gifts on behalf of a wealthy distant relation. According to Qiuchen, this relative ranked among the local magnates, yet resided year-round in a fortified mountain stronghold. In these chaotic times with warfare ravaging the countryside, he dared not venture forth lest bandits, those great heaven seconds, kidnap him as a prize fat pig for ransom. "May I ask your name?" "My surname is Zun, given name the single character Li." Though the scholar spoke Mandarin, his accent carried peculiar inflections unlike the Cantonese-tinged pronunciation common among locals. Yehaoren cupped his hands in salutation. "Long have I looked up to you." The courtesy was purely formulaic, yet unexpectedly, a bitter smile flickered across Xunli's features, the expression of one who'd endured life's vicissitudes, drifting rootless from place to place. Yehaoren's instincts sharpened. This Xunli was no ordinary retainer. As if reading his thoughts, Xunli offered him a faint, knowing smile, one that penetrated secrets yet harbored no malice, Abruptly, Xunlis stepped forward and executed a formal bow. Long have I looked up to, Master Yi, Hao Ran's illustrious name. When he pronounced Yi, his voice dropped to barely a whisper, yet Yehaoren heard it with crystal clarity. He started involuntarily. What did you say? Does the master wish everyone present to know? Xunli murmured. Please step aside with me. Confusion warred with alarm in Yehaoren's mind. This Xunli evidently knew his identity, yet judging from his demeanor, bore no ill intent. Cautiously, he withdrew to a quieter corner. His heart spiraled with anxiety. He'd spent minimal time in Wuzhou and maintained scant relations with locals. By all logic, no one should recognize him. How had this retainer of a local magnate penetrated his disguise? Once they'd reached the courtyard, Xunli whispered, Is Master Yi well? Who are you? Yehaoren demanded in an undertone. How do you know my name? Xunli inclined his head slightly. I am but an insignificant figure, yet Master Yi holds a position of some standing among Viceroy Xung's private advisors. Naturally, I recognize you. Then you are also. Yehaoren ransacked his memory but couldn't recall such a person among Xing Wenken's staff or Wuzhou's civil and military officials. Of course, his own familiarity with these circles remained limited. During the peak concentration of dozens of officials in Wuzhou, their advisors and retainers numbered well over 100. Whether I am or not matters little, Xunli replied with studied nonchalance. What concerns me is this. Now that the funeral has concluded, what does Master Yi intend to do next? What can I do? Yehaoren responded evasively. I can only wait for the roads to grow marginally safer, then depart Wuzhou to seek other opportunities. In my estimation, seeking refuge with Viceroy Xung no longer constitutes a viable option. Xunli's bluntness was startling. He can scarcely protect himself. His generals and officials have long since ceased to honor their oaths. Even if Master Yi carries patriotic fervor, Viceroy Xung possesses the will but lacks the capacity to employ it. Such candor carried immense risk. Speaking these words in a city controlled by the bald thieves demonstrated both trust in Yehaoren's loyalty and intimate knowledge of his character. Yehaoren nodded slowly. I presume you've come to illuminate a clearer path for this humble scholar. Xunli regarded him intently. A clearer path I dare not claim. It may well prove a dead end. Since the bald thieves established themselves in Lingao, all who opposed them have scarcely escaped death. Does the master still possess the courage to walk this road? I will walk it. Yehaoren didn't hesitate. Then I shall speak plainly. Xunli glanced toward the guests still conversing in the main hall, then lowered his voice further. I am no retainer. That gentleman I replaced, I killed him. What? Shock jolted through Yehaoren. Hear me out, Xunli urged. In truth, I've assembled 100 sworn brothers outside the city, men unafraid to fight and kill. Seeing Yehaoren's expression shift, he hastened to clarify. Master, please don't misunderstand. I'm no bandit. Originally, I belonged to the gentry of Lingao County. When the bald thieves landed there, I fought them to the death but suffered defeat. My elder brother and nephew both perished in battle. Not one member of my household survived. Later, I fled to the viceroy of Lianguang's office. When commander, he mounted his campaign against Lingao. I served as advisor to his staff. What followed was Gu Xunli's tale, though Yehaoren knew him only as Xunli. After failing to incite bandit attacks against the Australians in Vietnam, Gu Xunli had wandered the region for years. Though he and Rotnai Hu had assembled a sizable force, the Australians' anti-bandit operations shattered them, destroying nearly 80% of their strength. The survivors lost their appetite for suicidal confrontations with the Australians in Vietnam. One former bandit from Wuzhou suggested returning there. At least Wuzhou, as a commercial hub teeming with merchants, offered richer pickings than northern Vietnam. The return to Wuzhou precipitated internal power struggles. Rotnai Hu commanded through bravery in the vanguard, Gu Xunli through divine strategy and wondrous calculation, while the bandits themselves exerted themselves obediently. Working in concert, they'd finally established a foothold. Yet Gu Xunli remained anxious for news of his son and unwilling to remain a bandit permanently. He'd bid farewell to Hu and slipped back to Macau seeking Li Xia. Years of failure, however, had yielded nothing against the bald thieves, and his intelligence on them remained meager. Li Xia had lost interest in him. Beyond providing meals and lodging, she simply discarded him, paying him no further mind. Gu II lingered in Macau for over a month, seeing Li Xia only once. Recognizing his uselessness to this woman, he'd slunk back to Guangzhou dejectedly to assess the situation. In Guangzhou, not only had Gu's arrogance intensified, but the bald thieves had erected their brazen, great world complex directly outside the city. The Guangzhou bureaucracy not only turned blind eyes to the bald thieves, but actively courted their favor. An anti-bald warrior like Gu II, far from being valued, became a pariah, a god of plagues everyone avoided. He'd become a stray dog. Worse still, Gu Chengshuan, who'd originally followed Commander He as part of the returning Home Corps, had vanished without trace. The Li brothers maintained complete silence. Gu Xunli spent what little silver remained inquiring through various Guangzhou Yangmings, but gleaned no concrete intelligence. He'd heard only that his son hadn't returned to Guangzhou after departing with Commander He. Presumably, he'd perished in Hainan. He'd wept bitterly. Grief aside, he required new plans. Then came news that proprietor Gu had posted a reward of 100 taels of silver for the heads of father and son Gu. Without a head, an arm or leg fetched 50 taels. Hu hadn't escaped notice either, 50 taels for him as well. Every desperado in Guangzhou burned with avarice. Naturally, he couldn't remain there. The city had subtly transformed into the bald thieves' domain. Returning to Qiangzhou Prefecture proved equally impossible. He'd had no choice but to rejoin Hu as a bandit. Within the bandit gang, he held advisor status and ranked as Hu's sworn brother, a figure at the leadership level. Life in the mountain stronghold could be termed carefree in one sense, yet compared to his former existence as local gentry, it fell pitifully short. Dwelling in wilderness, inhabiting crude structures, consuming coarse fare, mingling daily with vulgar mountain folk, even the women captured for their pleasure were largely homely and rough. His family enterprise destroyed, his son's fate uncertain, himself reduced to such circumstances. The flames of vengeance within him hadn't dimmed with age but burned ever more fiercely. Then, unexpectedly, opportunity delivered itself directly to his doorstep. The bandits learned immediately of the bald thieves capturing Wuzhou. For bandit gangs, periods when great armies passed through and warfare raged presented prime opportunities for enrichment, like hyenas feasting on carrion in a lion's wake. Exploiting the Ming army's collapse and Wuzhou's fall, local bandit gangs profited handsomely. Hu's gang proved no exception, yet hyenas benefited from the lion's leavings only by maintaining distance, especially when that lion was the bald thieves. Hu's gang had suffered grievously at their hands, breeding extreme caution. The bandits maintained informants within the city. Gu Xunli had ascertained the general situation following the bald thieves' occupation. The fires of revenge drove him to monitor Australian movements with particular intensity. Wuzhou broken, popular sentiment unstable, and with the recent Yao Cave rebellions prompting the bald thieves' main army to withdraw from Wuzhou in panic, leaving only a skeleton garrison, Gu II recognized his moment had arrived. The bandits lacked passion for monarchical loyalty or patriotism, yet Wuzhou as plunder represented fat meat, countless local bandits dared only dream of claiming. Moreover, if they could genuinely achieve victory in Wuzhou and kill several true balds or fake balds, the imperial court would certainly reward them lavishly. For bandits, amnesty, offering legitimacy and the chance to glorify their ancestors, held tremendous appeal. Consequently, Gu Xunli required minimal effort to persuade Hu and the entire gang, yet their gang numbered merely 100-odd men. Hu and the others had fought the Australians and comprehended their strength well. Even with only 100 or so fake balds in the city, they'd prove overwhelming in pitched battle. As for recruiting other bandit gangs for cooperative action, HundredLi, who had tasted the bitterness of such joint ventures in Vietnam, they might serve to create momentum and draw Australian fire, but expecting them to exert deadly effort was pure fantasy. We need to borrow strength, but the various mountain gangs are unreliable. We must still rely on the imperial court. Xunlis deliberated extensively before addressing HundredLi, who. You mean seek out Xunwen? HundredLi, who blinked his scarred eyelids questioningly. We're weak and isolated. Approaching Xunwen directly won't succeed. We might not even secure an audience. Xunlis paused. We require someone to recommend us. Chapter 21:43. Regrouping in former times. Even contemplating such an approach would have been inconceivable. The gulf separating him from Xunwen yawned as vast as that between clouds and earth. Securing an audience with the viceroy himself? Impossible. He couldn't even estimate the silver required merely to access Xung's staff or household stewards. Yet circumstances had transformed dramatically. Xunwen had lost Guangdong entirely. Now his options had narrowed to awaiting death passively or seeking any physician in desperate illness. Inevitably, he would extend greater courtesy to worthy men and condescend to scholars. The challenge lay in identifying the right intermediary. Xunlis had been merely local gentry in a remote backwater county. At his apex, he'd claimed brotherhood with the 5 giants of the county town. Beyond those boundaries, his worthiness carried negligible weight. During the Gu family's zenith, the most powerful political connection they'd cultivated extended only to an advisor serving the Qianzhou prefect. When they'd fled to Guangzhou seeking redress through every available channel, Xunlis had confronted his own insignificance with brutal clarity. Throughout Guangdong, aside from Li Xia, who'd actively recruited him later, he possessed no connections worth mentioning. Fortune, however, arrived swiftly. For security and profitable robbery, the mountain stronghold had planted numerous spies throughout Wuzhou and its environs. These operatives maintained clandestine collaboration with the bandits, continuously relaying intelligence to the stronghold. After the bald thieves breached the city, Gu and Hu's anxieties intensified, prompting them to dispatch additional agents into urban and rural areas to contact their embedded spies. Their objectives were twofold: ascertain whether the bald thieves planned bandit suppression operations, and attempt covert contact with scattered government personnel who might serve as guides. One embedded spy had formerly served as an unofficial white-body bailiff in the county Yamen. Following the Australians' occupation, he'd caught wind of various rumors and retreated to his home. White bailiffs lacking official roster status could sever ties simply by ceasing Yamen attendance. His Yamen service had included guard duty outside the viceroy's offices, affording him several glimpses of Erren and knowledge of his background. The previous day, while conducting street business, he'd spotted Erren serving as receptionist before a household conducting funeral rites. The bailiff's initial intent had been merely extracting some extortion money from Erren. When a bandit descended from the mountain seeking a guide, however, he'd shared this intelligence. Xunlis received the news as precious treasure. According to the embedded spy, Erren had once commanded Xunwen's household guards, clear evidence of trusted advisor status within Xung's private staff. Since he remained concealed among the populace, he surely hadn't defected to the bald thieves. Even if persuasion failed, betrayal seemed unlikely. Thus Gu risked altering his appearance and personally entering Wuzhou to establish contact. His self-presentation as Lingao gentry, refugee to the Lianzhou viceroy, member of Commander He's staff, and similar credentials served dual purposes, elevating his own status while dispelling advisor Yi's wariness. The strategy succeeded. After these few statements, the caution in Erren's eyes visibly diminished. He whispered, "What purpose brings you here, then?" Xunlis leaned closer still. Does the gentleman truly forget this remains great Ming territory? Do you intend to live peacefully as a great song subject forever? Erren regarded him with penetrating intensity. I dare not forget. He offered perfunctory remarks to nearby mourners before inquiring, "Where are you lodging?" Extended stays in the city pose difficulties. The bald thieves conduct household registration inspections. Xunlis scanned their surroundings swiftly before whispering, "Tomorrow at noon, I'll offer incense at the Dragon Mother Temple north of the city. You can await me there." Xunli dared not extend complete trust to this advisor Yi. An extramural meeting allowed advance reconnaissance for ambushes, preventing this advisor from potentially using his head as a tribute offering. That evening, Erren deliberated extensively before deciding to pursue Xunli's connection. With Jiang Qiuchen's household funeral essentially concluded, his pretext for continued residence had evaporated. Moreover, he possessed nowhere else in Wuzhou to retreat. Beyond that, a tempting passage to Teng County now meant confronting dangerous roads. Even if the bald thieves maintained no roadblocks, encountering plundering bandits could prove fatal. Xunli's background certainly invited suspicion, yet Yi himself was merely a destitute advisor, aging and unremarkable, possessing neither striking looks nor family wealth. Xunli wouldn't expend such elaborate deception on him. If the bald thieves had set a trap, his insignificance rendered him unworthy of such machinations. They could eliminate or arrest him with a simple command. Why pursue such convoluted measures? Whatever plots this warrior harbored, they posed minimal threat to him personally. The worst outcome was death. Conversely, should Xunli genuinely possess a brilliant stratagem capable of reversing fortunes, potential benefits beckoned. Regardless, Xunwen and the Guangdong Ming forces had deteriorated catastrophically. Desperate struggle might yet transform calamity into blessing, reversing the cosmic order itself. Reaching this conclusion, he quietly sought out Qiuchen. "Your niece-in-law's mourning ceremony has concluded. My continued presence grows inappropriate. It compromises your reputation." Erren chose his words carefully. "Tomorrow I'll seek lodgings elsewhere and remove myself immediately. Uncle possesses neither relatives nor friends in Wuzhou, and these times remain chaotic with warfare. How can you easily secure rental housing for settlement?" Qiuchen had relied entirely upon Erren's external advocacy and presence management these past days to conduct the funeral peacefully. Her gratitude toward this advisor ran deep. For a widow with orphan like herself, lacking relatives to provide external support rendered one vulnerable to societal exploitation and extortion. Often following funerals before bones cooled, families faced bankruptcy. Though she recognized how Rand's departure benefited both herself and her shattered household, fear of widow and orphan helplessness, combined with favorable impressions formed through their continuous association, his gentlemanly character and crisis decisiveness, made her reluctant to see him depart so abruptly. Yet his continued residence truly lacked justification. Qiuchen contemplated briefly before suggesting, "Cousin uncle, please don't worry. In these chaotic times as a stranger you'll find none willing to rent housing readily. Better to secure employment establishing your circumstances, whether teaching private academy or serving as accountant. Once employed, lodging naturally follows." Erren nodded. Sound advice, yet where might such employment materialize with such urgency? "Cousin uncle, rest assured. My natal family conducts local commerce and maintains considerable connections. Tomorrow I'll have natal relatives make inquiries on your behalf." Erren accepted with respectful gratitude. The following day, he departed the city as arranged. This marked his first extramural venture since the warfare. Witnessing the devastation wrought by flames of war, he sighed endlessly. Yet order beyond the walls had substantially recovered. Bald thief soldiers leading militia groups equipped with spears and broadswords conducted patrols and maintained guard posts, projecting stability. Labor teams cleared street ruins systematically. Along the riverbank south of the Dragon Mother Temple, collected materials towered like mountains, numerous vessels moored nearby, presumably preparations for Gui River pontoon bridge repairs. Shops had opened their doors, though commerce remained sparse. Faint vitality of disaster survival emerged. Abruptly, a distant whistle pierced the air. Glancing upward, thick smoke billowed across the West River as another fleet, vessels linked boat astern, sailed slowly forward, certainly more bald thief warships approaching. Erren suddenly perceived his own foolishness with crystalline clarity. Xugang had commanded tens of thousands yet suffered catastrophic defeat at Wuzhou, fleeing in panic. He, a mere scholar, presumed to discuss statecraft with a bandit chieftain. Could this 100-odd Greenwood warriors reverse the cosmic order? Despair settled over him. The future appeared utterly lightless. He was attempting to fill a river with snow, to cook sand into rice. While depression claimed him, a familiar voice penetrated his melancholy. Your workforce logged 76 labor shifts this morning. Where do 90 shifts originate? Look, the tallies clearly document this. The voice struck recognition immediately. Erren's gaze found its source, a scholar-like figure conversing with several foremen beneath a roadside straw shelter. Closer inspection confirmed the impossible. Chang Qingyun. Shock paralyzed both men momentarily. Chang Qingyun's expression froze upon recognition. Recovery came swiftly. If you doubt me, I'll recalculate right now, Chang Qingyun declared, simultaneously flashing Erren an urgent depart quickly glance. Erren inclined his head fractionally, daring no further delay, and hastened toward the Dragon Mother Temple. En route, he briefly questioned whether to proceed with meeting Xunlis. Reflection clarified matters. Though the bald thieves had captured Chang Qingyun, his treatment appeared reasonably humane. He hadn't been degraded to hauling construction materials. Recognizing yet declining immediate betrayal, instead signaling urgent departure, suggested some remnant conscience endured. Witnessing Chang Qingyun again and his unyielding captivity somewhat ameliorated Erren's mood. His stride quickened, thoughts crystallizing. Regarding this warrior Xun, regardless of actual capability, at minimum his heart serves the nation loyally. Whether reversing destiny's tide or acting as Mantis confronting Chariot, I must attempt this course. While Erren conducted clandestine meetings at the Dragon Mother Temple, the West River Fleet docked at North Gui Grand Dock beyond Dayun Gate. Gangplanks descended, disgorging formation after formation of soldiers clad in pristine gray uniforms. Extended riverine transport had evidently taken its toll. Formations appeared sparse and untidy, soldiers listless. Caiyan Duo observed dockside, shaking his head at this assemblage. He'd received advance notification. The National Army Wuzhou Battalion would arrive today. He'd awaited this battalion extensively. Relying solely upon his 100 men and several hundred militia, Wuzhou's defense remained perilously vulnerable. Yet surveying the troops before him, new uniforms, new firearms, obviously newly recruited personnel as well. Judging from military bearing, most had clearly undergone local Guangdong expansion. Many still bore standard-issue spears. Expanding sufficient National Army forces from the homeland posed insurmountable difficulties for the Senate. Consequently, National Army construction employed the original corps as backbone, expanding through veteran Yangmings soldiers and surrendered Ming troops recruited locally throughout Guangdong. Chapter 21:44 Reinforcements. For the past 10+ days, Erren had immersed himself in rehabilitation work. Initially, every challenge seemed insurmountable: grain shortages, funding deficits. Yet unexpectedly, the Rehabilitation Bureau personnel proved genuinely capable. Not only had they successfully raised partial grain supplies and funds, but numerous complicated matters had begun resolving themselves methodically. Though myriad problems persisted, he finally glimpsed dawn breaking through the darkness. His initial assessment of both the Rehabilitation Bureau and retained personnel had shifted measurably. He'd cautioned during orientation that these individuals were usable but not trustworthy. Yet regarding use, they demonstrated considerable effectiveness. Had he relied solely upon the skeleton crew he'd brought, corpse collection alone would remain incomplete. Consequently, he'd abandoned his earlier practice of sprinkling pepper, deploying cadres everywhere as supervisors, instead assigning them more critical responsibilities. Grain procurement, for instance. Grain procurement naturally didn't entail local acquisition. Wazhu's reserves remained limited. According to Rehabilitation Bureau assessments, various grain merchants could barely maintain normal sales for another month. Beyond that, sustainability evaporated. Erren recognized, however, that wealthy landlords excelled at crying poverty. These projections likely contained at least a half-month buffer of exaggeration. Even accounting for that buffer, a month-and-a-half's grain supply wouldn't suffice. Several months separated them from autumn harvest, rendering grain taxes irrelevant. As for collecting reasonable burdens from rural landlords, his meager troop strength prohibited freely dispatching cadres to the countryside. Banditry plagued the hinterlands severely. Beyond landlord willingness to pay, transporting grain back carried enormous risk. The provisions logistics had originally allocated for the 1st Brigade had been transferred entirely to local authorities, yet prisoners of war, labor teams, and refugees had consumed substantial stocks. Zhaoqing's battalion's grain supply also drew from these reserves. These public grains could at best guarantee normal rations for personnel eating public grain. Diverting portions to market supply proved impossible. Beneath the specter of grain shortage, Wazhu's grain prices crept upward relentlessly. Within days, prices reached his stipulated ceiling. Though none dared violate his price control decree, every grain shop instituted rationing. Some avoided formal limits but simply opened for an hour or two daily. Citizens, stimulated by panic, rushed to purchase, amplifying tension further. Surface impressions of stable public sentiment, notwithstanding, underlying panic had never dissipated. Were rural security not so precarious, many possessing farmsteads or countryside relatives would have fled long ago. Since antiquity, grain formed the foundation of popular stability. Erren understood his price controls treated symptoms rather than causes. Even issuing decrees commanding grain merchants to operate around the clock would prove futile. Without ensuring rapid grain supply, Wazhu would descend into chaos without external attack. Desperate, Erren conferred with Suu Kyi. First, they prepared to institute rationing by headcount throughout Wazhu. Second, they wanted Suu Kyi to return to Sanshui and persuade Old Hong to release military rations. Rationing by headcount, in modern terminology, constituted planned supply. During any famine era, such policies emerged. Unable to conjure grain from nothing, Erren could only resort to this measure. Requesting Suu Kyi to retrieve grain naturally leveraged the senator's substantial influence. Dispatching Zhao Fengshan back would merely result in routine business as usual from Sanshui. Erren would inevitably need to file reports to district mayor when of Guangdong region first, then mobilize grain after approval, too protracted for Erren's timeline. Better for Suu Kyi to travel directly to Sanshui and borrow grain, expediting matters significantly. Anything will suffice, even those military rations hard enough to kill. We can't afford pickiness. Making a Sanshui trip poses no difficulty for me, Suu Kyi agreed readily. He'd been occupied these days interrogating captives and assessing Wazhu and Guangxi conditions, originally planning to find opportunity returning to Zhaoqing for reporting. Another Sanshui detour mattered little. However, implementing headcount-based grain sales presents substantial challenges. The household registration system here remains unestablished. Beyond retained bailiffs, we lack police entirely. What basis exists for issuing grain ration booklets? Registered household population in Wazhu alone approaches 30,000. Great Ming Yellow Register figures inherently lack accuracy, And after such warfare, with refugees fleeing, casualties mounting, outsiders flooding in, population flux has been enormous. Erren shook his head. Valid points all, yet constructing a police force doesn't happen overnight. The Qiangya column sent me only Zhang Erjun as Wuzhou police chief. He brought exactly 2 officers. Presently, we can only utilize retained bailiffs from Kangwu County and Wuzhou Prefecture for the temporary security team. This gang of Yamen scoundrels can't be trusted for such meticulous work. First, they lack competence. Second, they'll definitely commit fraud, transforming good policy into catastrophe. Su Qi reflected silently. Don't be deceived by Erren's usual indulgence in romantic affairs. His problem assessment runs quite sharp. Erren smiled bitterly. Don't forget I worked as a journalist. What societal ugliness haven't I witnessed? Throughout history, grassroots operations remain identical. Personnel we trained ourselves inspire some reassurance, but handing matters to those clerks and runners would spell disaster, like shepherding sheep with wolves. Your plan, then, since police were unavailable and he didn't intend employing clerks, Su Qi experienced some puzzlement. National Army, Erren declared. The National Army will reach Wuzhou within days. Bai Wei informed me Wuzhou's National Army allocation will be a full battalion, not merely a company. Given Wuzhou's critical transportation hub position and frontline status, Erren had received battalion-level allocation. This battalion can initially serve police functions, at minimum launching police administrative work. Erren had calculated thoroughly. First, re-register household rosters, conducting city-wide census. Su Qi nodded. Though this diluted National Army version's quality invited skepticism, regardless, they proved more reliable than retained bailiffs. Crucially, Erren currently depended upon retained personnel for numerous functions. Prolonged reliance would inevitably breed arrogance and sloth. Once the National Army arrived, regime internal balance would establish itself, prompting retained personnel to exercise self-restraint consciously. While conversing, the communications officer reported, "The National Army Wuzhou Battalion just arrived. The battalion commander is approaching now." "Admit him immediately," Erren's spirits surged. Moments later, a young officer strode in, snapped to attention, saluted crisply, and announced loudly, "Report. National Army Wuzhou Battalion Commander Guangdong General Corps, 2nd Lieutenant Zhu Si, reporting for duty." Erren observed the newcomer, very young, dark-complexioned, sturdy and capable. Pleasure filled him as he rose welcomingly. "The journey must have been arduous. How was it? Did you encounter difficulties?" "We traveled by steamship with guns and cannons. None dared provoke us en route, however." "However what?" Su Qi pressed. "No hemming and ha wing, speak plainly if you have something." "Yes," Zhu Si snapped to attention again. Unidentified armed forces operated frequently along both banks. When we stopped for overnight rest, a sneak attack was attempted. "Indeed," Su Qi frowned. He'd known of West River Bank disturbances, yet hadn't anticipated them affecting river shipping after mere days. This Yao Rebellion's development pace proved alarming. "Were they Yao Cave forces?" "Report, they didn't appear to be," Zhu Si explained. "Our battalion includes former Ming soldiers. According to them, these weren't Yao Cave forces, though Yao people did appear in teams encountered multiple times. Local village militias and braves then. They suggested that as well, yet village braves and militias typically defend within their own settlements and strongholds. They rarely assemble in such large concentrations for joint operations." Su Qi reflected. This constitutes novel development. He realized this Yao Rebellion not only arrived with fierce momentum across wide regions, but likely assumed new forms due to historical alterations caused by their own intervention. Relying solely on historical records to predict future trends no longer proved reliable. "I should hasten to Zhaoqing and organize intelligence collected by troops properly." Reaching this conclusion, he resolved to depart early tomorrow morning. Erren cared less about these matters. Troop conditions concerned him more directly. "How is the battalion's status?" Our battalion comprises 3 companies plus a directly subordinate platoon, currently at compiled strength of 332 men. Among them, 3 are ill, all minor ailments. Excellent, excellent. Hearing over 300 had arrived, Erren's confidence swelled. Weapons and equipment remain non-ideal. Only one company possesses Nanyang rifles, other companies carry standard spears. According to original plans, Kangwoo County warranted only one company. Recent circumstances prompted emergency expansion to battalion size. Jieshou explained expanded forces consisted mainly of surrendered Ming troops received throughout Guangzhou Prefecture. Both training and discipline proved unreliable. They're all former Ming officers and soldiers. Can we trust them? Erren harbored some concern. These soldiers hadn't served long, lacking political education and internal vetting. What of loyalty? Jieshou appeared untroubled. Though these former Ming soldiers recently submitted, the chief needn't worry. First, they all possess traceable roots and families in Guangzhou Prefecture. Second, since submitting, the Senate cleared pseudo-Ming wage arrears and issues generous military pay. Even fools should recognize which side merits their service. Third, our core company comprises naturalized citizens, all equipped with Nanyang rifles. Erren retained unease, and Suki shared his reservations. However, to reassure Erren and prevent unnecessary alarm, he murmured, "Old Zai, you needn't worry excessively. When the Manchus crossed the passes, didn't they rely upon Green Standard Army for warfare? Weren't Green Standard forces identical remnants of former Ming officers, soldiers, and peasant armies? The Manchus didn't necessarily conduct political education either. They conquered the realm relying on 2 simplest principles: timely payment and clear rewards and punishments." What Suki didn't articulate was this represented only partial truth. During early Qing, Green Standard generals' defections occurred commonly. Yet Suki believed Green Standard scenarios involved substantial personal command factors, with feudal army soldiers maintaining strong personal dependency on generals. Presently, the National Army incorporated Ming soldiers without officer corps, substantially reducing this danger. Chapter 21, 45. Wild thoughts. This explanation finally restored some measure of confidence to Erren. He immediately ordered the battalion to enter the city and station themselves at various gates and critical locations throughout. Caiyan Duo's militia squad became redundant and was disbanded on the spot. The original Fubo army officers and men returned to their units. As for the militiamen, those willing to return home received severance payments. Those willing to continue military service were temporarily organized into a supplementary company under the National Army Wuzhu Battalion's command. Erren inventoried the forces under his command: 1 regular army company, 1 National Army battalion plus supplementary company, totaling over 500 men. Though falling short of mighty horses and sturdy troops, this represented a dramatic improvement from the initial trembling, naked-run state. Once his anxieties eased, he remembered the female assassin detained at the Earth God Shrine. He immediately instructed that he would interrogate her tonight. Finding Zhao Fengshan too verbose, he'd switched to a different secretary. Though male, this new secretary demonstrated far superior perceptiveness. Hearing the director's order, a knowing, lascivious smile immediately appeared on his face, indicating he would definitely handle the matter properly. Actually, Erren himself harbored no lecherous intentions for the moment. He felt overwhelmed by responsibilities. In previous days, he'd trembled constantly over security concerns. Now that a National Army battalion had arrived, with a Fubo Army battalion operating outside the city, though far from impregnable, conditions no longer constituted precarious eggshell stacking. Various policies he'd previously contemplated could finally see implementation. There truly are quite numerous matters requiring attention. Erren extracted a notebook from his pocket. So opportunities exist for operations in Wuzhu. Rotnai, who spoke impatiently. Indeed, Gu Xunli nodded. Right now constitutes excellent opportunity. The sworn brothers conversed in a crude mountain stronghold nestled among the continuous mountains east of Wuzhou, not far from the prefecture seat. This region featured intermixed Yao and Han settlements. Though proximate to the prefectural capital, government influence remained minimal, a domain where largest fists determined right. Bandits essentially faced no government encirclement concerns. Yet bandit existence proved far from comfortable. Not only did Han and Yao villages interlock here, but due to Yao uprisings, the government had repeatedly conscripted wolf troops from Guangxi for Yao suppression, resulting in interspersed wolf Zhuang stockades as well. All villages existed as fortified stockades, each maintaining militias and braves. Villages constantly engaged in conflicts and armed disputes over land, water resources, forests, and miscellaneous other reasons. Within this atmosphere, villages maintained heavy guard, and common folk possessed rich experience in armed conflict. Whether plundering or kidnapping for ransom proved exceedingly difficult for bandits. Sometimes they'd even suffer counterattacks from intended fat sheep. Even side business ventures encountered extreme hardship. Were it not for the golden waterway of the West River with its bustling shipping traffic, and Gu Xunli's numerous schemes occasionally generating profit, they'd find supporting the stronghold's 200-plus members utterly impossible. For Rotnai Hu, revenge, or imperial court, held little interest. Though the bald thieves had slaughtered many of his brothers, he harbored no delusions about striking stones with eggs. The sole factor capable of attracting his continued collaboration with this sworn brother remained the single word: wealth. When they'd been trapped in Guangdong previously, Master Shi had recruited them to operate in the Yao districts of Lingao receiving Knight Erren. Though the plan ultimately failed when heroes from various walks were arrested or killed successively, Rotnai Hu viewed sworn brother Gu II with renewed respect. Serving high imperial court officials wasn't something ordinary Greenwood heroes could curry favor with. Don't be deceived by Greenwood outlaws' usual proclamations of fearing no officials. In reality, the notion of accepting amnesty to become official held tremendous appeal. Rotnai Hu had followed Gu II risking life and limb these years, firstly because circumstances left no alternatives, secondly because Gu II had been government recruited several times, sustaining his persistent fantasy. Perhaps wealth and success lay ahead. If this opportunity enabled scoring big in Wuzhou, regardless of whether the court granted merit awards, merely looting enough for several years' expenses would suffice. Should matters proceed smoothly, accumulating lifetime wealth became possible. Worst-case scenario, he'd retire from this profession and relocate to the prosperous gentle lands of Jiangnan, living out remaining years. Beats continuing to muddle along in this decrepit, damp mountain stronghold. I've inquired thoroughly. The fake balds within the city number barely above 200. Including bailiffs they've recruited and temporarily formed militia teams, total strength reaches merely 500. After meeting Erren and returning, Gu Xunli increasingly believed this adventure held promise. Erren not only knew the bald situation intimately, but nursed hatred toward the bald thieves. Employing him as guide and liaison with authorities promised 90% certainty. However, this advisor had raised one concern. Since they intended lobbying Xunwen, their side required a concrete strategy enabling Lord Xung to contemplate support possibilities. Second brother, I'm not lecturing you, but the bald thieves' combat capabilities far exceed ours, Rotnai Hu said. These years, we brothers have suffered considerable losses at their hands. You claim they possess barely 200 fake balds, yet fully reckon our stronghold also musters 200 brothers, half of whom require temporary summons from home. Even storming a single stockade proves laborious. Taking such meager forces to Wuzhou, isn't that sheep walking into tiger jaws? If Viceroy Xung doesn't dispatch troops, I consider this extremely precarious. Counting on Viceroy Xung's troop deployment proves unreliable. Gu Xunli shook his head. This resembles conducting business without presenting substantial goods. Why should Viceroy Xing believe us? That's true, Rotnai, who experienced some disappointment. Then what's the discussion? In the past, requesting Viceroy Xing's troop deployment was mere fantasy, but presently he's as precarious as eggshell stacking. As long as we produce minor merit allowing him to conceal faults before the imperial court, he'll definitely offer substantial capital. Rotnai, who leaped to his feet with a tang, pacing within the thatched hall of gathering justice, appearing somewhat excited, and asked, "Tell me, how do we proceed?" Right now along both West River banks, Yao rebellions have erupted, rendering the bald thieves unable to attend to everything. I heard from city spies that the bald thieves originally intended stationing heavy troops in Wuzhou, but over 10 days ago they suddenly received news and retreated in panic, leaving merely 1,000-odd men at the Zimatin drill ground west of the city. "Brother, you're trying to kill people without paying blood debts," Rotnai, who shook his head repeatedly, somewhat frightened. Zimatin lies only 5 or 6 li from Wuzhou. With the slightest disturbance they can reinforce Wuzhou. Our few men aren't sufficient to fill their dental gaps. Impossible, utterly impossible. You know one aspect but not the other. During this Wuzhou reconnaissance, Gu Xunli had gleaned considerable intelligence. The bald thieves at Zimatin aren't present daily. The entirety of Wuzhou Prefecture encompasses more than just Kangwu County. Days ago they departed to receive surrendering subordinate counties of Wuzhou, and presently most remain absent. But they'll return eventually. What if they can't return? Rotnai, whose eyes widened. You possess some brilliant stratagem. Brilliant stratagem. I lack one, but the current situation proves exploitable. The so-called situation was known to Rotnai, who, news of the Yao rebellion having reached locally. Yao ethnic distribution in Guangdong had contracted significantly during the Ming Dynasty, primarily concentrating in northern Guangdong. Lianzhou, Yingde, Ruiyuan, Yangshan, and similar prefectures and counties. However, substantial numbers of Yao stockades and caves still existed in mountainous areas along the West River in Wuzhou, Zhaoqing, and vicinity. They'd once besieged Wuzhou, even breaching the city once, capturing several court officials. Though subsequent viceroys had arrived for Yao suppression, basically subduing Yao peoples around Wuzhou, Yao power in surrounding mountainous regions remained formidable. For hundreds of years, conflicts with government and Han villages persisted constantly, accumulating profound grudges. News of riots in 8 Rose 24 valleys of Lianshan and similar locations had also reached locally. This place lay merely 300+ li from Lianshan County. Rotnai, who knew, the rioting Yao people of Lianshan and other areas were establishing local connections, inciting local Yao to rise in response. You're suggesting alliance with the Yao people, Rotnai, who shook his head repeatedly. This isn't easily managed. Which of these Tusi and indigenous officials proves easy to handle? Besides, what do we use to persuade them? With such enormous bait as Wuzhou, won't they be moved? Gu Xunli sneered. The reasoning sounds correct, yet, Rotnai, who regarded him, they maintained no dealings with Li people Yao. Usually, though well water didn't violate river water, conflicts occasionally erupted. Speaking of profound hatred proved inaccurate, yet friendship was equally absent. Could it be this brother wanted him personally lobbying the Tusi? Though Yao stockades didn't constitute dragon pools or tiger dens, lobbying at this juncture offered no guarantee the Yao wouldn't execute him as a spy. Rotnai, who knew this sworn brother's nature, discussing resourcefulness earned passing marks, yet risking personal life entering tiger dens lay utterly beyond consideration. Observing his doubt, Gu Xunli smiled. Brother, don't harbor suspicions. I possess my own plan. Gu Xunli's plan proved simple: attempt inciting Yao riots maximally, creating chaotic situations. The Yao people of Lianzhou have continuously dispatched personnel establishing local connections. I believe even without our incitement, they'll rise in rebellion, Gu Xunli said. Once the Yao people rebel and create chaos, they'll inevitably descend mountains attacking villages. The bald thieves newly acquired Wuzhu, according to their temperament. Suppressing bandits and stabilizing localities constitutes primary tasks. Therefore, this bald thief director will inevitably dispatch troops pacifying the Yao. This 1,000-odd force must guard against Ming troops approaching from Guangxi while suppressing on all sides. How can they still attend to Wuzhu City? The bald thieves possess extreme power. I believe these Yao people can't resist long either. When speaking, Rotnai who retained lingering fears. The desperate past of being pursued by small bald thief units with no heaven path or earth road, lacking even time to close eyes for sleep, remained vivid in memory. As long as a gap of 10 days or half a month exists, we'll possess opportunity. What opportunity? Sneak attack on Wuzhu. Rotnai whose jaw nearly couldn't close, thinking this sworn brother must have gone mad. Wuzhu was a dignitary prefecture seat. Forgetting his own meager forces, even the arrogant bald thieves besieged it with several thousand men and bombarded it with cannons for days before capturing Wuzhu. "Brother," he stammered slightly, "this matter proves unreliable." Chapter 21:46 Deploying Defenses. Xunlis smiled enigmatically. Rotnai who recognized that expression. His sworn brother possessed additional material with which to enlighten him. "Big brother, you're surely aware of the gorge along the Gui River called Duanteng Gorge. Of course, that's Yao territory." "Precisely. During the Jieshou reign, the Yao people of Duanteng Gorge rose against the government. Their leader, Hu Dagu, captured Wuzhu with merely 700 men, seized several court officials, and killed the administration commissioner himself. Such a thing happened." Now Rotnai whose turn for astonishment arrived. "Absolutely true." Xunlis continued. "Moreover, from the Tianqian era through Chenghua, Yao forces captured Wuzhu 7 times. Each victory came against superior numbers. Are we inferior to mere Yao barbarians?" These words stirred Rotnai whose heart, yet Hu Dagu had commanded 700 men, while they mustered merely 200. Moreover, great Ming soldiers and bald thief troops represented entirely different propositions. So our objective isn't actually capturing Wuzhu. If we don't capture it, what fortune can we make? Rotnai who deflated considerably. "We're not government troops who claim credit by rushing in and severing heads. Besides, how much silver does one head fetch? Likely embezzled by officials anyway. Won't do it, absolutely won't." "He, big brother, you misunderstand entirely. In my assessment, we needn't sever heads at all." Xunlis declared. "You're aware Wuzhu contains a priceless treasure. Securing this treasure alone guarantees promotion and wealth." Rotnai who slapped his thigh explosively. "Brother, cease tormenting me with riddles. Speak plainly, how exactly do we proceed?" "Excellent." Xunlis, recognizing his sworn brother's commitment was secured, abandoned circumlocution. "Wuzhu's greatest treasure is the bald thieves' director. The true bald senator himself." Xunlis nodded emphatically. "Capture him and present him to Viceroy Xugang, and then, but he's inside the city, how do we seize him? Hence my proposal, sneak attack, a bed raid." Xunlis explained. "Our total forces limit our options. Don't fantasize about conquering Wuzhu and looting for 3 days. Infiltrating Wuzhu and kidnapping this true bald, however, that presents genuine opportunity." The audacity staggered comprehension. Rotnai who stood momentarily stunned. Yet contemplating the prize's magnitude, temptation proved overwhelming. Thus far in battles between imperial court and bald thieves, never mind capturing true balds, not even a single fake bald leader had fallen in combat. Capturing and presenting a true bald to the court would constitute merit of extraordinary magnitude. Moreover, true balds and fake balds differed dramatically in temperament and appearance, rendering impersonation impossible. No concern about Xing Wencan's disbelief existed. Brother's scheme shows merit, yet he resides within Wuzhu under heavy guard. How do we commence? I entered the city days ago and thoroughly assessed conditions. This bald thief director, upon arrival, busies himself with irrelevancies while neglecting military preparations. Instead, he paints slogans on walls daily. dispatches people singing and speechifying through streets pursuing propaganda to deceive common folk, commands merchants to open businesses, prospering the market, and frantically raises funds for bridge repairs and road maintenance, determined to play lord of 100 li. Military preparations alone receive scant attention. This constitutes exploitable opportunity. Which year did you enlist? Qian Duo inquired of Zhu Si en route to command post. The Senate's military, inevitably resembling all armies worldwide, privileged seniority. Enlistment year roughly determined one's status. National Army recruitment naturally drew from diverse sources, yet the officer corps invariably originated from the Fubo Army. Zhu Si proved no exception. He answered crisply, "Report. Originally a camp soldier of Ming State's Dinglai Town garrison, enlisted in 1632 through Battalion Commander Huang An's introduction while serving the Shandong Detachment. Upon enlistment, assigned to the Shandong Detachment's forward column." "Ah, a veteran then." Qian Duo nodded. "Where did you serve before transferring to National Army?" "Served in the Lingao Garrison Battalion." Pride-colored Zhu Si's resume. Though the Lingao Garrison Battalion maintained limited strength, it constituted the unit defending both capital and Senate. All officers and soldiers within considered themselves the Imperial Guards. "What rank?" "Corporal." Speaking of this, Zhu Si was a bit embarrassed. His service time in the garrison battalion wasn't short, but his performance couldn't be called good. He was just promoted to private first class step by step, according to seniority. This corporal rank was only promoted before the temporary transfer to the National Army. They couldn't let a private first-class transfer to the National Army to be an officer. Among the soldiers who joined the army in Shandong at the same time as him, many had already become officers. Sergeants were considered very common. "No wonder you became a battalion commander as soon as you came out. You are a veteran," Qian Du said in an appreciative tone. "Sir is Zhaoqing." Zhu Si felt very comfortable hearing his words. He said respectfully, "It is all the Senate's cultivation." Although in rank Zhu Si was only one grade lower than Qian Du, the rank of the Fubo Army was much more valuable than that of the National Army. After all, officers in the National Army were filled by NCOs from the Fubo Army. Transferring from the Fubo Army to the National Army was truly 3 promotions in a row. The Wuzhou City Defense Command was located in the Kangwu County Yamen. Next to it was the Wuzhou Prefecture Yamen acting as the municipal government. This place was close to the city wall and was one of the few large masonry buildings in Wuzhou City, making it convenient for troops to maneuver or garrison. Qian Duo spread out the Wuzhou City defense map on the table and pointed at it. "Originally, our strength was insufficient, and defending Wuzhou was very strenuous." Qian Duo, the actual supreme commander in Wuzhou City, indicated on the Wuzhou map. "You also saw, the perimeter of Wuzhou City is nearly 3 kilometers. Currently, 1 company is simply not enough." Zhu Si was secretly alarmed seeing this deployment map. The defense of Wuzhou was too weak. No wonder he originally commanded only a company but was suddenly reorganized into a battalion before departure. It turned out that Senator Zai here was playing the empty fort strategy. "In addition, we have to guard the Sanhizui POW camp. The prisoners in this camp haven't been transferred completely yet. There are currently about 1,000 people. Although we used some retained bailiffs to guard them, without our troops anchoring the formation, the strong-arm bailiff simply can't suppress these old soldier rascals." Zhu Guangxing's 2nd Battalion held quarters in the original Ming garrison camp near Zimatan, west of Wuzhou Prefecture. Before Wuzhou's fall, this site had hosted the government's Guangxi Guard Battalion plus 2,000 surrendered Wolfshuang troops and Yao Braves. The 2nd Battalion had endured considerable casualties during the assault on Wuzhou. Following battle, all companies had drawn Cantonese recruits as replacements. These reinforcements currently necessitated training. Consequently, the battalion hadn't marched to accept surrendered counties immediately, instead remaining stationed here for reorganization. Personnel naturally exceeded camp capacity. Zhu Guangxing retained only the battalion headquarters, guard company, and quartermaster department. Other line companies dispersed throughout Gu County, Liming County, and Faying County to receive surrendering magistrates while simultaneously conducting reorganization training. Despite their dispersal, companies maintained rapid response capability. The main road traversing the drill field passed Kangwu County before following the West River into Guangxi via waterways. Wuzhou City lay merely 6 li distant. Even carrying 60 jin packs during emergency drill, the battalion could reach Wuzhou within half an hour's forced march at double-time pace, though such grinding pace would leave men utterly exhausted. Combat effectiveness upon arrival would prove questionable. Nevertheless, Zhu Guangxing trusted Wuzhou's security completely. The city had withstood prolonged attacks from tens of thousands of Ming troops. Though the 2nd Battalion had breached its gates, that triumph owed largely to the new conical explosive bombs. Had the defenders' morale held firm, capturing Wuzhou would have proven far costlier, if achievable at all. Presently, the Senate stationed a full Fubo army company within Wuzhou, nearly 140 men when at full establishment. Another National Army battalion provided city defense, nominally 332 men, though actual numbers might fall short, plus over 100 militia and labor teams numbering between 800 and 1,000. With such garrison strength, attempting an attack demanded wait, I should think through this properly. Zhu Guangxing paused in sudden uncertainty. If the enemy attacks Wuzhou, can Qian Duo and Zai Erren manage effective defense? In his view, both the National Army Battalion and the company led by Qian Duo could be relied upon tactically. Yet would that suffice? He possessed no clear answer. If enemy forces surpass 5,000 and display willingness to sustain casualties, Wuzhou won't hold, he concluded with some pessimism. Fortunately, enemy main forces remained concentrated in Teng County. Attempting a Wuzhou offensive would require considerable coordination. They couldn't simply materialize at the gates. Intelligence networks would provide advance warning of any major movements. Consequently, recent days had found Zhu Guangxing worrying less about Wuzhou's security than about training his newly absorbed Cantonese recruits properly. The 2nd Battalion had suffered relatively minor casualties during the Wuzhou assault, approximately 40 killed, significantly fewer than losses endured storming the Shoal fort. However, the Senate couldn't dispatch naturalized replacement troops in time. Zhu Guangxing could only accept several hundred Cantonese recruits allocated by Zhaoqing's recruitment office into his ranks. These recruits had undergone minimal physical conditioning and political education in Zhaoqing before being dispersed among companies. Each company also received 4 to 5 naturalized cadres as officers. Beyond that, Zhu Guangxing could expect nothing further. Half the troops being newly conscripted Cantonese represented the 2nd Battalion's present reality. How to train these soldiers and integrate them with veteran naturalized troops posed Zhu Guangxing's primary headache. He'd concluded that mixing green recruits with veterans within the same squad proved unworkable. Presently, the 2nd Battalion employed a formation of 10-man squads, with 3 squads comprising a platoon. Each veteran squad carried formidable combat power, designating a recruit as squad leader while assigning 8 green troops under his command would merely waste the veteran's capabilities. Yet concentrating new recruits into dedicated squads also presented problems. Lacking veteran backbone, such squads would require veteran officers. This created a cascading shortage. Using veterans as officers for recruit squads deprived veteran squads of their own cadres. Ultimately, Zhu Guangxing decided distributing Cantonese recruits at platoon level offered the best approach. Each company would establish 1 recruit platoon commanded by a veteran officer. Recruit platoons would then be subdivided into 3 squads, with veteran NCOs leading each squad. This framework theoretically provided sufficient veteran personnel. However, it substantially diminished each company's combat effectiveness, essentially rendering one-third of every company uncommittable to battle. Though disappointed, Zhu Guangxing recognized no superior alternatives existed. Moreover, military command had emphasized that following Wuzhu's capture, the Senate's primary Guangdong focus would shift toward consolidation. Large-scale combat operations seemed unlikely. The greater concern involved the newly emergent Yao uprising. This Yao rebellion had erupted with startling rapidity. Initially, local Yao had merely stirred uneasily, a common enough pattern. When two counties along the West River reported Yao disturbances, Zhu Guangxing's initial response had been dismissing it as hyperbole. Han villages and gentry routinely exaggerated minor Yao activities. During the Ming Dynasty, whenever government demanded Yao suppression funds and provisions, local Yao populations magically swelled to 3 or 4 times actual numbers, with fabricated accounts of Yao forces descending from mountains besieging county seats. This systematic fraud persisted for one simple reason. Exaggerating Yao threats enabled Han landlords and officials to embezzle resources while simultaneously oppressing Yao peoples, conscripting laborers, and confiscating property under suppression pretexts. Yet within half a month, reports of Yao uprisings proliferated across counties and prefectures. Military urgency, dispatches flooded in from multiple directions. The scope and intensity far exceeded what local Han gentry could fabricate for mere embezzlement purposes. Only then did Zhu Guangxing recognize this uprising's authentic scale. He immediately dispatched reconnaissance teams for field investigation. The intelligence they returned proved alarming. Not merely Yao peoples, but ethnic minorities throughout the region, Zhuang, Yao, and others, appeared to be mobilizing in coordinated fashion. Zhu Guangxing had confronted Yao forces before. During his deployment to Lianzhou, he'd led campaigns against rebelling Yao. He knew from experience that Yao fighters, though brave and fierce, typically operated through guerrilla tactics, sudden raids on villages, quick strikes, and immediate mountain retreats. They rarely assembled in concentrations exceeding several hundred. This uprising exhibited different characteristics entirely. Yao forces were concentrating into formations of thousands. They'd begun constructing fortifications and establishing supply lines. This represented strategic sophistication far beyond traditional Yao tactics. Someone's organizing them, Zhu Guangxing thought with growing unease. Prior Yao rebellions had been suppressed relatively easily because the Yao fought as isolated stockades and villages, unable to coordinate effectively. United Yao resistance, however, could transform into genuine strategic threat. Worse, intelligence suggested participation might extend beyond Yao populations. Dispersed Ming army remnants, bandits, even disaffected Han gentry, all potentially joining this coalition against Australian authority. If handled improperly, this could spiral beyond containment, Zhu Guangxing reflected grimly. Half his battalion consisted of barely trained recruits. Operating in unfamiliar mountainous terrain against guerrilla forces represented the worst possible scenario for his unit's capabilities. Nevertheless, Zhu Guangxing recognized inaction was impossible. The West River constituted the Senate's strategic lifeline to Guangxi. Allowing Yao forces to control the riverbanks would sever communications and logistics between Lingao and Wuzhou, potentially collapsing the entire Western campaign. He'd need to act decisively, but intelligently. Rushing inadequately prepared forces into mountain warfare would accomplish nothing beyond wasting lives and emboldening rebel movements. Zhu Guangxing extracted his operational map and studied the terrain intently. The forthcoming campaign would demand meticulous planning. Good, come look. Qian Duo pointed on the map with a red and blue pencil. Our current position is the Kangwu County Yamen, and next to it is the Wuzhou Prefecture Yamen, that is, the new city government. Chief Zai and the entire city government team are here, so this area is our defense focus. Zhu Si nodded. Which company in your battalion has the strongest combat power and is the most reliable? Of course it's the first company, Zhu Si said. They are composed of old naturalized citizens, all equipped with Nanyang rifles, and the officers are retired veterans. Then your first company will garrison here, and at the same time be responsible for guarding the Nangsun Gate and Dezheng Gate, which are the Great South Gate and Little South Gate. These two city gates were damaged severely in the siege battle. You have to watch this place well. Yes. Chief, I will also set up the battalion headquarters here. I will be personally responsible. Good. Zhu Si nodded, moving the pencil on the map. Look, due south of the Wuzhou city wall is the Nangsun Gate, Great South Gate, extending west to the Dezheng Gate, Little South Gate, then extending northwest to the Zhejiang Gate. That is the West Gate, then curving north to the Dayun Gate in the north, then extending east to the foot of Baishan Mountain, along Baishan Mountain southeast to the Yangming Gate in the east, and finally turning back to the Nangsun Gate. Your second company will garrison the West Gate and North Gate. The supplementary company will garrison the Yangming Gate. Caiyan Duo straightened up. Third company, station at Sanhizui. Guard the POW camp. Yes, sir. As for the third line infantry company, I will concentrate the entire deployment at the 3 general headquarters. This is our core mobile force. Zhu Si understood Caiyan Duo's intention. The 3 general headquarters was the commanding height of the whole city. Deploying the strongest troops here could control the whole city on one hand, and could come out to reinforce anywhere at any time on the other hand. It was equivalent to the general reserve of the entire Wuzhou army. To be honest, I am more worried about the supplementary company. This company has only been established for a dozen days. Most are stragglers and local unemployed able-bodied men. Both combat power and discipline are very poor. I originally intended for the 3rd platoon to return to its unit, but now it seems that to make them play a role, the 3rd platoon can only continue to stay in this company as the backbone. However, in this way, the 3rd company lost 1/3 of its strength, which made Caiyan Duo really a bit uneasy. Hearing this, Zhu Si hurriedly came to share the worry. Report. I suggest transferring some personnel from the other 3 companies of the National Army to mix with the supplementary company. Chapter 21, 47. Domestic affairs at Luo Yangming's house. Though this further diminished combat effectiveness among the other 3 companies, at minimum, it would enable the supplementary company to serve useful purpose. The arrangement aligned with Caiyan Duo's preference against force dilution, securing immediate approval. Deploy your troops to garrison immediately and commence fortification operations, Caiyan Duo instructed. Numerous damaged wall sections exist, breaches so extensive one can pass through without climbing. Though repairs have continued these past days, they constitute mere stopgap measures. Exercise extreme vigilance when posting sentries. Leave no coverage gaps. Yes, sir. Master, another Australian military unit has entered the city. What type of unit? Luo Yangming set aside the ledger occupying his hands and inquired. The reporter was young shop assistant Chun, freshly returned from vegetable purchasing. These past days, Luo Yangming had specifically instructed him to report anything observed or overheard during outings. Uncertain. However, they're not carrying muskets, they bear long spears. Hearing the arriving troops carried spears, Luo Yangming recognized they must constitute National Army forces assuming city defense responsibilities. With National Army presence established within the city, the stone weighing upon Luo Yangming's heart finally settled. When the Beiwei Army's main body had withdrawn, considerable confusion had plagued him. Having just captured Wuzhou, why not press forward attacking Teng County and thoroughly eliminating remaining Ming forces? Instead, they'd hastily retreated, leaving merely 1 battalion behind, with a single company stationed within the city proper. Was this requesting Chief Zai perform the empty city stratagem? Should Xing Wenken counterattack from Teng County, this war-battered Wuzhou and its skeletal garrison would crumble like paper. Questions abounded, yet discipline forbade approaching Su Qi, leaving him no option but continuing his undercover operations. Were their numbers substantial? Several hundred. They don't resemble Australians. Their speech carries local accent and they slouch about, lacking the spirit of those who arrived previously. Being a young lad, Chun harbored particular curiosity toward novelties. Since the Beiwei army had proven not to be men-devouring monsters, naturally he wished closer examination. "Ah, I comprehend." Luo Yangming nodded. Most National Army personnel had undergone hasty recruitment. Poor military bearing proved expected. Poor nevertheless exceeded nothing. Though Luo Yangming had occupied himself with relief bureau responsibilities recently, he'd acquired considerable intelligence regarding external situations. Many gentry previously residing in Wuzhou had fled to the countryside, fearing the city might transform into battlefield again should Ming forces counterattack. Yet recent days had witnessed gentry and wealthy landlords from surrounding villages streaming into the city instead. Street rumors circulated that Mountain Yao have descended to slaughter. Even the Wolf and Zhuang settlements dispersed throughout mountain regions as blockade lines reportedly displayed unrest signs. Temperature Ironhead had also informed him at the docks that most vessels arriving from Guangdong now constituted Australian armed convoys. Ordinary civilian craft rarely reached Wuzhou anymore. Boat captains and helmsmen existed as startled birds. Reportedly, along the West River from Zhaoqing upward, armed Yao militants operated highly actively along banks, and any vessel running aground invariably suffered plunder and casualties. Thus the 1st Brigade had declined pursuing nearby Teng County prey, instead hurriedly withdrawing main forces to Zhaoqing. Behind everything lurked such major concealed danger. Having operated undercover in Wuzhou for years, Luo Yangming understood much concerning local Han-Yao tensions and recognized that should large-scale Yao uprising erupt, consequences would prove unthinkable. The National Army might lack battlefield prowess, yet provided they executed proper wall repairs, defensive utility remained. So he contemplated. Just as these thoughts occupied him, someone arrived bearing message. The Relief Bureau requested his afternoon presence. "Inform them I'll attend following lunch," Luo Yangming replied, reasoning that with National Army arrival, matters of city defense and provisions required settlement. Going again, always departing. Adao, delivering his tea and meal, heard this and complained, "Relief Bureau affairs constantly drag you away. You're not the Kangwu County magistrate. You possess neither official seal nor salary, yet rush to handle these thankless tasks. Cannot even consume a meal peacefully." The Relief Bureau's responsibilities proved both numerous and miscellaneous, with most bureau members constituting the contribute money but not effort type. Luo Yangming possessed no alternative but applying extra personal exertion, neglecting his own commercial enterprise. His wife's complaints proved inevitable. Fortunately, old manager Li Wensheng had returned safely, and since rice shop business had remained rather languid following Wuzhou's liberation, they could barely manage. Luo Yangming soothed his wife. "Though this labor brings no direct profit, benefits exist. Observe my present circumstances. I'm practically a semi-official figure in Wuzhou. Won't conducting business prove easier henceforth? Even personnel within Australian bureaus must extend me courtesy." "Australians! Australians!" Adao's expression displayed displeasure. "Imperial troops occupy Teng County at this moment. Should they battle their return, our household cannot bear consequences. I consider these Australians lacking true dragon son of heaven appearance regardless. With their impoverished scholar demeanor, they cannot possibly occupy the dragon throne." "Silence your mouth!" Luo Yangming surged to his feet and delivered a hard slap across his wife's face, bellowing, "What comprehension do you possess? Such womanly short-sightedness? That they could exist in this world again, that husband and wife could reunite, all owed itself to Australian benevolence." Luo Yangming would never forget this debt of gratitude. His wife articulating such words constituted, in his assessment, nothing short of ingratitude. What lacks true dragon son of heaven appearance? What impoverished scholar demeanor? This represented tremendous insult to both council of elders and to himself personally. He trembled with rage. The couple had always maintained harmony. Ding Adao had never suffered her husband's strike previously. That single slap left her stunned. When consciousness returned, she covered her face with hands and began weeping softly, turning away and whimpering, "How bitter my fate," as she departed. Originating from minor scholarly family background, naturally she couldn't wail loudly. That would render her a shrew. Her tears caused Luo Yangming's mind to clear slightly, and he silently cursed himself for rashness. The council of elders had displayed such profound benevolence toward his household, yet he'd never communicated a single word to her regarding it. When they'd fled as refugees, his wife had endured sale and humiliation. In truth, he had wronged her grievously. Guilt plagued him, yet uncertain how to proceed, he stewed in frustration when a petite young girl entered. The girl was Wen Yun, Temperature Ironhead's younger sister, whose original name had been Water Girl. The name Wen Yun had actually been bestowed by Luo Yangming himself. By his aesthetic standards, she could only qualify as common and vulgar, plus she displayed somewhat of a river-lake demeanor, likely unavoidable given her background. Wen Yun remained truly a young girl, small in age and lacking guile. Though uneducated and somewhat rough around edges, she proved cheerful and forthright, earning Ding Adao's considerable affection. She normally kept her nearby, treating her as both younger sister and maidservant. "Master, the person Madam mentioned previously has arrived and awaits outside." Which person? Luo Yangming couldn't immediately recall. "The accountant you discussed seeking." "Ah, I remember now." Due to Relief Bureau's numerous affairs, and because Li Wensheng had risked life slipping from the city and constituted an aged man of 60 after all, having spent a night roughing it beyond walls inevitably affected his health, Luo Yangming frequently occupied himself at the Relief Bureau. After Li Wensheng struggled along half a month, he felt genuinely unable to continue and proposed resignation. Resignation proved unacceptable. First, this constituted his family's old manager who had consistently demonstrated loyalty and steadfastness. From any angle, he bore obligation providing for him in old age. Second, capable rice shop managers weren't easily located. Thus Luo Yangming proposed hiring an additional accountant to assist with bookkeeping and clerical operations, leaving Li Wensheng merely overseeing matters. Since they only required an accountant, anyone literate and numerate would suffice, perfect selection for down-on-fortune scholars. Quite a few people had approached recommending candidates, and even Ding Adao had put forward someone. She stated he was a relative by marriage of the daughter of the Jiang family silk shop on West Street, a Tang County man. The roads having been blocked by warfare, he found himself stranded locally. Admit him. At first sight, the visitor proved a Confucian scholar in his early 50s, somewhat shabby in attire. Yet his eyes held vital spirit sparks, and his speech and bearing thoroughly demonstrated poise and confidence. Luo Yangming immediately perceived this was no ordinary impoverished scholar. He must have witnessed something of the great world beyond. He probed, "May I inquire what occupational line Master Hao previously pursued?" The visitor was precisely Yi Heoren. The Jiang family silk shop maintained some dealings with Luo Yangming's rice enterprise, so before her marriage, Zhang Qiuchen had possessed some acquaintance with Ding Adao, and they'd built social connection. When Yi Heoren required work location, and Luo Yangming sought an accountant, she seized opportunity recommending this uncle by marriage. This student long resided in other provinces, Yi Heoren stated, knowing his appearance and bearing weren't those of ordinary pedantic tutors. "I primarily served as private tutor in households of officials and nobles." From Luo Yangming's perspective, regardless of the private tutor in official households' background, the fact that he originated from Tang County, an enemy-occupied region, would have constituted grounds for immediate rejection. Yet presently, he felt somewhat guilty toward Ding Adao and couldn't bear directly opposing her wishes. Thus he examined the man's calligraphy and tested his abacus skills, finding both excellent. His speech and responses also proved quite satisfactory, honestly speaking, serving as accountant fell beneath his talents. Moreover, Ding Atao had stated he was stranded due to roads blocked by fighting, indicating he hadn't originally intended prolonged residence. Employing him briefly shouldn't pose problems. Besides, he requested merely 3 meals and lodging with wages as you see fit, very high-quality economical labor. Thus he agreed immediately. The room here stands ready. Simply move in whenever convenient for you. Do you possess luggage? I'll dispatch some of my workers to assist. I'll move in tonight, Erren stated. I originally came to Wuzhou merely for sightseeing and visiting relatives. I never anticipated becoming stranded here by warfare. What luggage could I possess? Erren hurriedly finished his lunch and proceeded toward the Relief Bureau. The Relief Bureau had established itself in the city god temple by Wuzhou's West Gate, supposedly so everyone would feel too ashamed to cheat their conscience, since the Relief Bureau handled large sums of grain and money. Luo Yangming knew the bureau had remained clean thus far, though this bore little connection to city god supervision and everything to Australian, harsh laws and severe punishments. That stated petty theft, corner cutting, substituting inferior goods, and padding labor accounts remained inevitable. Luo Yangming took this in stride. Such things couldn't be avoided even in Lingao. Wuzhou had only just achieved liberation, and most personnel employed were holdovers from the old system. With only those few cadres who'd arrived from the south, they were so busy they could barely walk and talk simultaneously. Accomplishing relief work to passable degree already represented good enough. As for remaining matters, they could only turn blind eyes. Chapter End. Chapter 21, 48 Reorganization Training at the Relief Bureau. All directors had appeared today. Even those unable to attend personally had dispatched secretaries or advisors to represent them. One glance at this assembled array conveyed Luo Yangming's understanding. They would discuss money again. Spring had arrived, the season when countryside existed caught between harvests. Summer grain hadn't yet ripened. Autumn taxes remained months distant. Urban expenses naturally fell upon merchant shoulders. Chief Zai also demonstrated pronounced affection for grand projects. Within barely a month since entering the city, he'd already issued over a dozen documents promoting so-called Australian new policies. Implementing these new policies demanded both manpower and funding. Most original Yamen runners had been retained under altered titles, while numerous new personnel had been recruited and organized into various teams. The Public Order Team, the Investigation Team, the Propaganda Team, the Labor Team. Presently several hundred individuals ate the hair-cutting men's rice throughout and beyond the city. In former times this wouldn't have seemed remarkable, since unofficial staff employed by Yamens had numbered even greater. Yet previously, even proper Yamen runners received merely a few due of rice and several hundred cash annually in official wages, relying entirely upon their own foraging. The Australians didn't recognize grey income, yet they paid full wages. Anyone eating public rice received 200 standard jin of work rations monthly. This constituted no large amount, yet basically sufficed keeping families from starvation. Compared to Great Ming's practice of paying essentially no wages, this proved quite progressive, and also formed the fundamental basis for Australian demands regarding integrity from public officials. All this meant Wuzhou municipal government's monthly payroll constituted an enormous figure. Beyond that, several thousand prisoners of war and refugees, though not needing family support, still required feeding. Beyond personnel maintenance, various reconstruction projects each demanded money and grain. Funds and grain Chief Zai had originally levied were being consumed at rapid pace, bureau directors had already petitioned him multiple times to reduce expenditures. Unexpectedly, Erren demonstrated complete unconcern, instead delivering quite a lecture to the bureau's managing director, old Mr. Kaio, who'd gone presenting the case. The money and grain were spent, certainly, yet they were spent for proper purposes. Money circulates outward, common people receive it, then spend it again, this stimulating the market. You merchants declare daily, we open doors for business yet encounter no trade. Once common people possess money, naturally trade emerges. Who benefits if not merchants? This convoluted reasoning left old Mr. Kaio utterly speechless, though the word economize now clearly stood off the table. Since Chief Zai wouldn't reduce flow, sole remaining option became opening new sources. Lately, the Relief Bureau had accomplished nothing beyond wrangling and arguing over fundraising for various projects. These past days, the Bureau had deliberated restoring 2 pontoon bridges. These constituted matters Chief Zai particularly valued. Consequently, all Bureau gentlemen valued them particularly as well, meeting daily discussing how to raise necessary funds and grain. Technically, nothing difficult existed about repairing pontoon bridges. The iron chains had been severed, true, yet both ends remained tethered to iron posts on either bank. Following the chains, labor teams had already hauled sunken portions from the river. Missing sections could be forged anew. The city possessed both blacksmiths and pig iron. Provided money existed, they could fire furnaces. Simply reconnect links and completion followed. What prompted Bureau members and craftsmen supervising repairs to scratch heads was boat shortage. The Gui River pontoon bridge required 56 vessels. Kanglong Bridge, Lingnan's longest pontoon bridge, required 142. Moreover, these boats all needed to be fairly large vessels, at least 3 meters wide. Small dinghies wouldn't suffice. Original boats from both pontoon bridges had either been destroyed or lost when bridges wrecked during Wuzhu's battle. Afterward, the Beiwei army had gradually recovered some stranded vessels from riverbanks. Regarding local naval warships and civilian craft, some had fled pre-battle, others had been set ablaze during government forces' collapse. Barely 1 in 100 survived. The Beiwei Army and Relief Bureau had searched exhaustively, discovering only a small number of boats. Considering vessel dimensions and tonnage, fewer than 30 proved usable. That didn't even suffice restoring the Gui River pontoon bridge alone. Constructing new boats remained possible. Naturally, local boatwrights were desperate for employment. Yet shipbuilding didn't resemble hiring people filling wall breaches with earth, a day's labor for pittance. Boatwrights couldn't work free, and low wages wouldn't serve either. Otherwise, monthly jobs could stretch to years, with guaranteed leaking within 3 months of launching. Shipwrights maintained guilds too, colluding among themselves and proving difficult to manage. When bureau directors calculated expenses, all grimaced secretly. Without another reasonable burden round, this simply couldn't be accomplished. Yet collecting again so soon didn't sit well with wealthy households. Barely a month had elapsed since previous collection, and even Great Ming didn't collect taxes at such pace. Though everyone recognized money required collection, none proved willing raising the subject. The room full of people could only sigh and moan. "Rise, rise, you lazy dogs." Before Yang Erdung could react, a heavy kick landed on his leg, pain jolting him alert. He scrambled to his feet from his position against the wall. "Fall in." At this piercing shout, soldiers who'd been scattered along walls of the 3 generals' residence rushed toward the open square fronting the gate. This constituted the Wuzhu National Army Battalion's first full assembly. Yang Erdung experienced momentary confusion, yet he understood fall in. He hurried following others. When Wuzhu had fallen, Yang Erdung hadn't fled the city in panic like other stranded soldiers. Instead, he discarded weapons, stripped clothing from a corpse, and mixed among refugees, planning to slip from the city when opportunity arose. Yet he hadn't anticipated that once Australians arrived, they'd immediately rounded up all refugees and placed them in centralized housing. issuing daily tokens exchangeable for porridge. Except for local refugees who could return home freely, everyone else was treated as labor who had to work for food. Yang Erdong originated from Guizhou and couldn't imitate Guangzhou Mandarin well enough passing as local. Consequently, he couldn't escape. After days laboring in work teams, his sturdy physique and household guard experience got him selected for the militia team. Daily duties consisted of standing guard, patrolling, and keeping night watch, far easier than labor teams. Regarding switching allegiances, he harbored little concern. All he knew was soldiering and what significance existed whom he served, provided they fed and paid him. Several dozen hair-cutting men served as militia team officers, and even by Yang Erdong's elite standards, these constituted rare, crack troops. Setting everything aside, merely how a man stood before you, that straight, sharp bearing and those cold eyes, communicated, "I am not someone to trifle with," and rendered rank and file obediently compliant. Naturally, some disbelievers existed, who thought Australians won battles solely through superior firearms, and insisted demonstrating their own martial prowess. They invariably ended crying for mothers. Yet fierce as these men proved, they remained easy managing. First, they didn't assume airs or abuse subordinate soldiers. Second, everyone received equal treatment. When physical labor materialized, everyone participated, officers included. Meals were shared likewise, identical food all around with no special treatment. This astonished Yang Erdong, who'd spent years as household guard, what constituted the point of being an officer then. Before he could contemplate the philosophical question of soldiering's purpose, the National Army Battalion arrived in Wuzhou. Immediately upon the National Army Battalion reaching Wuzhou with garrisons and defense areas assigned, Cayenne Duo commenced reorganization training. Though the National Army had now expanded to 4 companies, most soldiers were products of hasty expansion, mainly recruited from Ming Army deserters. With time so limited, they hadn't received substantial training. Military and political quality proved unreliable. National Army Command had issued specific instructions regarding reorganization training. Cayenne Duo stood in full dress upon a wooden platform overlooking this makeshift drill ground, surveying the rabble of 3 companies below. As previously arranged, the solitary company composed of veteran naturalized soldiers had assumed other companies' defense sectors, affording these 3 companies time for reorganization. Regarding physique and health, personnel of these 3 companies surpassed local averages and basically qualified as military recruits. Yet Cayenne Duo knew too well. Most men had received poor training and lacked combat experience. Old army habits ran deep. Not merely did they regard killing, burning, and raping during battle as commonplace, but shirking and malingering proved endemic. The 300-odd men below wore identical National Army uniforms, everything brand new, and apart from lacking rifles, appeared no different from the attached company. Yet the formation proved crooked, and bearing constituted mixed bag. Those fronting at minimum knew to puff chests and retract bellies in displays of martial bearing, while those rearward stood however they pleased. "You are now National Army soldiers under Council of Elders' command," Cayenne Duo bellowed. "Regardless of previous actions, regardless of Ming Army rank formerly held, you are now glorious National Army soldiers. You must constantly remember you are soldiers of the Council of Elders and of the people. Take pride being soldiers of the Council's military. Obey discipline, fight without fear. Defend the flag with blood and lives." He swept his gaze across the dead fish stares of National Army soldiers below and roared, "Now hear proclamation. The military regulations for all armed forces personnel, approved by the Council of Elders." A sergeant immediately stepped forward and howled in voice approaching shriek. Article 1. All actions are to be taken on command. Article 2. Do not take so much as a needle or thread from common people. Article 3. All captured goods must be turned over to the public. These military regulations represented nothing novel to National Army troops who'd come from Guangzhou. Their personal copies of the soldier's handbook contained them. Yet for soldiers like Yang Erdong, who'd been locally conscripted, everything proved quite novel. By reading's completion, he entertained a second thought. What constitutes the point of soldiering like this? After regulations were read aloud, Qian Du surveyed soldiers below, who now displayed faint unease signs and declared in booming voice. Since founding, the Council of Elders Armed Forces have campaigned north and south, never once defeated. All enemies have crumbled like clay chickens and pottery dogs, and it results from this iron discipline. Remember this always. Chapter end. Chapter 21, 49. Reorganization Training. Such matters represented nothing novel to soldiers. Strict military law constituted a hallmark of medieval armies. The 17 prohibitions and 54 capital offenses boasted long pedigree, with scarcely a single infraction escaping beheading. Even a famous general as skilled at commanding troops as Qi Jiguang had enforced extremely harsh military orders. However, military law strictness, and whether it could actually be enforced, constituted two different matters, especially among Ming forces they'd absorbed from the Pearl River Delta region. These were troops that had enjoyed peace for extended periods in late Ming terms, inevitably growing slack and indolent. Many actually originated from military colony backgrounds and had never served as professional soldiers. They bore soldier titles, yet really were merely peasants. The forceful, murderous reading of regulations immediately set many of these peasant-born soldiers trembling. For old military hands like Yang Erdong, however, these regulations held nothing special. If any difference existed, Australian regulations proved somewhat simpler than Ming military law, even gentler in certain ways. After all, the entire proclamation never mentioned the word behead. In imperial forces, every military discipline announcement required that bloody kill or behead. To impress lessons upon soldiers, such occasions usually featured a few unlucky wretches being executed on spot, their dripping heads hung for all to see. When commands finished, actual drilling commenced. Most men in this National Army battalion had already received approximately 2 weeks of reorganization training in Hong Kong. Yet those 2 weeks had included physical examinations, political education, physical conditioning, and basic discipline formation. Actual time spent on drill proved quite limited. Qian Du didn't trust such troops to fight or even hold walls. He was in a hurry. Qian Du divided the National Army Battalion into 2 groups. The first consisted of soldiers who'd undergone 2 weeks of Hong Kong training. They'd at least been introduced to discipline and formation drills, so their focus would be tactical development, including firearms shooting, cold weapon combat, and battle formation maneuvers. As for newly conscripted men who'd been called up just before departure and locally recruited soldiers in Wuzhou, they would have to start from scratch. Troops split into 2 groups and headed to respective drill grounds. Training was organized by company, with each company assigned 10 instructors at 1:10 ratio. All instructors were Beiwei Army corporals and sergeants. Even if their combat experience wasn't particularly rich, they'd served in forces at minimum 2 years, and regulations and formations had been drilled into them until they could recite them in their sleep. Because Yang Erdong belonged among locally recruited deserters, he was naturally placed in the full training recruits cohort. First training content was formation drill, each man memorizing his position in formation and falling in quickly upon assembly. This wasn't too difficult. Memorize the men in front, behind, left, and right, and you could take your spot quickly. Once instructors drilled simple commands: attention, and dress right. They issued no further orders. Instead, they paced in circles around each squad, hands clasped behind backs, gripping 3-foot-long unfinished wooden truncheons. Anyone who craned neck or moved hands to scratch an itch immediately received a blow. If you haven't heard a new command, no one moves. Instructors bared teeth and brandished clubs. This standing lasted a full hour. Everyone who moved during that time received a stroke. Some with weaker constitutions bent over and vomited all over ground, then got hit again. Others couldn't endure and begged instructors for mercy, only to be beaten until they cowered and scurried, then clubbed back into formation to hold out somehow. Only those who actually fainted were spared beating. They were dragged aside and revived with buckets of cold water to faces. Yang Erdong, having seen much of the world, recognized immediately that Australians were serious about this. He didn't even dare steal glances around and could only let screams enter one ear and exit the other. After half a she had passed, this ordeal finally ended. They rested for part of an incense stick's burning time. Then, attention, again. Instructors appointed temporary squad leaders and sergeants, made every man memorize their faces, demonstrated how to salute, then pointed at their own shoulder insignia and announced, "From now on, anyone failing to salute when encountering someone wearing an armband would receive 10 strokes of military staff and be made to squat for 2 hours. This time they stood until dinner break. Worst-performing squad in each company had to keep standing until everyone else finished eating before being allowed to eat. Lunch was served on drill ground itself, white rice and mixed vegetable stew, all you could eat. The stew arrived in large tin buckets, steaming hot and fragrant, though unappetizing in appearance. Yang Erdong closed eyes and took a bite. The taste wasn't bad. There seemed to be some meat in it, though exactly what no one could tell. After lunch and brief rest, afternoon training began. This was when real tests started. Instructors spoke entirely in new speech, while soldiers spoke all manner of dialects. If they possessed any common language at all, it was Guangzhou Mandarin. Apart from a few worldly soldiers, like Yang Erdong, who understood official speech, and could therefore grasp 60 or 70% of new speech, most soldiers found new speech about as comprehensible as foreign tongue. And so afternoon drill became brutal listening exercise. Instructors issued commands only in new speech, sometimes accompanied by physical cues. Any comprehension error earned a mental injection via military truncheon. Since commands were incomprehensible and regulations innumerable, there was the soldier's handbook, true, but most soldiers were illiterate and couldn't possibly remember it all. Beatings proved constant throughout drill grounds. While being beaten, one had to recite one's own offense aloud, in new speech, naturally. Mispronunciation also earned more clubbing. After enough beatings, everyone figured out the pattern. The rule was, whatever you hadn't been ordered to do, you were absolutely forbidden to do. Anyone who did it got the club. By evening, when they returned to quarters, the new training company was billeted in 3 generals' residence, in empty halls spread with dry straw, providing shelter from wind and rain, quite decent lodging for soldiers used to sleeping rough. Everyone had legs too stiff to bend and aches all over. They barely managed to crawl onto their straw pallets. The beatings I took today outnumber all beatings of my last 20 years put together. Li Pudun sat gingerly on his straw mat, wincing and complaining. He too was a surrendered soldier from Wuzhou. At least the Australians use thin wooden rods. If this were Ming officers, we'd have been beaten to death today. Don't even mention the military staff. They can whip the flesh right off you, said one soldier. I saw it once years ago. A chunk of flesh as big as your palm flew up and stuck to the flagpole. You could see the bone beneath. Horrifying. Soldiering for pay is never easy, just our bad luck, sighed another. My father died when I was 15, so I had to go soldiering for my meals. To this day, I don't know how my family is doing, whether my old mother is all right. How is she? Your mother's found a new daddy for you. Go to hell. The offended soldier was about to throw a punch when others pulled them apart. Haven't you had enough beatings? You want to hand them your head? Yang Erdong intervened. Look at the time. The Australians would love for you to act up so they can execute a few for discipline. Brother Erdong is right. We're all comrades in arms here. Stop stirring up trouble. The Australians are fierce, but at least they don't kill randomly. And the food is good. I just wonder how long this Australian rice will last. Wanting rice to eat, easy. If we can't eat Australian rice, we'll eat Ming rice again. Stop your damn death wishing. An older soldier cut him off. "You tired of living?" Just then, a voice shouted from outside. "You lot, don't just lie there like corpses, get up and soak your feet." "Your mother," Li Pudan muttered under breath. "A whole day of torment and still no peace." "Never mind. We're under their roof now. We eat Australian rice, so we have to take their orders." Others tried placating him as they dragged themselves off pallets and limped outside. Standing outside was Company Commander Li Dong. He'd served 2 years in Beiwei Army before being discharged for flat feet, and had been recalled into National Army as officer when conscription resumed. In the view of conscripts in new training company, Commander Li was a bit too young and therefore too green. But after a full day of being worked hard by Li Dong, no one dared call him green anymore. "After training, all personnel will wash up and soak feet," he announced, sweeping eyes over ragged soldiers. "You, pair up in twos and go to mess hall to fetch hot water. You lot go to supply store and draw wooden basins." Under supervision of officers and instructors, entire new training company washed up, soaked feet, and then lanced blisters. Soaking feet helped relieve fatigue. Lancing blisters aided marching. Soldiers knew this well, but in camp they rarely possessed means. Wooden basins and hot water weren't easily obtained. Sometimes, when luck ran out, lacking even drinking water, never mind foot soaking. The Australians had it easy. Not only did they provide for foot soaking, they issued 1 basin per person. Each soldier was ordered to carve his name on his basin. Yang Erdong thought this extravagant, 1 basin each, and just for their National Army battalion, that was 300 or 400. These basins clearly weren't local products. They must have been shipped from Lingao by Australians. No wonder gentry all declared Australians extravagant and fussy. "Once you've carved your name, the basin is yours to keep," came the order. "Basins may not be shared or borrowed. If discovered, this will be treated as disciplinary offense. Loss or damage must be reported truthfully." Instructions done. Instructors did not leave but supervised personally. They didn't leave until every man had finished his personal hygiene, then inspected carefully with no cutting of corners. Supper was mixed vegetable rice porridge, tasting exactly like noon stew, just with rice cooked in. After eating, everyone thought they might finally relax, but no. Li Dong announced that cultural study was to commence. Chapter end. Chapter 2150. The first mission, bright pine torches blazed across drill ground, and men assembled by company. The blackboards were improvised locally, wooden planks coated with black ink, or else tabletops of painting desks or 8 immortals tables from wealthy households. Only chalk had been shipped from Lingao, transporting such non-combat supplies as wooden basins, and chalk made Director Hong grumble constantly about how these items greatly complicated logistics and transshipment work. Instructors were naturalized cadres and officers stationed in Wuzhou, all holders of at least Class B diplomas. Primary content was literacy education. Literacy rates in this era were inherently low, and ordinary soldiers mostly came from society's bottom rungs, with extremely high illiteracy rates. According to preliminary surveys conducted at enlistment, vast majority of soldiers' educational level extended only to recognizing their own names, and even those names usually consisted of something simple like Chen De or Wang Shiwu. In the Cultural Education Directive, that Wei Awen of General Staff Political Department had issued to entire military, he made clear that cultural education and political education were inseparable. Political education was to be subtly woven into cultural instruction. To this end, Truth Office and Political Department had jointly compiled a special military cultural education textbook, updated annually based on current circumstances. Latest edition of the textbook included material specially added for mainland campaign, such as model sentences like, "We must rescue our suffering compatriots. The oppressed masses rise up to welcome the Council of Elders. Overthrow the tyranny of the pseudo-Ming. When the council arrives, there will be food to eat," which soldiers could learn then paint directly on walls as slogans. Reportedly, this idea had originated from Chief Zai, who was particularly fond of discussing the role of propaganda. Consequently, he'd specifically instructed Caiyan Duo to tighten cultural and political education of National Army. Initial education was literacy training, starting with simple basic characters and gradually introducing military and political vocabulary and short phrases. It was progressive. However, for National Army recruits who drilled all day and just finished eating, cultural study session was nothing short of lullaby. Within minutes, some were nodding off and were promptly jolted awake by military truncheons, then made to stand at attention while listening to lessons. Thus entire drill ground echoed with screams of soldiers being beaten and instructors' rebukes, mingled with chorus of stifled yawns. After 30-minute class period, most soldiers hadn't learned a single character, yet they'd taken plenty more beatings. The command "dismissed" made drowsy rank and file feel as if they received heavenly pardon. They hurried back to sleep. Yang Erdong, having been caught dozing, was made to stand for half an hour, which meant half an hour of yawning, tears, and snot streaming down his face. His whole body ached and tingled. Everything before eyes was blurry. The teacher's silhouette swayed before desk, and he couldn't make out or understand what the man was doing. He didn't even hear "dismissed." It took Li Pudun tugging his arm before he snapped back to awareness and went inside to sleep. After all this torment, everyone was so exhausted they fell asleep moment touching pallets. Then, while still dark next morning, reveille sounded through camp. Most soldiers, still unfamiliar with bugle calls, didn't react in time. Not until assembly drum thundered did men scramble from bunks, and so 3 companies stood at attention on drill ground all morning again, enduring agony of leg cramps along with merciless blows of military truncheon. Anyone who cried out earned extra kick and comment of "like a woman" from instructors. To be a soldier like this made these newly enlisted men miserable beyond words. True, officers in Great Ming also beat people, beat them harder even, but daily drills had been rare, and if you stayed from officers' sight, you naturally had fewer chances being beaten. Australian Army officers stood before you all day long, issuing orders constantly. If you didn't understand and stood there dazed, you got beaten. Human potential is limitless. Very quickly, problem of not understanding instructors' accent no longer remained a problem. Every day was endless formation drill. Wake on bugle, straighten quarters, fall in and form up. Physical training, eat breakfast, formation drill, eat lunch, formation drill, eat supper, cultural study. Then back to drill ground to fall in and run a few laps, and finally march in formation back to barracks for sleep. Days were monotonous and hard to bear. "We've become donkeys turning millstone," Li Pudun muttered among soldiers. Every day, apart from eating and sleeping, they marched endlessly on drill ground. Annoy instructors and they'd add night drill or emergency night assembly or some other torment. Worst of all were tests, starting from simplest task of writing one's own name, then spot checks reciting the Bayway Army discipline regulations, the battle formation orders, the soldier's handbook. Then memorizing 3 key theoretical essays published by Truth Office. The Sacred Ship and the Dawn. The Council of Elders is the only hope of the Chinese people, and the Council of Elders is the revolutionary morning star. These 3 essays weren't terribly long, yet they were written entirely in new speech, and stuffed with all manner of new terminology. Even traditional scholars who'd studied over a decade and held Ziyukai degrees would find them neither easy reading nor easy understanding, never mind these illiterate soldiers. Consequently, every company adopted primary school style. Instructor read a line, soldiers repeated it. Never mind if you understood, memorize it first. Those who couldn't memorize it were treated, as usual, to military truncheons and standing at attention. Reorganization training became soldiers' nightmare, so much so that duty assignments during breaks from training became things everyone looked forward to most. Sentry duty, patrol, and construction labor weren't exactly pleasant duties, yet they proved far better than trembling on drill ground. In old Ming army days, what they dreaded most was marching out. Now, all of them felt strange longing for deploying on a mission or going to war. Fighting, however dangerous, at least offered swift resolution of life or death. This endless daily drilling truly resembled years dragging by. Finally, deployment day arrived. Qian Du received orders from Zhu Guangxing. He was to dispatch one company immediately to area around Fengchuan County seat to escort transport convoy overland. From Wuzhou downstream to Fengchuan County seat, there was a West River stretch marked by shoals, not only treacherous but shallow. Even river squadrons' shallow draft gunboats couldn't cross. Only gunboats with draft less than 1 meter could pass. Previously, though situation had proved tense and sporadic attacks had occurred along banks, little danger to transports on West River Channel itself existed. Convoys traveling from Sanshui to Wuzhou mostly used towboat tandem formations, and vessels seldom ran aground on sandbars due to currents. Escorting motorized gunboats possessed powerful armaments, enough to drive off scattered attacks from shore. Moreover, West River was quite broad, and in most sections, ranged weapons available to bandits or rebellious Yao could not threaten transport ships. Yet on most recent escort run, convoy had been attacked on a shoal in West River Channel shortly after passing Fengchuan County seat. West River Channel had multiple shoals, and to navigate safely, each voyage required hiring seasoned local boatmen piloting passage. Garrison Navy had also established numerous navigation markers at each shoal. Yet this time, when convoy reached Jieshou Shoal, about 19 kilometers from Wuzhou City, naval officers discovered that all channel markers had been destroyed, and parts of channel showed signs of deliberate sabotage by sunken ships. Just as they struggled clearing obstruction, an unidentified armed force suddenly attacked from Shoal. Though escort party was small, gunboats' firepower was formidable, and they quickly drove off attackers. Escorts suffered only a few wounded and no further casualties. Yet incidents set alarm bells ringing at both Logistics Command and 1st Brigade Headquarters in Zhaoqing. West River Channel could no longer be navigated in easy complacency. As emergency countermeasure, under 1st Brigade's direction, counties along West River began organizing convoy escort operations. Escorts were to be provided by National Army companies stationed in each county, relaying convoys section by section. While underway, National Army troops would patrol aboard motor launches. At narrow channel stretches, high ground and shoals, they would land and establish security perimeters. If attacked, they would go ashore and drive off enemy. This type of patrol also served maintaining order on both West River banks, suppressing bandits and Yao militants. Qian Du and Wuzhou received identical orders. Because Wuzhou's National Army had largest establishment, their area of responsibility was also largest, from downstream of Wuzhou all the way to Xintan Shoal. This channel stretch included Zilongzhou, Jieshou, Panlong, and Xintan shoals. Water depths varied, deepest reached 3 meters, shallowest barely 1. River was wide, crisscrossed with sandbars. Though gradient was gentle and current steady, sandbars were dense and multiple reefs existed. Upstream navigation for convoys remained quite difficult. It took great time crossing shoals, and boat speed dropped slower than walking. This was prime ground for enemy land attacks. Qian Duo and Zhu Si studied the map. Mission was considerable. From below Wuzhou City to Xintan, channel stretched about 50 kilometers. Patrol squad, even with smooth sailing, would need 2 full days completing round trip. Zilongzhou isn't problematic, Zhu Si said. It's merely 3.5 kilometers from Wuzhou City, within garrison's patrol zone. Major Zhu's troops patrol there regularly. Concern is shoals further downstream. For safety's sake, each patrol should consist of at least 1 full company, Qian Du stated. Escort ships must move along both banks simultaneously to guarantee fastest reaction time. 4 companies would suffice, except they're still mid-reorganization training. Zhu Si started scratching his head. We'll have to train while fighting, Qian Duo said. It might even prove beneficial. At least it'll temper troops. As for your concern regarding unit combat effectiveness, for now let's adopt temporary integrated company system. Each time we deploy, we mix veterans and new recruits into composite company. Chapter end. Chapter 2151. The patrol on May 9, 1635. As the sky was just beginning to lighten in the early morning mist, the Wuzhou National Army Battalion's composite company departed from Wuzhou aboard 6 Daihatsu landing craft to begin its first patrol along the river. According to wireless reports, the supply convoy from Zhaoqing had departed that morning and was expected to reach Xintan by evening. The composite company's mission was to reach Xintan before nightfall, rendezvous with the supply convoy, hand off escort duties with the Zhaoqing National Army Battalion, and then escort the convoy safely to Wuzhou. The mission commander was Zhu Si. He had told Caiyan Duo that since this was the composite company's first deployment, it would be prudent for him to command personally. Caiyan Duo agreed. The mission wasn't complicated, which was why Caiyan Duo felt comfortable letting Zhu Si lead it. In truth, Caiyan Duo trusted Li Dong more than Zhu Si. Though Zhu Si had served longer than Li Dong and had been in the rigorously trained garrison battalion, the garrison battalion had very little field combat experience, having spent years on end performing only urban garrison duties. In Caiyan Duo's assessment, Zhu Si's formation drill was impeccable. He could recite regulations and the infantry handbook by heart. His shooting and bayonet work, while not exceptional, were at least good or better. All in all, he was an excellent soldier, but he had one major weakness. He lacked actual command experience in combat. Nor did he have the credentials of having served as an officer before being directly promoted to battalion commander in charge of 3 companies. Whether he could handle operational command remained to be seen. Li Dong, though he had also never served as an officer, had spent 2 solid years in a field unit and had been a corporal. He had led teams on security operations numerous times, often in charge of similar-sized units, and had relatively more experience in this kind of low-intensity warfare. So Caiyan Duo had originally intended to give Li Dong command of the composite company. Since Zhu Si had now volunteered, it was acceptable as a learning opportunity. After all, one engagement's worth of experience was more valuable than countless exercises on the training ground, and so battalion commander Zhu Si went directly to the frontline command post. Li Dong remained in charge as composite company commander. Caiyan Duo hoped they would complement each other. The 6 Daihatsu boats proceeded in column formation along the center of the channel. Zhu Si and the naval officer commanding the flotilla had agreed. Odd-numbered boats would form the left column under Zhu Si's command, even-numbered boats the right column under Li Dong's command. This way, if they needed to deploy forces or open fire on both banks simultaneously, command and control would be simpler. Because they were executing a slow, nearshore patrol, all 6 boats had been temporarily modified. The best 2, the flagship No. 1 and No. 2 boats, had been refitted at the Hong Kong shipyard. They had been fitted with supplementary iron plate armor on both sides and a fixed gun mount at the stern for a 12-pounder mountain howitzer. The 2-wheeled gun carriage was also carried aboard, allowing the piece to be landed for use if necessary. The other boats hadn't had time to return to Hong Kong for refit and had received only temporary modifications at Sanshui. Guangdong lacked large iron plates and had no riveters, so they had simply erected bamboo bundle screens along the sides, similar to the bamboo shields used by the Japanese, coated on the outside with mud to make them fireproof. They had no cannon or Chinese letter, machine gun configurations, and relied entirely on the infantry's own firepower. Because the composite company was only 1/3 veteran troops drawn temporarily from the core company, this meant each boat had only 5 Nanyang rifles. With such limited long-range firepower, Qian Duo and Zhu Si had culled Ming army deserters from the various companies who knew how to use firearms, and equipped each boat with captured weapons from Wuzhou. These were mainly Banjiu muskets and some breech-loading phalange swivel guns, 1 or 2 dozen per boat. Zhu Si's thinking was that, while these weapons had poor accuracy and very slow rates of fire, they did pack considerable punch. In close-quarters combat, they could effectively damage the enemy. These firearms were set up in the screen's firing ports, bristling like a porcupine. Steam engines rumbled, belching black smoke and white mist. National Army soldiers clutching long spears crowded the decks. Those not on duty sat on their packs. The deck was covered with packs and wooden barrels and crates of provisions. Soldiers on watch stood on the crates, heads poking above the screens, gazing idly at their surroundings. Behind each Daihatsu trailed a small boat piled high with firewood. Guangdong was not short of coal, but most of its coal mines had not yet been opened in the 17th century. Along the entire Guangzhou-Wuzhou route, there was nowhere to locally procure coal. Apart from major nodes like Sanshui and Zhaoqing, where the Joint Logistics Command stockpiled some power plant coal using coal barges, steamships on the West River often had no choice but to burn firewood. Firewood, of course, was plentiful and easy to gather in lush Guangdong. The drawback was its low calorific value. Hardwood had less than half the heating value of standard coal, and in practice even lower. This forced all steamships on the West River to carry supplementary fuel. To avoid the dangerous and time-consuming business of stopping to collect fuel ashore, most vessels towed an unpowered fuel barge while underway. Qian Duo thought this entailed considerable risk, but since Wuzhou had no coal to draw on, they could only make do. It was May in Guangdong, and early summer had arrived. The sun beat down mercilessly. The soldiers could only huddle beneath canvas awnings. The scorching heat, the vibration of the running steam engines, the acrid smoke. Before long, many men felt dizzy and nauseated. If you're sick, report and go to the gunwale to vomit. No moving about at will. Keep your eyes on the surroundings. Li Dong and the sergeants wove among the men on each boat, bellowing over the noise of the steam engines to emphasize discipline. They paused now and then to check someone's equipment and offer token encouragement. Though there were plenty of deserters here, not many had actually seen battle. Many were nervous. Before departure, every man in the composite company had been issued an additional standard machete along with other odds and ends. This was not because the commanders held them in high regard, but because the developing situation had prompted Beiwei to order that the National Army's equipment be strengthened as much as possible. As the southern China Army's offensive proceeded, Ming rule in Guangdong was collapsing. The restive Yao people, who had been secretly organizing, seized the moment to rise in rebellion, attacking the remaining Ming garrisons everywhere. With the southern China Army short on manpower, able only to send small detachments to take over county seats, they had been unable to establish effective control in the mountain regions. The Yao uprising had spread like wildfire, faster and larger than its historical counterpart. With tens of thousands of Yao having stormed and taken Lianzhou county seat, they were now striking out in all directions. The demoralized, leaderless Ming forces scattered across the region offered no resistance. Nearly the entire northwestern mountain region of Guangdong had been engulfed. Many military outposts had fallen. Some county seats had been overrun by Yao militants even before the Beiwei army could take them over. After some counties were taken over by National Army companies, they were subsequently driven out or besieged by Yao forces, their communications cut. The storm was linking up, threatening Xiaoguan, Zhaoqing, and Wuzhou. All manner of strongmen were also stirring, absorbing the defeated and scattered Ming troops, throwing their weight around in areas the Council of Elders had not yet fully controlled. What worried Beiwei most was this. Based on prisoner interrogations and observations of the various armed forces' actions, the Yao, Ming remnants and bandits showed no signs of uniting. They were still fighting one another. Yet their operations already displayed a certain coordination, particularly whenever the Beiwei army launched a suppression operation. All sides mounted diversionary actions. The situation seemed to have grown dangerously complex overnight. Li Dong did not know the full picture. He had only been told at the briefings that the situation is tense. The specifics were largely unknown to him. One thing was obvious. These new recruits wouldn't become any more effective on the battlefield just because they'd been issued an extra machete. Perhaps they had learned to obey orders and had developed a little unit cohesion, but the officers and sergeants agreed. These raw troops had to be watched at all times, kept in tight formations. The slightest relaxation of control and they would slip off somewhere. To say nothing of the fact that their tactical skills and weapons handling were poorly trained. In a real fight, their standard spears alone wouldn't accomplish much. At least the commanders knew their actual combat strength, and so the assigned mission was not too difficult, and they had the Daihatsu boats as a tool. If things went badly, at worst they could board the boats and run. The flotilla chugged downriver and quickly passed Zilongzhou. A Beiwei army observation post was stationed there, and the river squadron had a duty gunboat on station. But beyond this point, apart from county seats and important transport hub villages, the Beiwei army had virtually no military presence along either bank. At the moment, not a single boat could be seen on the West River. The shores were equally desolate. Many small hamlets were deserted. Some had already become ruins. Larger villages and towns had sentries posted, but though it was spring, hardly anyone was working the fields. Now and then black smoke drifted in the sky, whether from fighting or signal fires one couldn't tell. Their 6 boats sailed alone on this broad river. It gave Li Dong a genuine chill. This is just too desolate. Li Pudun stood atop a crate, murmuring to himself. A native of Zhaoqing who had been a garrison soldier, he knew this stretch of the West River well. There's an old saying, better to be a dog in peaceful times than a man in times of chaos. You joined the army, what did you expect? Yang Erdong, positioned at the firing port below him, overheard and replied. He had been assigned to tend a Banjiu musket, already loaded, with a lit slow match hanging from an iron hook to one side. I never wanted to go to war, but if I don't soldier, I don't eat. Li Pudun sounded dejected. He hadn't originally been a camp soldier and hadn't needed to go through the deserters' sorting and assignment process. He had enlisted voluntarily. Chapter end. Chapter 2152. Jieshou Shoal. Li Pudun's family had many dependents. He had heard that the Australian army had excellent firearms, rarely lost men in battle, and paid generous wages. That was what had moved him to enlist. All he'd wanted was a living. He hadn't expected that after joining, the training would be so grueling, with constant martial spirit injection by squad leaders. Though soldiers expected hardship and beatings, this daily drill that worked you half to death, followed by evening study sessions, was really too much to bear. At least the officers were decent people who rarely tormented anyone deliberately and didn't skimp on rations. Otherwise, Li Pudun would have seriously considered deserting. Who wants to go fight? The sergeant beside him, Luo Mao, was chewing on a tender willow twig. He had a bit of a cold, and the medic had given him a packet of split willow bark to chew. It's all bad luck that sends us into this business of licking blood off knives, but being able to serve the Council of Elders, that's stepping in dog shit luck, you know. Luo Mao was the opposite of Li Pudun. He had been a dockworker at Haikou port and decided that stevedoring was too hard and offered no future, so he volunteered to become a soldier. Because he was on the older side, he could only join the National Army. After barely 3 months of service, he had been promoted like a rocket, first to corporal, then to squad leader commanding a full squad. In the old days, his corporal's rank would only have gotten him a fire team leader position. Now he had 30 men under him. Every time the Council of Elders goes to war, there's never been a loss. Pirates, bandits, imperial troops, none of them stand a chance. They've even fought the Red Hairs and the Koreans. Winning isn't remarkable. Winning without casualties, that's impressive. Let me tell you, at the Great Battle of Chiang Mai, tens of thousands of imperial soldiers came swarming at our fortifications. My calves were shaking, but then a volley of rifle fire and a few cannon shots scattered them completely. Bodies all over the ground. Luo Mao's story was vivid, though in truth, during the Battle of Chiang Mai, he had still been in Bijali wearing an imperial uniform and slacking off. He hadn't heard so much as the words Australians at that point, let alone seen the Beiwei army. Seeing Li Pudun staring in astonishment, Luo Mao's boasting grew even grander. By the end, the entire imperial army was annihilated, tens of thousands dead. The blood stained the seawater red. This not only hooked Li Pudun's appetite but drew other soldiers in as well. Now Luo Mao was on a roll. Guess how many men the Beiwei army lost? He asked mysteriously. How many? Less than 10, Luo Mao declared loudly. The old saying is kill 3,000, lose 800. That battle killed tens of thousands and we lost fewer than 10. What are you lot so nervous about? This speech worked like a tranquilizer. The anxious recruits seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. That was right. The Australians had superior ships and powerful guns, and every battle was a rout of the enemy. This was something they had all heard before. The previously tense, gloomy atmosphere immediately became somewhat livelier. Li Dong watched and laughed inwardly. Never mind Luo Mao. Even National Army Battalion Commander Zhu Si hadn't participated in the Battle of Chiang Mai. By the time Luo Mao arrived in Lingao, Operation Initiate had been over for nearly half a year. At that moment, however, someone spoiled the mood. But the Beiwei army uses muskets. We're armed with spears. The words fell like a bucket of cold water. The warm atmosphere chilled instantly. Li Dong inwardly cursed this new recruit and all his ancestors, and resolved that when they got back, he'd have the squad leader drill the man until he wept at the mere mention of Beiwei army. Luo Mao glared at the tactless recruit and was about to retort when the lookout suddenly shouted, "Channel narrowing." Li Dong hurried to the helm platform at the bow. The once broad river was gradually narrowing. The banks ahead became mountainous terrain, and reefs and yellow sandbars began to emerge on the surface. This was Jieshou Shoal. Once they passed it, they would have covered almost half of the day's journey. Such speed! With steam-powered boats, a voyage that used to take days now took half a day. If nothing happened, they should be able to reach Xintan by sunset as planned. As if to shatter Li Dong's hopes, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from afar, growing closer. Li Dong shivered. A whistling arrow. Whistling arrows were signal arrows used by armies to mark positions. The Beiwei army had signal flares and didn't use these things. Whoever fired it was an enemy. Alert! Enemy attack! Before Li Dong finished speaking, 3 feathered arrows shot out from the reeds along the bank. Red arrows. An old veteran from the Imperial Army shouted. Perhaps because the shooters were too far away, all 3 arrows fell into the water. Li Dong quickly raised his binoculars and scanned the mountainside along the bank. In spring's lush vegetation, he could see nothing from the lookout platform. Just as he was puzzling over this, another whistling arrow sounded, this time from the opposite bank of the West River. Signal the left column. Enemy present. Before he finished speaking, red feathered arrows were fired again from the near bank. This time, though the arrows also fell into the water, they landed noticeably closer than before. Li Dong understood immediately. They were ranging. As if to confirm his thought, a loud musket shot cracked from the bank. He immediately swung his binoculars to search for the source, and sure enough, a wisp of white smoke rose from above a stand of trees. From the swaying of the vegetation, it seemed people were running along the bank to keep pace with the boats, though their numbers were hard to estimate. This might be a routine harassment. According to reports, such attacks had been surging recently, but they were generally small-scale. Properly protected convoys typically suffered no losses, but the whistling arrows and red ranging arrows gave Li Dong a different feeling. Sound battle stations. Signal the left column. There's an ambush ahead, he said, climbing down from the lookout platform and ordering the 2 Nanyang rifle shooters aboard to take his place. 3 urgent blasts of the steam whistle sounded. The left columns no. 1 boat responded with 3 blasts. Zhu Si's side was also seeing something. Everyone stay calm, Li Dong said loudly. Be ready to fight at any moment. Luo Mao sidled up. Commander, should we fire the cannon? No rush. Firing now would just waste ammunition, Li Dong said. The steamboats make such a racket, they definitely knew we were coming and set up an ambush here. The ammunition for the ship's 12-pounder mountain howitzer was limited to begin with. If they expended it now, they might not have enough if they encountered a real emergency later. Order from Battalion Commander Zhu, the signalman on the bridge called out loudly. Change from single column to double column, maintain speed, continue forward. Changing from single to double column meant shifting from marching formation to battle formation. According to the predetermined plan, the left and right columns would each cover one direction, ensuring they could bring fire to bear on both sides simultaneously while shortening the formation's length. The flotilla continued forward as the channel grew narrower. The sporadic arrows from shore were landing closer and closer. Clearly, once they entered effective range, a fierce barrage of arrows would rain down. Though temporary iron plates and bamboo bundle screens had been installed on both gunnels for protection, when it came to plunging fire, these defenses couldn't completely stop arrows dropping from above. Though discipline kept the men outwardly silent, inwardly they were praying for heaven to hurry them through this shoal. But fate was unkind. Just as they were about to clear the shoal, boat number 1 seemed to hit something. An ominous creaking sound came from the hull, the smokestack belched black smoke, and the vessel stopped dead in the middle of the channel. Moments later, boat number 2 also shuddered to a halt. Li Dong's heart lurched. He squeezed past to the captain at the helm. Why have we stopped? Debris from upstream might have piled up here and blocked the channel. It wasn't like this last time we came through. Li Dong had heard that when the southern China army attacked Zhaoqing, there had been a major naval battle at Lingyang Gorge, sinking many ships. The debris was probably left over from that. But this was a long way from Lingyang Gorge, and of all places it had blocked the main channel. Too coincidental. As he pondered, a sailor climbed up from the bilge to report no damage to the hull. I'm going to reverse engines and back off a bit first, otherwise we'll run aground, the captain said. Let me see if there's another channel we can use. If not, we'll have to organize a landing party to clear the obstruction. Commander, message from boat number 1. You're to come over immediately for a conference. Li Dong quickly boarded boat number 1. Zhu Si was crouching behind the armored screen behind the helm platform. The captain just told me there's no way through here. We either send men ashore to clear the obstruction on the spot, or we turn around and take a different channel. Zhu Si's face was tense. What's your view? The captain on boat number 2 said the same thing. My opinion is to send soldiers ashore and clear the obstruction here. Zhu Si shook his head. There are definitely enemies lying in ambush on both banks right now. Once we disembark, we lose our cover. If the enemy attacks, our casualties will be heavy. This was Li Dong's concern too. Since Zhu Si didn't favor that option, he proposed an alternative. Take the channel on the north side of the sandbar. The helmsman says that channel is also passable, just much narrower. If they were attacked there, the risk would be far greater than clearing the obstruction here, because the channel ran almost right along the shore. Zhu Si alternated between studying the map and raising his binoculars to scan the bank, his face showing indecision. The rhythmic thrum of the steam engine made Li Dong secretly anxious. In his view, either option carried risk, but either was better than sitting here in a daze. Commander, after watching Zhu Si hesitate for about 5 minutes, Li Dong finally couldn't hold back. We can't stay here long, let's move quickly. Li Dong, which plan do you think is better? Zhu Si kicked the ball back. Li Dong was taken aback. My view is to take the northern channel. The obstruction here was definitely man-made. We don't know how bad it is or what materials were used to block it. We don't have the right tools or equipment on hand, so clearing it won't be easy. Chapter end. Chapter 2153, Harassment. Zhu Si was quite hesitant. The current channel basically passed through the middle of a sandbar. The sandbars on both sides were flat and open. Apart from a few reed patches, visibility and fields of fire were excellent. Never mind a large ambush force. Even a dozen men couldn't hide there. But the northern waterway was different. On one side lay the open river and sandbars. On the other rose vegetated hills along the bank, capable of concealing scores or even 100 men with ease. He wasn't worried about imperial troops or Yao fighters' arrows, but he had to guard against their firearms. During training at the military political school, the instructors had stressed repeatedly that although the enemy's ranged weapons were primitive, if employed from good cover or fortified positions, their killing power was still considerable, especially in ambushes, where a single successful surprise attack could often inflict heavy casualties on a unit. But continuing to loiter here wasn't an option either. Zhu nodded. All right. We're changing course. At that very moment, about a dozen li downstream at Fengchuan County seat, the Beiwei Army lieutenant in charge of Fengchuan's garrison was laying out arrangements for the next day's routine patrol and the more critical task of escorting the transport convoy on the West River. Normally, a county seat like this wouldn't warrant regular troops for garrison duty. A single national army company was the standard complement. But the sudden outbreak of the Yao uprising had made this place strategically vital overnight. Fengchuan, a stronghold established when the Central Plains first penetrated Lingnan in the pre-Qin era, was truly the key to the two rivers. It lacked the prestige of Zhaoqing, seat of the governor-general, and the bustling prosperity of Wuzhou, the junction of the two Guangs, being just an ordinary county seat with old walls and dilapidated buildings. Much like the many other county towns the southern China army had passed through, hardly worth a second glance from any passing elder. Yet its position commanding the confluence of the He River and the West River still demanded a bright red flag on the general staff's maps. Setting aside Fengchuan County's significance for the West River itself, the He River that flowed into the West River in front of the county seat was a lifeline running straight through to Hezhou and Lianzhou. If anything went wrong at Fengchuan, the Beiwei troops operating deep in the interior to suppress the uprising would find their provisions cut off. As the Yao uprising expanded further, Fengchuan's importance as a transportation hub became ever more apparent. The Joint Logistics Command had not only established a supply depot here, but had set up a field hospital specifically for treating and evacuating the wounded. Large quantities of supplies and personnel had to be transshipped here. The temporary staging areas were piled high. If the enemy staged a surprise attack, even just setting a fire, Director Hong would be jumping up and down with fury. To say nothing of the troops fighting deep in Lianzhou and elsewhere, or the National Army companies besieged in the county seats of Lianzhou and Hezhou. For this reason, Zhu Mingxia had been forced, despite the critical shortage of troops, to detach an entire company to garrison Fengchuan. The Guangdong National Army Command had also reinforced the location with an additional National Army company. Their mission was identical to that of the Wuzhou Battalion: hold the town, and use motorized boats to conduct show-of-force patrols along the river, promptly sweeping away any potential threats to shipping. Thus Lieutenant Mi Longtao of the Beiwei Army had arrived at Fengchuan County. Upon arriving with his company, he not only strengthened the town's defenses, but also established a position atop Pagoda Mountain, about 10 li north of the town on the north bank of the West River. Although the mountain was unassuming, it commanded an excellent view. On a clear day, one could see Wuzhou City from the summit without binoculars. It also allowed simultaneous surveillance of large swaths of the West and He rivers. Geographically, it and the county seat sat on opposite banks of the West River, forming a mutually supporting strongpoint configuration that effectively guarded the river confluence. Mi Longtao had deployed a company and several artillery pieces there, along with observer teams equipped with high-powered telescopes and signalmen with semaphore flags and signal lamps. Mi Longtao was in the middle of assigning tasks when his orderly suddenly knocked and entered, reporting an urgent situation from the Pagoda Mountain observation post. "What's the situation?" Mi Longtao was not particularly surprised. Of late, such urgent situations had been all too common. Small bands of brigands and Yao militants frequently appeared along both banks of the West River, attacking villages and passing ships. Though most of the time they failed to breach defended villages or capture convoy vessels, each attack sent the Fengchuan garrison into high alert. After all, far too many supplies were stockpiled here. The observation post reports they've spotted an escort flotilla of 6 vessels that appears to be stuck in the Jieshou Shoal area upstream. The smoke from the flotilla has shown no significant movement for some time, and they can faintly hear gunfire. Order Pagoda Mountain to maintain observation and report any developments immediately. After the orderly left, Mi Longtao glanced at the map. If enemy contact could occur at Jieshou Shoal, the situation in this region was grim indeed. He raised his head and looked at the subordinates gathered around the table. "No doubt about it, that has to be the Wuzhou National Army Patrol Flotilla that was scheduled to arrive at Fengchuan around noon today. Almost certainly, they've run into some trouble." He turned to ask a middle-aged man dressed in Ming era native clothing, with a topknot and a bushy beard, "Any activity outside the town these past few days?" The middle-aged man was the captain of Fengchuan County's investigation squad, responsible for intelligence collection inside the town and in the surrounding area. His men were mostly locals. Though the personnel weren't entirely reliable, the intelligence they gathered was quite useful, serving as the eyes and ears of the local garrison. Recently, the scouts haven't reported any large enemy forces arriving or massing, so I believe that even if they've encountered an attack, it's probably just small-scale harassment. The middle-aged man seemed confident. Despite his Ming native appearance, he was actually a veteran naturalized citizen who had received specialized training at the External Intelligence Bureau. By External Intelligence Bureau standards, armed groups of over 100 men counted as large enemy forces. Once a group exceeded that size, its food supply requirements and marching accommodations became so conspicuous that concealment was virtually impossible. There was no way the investigation squads operating along both banks of the West River would fail to notice. Still, if the convoy had been attacked by a small armed group, there was no reason for them to stop. According to escort patrol regulations, if a flotilla encountered small-scale harassment, they were to return fire with shipboard weapons and were not to land and engage unless absolutely necessary, lest they fall into an enemy trap. Lieutenant Mi didn't know Zhu Si or Li Dong personally, but he trusted that the convoy's commander would at least know these regulations. Yet the flotilla had stopped, indicating they had encountered a difficulty they couldn't overcome. In that case, he had no choice but to deploy troops to assist. "The enemy situation is unclear. We must maintain vigilance. I will lead 1st Platoon and board boats immediately to proceed upstream and assess the situation. The Deputy Company Commander will lead 2nd Platoon on standby at the dock. Prearranged signals. 1 green flare means all clear. 1 red flare means enemy contact. Reinforce immediately. 2nd Platoon is to board boats and rendezvous with me. All other personnel assume battle stations." "Yes, sir." "Order the Pagoda Mountain outpost to heighten alert and watch for enemy activity along the He River direction," Mi Longtao added. Orders complete, Mi Longtao took his command saber from the wall and buckled it on. "Beat the assembly drum." Just as the Fengchuan garrison was beating the assembly drum and preparing to move out for rescue, Li Dong and Zhu Si's convoy in the northern channel had already taken several volleys of Yiwo Feng rockets. Where the enemy had scrounged these things was anyone's guess. The escort flotilla had entered the northern channel with extreme caution. Everything had gone smoothly for most of the route, calm and uneventful, when suddenly a chorus of shrieking came from the shore as arrows split the air. Then dozens of trails of black smoke erupted raggedly from the trees, streaking toward the flotilla. Yi Feng. Zhu Si at the head of the column shouted, in Dengzhou, he had watched General Sun's troops demonstrate these things. A hexagonal wooden tube that one man could carry on his back. Once ignited, dozens of rockets would spew forth, making quite a spectacle. Before he finished speaking, the rockets came hurtling towards the flotilla. In truth, these rockets were no different from the Yi Feng Zhu Si had seen on the drill ground. They flew wildly in all directions. Zhu Si didn't know there was something called Brownian motion that could perfectly describe what he was witnessing. But dozens of rockets trailing black smoke and careening through the air was still quite an intimidating sight, and the National Army soldiers aboard immediately began to stir. Hold steady. Zhu Si drew his command saber and waved it. Calm, stay calm. Though the Yi Feng rockets' trajectories were wildly erratic, with almost no accuracy to speak of, their general direction was correct. They were adequate for area attacks. 7 or 8 of the several dozen rockets struck boat number 1 and boat number 3 behind it, but all were deflected by the bamboo bundle screens and iron plates. The most threatening one hit the lookout platform on boat number 1, startling the observer who quickly ducked behind the iron railing. Signal all boats, full speed ahead, get out of here, Zhu Si commanded loudly. Just then, a second volley of Yi Feng fired, then a third, a fourth. Wave after wave of rockets streaked toward the flotilla. Under cover of the densely wooded and hilly banks, the enemy would fire a burst and move on. Though they caused no casualties, the constant stream of rocket attacks, the black smoke in the air, the shriek of passing rockets, the staccato of arrows striking and bouncing off the screens, sent the barely trained National Army soldiers into panic. Though many claimed to have been Imperial troops, few had actual combat experience. Their reorganization training since joining the National Army had focused only on formation and discipline. They only knew how to mechanically follow orders to form up, march, thrust bayonets, and volley fire. Many hadn't even fired live ammunition from a Nanyang rifle yet. Fear and tension mounting, the men on the heavy matchlock muskets began firing without orders, shots that had no targets and no aim, exactly like the morale-boosting volleys Ming troops often used in battle. The Banjiu guns blazed wildly not only at the north bank, but also at the south side sandbar where not a soul could be seen. Chapter end. Chapter 2154, Battalion Commander Zhu Si, bastards. Who fired? Zhu Si flew into a rage and slapped the nearest gunner hard across the face. Cease fire. Timing your shots was a key focus of Beiwei Army military training. The Mini-A rifle's loading speed might be the fastest in this time and space, but even a skilled soldier could only manage 3 to 4 rounds per minute. To achieve maximum killing effect, one had to time the first volley just right. In the Lianzhou campaigns between Ming and Qing, the Ming forces possessed superior firearms, yet often failed to inflict effective casualties on the Qing army, partly because of the generally poor quality of their weapons, but also because of bad timing. Now this burst of wildfire had expended all the loaded heavy matchlocks on the ship. If the enemy launched a waiting assault, there would be a gap in their firepower. Under the sergeants shouting and cursing, the ragged shooting stopped. Zhu Si didn't dare climb up to the lookout platform, so he pressed himself against an observation port behind the iron plating and peered out. The hillside along the bank was densely overgrown, and he couldn't see any enemy positions. But from the swaying of the vegetation, he could roughly tell the enemy was on the move. Riflemen, fire at will at suspicious targets, Zhu Si ordered. All matchlocks reload. At his command, the riflemen began firing sporadically, and the heavy matchlocks were pulled back from the firing ports for reloading. The deck fell into disorder. Mind the powder safety. Zhu Si watched the gunners' reloading movements with secret alarm. Suddenly, command boat number 2 at the rear of the column erupted in thick smoke, and cannon fire rumbled. Which bastard fired that cannon? Zhu Si was instantly furious, firing when you couldn't see a thing. The 12-pounder mountain howitzer was the most powerful weapon aboard, not to be used except in dire emergencies. That was what he had told the gun crew before departure. It may only be fired on my personal order. A cheer went up from boat number 2. Apparently they had hit something. Indeed, after that cannon shot, the attacks from the vegetation ceased. Then the signalman reported, "Lieutenant Li on boat number 2 requests permission to land and conduct a search." "Search my ass," Jieshou swore. In his view, completing the patrol mission safely was good enough. Landing rashly to search might get them ambushed. If they lost a dozen men, that wouldn't look good at all. "Order. No one is to land. All vessels proceed at full speed to Fengchuan County seat." The flotilla increased power and quickly cleared Jieshou Shoal. There they met Mi Longtao's 2 Daihatsu boats. Mi Longtao's boats were heading upstream, moving slowly. Seeing the escort flotilla already out of Jieshou Shoal, he knew they hadn't encountered serious danger. Through flag signals, he learned that the flotilla had been ambushed in the northern channel but had suffered no casualties. "Damn, another one," Mi Longtao cursed. Such attacks had already occurred many times this month. Though they hadn't caused major losses, this constant harassment was wearing down the garrison troops. Especially since headquarters demanded they also secure the villages and towns along the river, their defense duties were becoming ever more burdensome. Mi Longtao let the downstream flotilla pass, then directed his troops to land at the ambush site and conduct a search. The search party quickly found abandoned Yiwo Feng wooden tubes among the trees and grass, a novelty for Mi Longtao, as he had never seen these things in previous operations. Then, in a spot clearly covered by grape shot, they discovered 3 corpses and a wrecked Yiwo Feng. 2 of the bodies had been mangled beyond recognition by the grape shot. The third was wounded in the leg but had had his throat cut, probably killed by his own comrades because he couldn't walk. Further in the brush they found another corpse, killed by a Nanyang rifle round. Judging by their dress, the dead were dressed in rags. Forget armor, they didn't even have decent clothes. Probably low-level bandit minions. Mi Longtao was puzzled. The Yiwo Feng was imperial military equipment. Ordinary bandits wouldn't stockpile such things, and if they had them, they certainly wouldn't use them so lavishly. From the empty tubes left at the scene, they had fired at least 4 or 5 Yiwo Feng, and had abandoned 2 more unfired. Such profligate, careless use suggested these weapons had come to them cheaply. "These aren't ordinary bandits," said one of the investigation squad scouts serving as a guide. "Bandits don't like going home empty-handed." Attacking a flotilla here, they couldn't possibly gain anything, yet they invested so much. "You think they're Imperial troops?" "Probably not either," the scout said. "Imperial troops would at least be better equipped than this lot. If they were Yao militants, their dress, hairstyle, and abandoned weapons had nothing to do with the Yao. Regardless of who the enemy was, attacking the flotilla meant opposing the Council of Elders." Mi Longtao ordered his men to expand the search radius, but apart from some junk the bandits had left behind, they found nothing new. Mi Longtao withdrew his men back to Fengchuan, where the flotilla was moored at the dock. Some soldiers had been led ashore to stretch their legs while the damaged bamboo screens were being replaced. "Where's your commander?" he asked. "Over at boat number 1, a busy soldier replied. As Mi Longtao approached, he heard loud scolding. "This was acting on your own initiative. Don't you have any organizational discipline at all? How did you ever get promoted to lieutenant?" Walking over, Mi Longtao saw a National Army captain berating a lieutenant. The lieutenant stood ramrod straight. Though his face clearly showed he didn't agree, the difference in rank and command structure meant he could only stand respectfully and take the dressing down. In the Beiwei army, this kind of behavior would have gotten you executed. Mi Longtao coughed. The captain, who had been raking Li Dong over the coals, stopped. Seeing the visitor was a Beiwei army lieutenant, his stern expression involuntarily softened, and he unconsciously snapped to attention and saluted first. "National Army Wuzhou Battalion Commander Zhu Si." Mi Longtao returned the salute casually. "I'm Mi Longtao, Fengchuan County Garrison Commander. In theory, National Army ranks were equal to Beiwei Army ranks, but neither National Army nor Beiwei Army officers believed that a sergeant from half a year or 3 months ago, now wearing National Army insignia, could be placed on the same level as a regular Army officer. "Yes, sir. Thank you very much for coming to support us in time." Zhu didn't lower his saluting hand. Instead, he bent slightly at the waist and said loudly, "What's with the formality? It's just my duty. We're all comrades in arms here." Mi Longtao waved his hand. "Come to my headquarters and have a seat. Let's chat." "Yes, sir, I'll come right over." Zhu couldn't be bothered to continue chewing out Li Dong for his unauthorized firing. He turned and ordered, "You're in charge of repairs and resupply, and don't come up with any new tricks. Dismissed." The two came to the command post. Mi Longtao ordered a bowl of cooling herbal tea brought for Zhu and began asking about the details of the attack. Zhu recounted the events fully and marked the locations on the map. "This is the recent pattern of attacks." Mi Longtao spread the map before him. Centered on Fengchuan, red dots clustered thickly along both banks of the West and He rivers. Past Fengchuan County seat on the West River, the density of red dots increased dramatically. Zhu was taken aback. By comparison, the stretch from Wuzhou to Fengchuan had seemed calm. Apart from that one ambush, they had rarely encountered any serious attacks. "These are just in my defense zone. The situation downstream is worse. How is it on your end?" "Not bad," Zhu said. "I haven't been in Wuzhou long, but from Wuzhou to Fengchuan the river's been pretty peaceful." "The next leg of your journey will be much more dangerous," Mi Longtao cautioned him. "Further downstream all the way to the Dacheng Yunnan section, the West River makes 2 big bends. Observation is limited and there are many shoals. That stretch sees frequent enemy attacks. Last month logistics lost 2 boats there, over a dozen boatmen and soldiers killed." Zhu's scalp began to tingle. He had passed through that section on his way to Wuzhou. It really was prime ambush country. "Looks like the enemy forces are substantial." Mi Longtao nodded. "Today's group was well equipped." He described what they had found after landing and praised the cannon shot for its accuracy and force. "If not for that hit, I reckon the enemy would have kept at it longer. They left behind 3 or 4 unfired Yiwo Feng." Zhu gave an awkward smile. Fortunately, Mi Longtao didn't pursue the point. To change the subject, Zhu asked, "Intelligence reports say Yao insurgents have infiltrated this area. Could the attack have been their doing?" "Doesn't look like it," Mi Longtao shook his head. "The clothing and weapons aside, Yao militants have been active around here, yes, but their aim is mainly to plunder villages. They wouldn't go to such trouble to attack our armed vessels. What would be the benefit? But if they were bandits, this would be a losing proposition for them too. Could it be Imperial troops?" Mi Longtao laughed heartily and clapped Zhu on the shoulder. "If Imperial troops had this kind of fight in them, we wouldn't be sitting here now. I bet 9 times out of 10 they're bandits who have gotten some reward from the government to come here and risk their necks. Even the local gentry are counting on us for protection now. Only bandits, who will do anything for money and prospects, would take this job." Zhu nodded quickly. "You're right, sir." Mi Longtao sensed his stiffness and asked, "What year did you enlist?" 1632. "In Shandong," Zhu hastened to reply. "Your service record is older than mine. Looks like you're a senior." Mi Longtao smiled. "I wouldn't dare say that." "Don't be so formal," Mi Longtao waved his hand. "You served in, let me guess, the garrison battalion. No wonder. I can tell from your bearing and your salute that style's sharper than even graduate school officers. No wonder you made battalion commander at your age." Chapter end. Chapter 2155. Relief of Xugang graduate school officers referred to those who had graduated from the 3-year officer training program, proper academy-trained professionals. They were a cut above the current Beiwei Army's military political school graduates. "Oh, it's nothing really." Zhu felt awkward, and the comment had stirred up old grievances. With his service record, he should have been promoted to sergeant and selected for the military political school long ago. If he had gotten into the school, he would have come out as a regular army officer. not some national army captain, forever a notch below everyone else. Now that he was in the national army system, going back to the Beiwei army was probably impossible. After all, he had been promoted from the enlisted ranks. Proper officers had all sweated for years before entering the military political school, then worked their way up from second lieutenant one step at a time. He sighed. Actually, I've been falling short. I only made corporal last year. I guess my progress just isn't fast enough, even though I'm a battalion commander now. Don't lose heart. Beiwei Army, National Army, we're all soldiers of the Council of Elders. Don't put ranks in your head and sort people into classes. Mi Longtao tried to comfort him. There's plenty more fighting to come. Once you've got battle achievements, 3 promotions in a row isn't impossible. Yes, you're right, sir. Zhu Si was exceedingly deferential. By the time Zhu Si left the command post, it was already noon. Mi Longtao had kept him for a meal, and also had the cooks prepare a hot meal for the National Army patrol. Eating a proper hot meal on solid ground was certainly better than crouching on a deck gnawing hardtack. Li Dong had supervised the replacement and repair of all the damaged bamboo screens and had topped off the ship's fuel. Because Fengchuan was a forward supply base, everything was readily available. Though steam coal could only be provided to the gunboats and tugs, ordinary firewood was in ample supply, and it was proper split wood, far better than the assorted deadwood and rice straw they had been scrounging. Zhu Si inspected the preparations. Everything was flawless, yet the lingering unpleasantness from his meeting with Lieutenant Mi made him lash out. Such a small thing took this long. How many times have I told you, speed is essential when executing a mission? Yes, sir. Li Dong had a vague sense that the battalion commander held some grudge against him. He hastened to report, "We actually finished half an hour ago." "If you finished half an hour ago, why didn't you report to me immediately?" Zhu Si's voice was sharp. "You were eating with Lieutenant Mi at the time. Once a task is complete, report immediately. Didn't your instructors at the NCO school teach you that? How did you even graduate?" "Yes, sir." Li Dong had no choice but to continue standing at attention and taking the dressing down. Just as Zhu Si was preparing to continue his tirade, an urgent drum roll sounded. Both of them recognized the beat at once. Fresh enemy contact. Zhu Si forgot about showing his authority. He looked around somewhat at a loss, wanting to find someone to ask what was happening. He suddenly spotted Mi Longtao emerging from the command post in full battle gear, issuing orders as he walked. Seeing Zhu Si and Li Dong, he stopped and called out loudly, "Yunnan County's Xugang village is under heavy attack by a large enemy force. We're moving to reinforce immediately. You come along and coordinate." Zhu Si was momentarily speechless. He really didn't want to get sucked into a fight. This was his first combat patrol. If he could just complete a single round trip without incident, he'd make a good impression on Cayenne Duo and Chief Zai. If the operation fell apart and cost a dozen casualties, what would they think? In theory, he had his own orders to execute, but those orders didn't conflict with Mi Longtao's request. Patrol along the river, clear both banks of enemies, maintain security. Even if he refused now, once their flotilla reached the downstream area, they would end up in this battle anyway. "Well, any problems?" Mi Longtao asked when Zhu Si didn't respond. "No," Zhu Si said, knowing he couldn't look like a coward now. If Mi Longtao wrote in his after-action report, Zhu Si refused to coordinate, his career was finished. He snapped to attention and said loudly, "Report, no problems, sir." Then he hastily added, "It's just that our firepower is rather weak." "Another standard spear company," Mi Longtao sounded somewhat displeased. "Yes, sir, only 30 Nanyang rifles. The rest are captured Ming heavy matchlocks and light swivel guns." "That's fine, just coordinate with us," Mi Longtao said. "During the engagement, follow my signal commands. You do have signalmen, right?" "Yes, of course." "Good, your boats follow in the rear." Mi Longtao called out, "Map." His orderly immediately spread out the field map before them. Just now, a wireless report came in from Yunnan County. About 500 unidentified enemy combatants suddenly appeared at Xugang village on the Fengchuan Yunnan County border. They attempted to take the village by surprise attack, but were repulsed by the local militia. They're now besieging the village. The village has few able-bodied men, and the situation is extremely dangerous. Zhu Si studied the map. From what he could see, Xugang village wasn't in Fengchuan County at all, but in Yunnan County, and the county seat of Yunnan was actually much closer to Xugang than their current position. By both distance and jurisdiction, the Yunnan County National Army Company should be the ones sending relief. Though this place is closer to the Yunnan County seat, it's upstream of the town. Sailing from the county seat means fighting the current, so timing would be tight, and the enemy numbers aren't small, so this time will be the main force. By main force, Mi Longtao didn't mean the Wuzhou Battalion's composite company under Zhu Si's command. He meant the platoon of Beiwei army troops massing at the dock, well-equipped and well-trained. There was also a National Army Mountain Warfare Company, Black Li soldiers recruited from the Hainan Highlands, composed of Li and Miao tribesmen, each armed with a double-barreled shotgun and a specialized mountain warfare machete. Though not as tall and robust as regular army soldiers, they exuded a fierce, ruthless aura. With such a force taking the lead, Zhu Si secretly relaxed. His mood actually lifted. When he thought about it, his luck wasn't half bad. If he had been patrolling solo to Xugang and run into this battle, he would have been fighting alone. Now with Mi Longtao at the front, victory meant he'd share the credit, and defeat meant the blame wouldn't fall on him. He drew himself up, morale surging. Report. Rest assured, sir, though our company is poorly equipped and undertrained, every man is ready to fight to the death for the Council of Elders. We will absolutely not falter or cower in battle. Good. Then go prepare, we move out with me. Mi Longtao finished his orders and hurried aboard a Daihatsu. This time, 10 boats departed from Fengchuan, 2 of them river squadron gunboats leading the way. The 6 under Zhu Si's command fell in behind the main body, and together they headed downstream. Downstream from Fengchuan County, not far past the county boundary, there was a village nestled on a hillside overlooking the West River. Like many villages in Guangdong, it was a clan settlement. The resident clan was surnamed Su, one of the great surnames of Lingnan. They had been here for over a century, and the village was called Xugang. The location was near the West River, with green hills and clear water, rich and fertile land. The Su clan had flourished here and quickly become the local gentry and strongmen. Xugang had grown into a large village of nearly 1,000 souls. Now, however, the village was wreathed in thick smoke and flames. Among the black tiles and white walls, shouts of combat could faintly be heard. At the heart of the village stood a 3-courtyard compound of red stone and blue brick with glazed roof tiles. This was the Su Ancestral Hall. In the hall's council chamber, several elders sat stiffly upright. Though they were trying to appear calm, the battle cries growing ever fiercer outside made every face show worry. Master, the bandits have fallen back. A middle-aged servant in a dark gown and close cap, his face smeared with soot, his clothes torn and blood-stained, came running in, panting. Good. The man addressed as Master nodded, and those around him immediately showed relief. Go back and tell everyone, the bandits are nearly spent. I've already sent someone to the county seat for help. The Australians' army will be here any moment. Hold out through this battle and everyone will be handsomely rewarded. Master, the situation is dire. Our militia and village men have taken heavy casualties and morale is shaky. I'm afraid. The messenger showed no joy, his face anxious. The messenger was a steward of the village patriarch, Old Master Su. His name was Su Yang. Unremarkable in appearance, he was Old Master Su's most capable enforcer, normally in charge of the household retainers and militia. Usually he was bold and fierce, unafraid of death, seldom showing such anxious expressions. This immediately put Old Master Su on his guard. You're saying they can't hold much longer? Yes, yes, Su Yang nodded rapidly. The bandits have a lot of firearms, they're pouring it on. We don't even have crude blunderbusses. The brothers are pinned down, can't raise their heads. A lot of the crenellations and parapets have been shot away, and the bandits are shouting that they're bringing up cannon. If they really do, the boys say it'll be over. This made not only old Master Su blanch, but his page boys, maids, and senior kinsmen all turned pale as well. Xugang had always been a peaceful place. First, it wasn't far from the county seat. Second, it sat by the West River, a densely populated corridor. Though small bands of river pirates and land brigands might occasionally cause trouble, there had never been a gang of 100 or more. The Su clan had lived here for 3 generations, farming and studying. Though they hadn't produced great scholars, the clan had raised a few Ziyukai, and with hundreds of tenant and hereditary servant households, they commanded 300 or 400 able-bodied men. In Yunnan County, they were counted among the powerful. Petty criminals wouldn't dare touch them. No one had imagined that such a large gang of bandits would come to storm and slaughter the village. Chapter End. Chapter 2156. At the gates of Xugang, unlike the militia groups in the war-torn Central Plains, which were armed to the teeth, villages along the West River might have their own militia and Tuanlian forces, but because Guangdong had remained relatively peaceful, their defensive preparations were far inferior to those in the heartland. They rarely had artillery, and even light firearms were not plentiful. When the bandits had launched their assault moments ago, the dense roar of firearms from outside had already given them shivers. Now, hearing that the bandits were bringing up cannon, the more timid among them turned white as sheets. Old Master Su was still the calmest of the lot. He had long known Su Yang's character, fierce and fearless, not one to show timidity easily. If he now looked like this, he must have already lost his nerve. If he couldn't be steadied now, he might quietly slip away to save his own skin, and then the whole village would be doomed. Old Master Su rose at once. "Lead the way, I'll go to the front and have a look." "Grand Master, you mustn't, it's too dangerous," someone cautioned. "No matter. If the bandits can't breach our defenses, I'll inspect the front. If there really is cannon, we must come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible." With that, he instructed Su Yang, "Lead on." "Yes, sir. This way, master." Old Master Su, with several sturdy household servants in tow, followed Su Yang toward the village entrance. Xugang wasn't like many villages in the Central Plains, which were surrounded by complete encircling walls. Instead, it used the complex network of waterways, ponds, and paddy fields on the lower slopes of the hills to construct a defensive system. Therefore, only 3 roads led into Xugang, from the east, west, and south, with the southern approach being a water route. At the entrance to each road, the Su clan had built a stone and brick blockhouse, supplemented by palisades and chevox de frise. In normal times, this was enough to effectively block raiders and bandits. The eastern approach had the largest expanse of water, with channels and ponds scattered everywhere in front of the village. Bandits could only attack along a single narrow path, unable to deploy their numbers. The southern approach was the water route, and the bandits lacked enough boats, so the main thrust was against the west. Old Master Su made his way through the lanes and alleys. Every door was shut, every house locked. Not a sound, only a few wizened elders lingering in the streets, craning their necks to peer around. Old Master Su felt mounting anxiety, yet kept his face composed. As he approached the village entrance, he saw wounded men lying or sitting under the eaves on both sides of the road, some crudely bandaged with strips of cloth, others with no dressing at all, just moaning endlessly. Blood was everywhere. It was a gory sight. No one was attending to them, despite the cries for water and treatment. No one paid them any heed. Old Master Su was no pampered rich lord, but the sudden sight of so many casualties gave him a secret start. He quickened his pace, only to have a badly wounded man grab his robe hem and wail for someone to treat him. He had to wrench himself free. The bandits have too many firearms. The boys weren't prepared. Most of them took musket balls, Su Yang explained. The village entrance had been barricaded with bricks, tiles, and beams from demolished houses. A few brave militiamen clutching broadswords climbed up to peer over. Below, the militia and conscripted villagers huddled around the blockhouse, some with swords and bamboo spears, others with bows and crossbows, still others with nothing more than cudgels. All wore uneasy expressions. On a nearby thrashing floor, a row of corpses lay under rush mats, 17 or 18 of them. "The master has come, the master is here." Seeing him approach, the defenders parted to make way. Old Master Su entered the blockhouse with a stern face. Inside, the mingled stink of acrid gunpowder, sweat, and blood was nauseating. With Su Yang's help, he climbed the ladder to the top level. Up there, many crenellations and embrasures had been shot away, and bloodstains splattered the floor. "Master, the bandits are over there." Su Yang brought him to an intact embrasure and pointed quietly. Old Master Su looked out. From the village entrance onward, along the road, in the paddies, along the river banks, corpses lay scattered. Those were presumably dead bandits. Less than half a li away was a hamlet of a dozen households, now occupied by the enemy. Whether they were cooking or had set the place alight, black smoke was rising. Before the hamlet, a dense mass of men had gathered, all armed with swords, spears, and matchlock guns. A row of mantlets stood in front. Though the details were unclear, the array looked nothing like bandits. Mantlets were bulky and hard to carry. Neither ordinary brigands nor the Yao raiders who came for quick plunder would bother with them. "To my eyes, they look like imperial troops," Su Yang muttered with a curse. "That formation, those firearms, no bandits could pull this off." Old Master Su nodded silently. Since the Australians had pushed in, imperial soldiers scattering and turning bandit was a common occurrence. Xugang had seen skirmishes before. But those bandit soldiers had been few in number and nowhere near this well-equipped, let alone with this much firepower. It was truly strange. He asked, "Have you taken any prisoners?" "We caught one, but he was badly wounded, died before we could question him." Old Master Su was quietly fretting. By the look of it, this bandit force numbered at least 300 or 400. If not all of them, at least a good portion had to be former imperial soldiers. His village's few hundred able-bodied men couldn't hold out against that. Even without cannon, a few more assaults and his side would probably collapse. His only hope was that the county's Australians would arrive in time to rescue them. Barely half a month ago, after the county seat had changed hands, the county had summoned each village to send a liaison officer to a meeting. At the meeting they had discussed collective defense, and Xugang had been levied for several dozen able-bodied men and a quantity of money and grain, reportedly for organizing a national army in the county. The Australians had superior ships and cannon. If they told you to jump, you jumped. Everyone understood that. Later, villages were instructed to prepare wolf smoke signals and had been issued special signal rockets, along with a little booklet explaining how to raise the alarm in case of siege or other emergencies. At the meeting, the officials had solemnly promised that as long as you raised the alarm, the county's national army would absolutely come to the rescue. To be honest, Old Master Su had been skeptical of these assurances. In his view, the Australians' demands for grain, money, and men were certainly real, but government relief. Since ancient times, that had never been reliable. Whether the authorities sent help usually depended on the magistrates and his underlings' conscience, or the favors one had accumulated with them. Compared to conscience, Old Master Su trusted favors more. So whether it was conscripting men or levying supplies, he had been, one might say, enthusiastic. He had even used connections to a fellow townsman working for the Australians to approach the new Australian magistrate. They called him Director, with a handsome gift. But this director was impervious to bribery. Not only did he refuse the gift, he lectured Old Master Su sternly, leaving him mortified. That meant Old Master Su could only rely on the director's conscience now. He figured that, at the very least, given his recent compliance with all the Australians' policies, they wouldn't just let Xugang be destroyed. So besides raising the wolf smoke, he had also dispatched his most capable steward to the county seat to report the emergency. For extra assurance, aside from the household guards accompanying him, He had sent along 500 taels of silver. Even if the director had a conscience, his national army subordinates might not. He scanned the river upstream and downstream, eyes straining, hoping to see Australian boats appear any moment. These past days, Australian steam-powered boats had been cruising the river every few days, sometimes towing long trains of barges. Why, just when he needed them most, was there not a single one in sight? Just as his anxiety peaked, an arm shoved him roughly. Xuyang's voice, half startled, half joyful, cried, the Australians are here." Old Master Su jumped, then quickly looked in the direction Xuyang was pointing. Coming from the upstream stretch of the West River, over a dozen Australian steamboats were churning toward them, trailing black smoke. He let out a long breath and murmured a silent thanks to heaven and the bodhisattvas. "Quick, fire signal rockets to make contact." "Report, signal rockets from a civilian settlement on the north bank," the lookout shouted. Jieshou hastily rose and raised his binoculars. Sure enough, about 1.5 kilometers downstream, red signal rockets were rising. He counted silently. 1, 2. After 2, a pause, then 2 more fired in quick succession, the distress signal for a call for rescue. He pulled out the map from his case and cross-checked. Yes, this large village on the north bank in the hills was Xugang. "Commander, should we fire rockets in reply?" a sergeant asked. "No, let Lieutenant Mi's people answer." Jieshou said, "All hands prepare for battle." At that moment, Mi Longtao's command boat at the head of the flotilla launched answering signal rockets. Then a flag message came from ahead. "All boats, battle stations, proceed as planned." According to the prearranged plan, Mi Longtao's main force would land first and deliver a direct strike against the enemy's main body. Jieshou's company would land next, covering the main force's flanks and rear while also mopping up scattered bandits. Based on past experience, bandits generally had poor fighting spirit. Once actual regular troops attacked, they usually scattered at once. They rarely executed any complex tactical maneuvers, so the battle plan was straightforward. The flotilla edged toward the north bank. Mi Longtao stood on the helm platform. There were no enemy forces in sight along the shore, not even a single boat. Clearly, the enemy had not come by water. From the riverbank to Xugang village was roughly 1 kilometer. The terrain was flat but extremely broken up, with rivers, channels, ponds, and paddies everywhere. Troop movement in this kind of terrain was difficult. They would have to advance along country lanes and paddy dikes. According to the plan, 1 platoon of Bayway Army regulars would serve as the vanguard, taking point. The land here was level with good visibility. Mini-A rifles could engage at long range with precision fire. Mi Longtao estimated that after a few volleys, the bandits would be shattered by the gunfire. Chapter end. Chapter 2157. Taking the initiative, all boats reduce speed. Prepare to land. Mi Longtao commanded loudly, drawing his saber. Fix bayonets, one after another. Sergeants called out on each vessel as the gun crews attached friction primers and ready to fire. The boats swung around a shallow area and headed for the bank. The green hills on both sides drew ever closer. Lieutenant Mi suddenly sensed something. Just as he was about to speak, a cannon boomed from the hillside along the bank, followed immediately by the whistle of arrows and the crack of matchlock fire. From the rear vessel, Li Dong saw it clearly. A plume of thick smoke suddenly erupted from the hillside on the right. The iron armor plate on the starboard side of the lead command boat was instantly smashed to pieces. The cannonball punched through the hull and blew out the armor plate on the opposite side as well. Even from several hundred meters away, Li Dong could see the flesh and blood of soldiers torn apart as the round swept across the deck. Ambush! Li Dong sucked in a cold breath. During his time in the Bayway Army, he had gone on many search-and-sweep operations. Because adversaries of all kinds couldn't match the Bayway Army in firepower or organization, their most common tactic was to exploit their familiarity with the terrain to set ambushes. Even when scouts were deployed ahead on every sortie, enemy ambushes still had chances to inflict casualties. That was why such operations emphasized rapid advance and covert approach. denying the enemy time to prepare an ambush. On the West River, using steamships, rapid advance was no problem, but covert approach was utterly impossible. Almost simultaneously, the Minié rifles on the lead boats opened up in a continuous crackle of fire, then cannon smoke and flame belched from the ships with a roar. Smoke quickly obscured the river. Li Dong couldn't make out the situation ahead. He urged the helmsman, "Faster, speed up. The shore here is all shoals and reefs. We can't go faster." Before the helmsman finished, another loud explosion came from within the smoke, and a column of white steam mixed with black smoke shot skyward. The boiler blew. The helmsman's face went pale as he muttered. Li Dong grew anxious. With the lead boats firing one after another, he couldn't see the fighting ahead at all. From the irregular booms and cracks, he could tell the vanguard was locked in fierce combat. "What does Battalion Commander Zhu say?" Li Dong asked the signalman while scanning the front. "No orders." Li Dong turned to look at boat number 1. Sure enough, no signal had come. He didn't know what Zhu Si was thinking, but he already had a plan in mind. He instructed the signalman, "Signal the command boat. I intend to lead the right column ashore to flank the enemy's position, coordinating with Lieutenant Mi's operation." The signalman semaphored the message. Boat number 1 gave no response. Li Dong's anxiety mounted. He had the signalman repeat the message. Still no response. "Forget it," Li Dong said, not knowing what was happening on number 1. He immediately ordered, "Signal the right column. Prepare for combat." A combat-ready signal flag went up on boat number 2 moments later. Number 2 broke from the lane and headed for the shoals near the bank. Li Dong's plan was simple: land on the spot, then advance along the shoreline and attack the ambushers from the flank. Though his men's combat effectiveness was poor, Mi Longtao's force was strong. Right now they were just stunned by the opening blow. If his own troops could make a showing from the flank and distract the ambushers, Mi Longtao's men would be able to counterattack immediately. For his troops, untested in battle, there was some danger, but he judged it wasn't great. "All hands prepare for battle. Stand by to land." At Luo Mao's command, the 30-odd men on boat number 2 stirred. Most were going into battle for the first time. Hearing the gunfire ahead, their legs were already shaking. "Don't be afraid, those are our cannons." Luo Mao, one hand gripping his rifle, reached out with the other to haul up soldiers who were trembling too hard to stand. "Once we're off the boat, stay close to me. No running off." Yang Erdong had seen battle before and wasn't panicking now. He gripped his standard spear and touched the sword at his belt, wishing wistfully for a suit of iron armor. When he'd been a household guard and gone into battle, he'd always worn plate. Now in just this thin uniform, he felt practically naked. At least the Australians issued iron helmets. Odd-looking ones, though, shaped like chamber pots, broad-brimmed and shallow. They only perched on your head, and if not for the leather strap under the chin, they'd fly off the moment you ran. He glanced back at Li Pudun, whose face was deathly pale, barely standing with his spear for support. Just as he was about to say a few words of comfort, the boat lurched violently. He staggered and nearly fell. The whole deck was suddenly a chaos of stumbling men. "We're grounded," the helmsman shouted. Li Dong rushed to the bow, snatched a bamboo pole from a sailor and checked the depth, about half a meter, deep enough not to impede landing. He raised his saber, "Follow me," and was the first to leap overboard. With the commanding officer jumping first, the soldiers' courage rose a notch. Under the sergeant's urging, they leaped off one after another, water splashing everywhere. Some lost their footing on landing, flailing and crying for help until fellow soldiers pulled them up. The confusion didn't last long. 5 minutes later, the roughly 90 men of the right column had assembled ashore. "Riflemen take point. Everyone else follow. Advance in double file." The terrain ashore was hilly. Though the slopes weren't too steep, the vegetation was dense, making it impossible to deploy in a line. And given the quality of his men, forming a line required courage and discipline beyond their abilities. All he could do was advance in column, with experienced veterans leading. "Luo Mao, you bring up the rear." "Yes, sir, Lieutenant." "All squads, watch your flanks for enemy activity." Li Dong surveyed the assembled soldiers, raised the whistle at his chest, and blew a sharp blast. "All forward," he set off at the head, trailed by his runner and the standard-bearer. The hillside along the bank was quite steep. With limited manpower, he couldn't fan out up the slope to search. He could only watch the ridgeline carefully while pressing ahead quickly. The aim was to finish this fast. The cannon fire ahead slackened. The rifle fire grew denser, and shouts of combat could be heard. Li Dong estimated that Mi Longtao's force had landed and was pushing forward. He urged his men to quicken their pace, while ordering the standard-bearer to unfurl the flag to avoid friendly fire. By now the slope had grown gentler. The brush gave way to groves of fruit trees. Among the trees stood a small thatched hut. The scouts at the head of the column noticed figures moving in the trees. "Contact," he called. Movement in the trees left front of the hut. "Fire," Li Dong shouted. A dozen Nanyang riflemen immediately loosed a volley into the trees. Smoke billowed, screams echoed. But at the same moment the whoosh of arrows split the air, and 2 National Army soldiers went down with shafts in them. Yang Erdong's sharp eyes caught movement in the forest. He shouted, "More on the right." He cursed inwardly that he didn't have a rifle, 1 shot and he could drop someone. With this spear all he could do was fret. Spearmen at the ready. Li Dong drew his revolver and fired a round toward the source of the arrows. The riflemen quickly reloaded and fired another volley. Amid screams and groans, chaotic footsteps sounded in the forest. The figures who had gathered there turned and fled uphill. Li Dong immediately ordered pursuit. The riflemen loosed another volley to cover the spearmen charging up the slope. Yang Erdong leveled his spear and gave chase, but the terrain was ill-suited for long spears. Branches and vines kept snagging the shaft. He had to struggle repeatedly to disentangle it. Sometimes it caught so badly it became more hindrance than help. Soldiers scattered among the trees couldn't maintain cohesion, and the formation quickly fell apart. The enemy kept turning to loose arrows. Within minutes, 2 more men were hit. Some timid souls hunkered behind trees, too scared to move. Li Dong couldn't control the situation from behind. Fearing an ambush ahead, he ordered a halt to the pursuit and everyone to fall back and reform. After all this, the right column was in disarray. When they finally gathered and counted heads, 4 had been wounded and 10 were missing, probably lost in the woods during the chase. "Sound the rally call." Within minutes of the bugle sounding, several National Army soldiers emerged from the trees, unfamiliar faces, but their weapons were double-barreled shotguns. "Challenge! Strike!" the lead National Army officer shouted back. "Which unit are you?" "We're Wuzhou National Army." "We know, hold your position." The officer spoke loudly as he walked over. "Where's your commander?" "I'm right here." Li Dong stepped forward. "I'm Li Dong, Composite Company Commander, Wuzhou Battalion National Army. You got here pretty fast." The man wasn't interested in hearing his introduction. "Pity we didn't cut them off." Then, as if remembering, he added, "I'm Chen Huan, commander of National Army Mountain Company No. 4. Li Dong had heard that the mountain companies were mostly recruited from Li and Miao villages on Hainan Island. He had been rather dismissive, taken part in several security operations on Hainan, and hadn't been impressed by the Li and Miao fighters. After all, a ragtag bunch of garrison soldiers there had managed to keep them suppressed for years using crude outpost forts. What could they possibly offer besides climbing ability? But the soldiers before him now, though mostly short in stature, were lean and tough, clearly battle-hardened. They were leagues above his own gaggle of green recruits. Chapter end. Chapter 2158. 3 commanders looking at their equipment, every man carrying a double-barreled shotgun. They were far more impressive than his own row of spears. The new recruits under his command were whispering among themselves. Same National Army, and these Mountain Yao and Miao folk all had guns. Li Dong was a combat veteran and knew that while shotguns had short range, they were devastatingly effective in close-quarters mountain fighting. At a few dozen meters, you didn't even need to aim. 1 blast and your target was dead or maimed. With luck, a single shot could take down several enemies. far more useful in mountain jungle than these unwieldy long spears. The men we have here are all locally recruited new soldiers, a full month of training at most, Li Dong said with some regret. How did it go? Heavy casualties. Not light. Chen Huan's face was displeased. The command boat took a direct hit, even the boiler blew. Then Lieutenant Mi. Don't know his status yet. The command boat has sunk. We're still rescuing survivors. Chen Huan said, stay here and establish a defensive perimeter. I'm going to link up with the main body. Chen Huan led his soldiers toward the riverbank. As the rally call sounded, soldiers who had gone missing during the fight drifted back one by one. When the final count was made, no one had been killed. The 4 who had taken arrows were all still alive. Most of the 10 missing had returned. Only 3 remained unaccounted for, whether scattered or wounded, no one knew. Li Dong posted soldiers in a defensive line against a sudden enemy counterattack, and had several men fashion stretchers from spears to carry the wounded to the riverbank to wait for boats. Though they had a medic, his skills amounted to applying dressings and bandages. Anything more complicated was beyond him. The medic tried to keep the wounded calm. Stop whimpering like women, every one of you. An arrow wound. Just a mosquito bite. We're taking you to Fengchuan County seat, just a few li away. There's a field hospital there, doctors, even little nurses. You'll just lie around healing and living the good life. Li Dong watched as a man with an arrow in his chest was carried away. The bandage over his chest was already soaked red. He was gasping, blood foam at his lips. Li Dong knew this one wouldn't make it. He felt a pang of grief. Watching comrades die was part of going into battle, but this time was different. These men had died under his command. He couldn't help but feel guilt. Any orders from Battalion Commander Zhu? Li Dong asked. He had just sent a signalman to flag boat number 1. None. The left column is following the main body forward. Mi Longtao's boat had been hit by a cannon round less than 20 meters from shore. The dozen or so soldiers crowded on deck had been swept away by the passing shot, dead or wounded. He had been on the helm platform and was thus spared, but the shockwave from the round had blasted him off the platform. When he got to his feet, the deck was a shambles. Smoke was thick. All he could hear was the dense crackle of gunfire and the shouts of combat. Mi Longtao used his saber to prop himself up, still somewhat dazed. Suddenly one of his platoon leaders, covered in blood, emerged from the smoke. "Lieutenant, we've been ambushed." The platoon leader was limping, apparently wounded. "The men on board are all dead. Let's pull back and regroup." Mi Longtao strained to see outside. The river was engulfed in smoke. Nothing was visible. All he could hear was the hiss of projectiles tearing through the air. But he could hear the Beiwei army's war cries and the distinctive sharp crack of Minié rifles. His force hadn't lost cohesion. They were still fighting. A gust of wind suddenly dispersed some of the smoke. He could see gun smoke spurting continuously from the bank. His boats were struggling toward shore, but this stretch of shoreline was a vast shoal, impossible to reach dry land. Soldiers would have to disembark in the shallows. His men were staggering through the shallows, pressing forward under a hail of arrows and musket balls. Fortunately, every boat carried guns and they were all firing now, keeping up suppressive fire on the shore. "Good shooting," Mi Longtao said, wanting to slap the gunwale. Only then did he realize he couldn't lift his arm. He wanted to give orders but saw the signalman lying motionless on the deck. The helmsman was dead too. Aside from groaning wounded, only 3 or 4 men still stood and returned fire. Just then, several soot-blackened sailors clambered up from below deck, shouting, "Get off! The boiler's cracked, it's going to explode!" They started jumping into the water. At this, the few remaining soldiers made to follow. Mi Longtao stopped them. "Take the wounded. Even if they die, let them die on shore." His arm was probably broken. He had no strength in it and could only get into the water with the platoon leader's help. Moments after they entered the water, the boiler exploded. The blast sent a wave that shoved them hard, nearly pushing them under. Fortunately, the flood season hadn't arrived. The current was neither fast nor deep. A few desperate struggles and they touched bottom. Crawling ashore, they found the enemy had all fled. A medic came over to examine him. His arm was broken, so they splinted and immobilized it. Mi Longtao looked down at himself, soaked through, clothes in tatters, blackened all over, a wretched sight indeed. What a heavy price, he thought angrily. Damn bandits. He gazed out at the river. The shattered command boat had completely sunk. Only a portion of the smokestack and the mast jutted above the surface. The stack was still venting white steam as if gasping its last. Debris and soldiers' bodies floated on the water. "Report, Lieutenant." Chen Huan came up beside him, about to salute. "What's the situation?" Mi Longtao waved aside the formalities. "The enemy has fled. Preliminary count shows over 30 enemy dead. They abandoned their cannon and a lot of firearms." Chen Huan reported, "Much credit goes to the Wuzhu Company. They flanked the enemy and took the pressure off our front. Beat the rally drum. All units form up, deploy in battle formation and proceed to Xugang. If there's no sign of the enemy, the battalion will temporarily withdraw into Xugang to rest." "Yes, sir." Chen Huan saluted and was about to leave, but Mi Longtao called him back. "I'm wounded and can't move freely. From now on, you command in my place during operations." Chen Huan hesitated. Mi Longtao smiled. "What? You've been a company commander for years. You can't shoulder this responsibility." "It's not that. I'm a National Army lieutenant." "Beiwei Army, National Army, what's the difference? You're an officer of the Council of Elders. I'm putting you in command now. You represent the council. What's there to be afraid of? Go do it." He sent Chen Huan off, then saw Zhu Si approaching with a few soldiers. The young man's bearing and manner were superior to Chen Huan's, yet his face was tense. Mi Longtao noticed he kept glancing around, his neck twitching as if ducking involuntarily. A raw rookie with no experience. Mi Longtao thought to himself. Clearly Zhu Si had no combat experience, but the flanking maneuver earlier had been decisive, allowing Chen Huan to quickly turn the tide. He wasn't without potential. With more seasoning, he could become a competent officer. "Lieutenant Mi," seeing Mi Longtao's condition, Zhu Si was so nervous he could barely speak coherently. Mi Longtao was covered in soot, and his face and clothes were spattered with bloodstains, a shocking sight. Mi Longtao shook his head and sighed. "I'm fine. This is all my comrades' blood. We took heavy casualties this time." "I never imagined the bandits would have artillery," Zhu Si said bitterly. Earlier, the moment Mi Longtao's command boat was hit, he had been too stunned to speak. When the signalman reported Li Dong's requests several times, he hadn't even registered them. Only when the helmsman asked for orders did he manage to say, "Follow the main body forward." "No, I never imagined either." Mi Longtao looked at him. "But this time you all deserve a lot of credit." Zhu Si stiffened. He remembered Li Dong's signals. Bad. He assumed Mi Longtao was displeased with Li Dong's unauthorized action. Inwardly cursing Li Dong as meddlesome and glory-hungry, he quickly snapped to attention and bowed. "I'm sorry, we shouldn't have acted on our own initiative, it was all." "Not at all," Mi Longtao waved him off. "If not for your bold action, your proactive strike that pinned down the enemy from the flank, we would have paid an even heavier price pushing up. You commanded well." Zhu Si had expected a dressing down from Mi Longtao, plus a black mark in the after-action report. His career would have been on the line. To his surprise, Mi Longtao had praised him instead. His spirits lifted and he snapped to attention again with a bow. "It was all thanks to your excellent command, sir, and Lieutenant Chen's valiant fighting." All right, don't be so formal." Mi Longtao found Zhu Si's parade ground etiquette uncomfortable. He cut him off. "Assemble your men immediately and clear the battlefield. All wounded, prisoners, and captured material are to be transported by boat to Fengchuan County seat." "Yes, Lieutenant." "Organize the men to recover the fallen as quickly as possible. Bodies will be buried on site with proper markers. Salvage whatever can be recovered." Zhu Si watched Chen Huan's troops form up and start marching towards Xugang. He felt a twinge of envy. His own men were stuck doing cleanup. Mi Longtao finished issuing orders and asked soldiers to help him up. He wanted to inspect the bandits' ambush position. The position had been set up in the trees not far from the bank. There were no conspicuous earthworks or trenches, just sandbags piled into a crude gun emplacement holding one large cannon. Mi Longtao stood at the gun position and looked out at the river. The spot was masterfully chosen. Because of the shoals, the flotilla had been forced to sail close to the bank channel. The straight-line distance was less than 50 meters. And from the dry shore to the channel stretched a vast expanse of flat, open shallows. Chapter end. Chapter 2159. Joy and Sorrow. He made a rough measurement from the exposed smokestack of the command boat to the gun position. Only about 40 meters. In other words, the enemy had basically pressed the muzzle against his forehead and pulled the trigger. What an excellent position! Mi Longtao couldn't help but admire the enemy commander. This was far beyond the capability of ordinary bandits. It even surpassed the usual standard of imperial troops. He examined the abandoned cannon. It wasn't especially large, though the barrel was quite long. On closer inspection, it turned out to be made of wood, though this wasn't particularly unusual. Making cannons from cheap but dense, tight-grained wood was practiced everywhere. In the north they used elm. In the two Guangs they had lychee wood, ironwood, and the like. To let it handle larger powder charges, the barrel was bound with 7 or 8 wide iron hoops. Even so, cracks had appeared at the breech of this wooden cannon. One more shot and it would probably have killed the gun crew. But there were no cannonballs or powder beside the emplacement. The bandits apparently hadn't expected to fire a second round. In the woods they found 6 or 7 more wooden cannons of various sizes. Normally Mi Longtao wouldn't bother collecting such junk, good only for firewood. But this time he had paid a heavy price, so caution was warranted. He ordered all the abandoned enemy weapons gathered and sent back to Fengchuan for the Intelligence Bureau to examine. Battlefield cleanup fell to the Wuzhou National Army, dirty, exhausting work, especially recovering bodies from both sides. Most of the dead had been killed by artillery fire and the corpses were badly mangled. Everyone wore expressions of distaste. Go to war and die and you don't even get a coffin. Li Pudun was helping carry bodies, his face full of there but for the grace of God melancholy. At least they're not left to rot in the wilds. Luo Mao directed the digging. Dig deep, no slacking. The brothers above are watching. Li Pudun shivered and mumbled, "Sergeant, don't scare people." Yang Erdong said nothing, just grunting as he dug. It was a long rectangular grave pit, placed on higher ground along the slope so the flood season wouldn't wash it out. Watching a sergeant measure the pit's depth with a ruler, Yang Erdong thought that the Australians really did have rules for everything, even farting. He'd been a soldier for years and had seen plenty of gore. A few dead in a fight was nothing special. Getting a shallow pit and a quick burial counted as a good deed. The fallen Beiwei and National Army soldiers were wrapped in gray military blankets and laid one by one in the bottom of the pit. 6 were already lined up. "Lieutenant, this is the 7th. That's all of them." Li Pudun helped carry the body to the edge, panting with exertion. Li Dong looked at the corpse bundled in the soaked blanket, a middle-aged man, dark-skinned, unshaven. The body was more intact than those hit by the cannon round, but the chest was horribly caved in. No blood on the body, though there was dried blood around the mouth and nostrils, probably struck by something, internal injuries. None of the man's belongings were missing. Losing gear and weapons in battle was normal, especially for the dead, but looting corpses did happen. Officers handling burials had to watch for it. Li Dong pulled a small bamboo identity tag from the cord around the corpse's neck and removed the belt. Regulations required that weapons and equipment be recovered. Ammunition pouch, bayonet, canteen. Each item was removed, until only the personal effects bag remained. The bag was worn, patched. It had probably traveled far with its owner. He didn't open it, partly because there might be valuables like a wallet inside, and he wanted to avoid suspicion, partly because he feared seeing something personal that would stir grief. He tied the identity tag to the effects bag and tossed it into a large sack. "Wrap him up and bury him," Li Dong said. 2 soldiers quickly rolled the body in the blanket, bound it with cord, and lowered it into the pit. Earth was shoveled in. Before long, a long rectangular mound rose from the ground. There was no time for a proper headstone. They cut a piece of wood as a marker and wrote the date and unit designation in ink. When the marker was in place, the bugler played taps. The riflemen fired a volley into the air. Fall in, prepare to move out. Zhu Si had been waiting impatiently. Just as he was about to assemble and set off, Li Pudun suddenly ran out of formation. He had been looking glum the whole time, but now his expression had softened somewhat. Ignoring everyone else, he went to the grave, scooped up a handful of dirt as incense, knelt, chanted a few lines of scripture, and kowtowed several times. His action prompted a few other National Army soldiers to follow suit, kowtowing, praying. Li Dong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then he thought, they mourned for others. Who knows who might one day mourn for them? The thought made him sigh. He urged the soldiers on toward Xugang. At Xugang, the moment Mi Longtao's relief force appeared, the entire Su household burst into celebration. The clan head, Su Weiqing, personally came to the village entrance to welcome them. Several doddering elders who had been convalescing at home defied their families' objections and had servants and maids half carry, half support them out to greet the arrivals. Su Weiqing's face, which moments ago had shown anxiety and fear, was now wreathed in smiles, so brilliant that it was unlike him. Since his youth he had prided himself on his inscrutability, whether dealing with surly tenants and servants or being presented with his first grandson. His expression never changed. Only today could he not contain his joy. Xugang's mortal peril had been averted. Mortal peril was no exaggeration. Ever since word of the Yao uprising had spread, bandits along the West River had grown extremely bold. Insurgent Yao from the mountains, mingled with scattered imperial soldiers and local outlaws, had formed all sorts of bandit gangs. They pillaged everywhere. Many small villages, lacking defenses or manpower, had been overrun. Terrifying tales of murder and plunder constantly reached Xugang, sometimes in living form. Just days earlier, a gang had attacked a small hamlet less than 5 li away, slaughtering dozens and burning the place entirely. After that, villagers from many nearby hamlets had fled to Xugang for refuge. From their lips, Xugang's residents heard countless stories, true and embellished, of bandit atrocities. The whole village was jumpy, startled 3 times a day. Now the Beiwei army had arrived in time, driven off the bandits, and put old Master Su's heart at ease, not only because Xugang was saved, but because the director at the county seat had kept his promise of relief whenever needed. The Australians kept their word after all. That gratitude translated into an enthusiastic welcome with food and drink. When Mi Longtao's troops entered Xugang, they were greeted warmly. Mi Longtao himself was escorted into the ancestral hall by old Master Su and a crowd of worthies. After a few pleasantries, Su Weiqing immediately had servants bring out a tray piled high with silver ingots, a full 200 taels. This is a small token from our humble village for the general to reward his troops. The silver, take it back. Mi Longtao waved it away. Maintaining local order is our duty, and you've already paid the reasonable burden. There's no reason to pay twice for the same service. This was not entirely surprising to old Master Su, who had met with the director. But to the others it was quite a shock. Since ancient times, when armies passed through, it was considered good discipline if they refrained from pillage. For troops who came to suppress bandits and won a battle, a gratuity from the locality was perfectly normal. Even when the Wanli Emperor had sent troops to aid Korea and the imperial forces retook the capital, the Korean court had rewarded the soldiers. Yet this Lieutenant Mi opened his mouth and spoke of duty. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his meaning. Old Master Su had dealt with the Australians and knew something of their ways. Though somewhat surprised that a military man could so casually refuse gleaming silver, he had servants take the tray away. Since the general won't accept it, please allow our humble village to offer wine and meat to reward your men. Thank you, Master Su, but wine is unnecessary. Alcohol is forbidden during military operations. Mi Longtao accepted politely. Also, I'm no general. Just call me lieutenant. No one knew what lieutenant meant. The more bookish among them recalled that in the Han and Tang dynasties there had been an office called lieutenant among the palace guards, but that was a high and exalted post, clearly inappropriate for someone commanding 100-odd rank and file. And the Australians who claimed the mantle of the Great Song had no such title anyway. While they puzzled over this, Mi Longtao added that he was commander of the Fengchuan County Garrison Force. Whatever Garrison Force commander meant, Fengchuan County was crystal clear. Old Master Su was startled. Then Lieutenant Mi came from Fengchuan County. That's right. But, Old Master Su's surprise grew, and he blurted out what was on everyone's mind. This is Yunnan County's jurisdiction. From time immemorial, local officials' first duty had been to secure the border and protect the people, which also meant that other localities' affairs were not their concern. If a corpse appeared at the county line, a magistrate who didn't want the hassle might have it quietly moved into the neighboring county's territory. Bandit suppression, a headache at the best of times, was hard enough even within one's own county, let alone for a neighbor. Is there any distinction to make? Once you've submitted to the Council of Elders, you're subjects of the Council. No matter where, no matter who, if there's danger, the Beiwei army must come to the rescue. Besides, you're much closer to Fengchuan County seat than to Yunnan County seat, and we sailed downstream. If we'd waited for the Yunnan garrison to come upstream, Xugang would probably be gone by now. Yes, Lieutenant Mi, you're absolutely right, Su Weikeng inwardly applauded. The Australians truly lived up to their reputation. He had been anxious about whether the Australians could maintain order in Guangdong, fearing the province would descend into chaos. But at this moment, he was reassured. No matter how the rebels and bandits might rage for a time, ultimate victory would belong to the Council of Elders. Chapter end. Chapter 2160, from passive to active. Zhu Si led his column into Xugang more than an hour later. Though they had missed the initial welcome ceremony, the village still received them warmly. The moment they entered, there were attendants ready with tea and snacks laid out by the roadside. The soldiers, hungry and exhausted, eagerly helped themselves. Easy there, gentlemen. Don't rush. Once we reach the thrashing ground, there'll be more refreshments. No need to hurry. The steward in charge saw that before the column had even passed, several large bamboo trays of snacks had been swept clean, the soldiers wolfing it down like starving ghosts reincarnated. He was secretly disdainful, but soldiers had always been people you didn't want to offend, so he kept a smile on his face. Eat, drink, and keep moving, don't block the road. The sergeants kept urging the men forward, but the soldiers ate and ate, some even stuffing food into their uniforms. Hey, eating is allowed, but no taking, Li Dong called out loudly. We'll cook a meal once we reach camp. If you grab everything, there'll be nothing left for the brothers behind. Having just fought a battle, the soldiers were parched and famished. Now with food and drink, their tension eased. They looked around curiously. What a fine village, Luo Mao surveyed the scene. No worse than Lingao. So many of these houses are brick and tile. Even in Wuzhou Prefecture you won't see anything this grand. There's even stone paving on the road. This village is huge, bigger than the market town back home. Comments like these ran through the ranks as the soldiers gawked at the village they had just helped save. Though nominally a village, Xugang was more like a small township. Prosperous southern townships were all much alike, centered on a river or large pond, with houses spreading out in all directions from the water. Such villages were usually quite wealthy. Buildings were mostly orderly, roads were paved. The network of waterways provided ample water supply as well as ready-made drainage, and the binding force of clan-governed village compacts was strong, making the environment better in many respects than county or even prefectural seats. In some ways it was even better than some model villages in Lingao. Because of the fighting, the streets were almost empty. Only the National Army troops from Fengchuan County and local militia patrolled. The attendant steward led the composite company to rest beside the thrashing ground at the front of the village. Since they wouldn't be staying overnight, there was no need to requisition quarters or prepare bedding. They simply posted sentries, stacked their spears and rifles on the thrashing ground, and rested in place. As soon as the Wuzhu composite company settled in, local villagers brought over pots and large buckets to reward the troops. The fare wasn't lavish, not much meat, but there was unlimited white rice and big pots of soup. The hot meal went down very well. Zhu Si ate while calling Li Dong over to discuss their next move. He had harbored reservations about Li Dong, thinking him reckless, liable to bungle things and drag him down. But Mi Longtao's praise for his decisive action had pleased him greatly. Whatever the case, Li Dong's risk-taking had won him face, and Mi Longtao's battle report would give him credit as well. The Australians didn't hand out commendations lightly. In the Imperial forces, a single enemy head was worth a citation, but in the Beiwei army, killing a few enemies counted for nothing. Promotion and advancement depended on routine performance. And how was that judged? By concrete results. Li Dong might be impetuous, but he was useful for building a record. After all, Zhu Si was the commander. Any credit was naturally thanks to his excellent leadership, and any problems would at least give him room to deflect. The battle at Xugang had cost them several hours. Their original plan to rendezvous with the upriver convoy before sunset was clearly impossible now. If we pushed hard, we might still make it, but there's no guarantee we won't run into another incident on the way. I say we take it easy and travel more cautiously. Zhu Si spoke. Before leaving Fengchuan County, they had radioed the counties along the river and the shipping command center to report that their arrival would be delayed due to combat. I was thinking the same. The enemy probably hasn't gone far, Li Dong agreed. The moment we leave Xugang, we might well have another fight. This was something Zhu Si hadn't considered. In his view, the bandits had taken heavy casualties in this engagement. The bodies buried on the hillside alone numbered over 30, and Xugang's defenders said dozens more had been left behind. With losses like that and nothing to show for it, would the rank-end file still be willing to fight? After a beating like that, would the bandits still want to fight us? Aren't they afraid their own men will mutiny? Battalion commander, this gang isn't simple, definitely not ordinary robbers. Li Dong had sensed this while cleaning up the battlefield. Look at the firearms they brought. A few wooden cannons. What's remarkable about that? Wooden cannons aren't remarkable. But why bring so many to attack a village, then throw them away without a second thought? That's not how bandits operate. You mean, they're Imperial troops, Ming army, Li Dong nodded. We've got plenty of former Ming soldiers in our unit. Luo Mao said earlier that these bandits were at least at the level of regular Ming combat troops. Their fighting was well organized. The commander certainly isn't an ordinary bandit chief. So you think they haven't gone far, they're waiting for us to come out so they can hit us again? Yes. The more Li Dong thought about it, the more likely it seemed. They could have taken Xugang, it was bait. They were waiting for us to come to the rescue so they could ambush us. Look at that position on the hillside, it was clearly set up for us. Zhu Si drew a sharp breath. He hadn't thought of that. Hearing Li Dong's analysis, it made sense. I never imagined. Never imagined what? Mi Longtao's voice suddenly interjected. Zhu Si started and he and Li Dong quickly rose and saluted. Li Dong said, we were discussing the enemy's movements. Zhu Si shot him a slightly annoyed look, then snapped to attention and reported, based on the enemy's actions. All right, let's sit and talk. Relax. Mi Longtao took a seat on a stone bench by the thrashing ground. You two sit. Zhu Si immediately relayed Li Dong's reasoning. I agree with Lieutenant Li's assessment. The enemy probably hasn't gone far and is still lurking nearby, ready to strike. They didn't stage this elaborate setup just to withdraw now. Your analysis is quite sound. Mi Longtao looked at them approvingly. The enemy's siege of Xugang was, plainly speaking, besieging a point to ambush the relieving force. Given their numbers and firepower, Xugang would have fallen long ago. They were deliberately waiting for us. In a way, their plan partially succeeded. His tone grew somber. The enemy was indeed cunning. If we didn't send relief, they'd storm Xugang, plunder freely, and spread terror. If we did come, we'd inevitably take casualties, Li Dong said. Exactly. When I was at the military political school, our instructors told us, a good commander chooses the battlefield where he engages the enemy. Today's battle was fought on a battlefield the enemy chose. We were very passive. Seeing their expressions suggested they didn't fully grasp the point. Mi Longtao didn't elaborate. Though we were tactically passive, to do our security work properly we must respond to every emergency. Otherwise, if the enemy had broken Xugang, the locals' trust in us would have diminished. Over time, we'd be squeezed out. Seeing they still looked incredulous, Mi Longtao took from his canvas satchel a transcript of a radio message and handed it to Zhu Si. This was just sent this morning. You probably haven't seen it. It's the latest intelligence summary on enemy activity. Read the fourth item. Zhu Si and Li Dong leaned close together. Item 4 stated that, according to available intelligence, some bandit groups were extorting grain, cloth, and money from villages along both banks of the West River. Villages that refused saw harassment, kidnappings, and other coercion. Those that firmly resisted had been stormed by massed forces, then massacred to intimidate their neighbors. Zhu Si didn't quite understand why Mi Longtao wanted him to read this. To his mind, bandits did this sort of thing all the time, nothing unusual. After all, once you've created terror through killing one to warn 100, extorting supplies from villages was much easier than risking your neck in battle. Seeing their expressions, Mi Longtao knew their political awareness fell short. He prompted, "Since we've come to Guangzhou, overthrown the Ming government and established a new regime, the bare minimum is securing the border and protecting the people. Common folk don't care what you say. They look first at whether the world is peaceful after you arrive, whether you can keep one corner of it safe. If we can't protect the people's lives and property, can't let them work the fields in peace by day and sleep soundly at night, we won't be able to stand firm here." Zhu Si and Li Dong both nodded involuntarily. If we don't get security work sorted out quickly and let the bandits run rampant, in time the common people will be forced to cooperate with the bandits just to survive, becoming double dealers. Once that happens, we won't be able to move an inch on either bank of the West River. I understand, we have to take the initiative. Li Dong burst out eagerly. Mi Longtao nodded approvingly. Zhu Si, annoyed at having been upstaged, blurted, "How do we pursue? Do you know where they've run off to?" "Look here," Mi Longtao spread out the map. "According to our intelligence and prisoner interrogations, this enemy force is about 500 strong, meaning they still have around 400 men. The enemy can't fly or burrow into the ground. A force that size can't run far or hide quickly." Chapter end. Chapter 2161. Pursuit planning. The moment struck Zhu Si like lightning. He understood Mi Longtao's intent. The officer wasn't content with mere victory. He meant to pursue the bandits and annihilate them completely. Yet their forces assembled at Xugang remained pitifully small. They possessed neither numerical superiority nor any meaningful advantage in arms. Color drained from Zhu Si's face. Perhaps we should request reinforcements from Yunnan County to coordinate." "Already done." Mi Longtao's tone was matter of fact. "But by the time they make the round trip, they'll arrive only to sweep up corpses." He gestured at the map with his good hand. "Still, no matter. With the enemy concentrated in one place, this presents an ideal opportunity for a combined operation." His finger traced several routes. "The bandits have fled, yes, but this terrain limits their options. Before I even entered Xugang, I dispatched the investigation squad and scouts to track their movements." A runner materialized at his elbow, whispering urgently. Mi Longtao's eyes kindled. "Where?" "The Declaration Pavilion, sir. An escapee wounded." "Excellent." Mi Longtao rose fluidly. "A villager has just reported that a large bandit force is resting in his hamlet. Let's assess the situation personally." "Yes, sir." With his injured arm, Mi Longtao struggled to manage the map. Zhu Si hastened to fold it for him. At the Declaration Pavilion, a crowd of villagers had gathered. necks craning, bodies pressed together as they stood on tiptoes to glimpse inside. The village militia held them at bay, but the soldiers parted immediately when they spotted the officers approaching. Inside, several guards surrounded a gaunt, sun-darkened man collapsed on a long bench. A medic worked swiftly over his wounds while village elders observed from the courtyard with grave expressions. "This is him, sir." The duty sergeant stepped forward. "Ran all the way here before collapsing at the gate. The militia brought him in. Arrow wound. The medic's treating him now." "Can he speak?" "Yes, sir. We've searched him. No weapons." Mi Longtao nodded curtly. "Bring him forward. I have questions." The interrogation proved brief but revealing. The man hailed from a tiny hamlet called Lizui. Roughly half an hour earlier, he measured time in meals. Bandits had descended on the village, herded all inhabitants together, and forced the women to prepare food while the gang rested. "They're holding everyone in the ancestral hall." The man's voice trembled. "When I tried to run, they shot me. The arrow knocked me down and I lost consciousness. They must have thought me dead. That's the only reason I escaped." Mi Longtao listened in silence, then exchanged quiet words with the Fengchuan investigation squad captain. "Finally, how many?" "I didn't stop to count while running for my life. Roughly 200. With a gesture, Mi Longtao dismissed him. He then summoned local villagers, spreading the map and cross-referencing their testimony with the terrain. Zhu Si and Li Dong knew better than to interrupt. "Come here." Mi Longtao beckoned them closer. "I've questioned the locals. Lizui is a small settlement approximately 2.5 kilometers from our position, perhaps 20 households in total. When the troubles began several days ago, most residents fled to the larger fortified villages that maintain militia. Only the elderly and infirm, those unwilling or unable to leave, remained behind." "Can we trust the informant?" Zhu Si ventured. "Excellent question." Mi Longtao's approval was evident. "We have Lizui refugees sheltering here in Xugang. This man is definitely from that hamlet, a common laborer, not someone with questionable allegiances. Then the intelligence is sound. Indeed, this enemy contingent almost certainly participated in the siege here and the ambush against our column. I intend to destroy them utterly." Mi Longtao's gaze swept across both officers. Objections? What could they say? Zhu Si and Li Dong voiced their agreement. "Dispatch reconnaissance teams to Lizui immediately." Mi Longtao's orders came rapid fire. "Interview more refugees. I want detailed intelligence on the local terrain." Within the hour, they had compiled substantial information from the Lizui refugees. An apprentice ensign produced a rudimentary sketch map. The map revealed Lizui as a small basin cradled among low hills, enclosed on all sides save for a depression to the north. The cartography remained primitive. No contour lines, no proper surveying marks, little more than a crude diagram. According to locals, the hills barely reached 10 meters, gentle slopes throughout, hardly a significant obstacle. Fruit trees dominate the planting, with scattered hardwoods. The broader terrain follows the same pattern, expansive flatlands punctuated by hills of varying elevations. Between them lie rice paddies, fish ponds, irrigation channels, and streams. In terms of concealment, the hamlet's position is excellent, one reason some residents refused evacuation. "If the enemy decides to entrench, we'll have our hands full," Li Dong observed. Though the hamlet itself offered minimal defensive value, the surrounding paddies and wetlands heavily favored the defender. Any assault would be channeled along a single village road and narrow paddy dikes. No matter their numbers, troops couldn't deploy properly. Even the Beiwei army's firepower superiority would be difficult to leverage effectively. "You're absolutely right." Mi Longtao acknowledged the assessment. "However, while attacking proves difficult for us, retreat is equally problematic for them. In such terrain, a defending force attempting withdrawal had only one viable route. We merely need to drive them from the village. After that, they're exposed." Mi Longtao checked the sky. "Has the Yunnan County detachment arrived?" "Not yet, sir." "Too slow." Displeasure flickered across his features. He turned to Zhu Si. "I'll need to borrow your boat's mountain howitzers." "Of course. The guns are maintained and ready, ammunition stocked." We can begin firing immediately. Zhu Si nodded eagerly. Mi Longtao's plan was becoming clear. Concentrate all available shipboard artillery for a bombardment of Lizui, then drive the enemy from the village with a single decisive push and intercept them along their escape route. Shortly after 4 in the afternoon, the scouts returned from Lizui. Approximately 200 holdouts defending the village. They've concentrated defenses at the main entrance with firearms positioned on the surrounding hills, wooden cannons, various matchlocks. Security is tight. We couldn't approach closely enough for detailed reconnaissance. The scout indicated positions on the marked map. No fortifications built, though. They appear ready to abandon the position at a moment's notice. You've all heard. The enemy situation is straightforward. Mi Longtao surveyed his officers. I estimate they're waiting to slip away under darkness. Time is against us. We move immediately. The Wuzhu Composite Company would assault Lizui frontally, while Mi Longtao's force established an ambush along the enemy's retreat route to catch the fleeing bandits. Questions? Concerns? The plan accounted for each unit's equipment, combat capability, and the enemy disposition. Enemy morale was shattered. The National Army possessed artillery support. The frontal assault should face minimal resistance. Conversely, bandits fleeing the village would fight with the desperation of cornered animals. Thus, the more elite Beiwei regulars and Mountain Warfare Company would handle the interception. For Zhu Si, both assignments spelled trouble. Whether storming the village or blocking the road, the composite company remained poorly equipped and inadequately trained. Any engagement promised to be brutal, yet he dared not display the slightest hesitation. We'll complete the mission absolutely, sir. The Xugang militia will provide support. Mi Longtao's expression softened slightly. Make noise, as much as possible. Half a li at minimum from here to the village entrance. Zhu Si lowered his binoculars, voice tight. The entire Wuzhu Composite Company, augmented by 3 mountain howitzers and roughly 100 able-bodied men from Xugang, had assembled in the wooded hillside. Li Dong remained silent, studying the terrain through his own glass. Beyond a makeshift barricade of furniture and debris blocking the village entrance, he saw no meaningful defensive works. A handful of slovenly bandits lounged behind the obstruction, but the flanking hills told a different story. Among the trees, figures moved with purpose. He spotted wooden cannons and matchlocks concealed in the undergrowth. Enemy positions on both flanks, he warned Zhu Si. I have eyes. Irritation sharpened Zhu Si's tone. Light cannons, matchlocks, they're better equipped than we are. March our boys up there in formation and one volley cuts us in half. Li Dong's stomach nodded. He understood Zhu Si's anxiety perfectly. Ordering the composite company into such an assault was tantamount to a death sentence. In the Beiwei army, he had been merely a soldier. Orders were absolute, discussion forbidden. But now he wore a National Army officer's insignia. Though his rank remained modest, over 100 lives depended on his decisions. If this battle ended with corpses carpeting the ground, even if his superiors absolved him, his own conscience would not. How to proceed? He continued scanning through the binoculars, mind working furiously. The enemy firepower concentrated near the village entrance. Elsewhere along the hilltops, the positions looked thinly held. Captain, a direct assault is suicide. One volley and we're shredded. I propose we divide our forces. One column attacks frontally to fix their attention while I take another column through the flank and work our way up from there. Nonsense. Zhu Si's rebuke was instant. Flank. That entire approach is rice paddies that'll swallow you whole, or else irrigation channels. By the time you and your men finish crawling through the mud, the bandits will be long gone. The men go barefoot. Half the company are locals. They grew up working those paddies. They can manage it. Li Dong pressed on. I'll lead the flanking element into position quietly. The moment Lieutenant Mi's signal rocket goes up, we hit them from both directions simultaneously. Chapter end. Chapter 2162. The assault. Zhu Si ran the calculations. Even committing the entire company might not guarantee victory. Years of military service had taught him that numbers alone didn't win battles. In confined terrain, too many men created chaos, and chaos meant soldiers trampling each other instead of the enemy. Li Dong's plan had merit. He agreed without hesitation. They settled on communication protocols. The composite company would deploy using the organization established during river transport, left and right detachments. Zhu would lead the left detachment in a frontal assault, while Li Dong took the right detachment on a flanking maneuver. Li Dong assembled his men and outlined the operation in terse sentences. "We're moving through fish ponds and paddies. Anyone who can't swim or refuses to get wet speak now, we'll swap you to the left detachment." A dozen men, some wounded, others unable to swim, exchanged places with volunteers from the left. Li Dong ordered everyone except the Nanyang riflemen to shed their firearms, carrying only spears and machetes. Backpacks and excess gear remained behind. He collected every hand grenade in the detachment and distributed them to the strongest throwers, men with proven scores and steady nerves. Each grenadier received an ammunition carrier. The grenadiers stowed the grenades in double-ended pouches suspended around their necks for maximum mobility. "Strip your boots, roll your trouser legs," Li Dong commanded. "Anyone have tender feet, not used to going barefoot?" Laughter rippled through the ranks. "We're peasant-born, never owned shoes growing up, calluses thicker than boot soles. We've all worked the fields, what are a few paddies to us? We'll sneak close and introduce the bandits to our grenades first. Then they can taste our machetes." After Li Dong's final instructions, he led his troops into the woods, circling westward to evade the bandit sentries positioned on the hills. Meanwhile, Zhu had his men deploy the firearms Li Dong had left behind. Accuracy didn't matter. A concentrated volley would serve its purpose. "Elevate these pieces. Target the village entrance and both flanking hills," Zhu ordered quietly. The distance from their position to the village entrance measured roughly 500 meters, far beyond the effective range of their motley weapons. Elevating the barrels might extend range, but the projectiles would spray like buckshot. Precision was a fantasy. Still, even imprecise projectiles retained lethality. Against a dense formation, saturation fire could inflict devastating casualties. A red rocket suddenly streaked across the darkening sky. Mi Longtao's signal. His forces were in position. Zhu gave the order. "Fire!" 3 12-pounder mountain howitzers roared in sequence. Through the billowing white smoke, soldiers watched black iron balls trailing red sparks and smoke arcs as they struck the village entrance street. Soil, timber fragments and debris erupted skyward. The barricade blocking the road disintegrated instantly. Through the haze, human figures scrambled. The miscellaneous firearms erupted in a ragged staccato. This time the soldiers saw nothing. White gunpowder smoke engulfed the entire forest. Zhu stood on the hilltop, telescope pressed to his eye, watching the village entrance with mounting tension. The entrance and flanking hills disappeared beneath thick smoke, punctuated only by flickering muzzle flashes. Zhu swung his glass toward Li Dong's approach vector, anxiety gnawing at him. Despite having 3 mountain howitzers, his ammunition stocks were pathetically limited, only 24 shells and propellant charges total. As contingency reserve, he needed to retain at least 1/3. That left precious little for preparatory fire. Zhu ordered the artillery to fire 3 rounds, then the charge would commence. If the shells and firearms failed to completely suppress the bandits, then rushing the village meant hand-to-hand fighting, the true test of troop cohesion and morale since time immemorial. Unfortunately, Zhu possessed absolutely zero confidence in that equation. "Where the hell has Li Dong gotten to?" he muttered, frantically sweeping his telescope for the right detachment's signal. To avoid detection by bandit sentries, Li Dong led the right detachment in a rapid leapfrogging advance westward, over 100 meters, before entering the hills and circling toward Lizui's flank. He chose his route with surgical precision, avoiding country paths and field ridges entirely. Instead, they cut straight through the paddies, frog jumping from one hill to another, using mulberry hedges along fish ponds as concealment while steadily closing on the village. The right detachment's rapid flanking maneuver appeared to go unnoticed. Barefoot and lightly equipped, the soldiers traversed muddy paddies without hesitation. When they encountered streams, they simply swam across. Before long, they had reached Lizui's western approach. The hills west of Lizui proved more precipitous than expected, cliffs rising 7 or 8 meters, though in reality merely steep slopes of perhaps 60 degrees. One could scramble up barehanded by grabbing vegetation. Looking upslope, Li Dong saw fruit trees interspersed with mulberry stands, lush and dense cover. Luo Mao. He called softly, "Here, take a few men up first, scout it out. If there are sentries, take one alive." "Roger," Luo Mao nodded, casually passing his rifle to another soldier before leading several men up the slope using hands and feet. Moments later, Luo Mao's head appeared above, signaling all clear. He threw down a rope. The right detachment soldiers seized it and swarmed upward in rapid succession. Li Dong climbed first. Luo Mao whispered his report, 2 bandit sentries stationed there. 1 dead, 1 captured. The prisoner was brought forward immediately. Li Dong assessed him, tall but emaciated, hair wild, clothes shredded beyond description. Hands bound behind his back, the man exhibited none of the swagger expected from a Greenwood outlaw. Instead, he cowered, refusing to meet Li Dong's gaze. Li Dong had encountered countless bandits during the campaign. Though their faces varied, their ragged, slovenly appearance seemed stamped from a single mold. Contempt mixed with unexpected pity stirred in his chest. What kind of banditry was this? How many men in the village? 200, over 200. Why are you holed up here? Didn't dare move during daylight, afraid we couldn't escape, hiding here waiting for darkness. Han or Yao? Han. The captive seemed terrified of being associated with the Yao tribes. Only a few Yao in the group, all using poison crossbows. Li Dong had many more questions, but the immediate priority was neutralizing the enemy force in Lizui. He pressed on. Where are they concentrated? Most of the brothers are around the village ancestral hall. I was sent here to keep watch. Spotting Luo Mao's gleaming machete, he hurried to add, just now they shouted that the Ausländer, the Grand Army, had arrived. I saw many brothers rushing to the village entrance. Besides that entrance, are there other exits? Over the northern hillock, a small path. Guarded. Yes, brothers watching every position. I wouldn't dare lie. How many men? 50 each on the north and south roads, both commanded by chiefs. The head boss is resting with the remaining brothers at the Shenaming Pavilion. Li Dong was preparing another question when a red rocket suddenly pierced the sky, Mi Longtao's signal. The operation was beginning. Moments later, cannon thunder rolled from the village's southern approach. Zhu Si had initiated the assault as planned. No time for further interrogation. Take him down. Grandfather, spare. Before the word mercy could escape his lips, Luo Mao crammed a walnut gag into the man's mouth and dragged him away. Post someone to guard him. Don't let him die. Li Dong waved his hand. All units move out. The right detachment ghosted through the hilltop orchard in absolute silence. When the terrain began sloping downward, Li Dong signaled a halt. He personally led several men forward in a low crouch. Below the slope sprawled Lizui streets and houses. At the base of this very hill, adjacent to the road, the bandits had converted a pigsty into a gun emplacement. Inside, 2 wooden cannons pointed directly at the southern village entrance. A dozen bandits armed with swords, spears, bows, and matchlocks sheltered behind the emplacement, their complete attention fixed on the southern approach. They had absolutely no idea anyone had circled behind the hill. Listen carefully. Li Dong gathered the squad and section leaders. Zhu Si's attacking from that direction now, holding their attention. We have the perfect opportunity to gut them. The right detachment's 2 squads formed into columns 3 men wide. The most combat-experienced sergeants and veterans led each squad. Riflemen and grenadiers deployed to the very front, preparing to attack in skirmish formation. Upon contact, riflemen fire 2 volleys first, then grenadiers throw a wave of grenades. After that, the entire unit charges in column. Be vicious. No hesitation whatsoever. After finalizing the combat plan, he drew his command saber and whispered, "Everyone ready. On my command. Advance." Both squads' riflemen passed through the orchard first and materialized on the slope. Then the soldiers in the first 3 rows of each column leveled their spears and marched through the trees in disciplined unison. Li Dong no longer cared whether the bandits below had spotted them. He walked on the formation's right flank, glancing backward every few steps, terrified someone might lose their nerve and flee before contact. The National Army soldiers appearing without warning startled the bandits completely. Some attempted to pivot their cannons around. Others rushed to the emplacement's front waving weapons in futile resistance. The right detachment's downhill momentum accelerated, almost jogging now as they charged toward the disorganized enemy. The formation stretched slightly, forcing Li Dong to shout 1-2-1, to slow the riflemen and prevent the column from fragmenting. As the distance closed, Li Dong realized the emplacement held far more bandits than initially estimated, at least 50, but the charge could no longer be halted. His heart hammered against his ribs. He roared fire and commanded the troops to accelerate down the hillside. Chapter end. Chapter 21:67. The front rank riflemen's volley stunned the bandits at the hill base. No one had anticipated an attack from their rear. Before the stunned mob could react, a cascade of hand grenades arced into their midst. Thick smoke erupted across the formation, and the bandit reinforcements rushing to defend the village entrance disintegrated into bloody fragments. The right detachment surged down the hillside in a thunderous assault, their momentum shattering the bandit position instantly. The follow-up wave swept through enemy ranks like a breaking dam. War cries, curses, and death screams merged with the metallic clashing of blades. The cacophony filled the entire valley. Li Dong abandoned all pretense of formation control. He knew only one thing would steel the raw recruits' nerves now: leadership by example. He roared, command saber raised high, and charged into the scattering enemy before anyone else could follow. Behind the gun emplacement, panic consumed the bandits. Some fled outright, others waved swords and spears while screaming inarticulate defiance. Li Dong closed on a short bandit clutching an oversized dao. The man seemed paralyzed by terror. Only when Li Dong stood practically upon him did the bandit remember to raise his weapon. Li Dong's diagonal slash descended toward the man's head. Though ceremonial in appearance, the machine-crafted blade forged from tool steel matched the finest combat sabers of the era in toughness, strength, and edge retention. It cleaved the short bandit from shoulder to neck in a single stroke. Arterial blood fountained. "Ama!" The bandit's death scream pierced the din, shrill and clear, almost feminine. The sound made Li Dong's skin crawl. No time to process it. He waved his bloodied saber overhead. "Brothers, charge!" His blade work and battle cry electrified the soldiers behind him. They roared as one and surged forward. Yang Erdong, veteran of House Guard service, possessed genuine close-quarters experience. Unlike the trembling rookies around him clutching their spears like drowning men cling to driftwood, he remained composed. Spotting the bandits in disarray, he recognized the perfect opportunity for taking heads and earning merit. He rallied his spirits immediately, spear thrusting as he charged with calculated aggression. Stabbing methodically as he advanced, he swept aside all resistance and plunged into the gun emplacement. Inside, a musketeer had already shouldered a bird gun and was swinging the barrel toward him. Yang Erdong bellowed and hurled his spear with devastating force, pinning the man to the ground. By now he'd found his rhythm. Killing became smooth, almost mechanical. He drew his machete and hacked down a large bandit who turned his back while engaging a comrade. Surveying the emplacement, he found corpses heaped everywhere, the stench of gunpowder and blood overwhelming. Among the bodies stood several stunned rookies, faces drained of color. "Don't just stand there gawking. Get out there and kill." Yang Erdong vaulted over the emplacement wall. Unexpectedly, loose rocks littered the far side. He lost his footing on landing, stumbled, and went down hard. When he tried rising, searing pain shot through his left foot. The ankle refused to bear weight. "Fuck your mother!" Yang Erdong spat a local curse. He quickly dragged himself to the emplacement wall's base and propped himself against it. Lying prone on the ground meant getting trampled by the chaotic melee, which would either kill him or skin him alive. Luo Mao, commanding his squad, bypassed the gun emplacement entirely and charged straight at the disorganized bandit reinforcements clogging the road. Having lost his spear in the initial thrust, he now wielded his machete while leading from the front. Though the bandits had descended into chaos, a few hardened fighters refused to break. Luo Mao spotted one bandit with refined blade work cutting down 2 National Army soldiers in rapid succession. He pounced immediately, swinging for the man's waist. His blade rebounded, armor beneath the tattered clothes. Thinking fast, Luo Mao converted his momentum into a tackle, slamming into the armored bandit like a bull goring an ox. They went down together. Luo Mao rolled atop the enemy and finished him with a throat slash. The right detachment's surprise assault shattered the village entrance defenses in mere minutes. The surviving bandits broke and fled toward the northern exit. Seeing the battle decided, Li Dong sprinted to the gun emplacement's edge and blew the prearranged whistle signal for the left detachment. Within minutes, Zhu Si arrived with his troops. Status: enemies retreating toward the north entrance. Li Dong was still riding the combat high. "If we pursue now, we can annihilate them completely." "Excellent. You take your men and clear the village. I'll lead the pursuit." With the enemy fleeing north, Lieutenant Mi's plan was essentially complete. Once the bandits ran beyond the village perimeter, they'd enter the Fubo army's encirclement under Mi Longtao's command. No escape. At this critical juncture, Zhu Si naturally wanted to appear heroic before Mi Longtao and the leadership. "Yes, sir." Li Dong harbored none of Zhu Si's political calculations. After a full day of marching and fighting, his flat feet throbbed mercilessly. Being excused from the pursuit actually felt like relief. He accepted the village-clearing assignment without hesitation. Li Dong returned to the gun emplacement. The right detachment soldiers had ceased fighting, everyone breathing heavily, less from exhaustion than from the adrenaline crash after extreme tension. Clean up the battlefield, collect weapons and treat the wounded. Roughly 40 bandit casualties littered the narrow road and emplacement perimeter. Some lay dead, others groaned. The soldiers began clearing bodies. Those too grievously wounded to survive received mercy strikes from daggers. Walking behind the emplacement, Li Dong spotted the short bandit he'd cut down first. The body lay face down. Li Pudun and another soldier had turned it over and were searching the clothing. Since the operation targeted bandits, who typically carried plundered wealth, Mi Longtao had ordered all captives and abandoned corpses be searched when time permitted, with personal valuables confiscated for the public treasury. The bandit's face, like the others, bore smears of pot soot or paint rendering it grotesquely dark, meant to intimidate. Blood splattered now, the effect appeared even more monstrous. The 2 soldiers pulled the clothing open. An emaciated torso emerged beneath the setting sun's amber light. Li Dong's attention snagged. Those arms were impossibly thin, and the hands pitifully small. "Wait!" He stopped the soldiers preparing to lift the corpse. Moving closer, he studied the body carefully, then poured water from his canteen onto the face and wiped with a rag. The grime came away instantly, revealing a child's features. Li Dong's heart lurched. The face before him, twisted in death, pallid with final terror, undeniably belonged to a boy. 11 years old at most, perhaps 12. Li Dong originated from humble circumstances. Before reaching Hainan, he'd witnessed 7-year-olds herding cattle, teenage boys laboring as porters, 5-year-olds stealing at the docks. He'd seen life's full spectrum of degradation. But a 10-year-old child turning bandit, that constituted a first. The 2 soldiers sighed heavily. One muttered, "Someone who hasn't even grown his hair out yet playing Great Heaven's Second. It's a sin." What could his parents have been thinking? They're dead, probably. No one left to raise him proper, so he went wrong. What family with choices sends their son to this? Anything on him. A string of cash, 5 mace of silver, 2 changes of clothes in the bundle, Li Pudun reported, and 1 hairpin wooden. Li Dong looked down at the child he'd killed, feeling a constriction in his chest, not guilt. He wasn't maudlin like the senators, forever pitying the old and destitute. He came from poverty himself, had witnessed every variety of ugliness and cruelty while clawing survival from the bottom. Besides, on the battlefield, blades knew no mercy. In life-or-death combat, there was no room for hesitation. He picked up the hairpin, remembering the cry of "Ah Ma" in the boy's final moments. Probably in that last breath before darkness, he'd thought of his mother. This worthless wooden trinket served as his keepsake. What catastrophe had destroyed his family? What desperation had driven him to smear pot soot and paint across his face, heft a combat sword nearly as long as his own body, wander homeless, sleep exposed to wind and dew, and risk death as a bandit? Turned bandit so young couldn't have been a kind sort, another soldier observed. Probably harmed plenty of common folk, deserved what he got. Li Dong shook his head. He probably did harm people, maybe killed them, but that's not his fault. He couldn't finish, memory flooding back, childhood scenes while fleeing famine, watching 7-year-olds strangle younger children for a single bowl of gruel outside the relief shed. If there's fault, it's that his parents birthed him into this living hell. Bury the wooden hairpin and clothes with him. Maybe he'll find his Ah Ma in the underworld. Once the bodies were cleared, the National Army casualty count emerged. Despite the right detachment's breakthrough momentum, the close-quarters melee had claimed 2 dead and 7 wounded. The left detachment's frontal assault on the village entrance cost 3 killed and over a dozen wounded. "Quick! Get the seriously wounded to Xugang immediately," Li Dong ordered urgently. Some injuries were catastrophic. Without rapid transfer to the field hospital in Fengchuan County seat, most wouldn't survive. A dozen captured bandits knelt motionless on the ground. Several bore minor wounds. Li Dong instructed the medics to bandage them as well, preparing for evacuation together. Yang Erdong looked somewhat surprised. Not killing them is generous enough, but treating their wounds too. What's the point of killing them? Makes fertilizer, the medic laughed. Cure them so they can work for the Senate instead. You keep judging others. Didn't you serve as a Ming house guard yourself? Yang Erdong flushed crimson and protested forcefully. I was a government soldier. Ming army, these scum are bandits. Bullshit. Someone behind him cursed without ceremony. Government soldiers are worse than fucking bandits. Yang Erdong bristled. True, government troop discipline left much to be desired. But he'd served as a house guard, well paid, well fed. He'd never killed civilians for bounties or raped women. Unwilling to accept the slur uncontested, he turned to look back. Chapter end. Chapter 2164, tempered into steel. The speaker was a Fubo army sergeant. Recognizing he couldn't afford to offend the man, Yang Erdong clamped his mouth shut. Moments later, another Fubo army detachment arrived. Their collar insignia differed from Lieutenant Mi's unit. He wondered silently where this new force had originated. Before long, Mi Longtao and the left detachment returned as well. The troops came back radiant with victory, escorting captives and hauling miscellaneous spoils. The bandits fleeing the village hadn't covered 3 miles before running straight into Mi Longtao's ambush. Over 70 prisoners taken. The rest now lay scattered as corpses across the paddies. Mi Longtao practically glowed, lavishing praise on Zhu Si for fighting brilliantly. The Lizui assault had been clean and decisive, bandits driven from the village in record time. To be honest, I didn't entirely trust your company initially, but you're a genuine talent, brother. Mi Longtao's commendation seemed boundless. I know you're commanding a hastily assembled motley crew, yet they charged into battle like veterans. That's top-tier performance. This result, brother, represents your tremendous contribution. Overwhelmed by such praise, Zhu Si quickly deployed humble deflections. Everything owed to Mi Longtao's excellent strategic vision, while he'd merely executed orders firmly. Though Mi Longtao didn't acknowledge the comment directly, his smile blazed brilliant enough. Yang Erdong and several others burned with quiet indignation. Those tactics had originated entirely from Captain Li, yet this Zhu was shamelessly appropriating credit. Indignant though they were, they remained mere soldiers. Years steeped in the culture of one rank higher crushes you to death ensured they dared not speak freely. Still, they couldn't resist muttering complaints in private. After the bandits' ravages, Lizui harbored no residents beyond a handful of abducted women left behind. Darkness approached, and since the location proved difficult to defend and lay far from the West River, Mi Longtao ordered immediate withdrawal to Xugang. Inside Xugang, security remained stringent. Though the Fubo army had secured victory, tension from recent events persisted. After nightfall, the streets emptied save for joint militia and National Army patrols. Torches and lanterns blazed at every intersection and bridge. Barricades bristled everywhere. Countless refugees from surrounding settlements had fled to Xugang for sanctuary. Though Master Su fretted over food supplies with the Ausländer present, he dared not openly expel anyone. The displaced sheltered in temples and ancestral halls. With the bandit threat still nebulous, maintaining combat readiness meant no dispersing squads into houses. Troops concentrated outdoors instead. The Wuzhu company settled again on the thrashing floor. Several bonfires crackled to life. Heavy night dew meant wrapping in blankets. Xugang sent elderly men and women to assist with water boiling and cooking. With the siege lifted and bandits annihilated, this dinner constituted a victory feast. Not merely sufficient rice, but chickens, ducks, and fresh fish besides. After a full day of continuous marching and combat, camaraderie among initially estranged comrades deepened significantly. First battle nervousness evaporated. The soldiers stacked spears and gathered around bonfires, wolfing food while boasting about individual accomplishments and others' foolish blunders, especially the unfortunate souls who'd gone missing during the landing. They'd wandered mountains and riverbanks, exhausted and terrified, barely managing to grope their way to Xugang. One had actually burst into tears upon spotting the Fubo army sentry at the village entrance. In fairness, they couldn't be blamed. Getting lost in unfamiliar territory with bandits prowling meant a self-evident fate. During Wuzhu training, they'd heard abundant tales of bandit atrocities. Stragglers, isolated Fubo army soldiers, lone naturalized cadres. Once fallen into bandit hands, death came certain. Li Pudun demolished the rice in his mess tin like a whirlwind, then returned to the pot and ladled another full measure of vegetable soup. "Careful eating so much, you'll burst," Luo Mao laughed. "Wuzhu food was abysmal, meat's a rarity." Li Pudun smacked his lips. "That gruel was killing me." From departing the Guangzhou recruit camp through completing Wuzhu training, the National Army's staple had been military rations, predominantly unconsumed refugee relief supplies produced during the engine operation. Only starving refugees wouldn't scorn them. "Uncle, this place of yours is rather nice." Sated, Li Pudun radiated contentment. "Without the bandits it wouldn't be terrible," the old man replied, face bitter. "This bandit trouble means we can't farm peacefully, dare not harvest mulberries, didn't raise silkworms this year. Lost tremendous income, yet our apportioned expenses increased substantially. Life is harsh. Once we eliminate the bandits, life improves, correct?" Luo Mao offered. "The bandits don't seem formidable, pretty weak actually." "Sir, you wield guns and cannons, naturally you're fearless. But for common folk, merely hearing Great Heaven's Second feels like encountering ghosts. Though we recruited militia, they're green boys who haven't fought or spilled blood. Without your arrival today, Xugang would have suffered catastrophic disaster." He described how bandit turmoil drove neighbors to Xugang, the largest, strongest settlement locally. The village now sheltered several thousand people, predominantly women, children, and elderly. He recounted nearby bandit atrocities, voice thick with indignation and sorrow. "The dead and wounded, those robbed and violated. Though strangers to me, unknown personally. When I consider it, they're ordinary folks like myself who eat, labor, sleep each day. Days pass one by one." Life is bitter, yet at least survivable. Now they're harmed indiscriminately, some lose entire families. Merely thinking about it feels terrible. Common people don't hope for fine clothing and delicacies, just peace. Yet even peace proves so difficult. Hearing this, the soldiers sighed repeatedly. Luo Mao quickly consoled him. "Uncle, don't grieve. The Fubo army is here. Once we exterminate these bandits, everyone can naturally live stably." Had the village truly fallen to bandits today, it would have been massacre. Such sin. The old man sighed with profound gratitude. You've genuinely performed good deeds, accumulated great virtue. Surely blessings await you. You're too kind. The men felt somewhat embarrassed. Yet simultaneously, military honor and responsibility stirred within them for the first time. During political study in the training team, officers had repeatedly taught, the Fubo army is the people's own army, cornerstone of defending the country and protecting the people. Everyone merely listened then. Now they suddenly understood precisely why they'd come here to fight. "Password," the thrashing floor sentry suddenly challenged. "Pursuit," Li Dong's voice answered. The soldiers energized instantly, rising as one. In today's battle, the right detachment had earned repeated distinctions. Li Dong's authority now stood firmly established among the troops. Li Dong and Zhu Si had just attended the officers' conference hosted by Mi Longtao in the Su Ancestral Hall. Beyond Mi Longtao's Fengchuan forces and their Wuzhu Composite Company, a Sanshui company had also reached Xugang. This company originally constituted an expeditionary force, prepared to reinforce Lianzhou and Hezhou. One Fubo Army infantry platoon plus one National Army squadron. Originally destined for brief rest at Fengchuan County seat before proceeding along the Lion River, they'd received new orders en route. Latest intelligence revealed major bandit concentrations at the Fengchuan Yunnan County junction. They were redirected to join the encirclement operation. Consequently, this detachment reached Xugang under fresh orders to rendezvous with Mi Longtao's forces. Due to this operation, Zhu Si's Wuzhu Composite Company was relieved from patrol escort duties and placed under Mi Longtao's command for clearing operations. Captured prisoners underwent interrogation by probationary officers accompanying the expedition, yielding valuable intelligence. According to one leader's confession, they'd assembled from disparate locations merely 10 days prior. The leadership consisted primarily of local strongmen and bandit stronghold chiefs, responsible for providing pay, grain, and some firearms. Members included local ruffians and bandits, but predominantly scattered Ming army deserters. A Yao contingent existed as well. This confirms the intelligence department's theory that current bandit uprisings are politically motivated, someone secretly inciting and supporting them from behind, Mi Longtao stated at the meeting. It appears now that convergence trends are emerging between the Yao rebellion in the 8 Ro Yao territories and the bandit disturbances throughout the West River Basin. The situation remained tense. The suppression operation demanded urgency. At this moment, Zhu Si attended the combat conference inside the Ancestral Hall while Li Dong received orders to return, reorganize troops, and prepare for combat. His mood was anything but relaxed. Today the composite company's performance had proven eye-catching, earning unanimous commendation from Mi Longtao and others at the combat conference. But casualty figures told an uglier story. The entire squadron suffered 6 dead and over 20 wounded. With the composite company totaling merely 120-odd men, actual casualties exceeded 10%, deeply unfavorable for a green unit's morale. Combat had exposed numerous problems. He'd initially suggested Zhu Si convene a company-level after-action review, but Zhu Si showed obvious disinterest. Besides, he needed to remain at headquarters discussing operational details with Mi Longtao and others, so he'd instructed Li Dong to conduct this meeting instead. In truth, Li Dong had just spent time listening to soldiers' conversations from the shadows. This variety of eavesdropping revealed troops' genuine thoughts and morale most faithfully. Having heard their discussions now, He felt his earlier concerns somewhat superfluous. The soldiers apparently hadn't wavered. If anything, their combat appetite had intensified dramatically compared to previous days. So battle truly does temper troops into steel, Li Dong reflected. In Wuzhou, regardless of training strictness, the men's shipboard behavior had remained unreliable in countless ways. Yet after today's full day of fighting, they'd become markedly calmer, more controlled, like actual soldiers. Chapter End. Chapter 2165 Post-Battle Summary. So, has everyone eaten? Li Dong asked with a smile. Reporting to Captain, we've all eaten, the sergeant major acting as deputy commander replied crisply. Li Dong issued his order, conduct post-battle summaries by squad. Yes, sir. Post-battle summaries constituted mandatory protocol under General Staff combat regulations. Absent urgent follow-on missions, commanders conducted comprehensive combat reviews after each engagement. Squad-level analysis compiled into company reports for battalion submission. The practice served dual purposes. First, consolidating lessons learned while identifying operational and training deficiencies. Second, fostering soldier participation and cultivating independent combat awareness. Li Dong settled by the fire alongside Yang Erdong and the others. They rose reflexively. This reflex wasn't merely old army conditioning. Even within the Fubo army system, the hierarchical gulf between officers and enlisted remained and emphasized absolute authority. Relax, sit down. Li Dong gestured dismissively. We fought all day. You must have thoughts. Let's hear them. Lu Omao was a veteran. Seeing Li Pudun and others looking bashful and reluctant to speak, he smiled. I'll start. Captain, your command today was brilliant. Skip that part. Li Dong interrupted with a laugh, nudging him with his boot. Save the flattery for after we return. Talk about your direct impressions. Biggest impression, our equipment's inadequate. As corporal squad leader wielding a Nanyang rifle, Luo Mao had witnessed the spearmen's awkward performance throughout the day. Spears don't lose ground in close combat on open terrain, but today's landscape, all these hills and trees, spears proved cumbersome. Not nearly as practical as machetes. The observation immediately resonated, constantly snagging passing through woods, burden on long marches. Especially awkward climbing or crossing water, rifles sling across the back. Yang Erdong watched everyone speaking enthusiastically. He wanted to address rifles too, but hesitated. Instead, Li Pudun stammered, I also have a thought. Can't we receive more of these bird guns, Nanyang rifles? This weapon's genuinely effective, but currently we've only 20-odd rifles total. Sometimes during combat it's frustrating. This ignited everyone's emotions. Regarding why the National Army lacked rifle equipment, many had harbored unspoken thoughts for considerable time. Many of these soldiers were Ming Army veterans who'd initially disliked firearms. Primitive weapons boasted weak power, poor usability, and frequent accidents. They'd felt indifferent about lacking rifles, considering spears more reliable. But actual battlefield experience instantly revealed the Nanyang rifle's combat performance advantages. Particularly, every rifleman volley could instantly suppress enemy momentum and shatter formations, far superior to arrows or spear thrusts. Especially coordinating with Mi Longtao's forces, the Fubo Army's firepower output and combat effectiveness exceeded theirs severalfold, making these common soldiers secretly envious. This was real combat. Originally they'd thought avoiding dangerous firearms was preferable, now carrying spears felt inferior. The Fubo Army's fully equipped with rifles naturally, but other National Army units have guns too. Among the hundreds of men in Xugang, we're the only ones without. Even the Li tribesmen have matchlocks. We're worse equipped than them. Seeing everyone talking over each other, Yang Erdong found courage. He considered momentarily, then raised his hand. Why not issue me a firelock? During this morning's river battle I spotted the enemy, but without a firelock in hand, unable to shoot with just a spear, I could only watch helplessly as enemy archers shot first. With a firelock I could have eliminated those archers. Several brothers wouldn't have taken arrows. Fine sentiment, but would you even know how to operate one if issued? A soldier nearby asked deliberately, provoking general laughter. Yang Erdong stiffened his posture. Of course I can operate one. I used them serving as house guard for Governor Xunwenken, even practiced extensively. Li Dong looked surprised. You're trained on Nanyang rifles? Yes. Yang Erdong displayed evident pride. I learned in Xunwenken's house guard squad. During assessments, 3 hits from 5 shots. Even learned some Ausländer, foreign foot drills from advisor Yi. You served as house guard, Xunwenken's house guard at that. Isn't Xunwenken a high-ranking Ming official? How would he possess Ausländer rifles? Li Dong raised his hand, silencing the discussion. I've heard everyone's input. I'll relay it upward. But the rifle matter requires time. The Senate can't manufacture limitless Nanyang rifles instantaneously. How long has our unit existed? Tens of thousands of National Army soldiers are organizing across Guangdong. Even allocating 20 rifles per squadron means thousands upon thousands total. Various suggestions followed. In the old army, even low-ranking officers rarely discussed campaign success or failure before generals. Strategy remained supervisors' and commanders' exclusive domain. Consequently, this practice simultaneously intrigued soldiers while sparking discussion enthusiasm. From rifles, conversation shifted to personal equipment. Many soldiers advocated for armor. We exclusively wield spears, possess no bows or arrows. When enemies launch arrow barrages, several comrades get wounded simultaneously. Iron armor or cotton armor would dramatically improve survival. At minimum, a single arrow wouldn't prove fatal. A veteran combat soldier spoke. Precisely. Battle-experienced brothers know the adage, 3 arrows don't match 1 blade. Armor protection means as long as vital organs aren't struck, fighting continues even with 7 or 8 arrows embedded. Currently, wearing only uniforms, 1 arrow means half dead. Regarding armor, Li Dong had heard soldier complaints repeatedly. He'd served several years, participated in numerous battles, yet never considered armor particularly important. However, during his service, troops carried rifles rather than spears. Combat meant suppressing enemies with vigorous long-range firepower. Conversely, these National Army soldiers charged enemy formations directly without adequate suppression. Casualties from arrows proved inevitable. Still, he refrained from refuting or explaining, permitting soldiers to speak freely. Most discussions proved essentially worthless, but Li Dong possessed sufficient experience recognizing summaries meant panning gold from chaotic rubble. Luo Mao contributed sparingly, notebook and pencil in hand, occasionally recording notes and adding observations. While the summary meeting proceeded, a military conference convened in the Sioux Ancestral Hall. Participants included Mi Longtao, Zhu Si, and newly arrived detachment commander Lieutenant Li Shenggang. Li Shenggang and Mi Longtao were training corps classmates, both officers rapidly promoted during the Guangdong campaign. Predominantly veterans with extensive service records, having served as sergeants, experienced in combat and troop leadership. Li Shenggang's unit had originally targeted Lianzhou. Shortly after departing Sanshui, they'd received new orders. Intelligence indicates major enemy operations imminent within Fengchuan and Yunnan County borders. Abort original mission immediately. Proceed to Yunnan County and await orders. Similar directives arrived via Fengchuan County messengers. Headquarters had obviously obtained significant intelligence. Comrades. Mi Longtao, being most senior among present officers, temporarily commanded the mixed force as frontline commander. You've all reviewed South China Army Forward Command orders. Intelligence suggests the enemy will launch major combat operations against Yunnan County, preparing to capture the county seat decisively. Consequently, Forward Command ordered the Yunnan County garrison to prepare for combat, defending the county seat and surrounding strongholds firmly. As mobile forces, we must somehow encircle and destroy this enemy concentration. Immediate stirring arose. Since the Yao Rebellion's commencement, several county seats surrounding Yao territories had fallen. However, those settlements had merely submitted recently to Senate authority. Government troops possessed weak fighting spirit, facilitating easy capture. Yunnan County, conversely, constituted a West River county seat, critical for ensuring smooth West River waterway passage, a key defensive support node along communication lines. Each such county seat garrisoned at minimum one National Army squadron, equipped with naturalized cadre working teams, maintaining ample ammunition and provisions. Recently, escalating tensions triggered secondary emergency reinforcements. New supplementary squadrons prioritized counties along the west, north, and east rivers. Yunnan County received a supplementary squadron as well. Though the county lacked Fubo Army Corps forces, 2 National Army squadrons combined strength sufficed for self-defense. River patrol fleets passed endlessly, ready to deliver reinforcements from upstream or downstream positions instantly. Given this posture, bandit mobs actually intended besieging Yunnan County seat. Wasn't that excessive confidence? Li Shenggang coughed. I believe this intelligence contains questionable elements. Upstream from Yunnan County sits Fengchuan County, among our largest West River strongholds. Not only are heavy forces stationed there, but the Navy's inland river fleet resides there too, prepared to sail downriver for immediate reinforcement. Time available for city attacks remains minimal. Even if enemies capture Yunnan County seat, they cannot hold it long, much less sever the West River channel. Yes, my assessment agrees, Mi Longtao replied. However, headquarters insists the intelligence is reliable. Consequently, their motive likely involves making a feint to the east while striking west. Sound east, strike west, Zhu Si asked, puzzled. Meaning their genuine target isn't Yunnan County, they harbor alternative designs. Chapter end. Chapter 2166. Arrival of the chief, the assembled officers fell silent. Sound east, strike west required no explanation. The east, where enemies created noise, was clearly Yunnan County seat. But where lay the west? Consulting the map revealed over a dozen county seats and fortified nodes studding the West River corridor alone. Each position garrisoned at minimum one National Army squadron, first mobilization soldiers whose equipment and training vastly exceeded the second wave of emergency supplementary forces. None would crack easily. Capturing these nodes demanded concentrating 5 or 6 times the defender's strength plus substantial firearms. The Fubo Army implemented divided responsibility along the West River. Within designated zones, siege reports or major enemy concentrations triggered sorties from attached stronghold garrisons. Troops from adjacent zones generally avoided engagement absent headquarters redeployment orders. Therefore, if the enemy's sound east target was Yunnan, their genuine objective should encompass various strongholds upstream and downstream centered on Yunnan County. Among these positions, Fengchuan County presented the most attractive prize, a transportation node accessing the He River, where the logistics department maintained a depot and hospital harboring massive supply stockpiles. But this nut was manifestly hard. Even regular Ming government forces would struggle capturing it, much less assembled bandit mobs. Regarding counties downstream from Yunnan, the most valuable remained Zhaoqing. Yet compared to Fengchuan, Zhaoqing hosted the West Guangdong Forward Command and 1st Brigade headquarters, an even harder nut. Since the enemy intends concentrating forces for major operations employing sound east, strike west tactics, their goal obviously transcends capturing minor strongholds or obscure county seats. Their strategy involves inciting bandits. Yunnan County merely serves as bait attracting bandits to sacrifice themselves. Mi Longtao articulated his deduction. The commander speaks absolute truth, Zhu Si agreed hastily. Li Shenggang refrained from objecting. In his assessment, this constituted correct but meaningless opening remarks. He nodded fractionally. However, considering bandit military quality and operational capability, This critical objective cannot be Zhaoqing or Fengchuan, Ming Dynasty continued. I personally speculate the likeliest target is Wuzhou. At Wuzhou's mention, Zhu Si visibly shuddered. Wuzhou occupied the extreme forefront, adjacent to Ming forces retreating to defend Guangxi. Once defenders were maneuvered outward, leaving the interior hollow, Ming army massing heavy counterattack forces wasn't impossible. Moreover, Xugang desperately required a significant victory. Recovering Wuzhou sounded considerably better than recovering Yunnan County. In that case, our company should return defending Wuzhou immediately. Zhu Si harbored growing dread toward this increasingly perilous situation. Operating the Wuzhou Composite Company independently under field conditions imposed excessive pressure. He frequently felt inadequate to the task. Back in Wuzhou with Qian Duo providing backbone, he'd shoulder minimal responsibility. He refused believing the Ming army could capture Wuzhou, West Guangdong's largest city. Not only did Qian Duo's company garrison the interior, but Zhu Guangxing commanded a Fubo army battalion outside. Though specific locations remained unknown, proximity to Wuzhou was certain. Despite frontline positioning, safety factors actually ran quite high. In my assessment, Yunnan County isn't merely simple sound east, genuine siege is highly probable. Li Shenggang spoke deliberately. Unlike Ming Dynasty, his expression remained gravely serious. He rarely engaged in casual conversation, projecting considerable gravitas. The Ming army's plan likely employs bandits as cannon fodder, attracting our forces. After all, greater Yunnan County pressure increases likelihood forward command draws Wuzhou and other garrison troops for reinforcement. Consequently, the enemy will definitely commit substantial strength attacking Yunnan County. Pressure we face won't prove trivial whatsoever. Dividing forces currently seems unsuitable. Ming Dynasty expressed agreement. Zhu Si possessed no counterargument, offering only resolute obedience to assignment. The conference determined the entire force would return to Fengchuan the following day. Half the Wuzhou company would remain garrisoning Xugang for several days, responsible for training local militia. Captured firearms and weapons would also remain with locals. This glorious yet troublesome assignment naturally devolved upon Li Dong. Xugang constitutes a relatively large village in this region with substantial population. Now numerous refugees from elsewhere have flooded in. You must seize this opportunity building up militia. Currently only the Su family's private militia exists, which won't suffice. Zhu Si understood perfectly. The chiefs harbored greatest taboos regarding clan powers. Presently, the Su family represented forces maintaining social stability requiring full utilization, but gradual transformation initiatives could commence. Naturally, this wouldn't prove easy. Fortunately, Li Dong would remain behind, leaving Zhu Si relaxed. The next day, after depositing 50 Wuzhou Company Right Detachment soldiers under Li Dong's command plus various firearms at Xugang, remaining troops departed for Fengchuan County. This is manifestly Yunnan County territory. Why garrison here? Watching the boat fleet's black smoke fade distantly, Luo Mao couldn't suppress grumbling. Li Dong couldn't fathom it either but replied, "Stop grumbling. It's orders. Told to garrison, you garrison. Come, let's inspect defenses first." The moment Ming Dynasty's boat docked, the remaining vice company commander delivered shocking news. Bai Wei had arrived at Fengchuan. Senator presence at Fengchuan County wasn't unusual. Logistics, Navy, Reconnaissance Bureau, Intelligence Bureau personnel. They circulated endlessly. Some passed through, some inspected, some executed specific missions, some worked locally. For instance, Health Department senators rotated duty at the Fengchuan County Field Hospital. As Guangdong Region Garrison Commander and National Army, Guangdong Region General Captain, Bai Wei had visited repeatedly coordinating occupied territory security mechanisms. Following the Yao Rebellion and comprehensive river bandit disturbances, his visits intensified further. However, this senator arrival differed markedly. The vice company commander reported besides Bai Wei, 7 or 8 additional senators accompanied him, some uniformed, others in civilian dress. The chiefs arrived nocturnally via gunboat, proceeding directly to headquarters upon docking, seemingly unwilling to advertise their arrival, the vice company commander whispered. "What instructions from the chiefs?" Mi Longtao asked urgently. "Major General Bai Wei requests seeing you immediately upon return." "Understood. Going now." Mi Longtao proceeded to garrison command alongside Li Shenggang. The space proved expansive. Multiple 8 immortals tables joined, forming a map table. Bai Wei currently stood beside it, pondering. Additionally, a plain-clothed senator was present. Mi Longtao recognized him, Chief Su from the Intelligence Bureau. This Chief Su remained profoundly mysterious, arriving quietly, departing quietly. Sometimes he'd summon Mi Longtao regarding situations. Sometimes he'd convene meetings with soldiers, cadres, and local civilians. He spoke minimally, predominantly listening, then posed specific pointed questions. Mi Longtao never fathomed what purpose certain inquiries served. But adhering to the "don't ask inappropriate questions" principle, he never inquired, merely reporting per requirements. Observing more carefully, he spotted several reed mats spread across headquarters flooring displaying various weapons. Mi Longtao recognized these instantly as enemy weapons captured during yesterday's battle, including even a nest of bees, rocket launcher, and wooden cannons. Researching captured enemy weaponry constituted Chief Su's consistent practice. Mi Longtao found nothing particularly strange. "Report." Even as Mi Longtao vocalized, Bai Wei had already spotted them. He nodded fractionally, signaling approach. "Report yesterday's battle situation first," Bai Wei directed. "From the beginning." The earliest developments occurred during Wuzhou Composite Company transport. "Lieutenant Zhu should report initially, more appropriate," Mi Longtao suggested. Bai Wei nodded, gaze shifting toward Zhu Si. Zhu Si delivered a crisp salute and commenced reporting battle developments from departing Wuzhou City. Having served the garrison battalion for years, maintaining close senator contact while on duty, he exhibited none of the nervousness and constraint typical of ordinary naturalized soldiers meeting senators initially. His speech flowed fluently, his report remained concise and precise. Bai Wei listened with evident satisfaction. "Excellent report." Bai Wei assessed the National Army lieutenant standing rigidly before him. "You speak the new language exceptionally well. Where did you learn?" "Report to Major General Comrade at the Lingao Garrison Battalion." Bai Wei reflected internally. No wonder his military bearing and discipline proved so exemplary. That report just now earned his favor. He inquired about enlistment year and service record, thinking somewhat regretfully that combat experience remained somewhat deficient. However, judging from the recent report, his on-site command wasn't inadequate either. Mi Longtao displayed no disagreement expressions during Zhu Si's report. If anything, he wore approval looks. A talent worth cultivating, Bai Wei concluded. However, experience remained too limited. Appointing him Wuzhou Battalion commander was indeed somewhat aggressive. This bandit suppression operation could exercise him thoroughly. This essentially solidified his determination, forming a mobile detachment centered on troops Mi Longtao commanded yesterday. Subsequently, Mi Longtao and Li Shenggang reported yesterday's battle situation and route conditions sequentially. They also marked relevant battle locations on the glass overlay across the map. "The enemy genuinely harbors major Yunnan County designs," Bai Wei remarked to Su Qi. Intelligence that bandits intended significant operations against Yunnan County originated from Su Qi. Naturally, he possessed no spies infiltrating bandit groups, government forces, or Yao strongholds. He'd reached this conclusion predominantly by aggregating battle reports, prisoner confessions, and enemy activity traces. "The bandits you encountered possess considerable combat capability," Su Qi observed, indicating the various weapons displayed on reed mats. "How could bandits afford such armaments? Even the great Ming's official forces boast nothing superior." Chapter end. Chapter 2167. A new battle Suki had arrived yesterday. Not long after arriving, boats had successively delivered weapons captured in battle and prisoners. Among these weapons, there were quite a few well-crafted firearms, especially a dozen or so bird guns and light phalange cannons, things bandits rarely possessed. In previous security pacification operations, they had captured bandit firearms before, but those were mostly crude tube-type firearms crafted by village blacksmiths, outwardly imitating government weapons, but extremely rough in quality and inaccurate in design, clearly counterfeit and inferior products at a glance. Even under great maritime lords like Zheng Zhilong, many of the cannons and muskets on board were quite crude private castings. These bandits' weapons were clearly standard-issue Great Ming government military weapons. Could it be that all the bandits were supported by Xingwenken? On second thought, support was perhaps possible, but Xingwenken likely didn't have the ability to directly supply weapons to bandits. Most of these things were probably captured from the Ming army, or simply brought by scattered Ming troops. This was evident from the confessions obtained in preliminary interrogations. About one-third of the captives were former government soldiers. The Yao Rebellion had destroyed many Ming military outposts and encampments, captured several county seats, and government firearms had dispersed widely, seized not only by Yao militias, but also flowing into bandit hands along with the scattered soldiers. No wonder the current security situation had become so complex, Su Qi thought. Scattered soldiers and lost firearms had directly or indirectly strengthened the bandit and Yao militia forces. Back in the day, the most combat-effective forces under Li Zicheng were also mutinied garrison troops from the Shan-Shigan Suning Sha region of the Ming army. This infusion of personnel and firearms was reflected not only in equipment but also in combat. These wooden cannons were proof. This was the first time he had seen wooden cannons. He had heard of this primitive firearm. Using a thick, hard-grained trunk, they would hollow out a chamber inside to use as a cannon. In the north, old elm was commonly used. In Lianzhou, ironwood and lychee wood were preferred. Such non-metal cannons had appeared in both Asia and Europe. The Korean army had used wooden cannons during the Imjin War, and the Swedes and Russians had used leather cannons. Whether leather or hardwood, both lacked the strength and toughness of bronze and iron, so these cannons couldn't be loaded with too much gunpowder, and the cannonballs they could fire weren't large either, mostly grape shot, with a 4-pounder being quite large and the range wasn't far. They weren't durable either. After firing several times, they would typically deform and crack. Korean wooden cannons had also experienced breech explosions in combat, which was why the government troops they had previously encountered didn't equip such things. The few wooden cannons before him were lychee wood, a common local tree species. The chambers were drilled accurately, clearly not done by hand but using some kind of hand-crank drill rod. Touching them, the inner walls were smooth, apparently polished. Though the bore diameter was pitifully small compared to the outer diameter, they could probably fire a 4-pounder ball. Iron hoops had also been added to the wooden bodies. Although they were carefully made, wooden cannons were still far easier to produce for bandits than iron cannons. Lychee wood and ironwood were found everywhere locally. Not durable, just throw them away when they break. Though crude and heavy, these things could still achieve results in battle if properly positioned and fired at the right time. In this ambush, the bandits sinking the gunboat, while partly a case of blind luck, had shown clear effectiveness. Without a doubt, the bandits we face are not ordinary gangs or local ruffians. They're more like irregular forces mixed with Ming army soldiers. Both in equipment and combat effectiveness, they're far stronger than ordinary bandit groups, Su Qi summarized. Analyzing recent security battle reports, it's evident that the bandit leaders have considerable military expertise, very likely including Ming army officers. It's 3 parties ganging up against us alone now, Bai Wei smiled. But that's actually good. The reason bandits are hard to deal with is that they're small, scattered, and mobile. Now that they're gathering together to make big moves, it's actually beneficial to our suppression operations. Suki said, but if we let them continuously capture towns and strongholds, it will negatively impact our political prestige along both banks of the West River, so we must consider the political factors. Bai Wei nodded. So we still need to implement Zhu Ziliang's old method. Village consolidation. Yes, our troops are too few to protect every village. Bai Wei pointed at the map under the glass plate. Large villages have many able-bodied men and can defend themselves. Small villages have almost no defensive capability. Merge small villages into one with better defensive conditions, organize militia, and they'll develop a certain self-defense capability. Only then can we effectively guard against bandit raids, and only then can we free our hands to hunt down bandits. Otherwise, the troops will be running themselves ragged. The banks of the West River are our priority security zone and the main agricultural area of these riverside counties, concentrating most of the population and farmland, so our security focus is here. Bai Wei glanced at the three naturalized officers at this point. Operational considerations didn't need to be explained to naturalized officers, but he felt it would be better to share a bit, so they could start developing a holistic awareness now. You all need to have a sense of the big picture now. Don't just limit yourselves to roles like garrison captain or infantry company commander. Yes, all three stood at attention. Next, Bai Wei announced new orders. Mi Longtao was appointed as the mobile security team leader of the three counties of Kangwu, Fengchuan, and Yunnan, fully responsible for security operations in these three counties. He would have unified command over the garrison troops of these three counties in combat. Li Shenggang was appointed deputy team leader. As for you, you still lack actual combat experience. However, your company has performed outstandingly, so learn from these two team leaders. Zhu Si secretly groaned. This was clearly a setup to keep him here. He wanted to find a reason to return to Wuzhou but didn't dare say so directly. He quickly saluted. Report. Thank you for the chief's cultivation. However, I am still the battalion commander of the Wuzhou National Army Garrison Battalion. If I'm to stay with the mobile security team, should we handle the relevant procedures? There's no rush for that. Bai Wei smiled slightly. Isn't there a Captain Li who came out on patrol with you? I hear he performed well too. I'll have him temporarily act in your position. Zhu Si quickly said, yes, yes. But he felt rather uncomfortable inside. The analysis meeting continued until noon, discussing the joint security model for the three counties, including key surveillance in the Wuzhou direction. The meeting decided that all reconnaissance forces currently in the three counties would deploy fully to gather intelligence from the surrounding areas. The focus would be on gathering intelligence from Yunnan County and the Wuzhou direction, ensuring that once a large enemy gathering was detected in this area, forces would be concentrated to strike. The field hospital of Fengchuan County was set up in the Confucius Temple. Fengchuan was a small place, and though there were various temples, most were not large. The only usable location with sufficient buildings was the Confucius Temple. The Confucius temples of prefectures and counties were not only sites for sacrifice, but also the location of prefectural and county academies, with more buildings, making them convenient for accommodating the sick and wounded. So Lin Motion, in charge of field medical care for West Guangdong, had set up the field hospital here. Lin Motion was a surgeon. Originally, he had applied to go to Guangzhou to establish the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital and create a medical school, but now the front line urgently needed experienced medical personnel. Before his seat in Guangzhou even got warm, he came to support the front. The conditions here are simply unbearable to look at, Liu San, who had come to inspect with Bai Wei, said after touring the field hospital. Liu San, though currently only responsible for medical work in Guangzhou, was in fact the recognized head of health affairs for all of Guangdong. You should have been mentally prepared. Lin Motion had a cigar clamped in his mouth technically. Smoking wasn't allowed in the hospital, but he had picked up the habit since arriving in Fengchuan. The thick smell of blood in the hospital couldn't be masked by all the disinfectant in the world. Yes, I was indeed mentally prepared. I knew the situation would be bad, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Liu San let out a heavy breath. I originally thought the basic simplified clinics we set up in Hainan were rough enough, but after seeing the front line, those simplified clinics look like AAA hospitals. The entire West Guangdong Field Hospital had only one senator doctor, 3 naturalized doctors, and 10 medical assistants. These people were roughly at the level of barefoot doctors from the old timeline. By old timeline standards, the only one who qualified as a doctor was Lin Motion alone. Setting aside the medical staff's skill level, to guarantee wartime medical support for the more than 10,000 naturalized soldiers and civilian cadres deployed in West Guangdong, these personnel were utterly insufficient. Within the modest Confucius Temple, the front and back halls, as well as the corridors, had all become wards. Because there were too many inpatients, several other temples within the city had to be requisitioned as additional ward buildings, barely managing to separate the serious and light casualties and the sick. It was morning now. The last batch of casualties brought in last night had all been processed, and no new wounded had arrived yet, so Lin Motion was temporarily free and able to chat idly with Liu San, who had come to inspect. Our medical logistics work, to be honest, was severely underprepared. Personnel, supplies, medicines, all in short supply. The only thing we don't lack is regulations. Lin Motion complained. Chapter 2168, Medical Logistics Work. This seemingly perfect system operated dismally in practice, hamstrung by shortages of specialized personnel and medical supplies. During previous Senate conflicts, battles rarely lasted long. Overall casualties remained low. Concentrating most health resources for blitz-style responses generated generally favorable results. Excepting severe external trauma and infections, treatment survival rates ran quite high. Throughout Hainan Island security operations, troops predominantly encountered small bandit groups, sparse numbers, low quality, crude weaponry. The Fubo army typically maintained absolute superiority. Combat casualties proved extremely rare. Medical logistics demands even rarer. Now the situation had transformed utterly. In the security campaign along West River banks, enemies were numerous, well-equipped, predominantly familiar with terrain and local conditions. Conversely, the National Army, which had assumed most routine security assignments, frequently suffered inadequate training and poor equipment. Because numerous units reorganized from surrendered forces, their combat resolve proved weak. Battlefield casualties vastly exceeded the Fubo armies. After each engagement, wounded requiring treatment and evacuation frequently surpassed unit handling capacity. Bandit suppression operations predominantly occurred at company squadron level, with battalion brigade operational zones potentially spanning several square kilometers. Battlefields often sprawled across mountains and hills. Wounded reaching battalion aid stations confronted tremendous difficulties. Even after arriving, they receive minimal treatment, Lin Motion stated glumly. I've visited the units personally. Battalion aid stations deserve classification merely as dressing stations. Medic kits contain nothing useful. They manage basic wound cleaning and bandaging, barely handle simple fracture immobilization. Slightly complex wounds exceed their capabilities entirely. Some locations lack even drinking water for the wounded. Transferring from dressing stations to field hospitals demanded first climbing mountains, crossing ridges, then switching to boats. Jolting during transport exceeded severely wounded soldiers' endurance. Each transfer stage required prolonged waiting. Numerous salvageable wounded deteriorated while waiting, ultimately dying. The soldier's own assessment ran roughly, "Walk and you'll live," paired with "stretcher equals death." Lin Motion admitted both sayings proved essentially accurate. Long distance, sluggish evacuations frequently consigned the severely wounded to death after prolonged suffering. Consequently, in numerous cases, the traditional finishing off, severely wounded at company level had resurged, though superficially appearing merciful, quick death preferable to extended agony. The practice devastated morale catastrophically. I recognize our conditions permit very little, especially for the severely wounded. I'm a surgeon myself. Given our constraints, common massive lacerations, penetrating wounds with organ damage, I know precisely how few we can genuinely save. Whether we transport them or not makes minimal difference, but the current situation remains unconscionably ugly. Don't torment yourself excessively. We in the health sector understand the Senate's medical standards intimately. Others might not. Liu San lit a cigar as well. How many 17th century armies establish field medical units? Possessing one constitutes achievement already. Recall the mid-19th century Austro-Prussian War. Armies numbering tens of thousands boasted merely 6 military physicians. Such progressiveness remains entirely relative. You're correct, but Lin Motion couldn't release it. Working days at the field hospital had impacted him too profoundly. Knowing circumstances theoretically versus experiencing them directly constituted vastly different matters. Regarding resource problems, avoid excessive preoccupation. Liu San consoled him. Hong Huangnan and I have discussed this, preparing to expand medical evacuation team establishments, particularly stretcher teams. Substantial increases required. Additionally, dedicated medical transport boats are needed so wounded avoid waiting for returning supply vessels. Even if they die, let them die in the field hospital. What about medical personnel? We'll maximize efforts, Liu San replied. As for senator physicians, increasing numbers appears improbable. However, we can deploy another dozen medical students currently training for internships here. Chief Shi insists these individuals cannot approach front lines. Their safety demands guarantees. Ever since a naturalized medical assistant perished unfortunately during North River combat, Chief Shi experienced heartbreak. A quasi-doctor, qualified by contemporary standards, required over 3 years health sector training, predicated on individual talent and diligent senator-physician instruction. This incident prompted General Staff and Health Department to specifically issue documentation mandating troops protect every medical worker's safety. Understood. Additionally, initial production samples of your newly designed field kits have been manufactured, some dispatched for trial deployment. I brought a batch this trip. Excellent. Lin Motion's troubled expression brightened fractionally. Medical kits presently in widespread medic use remained exceedingly basic. Wooden stethoscope, wound cleaning implements, acupuncture needle set, small alcohol bottle, hemostatic powder packet, small Xinjiang sand bottle, berberine packet, small sulfonamide bottle, minimal water purification tablets, plus assorted gauze, bandages, triangular bandages, and tourniquets. This kit had persisted since immediately preceding the second encirclement, war, making do continuously since. The new medical kits he designed bore designations, Type 35 First Aid Kit and Type 35 Military Doctor Kit, conceived for distribution based on the original medic field case, serving as improved and expanded versions respectively in medic and military doctor configurations. The Type 35 First Aid Kit incorporated partial enhancements to the original. 2 tongue oilcloth lining layers were added inside the original cowhide case, enhancing waterproofing. Acupuncture needles and wound cleaning implements underwent substantial simplification in the medic first aid kit, the cleaning set retaining one each of knife, scissors, needle, thread. As compensation, surgical instrument types and quantities for battalion-level medical stations increased. Beyond alcohol, small bottles of iodine glycerin and hydrogen peroxide were added. Chinese patent medicine variety expanded dramatically. Original hemostatic powder and berberine received improved formulations. Snake medicine, burn ointment, Angong Niu Huang pills, and oral opium tincture were incorporated. Chemical pharmaceuticals added oxytetracycline, now mature in production quantity, plus refined morphine designated specifically for emergency deployment. Certain configurations added pituitary extract and adrenal extract alongside corresponding syringes and needles. Dressings remained fundamentally unchanged, with addition of 5-color casualty tags adapted from PLA protocols, red bleeding tags, white fracture tags, black infectious disease tags, yellow poisoning tags. Since the Fubo Army wouldn't encounter radiation injuries, blue tags were provisionally designated for other injuries, including frostbite, burns, and stings. The Type 35 military doctor kit received supplementation with additional instruments and medications. Beyond discretionary medicines, dressings, and instruments from the first aid kit, the military doctor kit incorporated several saline solution and glucose injection bottles. Additionally, expanded quantities and richer variety of epidemic prevention disinfection pharmaceuticals were included. Several compact medical instrument packs were added. Small orthopedic packs, wound cleaning packs, midwifery packs, addressing civilian requirements when garrisoned locally, plus a slightly larger general instrument pack simplified and synthesized from exploratory laparotomy packs and amputation packs. Naturally, given current material deficiencies, items like wire saws and Kirchner wires weren't included in any instrument packs. Splints and plaster bandages were incorporated, alongside simple resuscitator bags, metal tracheal intubation tubes, and metal urinary catheters. Since size and weight exceeded ordinary field case parameters, the military doctor kit abandoned backpack configuration, instead being equipped with detachable handles and wheels for mobility. Honestly, the simple resuscitator remains controversial. Some believe that given current conditions, significance of transporting and resuscitating field casualties unable to maintain autonomous respiration proves extremely limited, thus the simple resuscitator balloon could be omitted. However, this item isn't difficult manufacturing. Possessing another resuscitation option proves beneficial. Honestly, nothing proves useless, only insufficient. Lin Motion smiled bitterly. According to my original conception, the medic first aid kit shouldn't contain wound cleaning implements whatsoever, merely simple bandaging followed by evacuation. Complete wound cleaning implements belong in the military doctor kit. But reconsidering, possessing not even needle and thread in the first aid kit appeared excessively pathetic, so I incorporated this minimal version. Because the medic first aid kit must provide most basic healthcare not exclusively on battlefields, but also during peacetime, needle and thread were retained. But conceptually, wound cleaning should be performed via the military doctor kit. Regarding individual first aid packs, the plan underwent revision per your suggestions, but the Enterprise Planning Institute reports current enamel bowl production capacity remains insufficient. Additions must occur gradually. The new individual first aid pack incorporated an enamel bowl plus a wide belt. The belt measured 2 fingers width, cotton construction with numerous close-interval punched holes, usable as tourniquet. The enamel bowl served for temporarily containing intestines protruding from abdominal penetrating wounds in injured soldiers, naturally also usable as eating utensils. Originally, every Fubo Army soldier possessed one first aid pack, but these items carried expiration dates. The Health Materials Factory lacked effective sealing packaging methodologies, resulting in extremely abbreviated first aid pack shelf lives. Upon expiration, they required unpacking, re-sterilization, resealing. Consequently, inventory maintained consistently depressed levels. Full-scale production commenced merely months before the Continental Campaign, but consumption vastly exceeded prior projections. The National Army Expansion Plan had expanded repeatedly. Combat intensity proved substantially higher than anticipated. Currently, first aid packs couldn't achieve per-soldier distribution. Essentially, only the Fubo Army and Veteran National Army possessed them. Massive second and third wave mobilized National Army contingents lacked equipment entirely. Indeed, Numerous companies didn't even possess medics. After wounding, treatment options proved essentially non-existent. This variety of differential treatment exerts tremendous morale impact, Lin Motion observed. These new National Army troops already suffer predominantly poor equipment. Their medical provisions prove minimal or non-existent. Numerous soldiers perceive discrimination. Long-term, not only will troop morale fail improving, but loyalty might problematize as well. The National Army's desertion rate has climbed considerably recently. Chapter End. Chapter 2169. Return to Zhaoqing. Li Dong's militia training assignment at Xugang lasted 1 week. Though setbacks occurred, progress ran reasonably smooth. The bandit siege had terrified Su family elders thoroughly. They looked toward Great Song military lords for salvation. Not only did they readily consent to reorganizing the militia, they'd have gladly offered concubines besides. Bai Wei had issued directives governing militia reorganization. Fundamentally, militia required emphasizing localization while stressing home territory concepts. Only then would individuals lacking political training possess sufficient motivation fighting for defending homes and villages. As long as they didn't depart homeward, their combat effectiveness would actually exceed regular soldiers. The deteriorating late Ming social security environment had prompted villages of any scale organizing vigilante groups centered on clans or local gentry and magnates. These village vigilantes ranged from dozens to over 100 members, effectively forming militia prototypes. However, vigilante quality varied tremendously. Most lacked training. Some included local ruffians who'd prey first upon villagers instead. Moreover, clan-centered and magnate-centered vigilantes frequently became private armies. Consequently, Bai Wei's militia reorganization fundamentally focused on transforming existing vigilantes. Though some question how effective transformation could prove without addressing rural villages' socio-economic foundations, current circumstances left the Senate no alternatives. They could only adopt half-baked rice approaches, dispatching armed patrols to various villages for initial organization, bringing grassroots settlements under preliminary control. Militia organization experience had accumulated amply during Hainan security operations and proved largely applicable in Guangdong. Following models conscripting 1 in 2 able-bodied men from large villages and all able-bodied men from small ones, village militias organized and equipped with cold weapons, minimal captured firearms, and armor. Villages were additionally urged constructing defensive facilities. Currently, given Senate capacity limitations, directly leading and training these village militias proved impossible. Bai Wei established this objective. Village militia unit commanders and deputy commanders must receive appointments from local county National Army garrison squadrons while accepting county-level command. The militia commander's primary duty involved maintaining local village security while establishing mutual defense relationships with surrounding settlements. Mutual defense transcended merely designating certain village quantities. It derived primarily from terrain conditions. Generally, inter-village distances shouldn't exceed 3 kilometers straight line, reachable on foot within 30 minutes, permitting villages mutual support. When militia units received county summons for external missions, deployments generally wouldn't exceed 1 month. Under normal circumstances, village militias wouldn't fight beyond their county. Villages with insufficient populations would adopt consolidation measures, merging several small settlements into one with superior defensive conditions, ensuring each village possessed at minimum 30 able-bodied men. The Baijia system was strictly enforced across all villages. Strictly, because Baijia systems had already existed under the Ming Dynasty. The Lianzhou region, given Yao unrest problems, already maintained Baijia in every village. Now it underwent further rectification and continuation. Bai Wei ordered each county garrison dispatching squads to villages, improving Bayagia sequentially while establishing village household registration books, one copy retained per individual, one by the county. Outsiders lacking fixed residences required obtaining guarantees from established local families. Those without guarantors, possessing suspicious backgrounds, or constituting local undesirables, were all concentrated into county seat labor camps for rescreening. Mutual vigilance policies implemented in villages. Each village established signal towers. Neighboring settlements communicated alerts via smoke signals daily and fire signals nocturnally. Once alarms raised, relays proceeded to county seats. When distress signals transmitted, excepting nighttime when departure could delay until dawn, all mutual defense network villages must dispatch militia assistance. When goods transported by water or land, each village's militia would escort in relay, any losses compensated by villages responsible for that leg. Under normal circumstances, such transformation would demand tremendous effort, especially given heavy village militia burdens. But presently, threats of bandit pillage, murder, and abduction made villages enthusiastic about establishing militia, implementing Bayagia, and constructing defensive walls. Village consolidation also proceeded relatively smoothly. Though consolidation meant property losses, bandits couldn't steal land. As long as people survived and times became peaceful, family fortunes could always rebuild. Li Dong's Xugang assignment progressed fairly smoothly. Su Weikeng agreed to all requests, rapidly training a 120-man militia, all armed with standard spears and machetes. They also distributed a dozen or so bird guns and light phalange cannons from Yunnan County cached captured goods. They even specially procured several armor suits. When these armor suits arrived, they appeared quite shabby, rusty, with some leather straps connecting pieces already broken, parts missing. But when the militia's select elite donned them and paraded, Li Dong noticed quite a few of his own men observing enviously. Regardless, possessing armor meant improved survival prospects. For Xugang's residents high and low, this weapons and equipment arrival deepened their Senate trust. Timely neighboring county National Army rescue during their crisis hour, now counties distributing weapons and assisting militia training. Common folk, rich or poor alike, felt that in this precarious, turbulent era, they'd finally discovered a reliable protector. Li Dong lacked mental bandwidth for soldiers' thoughts. He urged them relentlessly training the militia. 1 week proved far too abbreviated for proper militia training, but vigilantes from various villages hadn't received substantial prior training anyway, barely managing village stockade defense. Now, following brief training, combat effectiveness had improved somewhat. Particularly, former vigilante leader Su Yang demonstrated tremendous training enthusiasm, constantly pestering Li Dong learning Australian martial arts. He refused believing Ausländer soldiers' close combat training truly comprised merely those few simple moves. Li Dong found him exhausting. After 1 week, Li Dong's detachment boarded transport ships heading downstream from Wuzhou. However, his orders specified not returning to Wuzhou, but immediately proceeding downstream reporting at Zhaoqing. The company they departed with had split in two. Battalion commander Zhu Si remained at Fengchuan with half a company, while he led the other half to Zhaoqing. What was happening? Orders were orders. Regardless of Li Dong and others' confusion, all soldiers boarded downstream transport ships and arrived at Zhaoqing. Zhaoqing hosted 1st Brigade headquarters and West Guangdong Forward Command seat. Massive troop concentrations had always characterized it. When Li Dong arrived with his half company, he discovered even more troops here than during last month's passage, alongside numerous transport ships. Anyone possessing minimal military experience could discern that Zhaoqing was brewing large-scale military operations. Careful boats docking. With a sailor's shout, 3 Daihatsu boats slowly berthed. Disembark, one at a time, no shoving. Sergeants called out as Li Dong stretched his back and stepped onto the gangplank, Immediately upon debarkation, a logistics station officer approached them. "Which unit?" "Wuzhou National Army Composite Company." "From Fengchuan." Li Dong reflected they certainly knew situations well. "Correct." "Leave all weapons behind," the logistics officer directed. "Retain only daggers and Nanyang rifles." Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Constant weapon carrying since enlistment had been emphasized relentlessly during training. Even when resting, weapons required proper stowage permitting instant access. Why were they being instructed disarming immediately upon debarkation? And if disarming, why permission retaining rifles? Still, having received instructions, they naturally must comply. They surrendered standard spears, machetes, and similar weapons. Li Dong noticed quite substantial piles of standard spears and cold weapons already accumulated groundward. Could they be receiving complete re-equipment? The thought flashed through Li Dong's mind. Before he could think it through, additional boats arrived dockside. Several officers on shore waved flags bearing unit numbers, calling assembly. Reinforcements from the Guangzhou National Army had arrived. These companies already bore double-digit numbers. The soldiers still exhibited raw recruits' characteristic unease. Clutching their standard spears, they appeared pathetic and comical. Battle-tested Wuzhou Company men walked past feeling quite superior. Li Dong suddenly experienced some sentimentality. His brothers had appeared equally green departing Sanshui last month. In such brief time, they could now flaunt seniority. Time genuinely flew. The logistics officer assigned them temporary tent barracks areas. Requisitioned barracks and temples already were filled completely. "We possess company establishment but only half company strength," Li Dong puzzled, seeing assigned barracks could accommodate over 100. "Submit your shortage report tonight, we'll bring you to strength." The logistics officer held a clipboard writing upon it. Logistics issued instructions. All units must reach establishment strength. You observed replacement soldiers dockside. They'll supplement the squadrons. "Adding 40 greenhorns to make half, this promises rough fighting," Luo Mao interjected. The logistics officer smiled. "Fight several rounds and they won't remain greenhorns. Tonight, inspect your Nanyang rifles, report damage immediately. Don't forget reporting ammunition shortages either." "Are we receiving rifles for everyone?" Li Dong asked. "Correct." The logistics officer nodded. "Your company performed well, consequently selected for re-equipment. Work diligently, plenty of merit-earning opportunities ahead." These words confirmed suspicions that major operations loomed imminently. The soldiers stirred. Li Dong quickly responded, "What's all this gabbing? Continue and you'll conduct night drills tonight. Now go prepare for billeting. After billeting preparations conclude, send 20 soldiers to the logistics station for work detail picking up supplies." The logistics officer observed the formation. "How many do you actually possess currently?" "Report, actual strength is 60. However, 3 lack military registration." These 3 constituted locally recruited personnel during their Xugang stay. Logistics acknowledged such local replenishment, but required completing formalities afterward. Chapter end. Chapter 2170, Assembling the troops, bring them along for work detail, get the paperwork completed. After issuing instructions, the logistics officer pushed his cap backward and hurried toward the dock, shouting continuously, "Don't push! Rushing off to be reincarnated or what? This is the army, attention! No talking! If they give us 40 greenhorns, that'll prove interesting," Luo Mao muttered quietly. "At minimum we'll possess guns," Li Dong replied. "We need ramping up training soon. I sense this time we're fighting a major battle." "Don't worry, I'll drill them within an inch of their lives. Night drills tonight to loosen their bones." Li Dong nodded. Li Dong was new here, confronting accumulated paperwork. He instructed Luo Mao remaining at camp handling billeting while he took 20 soldiers for work detail. The temporary camp stood outside Zhaoqing city, but the logistics station office resided inside. Li Dong led 20 soldiers into the city. As forward command seat, Zhaoqing had transformed into a great garrison. troops and supplies arriving from Sanshui, wounded evacuating from the front, and prisoners all stopped here temporarily. Wasteland along the river outside the city had undergone requisition, now covered with dense camps and cargo depots. Newly constructed dirt roads bustled with vehicles and pedestrians. Inside Zhaoqing city, pedestrians proved sparse. Only National Army patrols walked the streets. Shops operated but mostly opened only half their facades, projecting desolate appearances. At every street corner and alley, fortified checkpoints constantly checked identification. Li Dong had already learned from other passing soldiers that areas around Zhaoqing also remained unstable. Scattered troops and bandits had once proven quite troublesome. Villagers from surrounding areas had flooded cityward seeking refuge. City order had descended into chaos temporarily. Only after National Army full reinforcement did surrounding situations stabilize. Gentry and commoners hiding in the city gradually returned home. City order gradually improved. Li Dong arrived at the logistics station, submitted forms and requisition orders, rapidly receiving allocated supplies. Besides weapons and ammunition equipping everyone, they also received minimal hand grenades. Allocations additionally included 1 pair of new military shoes per man, patties, plus 3 days field rations. This confirmed completely his major battle approaching conjecture. Returning to camp, replacement soldiers had already arrived, 40 men total in 2 ranks. Li Dong reviewed the roster, ages ranged 17 to 40. Though constituting youth and age mixtures, roster notes indicated all had received 8 weeks basic infantry training. Li Dong examined their faces and physiques sequentially. Though somewhat thin and weak overall, they seemed reasonably sturdy and capable. "What's your name, Private?" "Yes, report, sir. My name is Ma Lai." The summoned soldier puffed out his chest, shouting his reply. "At ease?" Li Dong asked. "Have you fired a gun?" "Report. 1 week Nanyang rifle training, 40 dry fire exercises, 5 live fire exercises." "How old are you?" "Report 19. "Excellent." Li Dong nodded and walked formation forward. "Starting today, you are officially inducted into the Wuzhou National Army Battalion Composite Company." Li Dong scanned the soldiers before him. "Our unit was newly formed, but it has already received battle baptism. We possess an honorable record. I don't care what you did previously, whether soldiers or civilians. Since you're joining this unit today, forget all old army and civilian methods and habits immediately. Become proper soldiers under Senate command." After the speech, Li Dong had Luo Mao take new soldiers riverside for drill. He himself returned tentward handling equipment replenishment paperwork. Just then, a messenger arrived from outside. "Report to West Guangdong Forward Command for a meeting immediately." West Guangdong Forward Command, also serving as 1st Brigade Headquarters, occupied the Guandai Temple at the Water Force Camp outside East Gate. When Li Dong arrived at Guandai Temple, he discovered numerous officers had come, including National Army officers and Fubo Army officers. Under the covered walkway stood several senators. The brigade staff officer announced Chief Zhu was studying the map and requested everyone wait momentarily. Gathering so many officers together couldn't merely be for speeches. An important military operation required deployment, Li Dong reflected. At this moment, a huge West Guangdong map hung on brigade headquarters walls. On the table lay several old timeline satellite photos specially allocated as controlled materials. The glass plate covering the map was covered with colorful markers drawn and wiped so many times they were getting smudged. Zhu Mingxia, dressed impeccably in his Major General uniform, paced around the table. Following the 8-rank Yao uprising in April, Yao people throughout West Guangdong had risen in response. Though Zhu Mingxia had accepted surrenders from garrison troops abandoned by Qingwenkan at various locations immediately upon occupying Zhaoqing, granting them nominal status, managing to supplement some pay and provisions. The complete withdrawal of Qingwenkan's Ming Army field forces had caused the entire Yao suppression system along the West River to collapse. Distress messages from various absorbed Ming forces flew toward Zhaoqing like snowflakes. Some county seats, having already surrendered, were captured by Yao militias. The Yao uprising had erupted at scales far exceeding historical records. As though Zhu Mingxia's pressure wasn't adequate, due to Senate advances and the 8-rank Yao uprising, large numbers of Ming soldiers had scattered countryside ward, rapidly merging with rural bandits and ruffians, forming countless bandit gangs pillaging everywhere. If the 8-rank Yao uprising remained limited to the Sanlian region between Hezhou and Shijian in northwestern Guangdong, subsequent bandit disturbances affected every county along the entire West River basin. Major bandit groups' traces had even reached Sanshui. Facing this situation of chaos, erupting on all sides with smoke rising in every direction, Zhu Mingxia had to abandon the planned next offensive following Wuzhu's capture. They hadn't even taken Tangxian. He hurriedly led main forces back to Zhaoqing, arranging defenses and responding to the uprising. Presently, besides county seats along the West River between Zhaoqing and Wuzhu being controlled by the National Army, mountainous inland counties and garrisons north of the West River were predominantly still defended by temporarily incorporated former Ming troops, with local surrendered officials and gentry commissioned, maintaining local order. Numerous naturalized county magistrates and National Army squadrons had been forced remaining in Zhaoqing due to blocked roads, rendering situations even more chaotic. Zhu Mingxia recognized most of these surrendered officials and soldiers, maintaining local order, held observant attitudes. Absent imminent Yao militia threats, their returning to the light speed wouldn't prove slower than their initial, suffering the indignity of surrendering to the Ausländers' speed. Even now, given this precarious situation, some communicated secretly with Xugang, some even acted as protectors for those official bandits. But presently, he couldn't address these individuals. Their existence could at minimum restrain Yao militia expansion and maintain basic social order. The situation remained far from optimistic, but it was gradually becoming clearer. Based on gathered intelligence, the 8-rank Yao were mainly distributed in the Lianshan, Lianzhou and Lianan areas between Hezhou and Shijian, separated from the Zhaoqing-Wuzhou line southward by Kangwu, Huiji, Guangning, and other counties. After uprising, the Yao people first captured Lianshan county seat, then pushed eastward occupying Lianzhou, Riyuan, and Yangshan. Their momentum proved formidable until they encountered the Central Route Army at Yingde and Shijian and got their noses bloodied, finally showing some restraint and withdrawing from Riyuan to seek southern targets. After 1 month's observation, it could now be confirmed they demonstrated tendencies approaching the West River basin and linking with Guangxi Yao people to further expand the situation. Not only that, but the chaos caused by the 8-rank Yao uprising had granted Xugang, hiding in Guangxi, a ray of hope. He constantly sent confidants back to Guangdong, inciting bandits and scattered soldiers with promises of official positions and rewards, striving to expand disturbances' scope and scale. On one hand, this tied down the Fubo army's westward advance. On the other, it exhausted the Senate, hoping for future opportunities to counterattack. The intelligence Su Qi had gathered along the West River fully demonstrated this. However, these official bandits proved quite different from ordinary bandits. To obtain more spoils and gain greater fame, they tended constantly expanding their gangs to enhance their stronghold assault capabilities. The result was bandit groups growing ever larger, actually providing favorable conditions for the Fubo army to locate, capture, and annihilate them. Recently, Beiwei had commanded troops clearing out several bandit groups in Guiyao, and the area south of Zhaoqing had quieted down considerably. Though bandits proved more dangerous when gathered into large groups, they actually proved much easier eliminating than scattered small bands. Furthermore, Various outlaws committing evil deeds were pushing local gentry and populace toward the Senate's side. That Bei Wei's security rectification campaign could proceed was not unrelated to this. Zhu Mingxia studied the red dot-covered map carefully. Had the time come turning around this passive situation, the staff officer entered and reported, "Chief, as per your orders, all unit commanders at company level and above in Zhaoqing are assembled. Let everyone in." Approximately 30-some people entered the hall simultaneously, rendering it quite crowded. All officers silently and naturally formed ranks, orderly amidst chaos. "There are quite a few officers I'm meeting for the first time. Please introduce yourselves." The newly arrived National Army Squadron commanders stepped forward, reporting sequentially. Zhu Mingxia had actually already reviewed training combat reports and commanding officer profiles for these units. Though these units proved uneven in quality, most shared one common characteristic. They had all received battle baptism. A newly formed squadron capable of holding its own in battle without men scattering could be considered qualified. Even if they couldn't serve as spearheads, they could at minimum make do as shields. As for the completely inexperienced rookie squadrons having just rushed over from Guangzhou, they could only serve as garrison troops. Gentlemen, the time has come demonstrating your daily training results. As you all know, Wuzhou has Yao people northward and Ming forces westward, while its own forces are weak. Therefore, I am determined launching a forward offensive, changing our current passive situation. Today's gathering is informing you that higher command has approved our plan. Staff officer, brief everyone on the operation plan. Chapter end. Chapter 2171. Security Strategy. The Yao uprisings of the two Guangs traced their roots back 6 centuries to the Song dynasty. From Song through Ming, this cycle of rebellion ebbed and flowed across Hunan, Guangxi, and Guangdong, a pattern that gradually migrated southward. During the Song era, the uprisings concentrated in Hunan, but as the Yao people themselves pushed south, the center of conflict shifted to the two Guangs by the Ming Dynasty. The Yao migration followed a peculiar route. They entered Guangdong before Guangxi, yet chose Guangxi as their stronghold. This made perfect sense. Guangxi's rugged mountains and impenetrable jungles provided ideal terrain for a people whose livelihood depended on slash-and-burn mountain agriculture. The Gulu Great Mountains and Dayao Mountains became major population centers, and consequently, Ming Dynasty suppression campaigns focused primarily on Guangxi. Beginning in the Xuan era, the relentless pressure began. Guangxi Commander-in-Chief Yun Shan spent 2 years pacifying the Yao along the Lianguang borders, slaughtering tens of thousands. Liu Pu and Tian Zhen continued the bloodbath. The result was predictable. Vast numbers of Guangxi Yao fled east into Guangdong, taking refuge in the mountainous border regions of Zhao, Gao, Lei, and Lian prefectures, particularly the Yunkai Great Mountains near Longshui. Thus began a new phase. Ming-era Guangdong's Yao uprisings concentrated south of the West River, stretching from Fengchuan and Kaijian in the west to Yanchun and Gaizhou in the south, and eastward to Gaiyao and Xingxing. Operating from their mountain bases in Longshui, they affected a staggering area. 6 of Guangdong's 10 prefectures faced Yao unrest. The Liupang Yao of Longshui County proved particularly troublesome. Their frequent raids on the West River threatened the vital communication artery between the two Guangs, a bone lodged in the throat that the Ming court could neither swallow nor expel. The establishment of the Governor-General of the two Guangs in Zhaoqing testified to the severity of the crisis. But the tide turned in 1577, the 5th year of Wanli, when a major uprising was crushed and Longshui County elevated to Liuding directly administered prefecture. Yao power in Guangdong collapsed virtually overnight. The large-scale uprisings that had plagued the region ended. South of the West River, Yao influence evaporated. What remained were scattered communities in the northwestern mountain prefectures bordering Guangxi and Hunan, diminished, fragmented, incapable of mounting serious threats. Though minor disturbances continued, they never again approached the scale and ferocity of earlier rebellions. The Eight-Row Yao Uprising represented a late flare-up in this dying conflict. Though smaller than its predecessors, it still required, in the original timeline, a multi-province mobilization of tens of thousands of troops. Small wonder, then, that from the outset, the General Staff and South China Army Command approached this new outbreak with considerable anxiety. This uprising had erupted 5 years earlier than history recorded, and on a far larger scale. In the original timeline, the Eight-Row Yao Uprising of 1639 remained geographically limited, but this altered version, appearing prematurely in 1634, expanded rapidly due to the collapse of the Ming Army's Yao suppression apparatus in Guangxi. The withdrawal of 2 lieutenant generals responsible for Yao defense in Liuding Prefecture created an immediate vacuum. Yao militias surged southward, once again menacing the West River shipping lanes. Reports from troops and local governments painted an alarming picture. The uprising had spread from Lianzhou in northwestern Guangdong both eastward and southward, the affected area growing daily. To prevent a cascading disaster, the General Staff accelerated National Army deployments to western and northern Guangdong, plugging defensive gaps while dispatching Suu Kyi to lead reconnaissance teams throughout the affected regions. Simultaneously, staff officers plunged into the archives, poring over historical records and documentary evidence. The intelligence Suu Kyi gathered proved less dire than anticipated. After Liuding's establishment as a directly administered prefecture in 1577, Yao's strength had diminished considerably. Though the Eight-Row Yao had successfully stirred many villages to rebellion, these communities possessed limited military capacity. Most practiced marginal slash-and-burn agriculture with negligible surplus, dependent on traders for iron tools and salt. They lacked proper weapons and siege capability. While surprise attacks occasionally yielded captured cities, their overall ability to conduct siege warfare remained weak. Even the Hakka villages on the Yao frontier, long locked in conflict with their mountain neighbors, had rarely seen their stockades breached. Suu Kyi's comprehensive assessment concluded that the uprising's scale, while troubling, posed manageable threat levels. Isn't that conclusion somewhat optimistic? Zhu Mingxia asked during Suu Kyi's briefing, his frown deepening. We need to view this from multiple angles, Suu Kyi replied. True, disturbances have erupted throughout the West River region. However, our field reports indicate Yao militia activity concentrates almost entirely on the North Bank. They haven't penetrated South Bank territories. Analysis of historical records reveals their fundamental operational doctrine: raiding, not conquest. They prize loot and captives over territorial control. The Yao lived primarily by mountain agriculture, scattered across small, highly mobile settlements. Cultural isolation and grinding poverty drove them to desperate measures, periodic descents from their highlands to raid the lowlands. Though Yao militias had seized Ming prefecture and county seats on multiple occasions, invariably they plundered and withdrew. Never once had they chosen to defend captured cities. There's a Yao proverb, Suu Kyi continued, warming to his subject. Officials have 10,000 soldiers, we have 10,000 mountains. When soldiers come, we go. When soldiers go, we come. That's their entire strategic doctrine distilled. Use the mountains for protection, exhaust the enemy, force government troops to withdraw. The Eight-Row Yao uprising in the original timeline persisted until the Mings collapsed precisely through this strategy, only succumbing to suppression during the Xunjai era. He leaned forward. Their uprisings follow a predictable pattern: descend, raid, retreat to the mountains, wait for the next opportunity. I've studied the Ming army's countertactics extensively. They emphasized containment, deploying military force to control land and water routes from the mountain strongholds. This effectively constrained Yao militia operations. I believe we should adopt similar methods. Zhu Mingxia felt clarity emerging from the fog of concern. There's another critical factor, Suu Kyi added. Despite the 8-row Yao's operational range and success in stirring village rebellions, these villages haven't actually unified with the core 8-row forces. The Yao of the two Guangs differ fundamentally from their southwestern counterparts in Yunnan Guizhou. They lack the great hereditary chieftains who rule like virtual emperors for centuries, no equivalents to the Yang clan of Baju or the Ning clan of Shuixi. The Yao have headmen, yes, but their authority is limited, their jurisdictions tiny. Their backward economies prevent formation of large, coordinated military forces. Don't let the current wave of village rebellions mislead you. They won't merge with the 8-row Yao. For these villages, rebellion simply means exploiting the security vacuum created by the Ming army's collapse to raid and plunder. Once the national army establishes control and restores order, these village-level uprisings will collapse rapidly. So you're saying that beyond the 8-row Yao in Lianzhou proper, the other uprisings aren't worth serious concern. We don't need dedicated suppression forces. The question carried weight. Su Qi paused, then answered with conviction. Precisely. Based on archival research from the Great Library and intelligence from local officials and elders, controlling local security and transportation networks will effectively curtail Yao raiding. Frankly, even if we launched a full suppression campaign, we'd merely be trudging through mountains to assault stockades. There are no substantial armed formations for us to encircle and destroy. I see, Yangmings nodded slowly. This is essentially a security and pacification operation. Exactly, Su Qi confirmed. Mobilizing large field formations would be using cannons to swat mosquitoes, an absurd waste of combat power. The National Army is better suited for this work. Actually, the Yao uprising isn't our primary concern. The real threat comes from bandits. Their mobility far exceeds the Yao militias, and their destructive capacity is considerably greater. Banditry was China's perennial affliction. In the 17th century, bandits operated wherever people lived. Even the model capital of Beijing harbored bandits just beyond its gates. In Guangzhou, lauded as the foremost city under southern heaven, one risked robbery or kidnapping by the notorious Great Heaven's Second gang the moment one stepped outside the big or small north gates. The banks of the West River, that golden waterway, proved no exception. The Guangdong Ming army's collapse and the ravages of local warfare had multiplied both bandit numbers and their equipment levels several-fold. What's actually raiding counties, attacking our troops and personnel, creating the greatest pressure? That's the bandits, Su Qi said. My deepest concern is the possibility of bandits merging with the rebelling Yao. Current observations suggest this trend is already beginning. In the original timeline, the 1635 Yao uprising remained minor. Only the 8-row Yao participated, briefly seizing Lianzhou county seat and its seal before retreating to mountain hollows for guerrilla warfare against government forces. The real catastrophe came 8 years later, when the 8-row Yao allied with the Lang people of Lianzhou County and joined forces, with tens of thousands of roving bandits under Zhang Xianzhang's generals Tang Taozhang and Yang Guaji. Together they captured Lianzhou and Lianzhou, raided Yangshan and Yingde. Their momentum seemed unstoppable. Not until the Shunjai era did Qing forces finally crush them. If we fail to restore social order quickly, Su Qi continued, if bandits coalesce into large roving formations, if Yao militias merge with these bandit armies on any significant scale, the situation will become exponentially more difficult than what we face now. He paused. Which brings me to a disturbing piece of intelligence. Prisoner interrogations reveal that many bandits currently operating in the West River Basin aren't scattered Ming deserters. They're official bandits from Guangxi. Official bandits, Zhu Mingxia's eyes widened. You mean Xingwenken? Correct. Su Qi nodded grimly. Our intelligence remains limited, but the pattern is clear. Ming soldiers from Guangxi have infiltrated back into Guangdong as small bandit gangs, effectively becoming bandits themselves. Xingwenken faces grain and pay shortages, Why would his soldiers willingly accept such assignments? Why wouldn't they? Su Qi's laugh was bitter. They're being sent to become bandits, not to fight battles. As bandits, they answer to no one. All plundered goods, all captured women, everything belongs to them. Isn't that preferable to a few months' worth of military pay? Chapter 2172, Strategy and Judgment. Reality, as it turned out, exceeded even Zhu Mingxia's cynical expectations for feudal society's moral basement. Xun Wenkan, desperate and out of options, unleashed his strategy of soldiers turned bandits, and the response was enthusiastic. Scattered Ming troops across Guangdong swiftly transformed into bandit gangs. Government forces that had nominally surrendered and been assigned to temporarily guard cities abandoned their posts en masse to join the plunder. Officers and soldiers who'd retreated to Guangxi streamed back across the border in droves. Most alarming was the participation of local Tuhao and Zhaoqing, the landed tyrants and village worthies. Initially content with a defensive posture of guarding their communities, the bandit feeding frenzy proved too tempting. They abandoned restraint and joined the carnival of theft. In mountainous counties where tensions between native populations and Hakka settlers already simmered, the breakdown of order ignited mutual expulsion and looting, a chaotic free-for-all. The situation resembled a tangled knot, yet Su Qi's analysis cut through the confusion. Despite the dazzling proliferation of bandit groups, the movement lacked a spine. No leader of Li Zicheng's or Zhang Xianzhang's caliber had emerged to consolidate these disparate forces. Though Guangxi actively encouraged and materially supported the chaos, no high-level commander had returned to Guangdong to preside over the overall situation. In the immediate term, these scattered gangs couldn't coalesce into a force of strategic consequence. Beyond terrorizing common people, they posed limited threat to the larger campaign. But time changed everything. If this bandit chaos persisted, eventually the waters would recede and reveal the rocks beneath. A leader with genuine charisma and organizational talent would inevitably rise. Then these scattered bandit gangs would evolve into roving insurgents, the very progression that had elevated Li, Zhang, and Cao from bandits to forces that nearly toppled the dynasty. Based on this assessment from the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, Zhu Mingxia sought Ziyazhu's approval and proposed the public security rectification of West Guangdong. The plan itself was straightforward. Primary objectives: restore security around Lianzhou, contain the Yao disturbance within Lianzhou, halt the uprising's expansion. Simultaneously, suppress bandits along the advance route, restore normal order to affected counties, and use military force to install naturalized citizen county magistrates and national army companies in each county seat to rebuild governance. The mission's core is preventing the Yao disturbance from spreading while restoring local order, the briefing staff officer declared at the combat meeting, confidence radiating from his posture. The operational specifics called for forming the Shui River Detachment, built around Yang Zheng's 8th Battalion and an artillery battery. They would advance first to Sihui, then ascend the Shui River to secure Guangning and Huiji, both cities where Ming garrison forces had dissolved and social order collapsed into chaos. After occupying Huiji, forces would split to advance on Lianzhou, employing combined suppression and pacification to trap Yao armed forces as rapidly as possible, preventing them from spreading to neighboring regions or allying with bandit formations. The General Staff's projections identified 3 possible directions for Yao expansion: west to Wuzhou to merge with Guangxi Yao communities, east to Ruiyuan to incite local Yao uprisings that would directly threaten the Central Route Army's flank, or advance toward the West River to instigate the Liuding Yao. If the Lianzhou Yao attempted to reach Wuzhou, only 2 routes existed: west through Hezhou or south through Huiji. Hezhou remained garrisoned by Guangxi Ming troops who, while happy to see Yao rebellions in Guangdong, wouldn't permit passage through their territory. That left Huiji as the inevitable route to Wuzhou. Moreover, the Shui River, which flowed through Huiji, Guangning, and Sihui, originated in Lianzhou. The detachment could advance upriver to conquer Huiji and strike directly at Lianzhou, or withdraw downstream to defend Guangning and Sihui while coordinating with the Central Route Army in Qingyuan. If circumstances changed, they could sail back to Zhaoqing in mere days. This operation is 30% military, 70% political, Zhu Mingxia announced after the staff officer concluded his presentation. Especially you National Army officers, after reaching your stations, you must cooperate fully with our cadres. Your mission isn't simply bandit suppression. You must win hearts and minds. For specific directives, defer to local cadres upon arrival. Obey their leadership. While Zhu Mingxia conducted his combat briefing, in another Zhaoqing building, Huang Kao had just dragged himself from bed. He'd arrived in Guangzhou from Hainan only days earlier, violently seasick the entire voyage, eating almost nothing, practically carried ashore to the Guangzhou Municipal Government guest house. Before he could properly recover, he'd been bundled onto another ship bound for Zhaoqing. No matter how badly the 8 Ro Yao are rampaging, at least let me catch my breath, Huang Kao had complained to Wen Daisy, who'd come to see him off to his new post before boarding. Don't you claim expertise in Ming Dynasty Yao affairs? Wen Daisy offered no sympathy, speaking bluntly. When you served as county director in Lingshui, your Li pacification results were exemplary. The situation is critical now. The 8 Ro Yao in Lianzhou are creating havoc. These problems can't be solved purely by force. We need coordinated military and administrative approaches. The Senate won't trust a naturalized citizen magistrate for this. Neither will I, so Huang Kao boarded the ship victim as he ruefully acknowledged of his own reputation. No one to blame but himself. Before D-Day, Huang Kao had been a finance graduate who'd worked several years as a township civil servant. Bored with rural bureaucracy, he'd signed up for the transmigration and become part of the expedition. After D-Day, because his parents had operated a medium-sized chicken farm in the old timeline, and he'd helped since childhood, he was deemed familiar with poultry operations and assigned to the agriculture department to oversee the few chickens brought from the future. After growing restless in the agriculture department, he caught the wave of external assignments and transferred to serve as director of the Lingshui County office, effectively becoming county magistrate. Lingshui County's Han Chinese population was minimal, only a few thousand registered residents. Most inhabitants were Li people. To accomplish anything in Lingshui required navigating Li pacification, an unavoidable hurdle. Huang Kao's township civil service experience gave him intimate grassroots knowledge. He was also an enthusiastic learner. He devoured relevant literature, exhausted the great library's archival materials, and launched a sideline in policy research and strategic studies. He published several papers: Research on Hainan Li People, a brief talk on Lingshui governance experience, Research on Lianguang local guest relations, Research on Ming Dynasty Yao disturbances, and Research and countermeasures on Lianguang ethnic problems. He'd effectively positioned himself as the Senate's resident expert on ethnic affairs. Leveraging his township civil servant methodology, centuries of accumulated data, plus cooperation from a small but effective garrison and missionary personnel from the new Taoism and Jesuit groups, his Lingshui governance proved impressive. He executed substantial construction projects, earning acclaim within the administration council. He became recognized as an administrative talent proficient in ethnic issues. Such talent couldn't be wasted in Hainan's stable rear areas. Once the mainland campaign plan was approved, he was transferred back to Lingao ostensibly for cadre training for the northward detachment, though he recognized this as transparent pretense. The administration council would inevitably assign him to Guangdong as a local official. Yao power in Ming Dynasty Guangdong was formidable. The Fubo army's advance would certainly trigger chain reactions. Sure enough, The day after news of the 8 Yao uprising reached Lingao, Huang Kao and his wife Huang Su took leave and brought their son on a picnic, playing until dark before returning home. Upon arrival, they found a naturalized cadre from the organization department who'd been waiting outside their house for most of the day. The director of the organization department requests you report to the department first thing tomorrow morning. There's a new appointment. The next day, he received his assignment, Lianzhou Administrative Commissioner. At this moment, said Lianzhou Administrative Commissioner had yet to recover from travel fatigue. Large ships made him seasick, but what about small boats? Equally miserable, though in different ways. To save time, he'd ridden an upstream patrolling Dafa gunboat. Not only did it run non-stop, but to prevent possible attacks, he'd been confined to the cabin for extended periods, enduring engine noise and coal smoke fumes until he thought he'd suffocate. "How are you feeling? Any better?" The door swung open with a cheerful greeting. A senior Fubo army officer entered Bei Wei. "Fine, fine," Huang Kao waved weakly. "That journey was pure torture. Have some energy drink." Bei Wei signaled the orderly to bring tea. "I won't touch that stuff, it's coca water. Feels good going down, but drink too much and you're addicted." Huang Kao grabbed the teapot on the table and gulped several cups, feeling his head clear slightly. "You didn't rush over here just to check my health, did you?" "Ha, comradely concern is perfectly normal." Bei Wei settled into a chair. "You're about to assume office. Old Zhu will launch the Lianzhou offensive soon. You'll be both Lianzhou's parent official and our ethnic affairs expert. I wanted to discuss the current Yao disturbance with you specifically. I've read Su Qi's report. His analysis seems quite comprehensive. It's not just a Lianzhou problem anymore." Bei Wei's expression turned serious. After the defense of Yao East and West Mountains, Assistant Regional Commander withdrew, Liuting Prefecture's garrison strength evaporated. "We've already received reports of Yao descending from mountains to raid villages. Intelligence suggests someone is coordinating among the Liuting Yao, apparently attempting to incite mass uprising, though we lack concrete evidence." He leaned forward. "You've seen our combat plan. The main force deploys north of the West River, advancing on Lianzhou to suppress the disturbance. If Liuting's Yao rise in rebellion while we're committed to Lianzhou, we'll be caught between two fronts. Extremely passive position. There's also the West River navigation issue. If Liuting Prefecture descends into chaos, the river route will be severely compromised. Some officers suggest preemptive action against the Liuting Yao." He paused. "You're the expert. I want your opinion." Huang Kao felt momentarily stunned. Not because he lacked knowledge. He'd extensively studied the Lianguang Yao situation and formed clear judgments about Liuting. But once he voiced those judgments, they would directly influence the South China Army's strategic deployments and operational planning. If he was wrong, the consequences wouldn't be trivial. Chapter 2173. Director of the Lianzhou region, the Liupeng Yao of Liuting were indeed the dominant force behind Guangdong's Yao disturbances historically, Huang Kao said after a moment's consideration, but they no longer constitute a significant threat. "Oh, elaborate." Liuting Prefecture, the region around present-day Yunnan County, specifically the Liupeng Mountains, was once the primary battlefield for two Guangs Yao uprisings. Historically, they rebounded persistently after each pacification campaign. However, in the early Wanli years, Yin Zhengmao and Ling Yunyi's Ming forces crushed the Liupeng Yao decisively. After decades of recruiting settlers to register and cultivate policies, local Yao power has diminished drastically. The Liupeng Mountains of Yunnan County connected the East Mountains, West Mountains, and Longshui's Rear Mountains, stretching 700 li. They bordered Xingxing to the east, Yanchun to the south, Guangxi's Yulin and Sengxi to the west, and extended north to the Yangtze River region. Thousands of interconnected peaks harbored Yao and Zhuang communities. For centuries, though government forces suppressed them repeatedly, they rose again shortly after each defeat. From mid-Ming onward, waves of bankrupt peasants fled into these mountains, forming settlements and merging with native Yao populations. Contemporary accounts describe them as gathering fugitives from all directions to aid their cruelty, called Lang bandits, plundering in all directions. After the Ming concluded its encirclement campaigns in the 5th year of Wanli, they settled large numbers of refugees from elsewhere to cultivate land in Liuding Prefecture. In terms of population and village ratios in the mountainous areas, the Yao no longer hold numerical advantage. Though the Assistant Regional Commander for Defense of Yao East and West Mountains has withdrawn, and some Yao villages might harbor rebellious thoughts, judging from current conditions, only a small fraction of Liuding Yao would actually rise in revolt. The real concern is opportunistic banditry exploiting the chaos. So you're recommending against preemptive strikes? Precisely. Huang Kao nodded. First, the Liuding Yao no longer pose a major threat. Their population is minimal, productivity low. Even if they riot, the National Army coordinating with local militia can suppress them. Proactive attacks might instead unite them through fear. Besides, after several Ming encirclement campaigns, Liupang Yao stockades are now almost entirely deep in the mountains, in rarely visited terrain. Given their consistent patterns, they won't engage a large army directly. It's all mountain guerrilla tactics. Such a campaign would inevitably devolve into a protracted security war, wasted effort and troops. Bai Wei nodded noncommittally. What else? Huang Kao thought wryly, is this a civil service examination? Fortunately, he'd researched this extensively and felt reasonably confident. We need a comprehensive strategy for dealing with the Yao. Large Yao populations are distributed throughout the 2 Guangs. Open the historical records. You'll see dynasty after dynasty suppress the Yao repeatedly, even resorting to massacres. Blood feuds exist between both sides, compounded by various economic factors. These are the root causes of persistent Yao rebellions. Our policy toward the Yao should parallel our Li people approach on Hainan Island, primarily economic and political initiatives with military force as auxiliary support. Bai Wei laughed. It seems everyone's thinking aligns. Emboldened by this affirmation, Huang Kao continued. By late Ming, Guangdong's Yao had been essentially pacified. The 8-row Yao rebellion at dynasty's end would never have grown large-scale were it not for the confluence of refugee uprisings and Ming fiscal collapse. Our arrival has disrupted this equilibrium. The Liuding Yao undoubtedly have ideas, but currently they're weak and isolated, so they can only observe and wait. We simply need to maintain close surveillance and appropriate military pressure. However, if we allow the Lianyang area Yao rebellion to expand, it will definitely arouse rebellious and vengeful thoughts among the Liuding Yao. If the Lianyang Yao move south and link up with areas north of the West River, the Liupang Mountains Yao will certainly rise in response. We cannot let the Yao develop excessive confidence in rebellion. Therefore, I believe our primary task is first quelling the Lianyang area Yao uprising. Huang Kao's insights didn't actually surpass what had been discussed at the South China Army's North Guangdong operations meeting recently. But Huang Kao would be presiding over frontline administration in Lianyang. Unifying thinking with the military was crucial. He paused. Seeing Bai Wei still listening attentively, he grew more enthusiastic. For this Lianyang Yao uprising, our strategy should proceed through phases. Fight first, then divide, finally pacify. I'm simply not sufficiently familiar with current Lianzhou conditions to discuss specific tactical details. Director Huang, among Lianyang's 3 cities, we control only Yangshan County, and strictly speaking, even Yangshan isn't under our control but defended by incorporated local Ming troops and commoners. Yangshan County seat is currently occupied by Yao forces. Lianzhou City presents a special case. The Lianzhou sub-prefectural magistrate appointed by the Great Ming, Qi Shizhou, refuses to surrender to us but continues resisting stubbornly. He's currently under heavy siege by the 8-row Yao. This Qi Shizhou is highly capable with a reputation for integrity, He has his own governance methods. The common people willingly risk their lives for him. If we can win him over, he'd be invaluable assistance, Huang Kao observed. That consideration will fall to you, Bei Wei smiled. Currently, the 8 Ro Yao's main force surrounds Lianzhou city. Over 1,000 strong, armed mostly with machetes and poison crossbows with a smattering of matchlocks. The garrison strength inside the city is unknown, probably mostly civilian militia. The Yao militia lack armor and firearms, so they probably can't capture it quickly. Once our Sui River detachment arrives, the battle's outcome is foregone. The subsequent problems, however, will depend on you to resolve. Rest assured. Huang Kao knew this assignment carried substantial risk, but the potential for merit was equally substantial. I will definitely pacify Lianzhou. The Administration Council has already assembled your cadre team. They'll depart with you. Considering the complex post-arrival situation in Lianzhou, the National Army Command under you will be somewhat larger. 1 battalion for Lianzhou, 2 companies each for Lianshan and Yangshan. Huang Kao seized the moment. I have a small request. What? Could you assign me a Limiao Mountain Infantry Company? The Lianyang area is predominantly mountainous. That's no small request, Bei Wei smiled. Limiao Mountain companies are hot commodities right now. Of our current 3 companies, one's already been sent to Xiaoguan. I have only 2 on hand, and West Guangdong's situation is equally complex. Here's what I'll do. I'll give you 1 company, but I might recall them at any time. Perfect, thank you, no problem, he ventured further. If possible, I'd also like the Navy to assign me 2 small gunboats. The draft must be shallow enough. No problem, the South China Army Command will coordinate with the Navy, Bei Wei said. The Army will also assign you 6 12-pounder mountain howitzers, and in addition to the gunners, 12 NCO trainees from the artillery training class. All personnel check weapons, Li Dong shouted at the formation. As a unit that had proven its worth, the Wuzhou Composite Company had exchanged all their equipment for Nanyang-style rifles this time. The soldiers were delighted. After all, spears were not only unsatisfying to wield, but looked embarrassingly shabby compared to friendly units fully equipped with firearms. Regarding the firearms exchange, Li Dong harbored private reservations. The company's soldiers had indeed always envied the Nanyang rifles, but the timing felt problematic. The veterans had fought their way here with spears. Without veterans fighting desperately in the vanguard, demonstrating combat effectiveness and courage, the Senate would never have issued Nanyang rifles to the composite company. Now green recruits who hadn't fought a single battle wielded rifles. This created psychological imbalance among veterans, who inevitably administered strict instruction to the recruits. Li Dong turned a blind eye to such behavior, provided it didn't escalate excessively. It was inevitable in any company. However, he dimly perceived that the Senate's attitude toward the newly established National Army was obviously probationary. They questioned its combat effectiveness and lacked confidence in its loyalty. He never voiced this observation before the soldiers. Occasionally, when soldiers muttered about it, he would reprimand them, not to let imaginations run wild, explaining it as insufficient production capacity. Yet deep down, he didn't quite believe this official explanation. In his experience, the Senate's supplies were invariably abundant to a luxurious degree. Claiming supply difficulties for a few rifles was transparently questionable. Thoughts were thoughts, but outwardly he remained as unquestioning as ever, busily managing daily preparations for the advance. The soldiers didn't know the specific advance target. Li Dong knew only a place name. He simply had no idea where Lianzhou was. As for Yao people, he'd heard of them but never encountered them. He had seen many Li people and fought with them. He didn't consider them particularly formidable combatants, so presumably these Yao people wouldn't be terribly threatening either. During the unit's reorganization downtime, Li Dong ordered the entire company to intensify training and prepare for combat. Those who have served long have a saying, "Fear not the battlefield, fear the training." On the battlefield, life or death comes swiftly. But training drags from dawn to dusk endlessly, not only exhausting unto death but accompanied by sergeants cursing down to one's ancestors. "Damn it, let's get to the battlefield already. This is killing me," many muttered. But there were also those who, though tortured half to death by drilling, felt profoundly depressed at the prospect of frontline deployment and wished they could train here forever. Ai Buyi was one such soldier. Before conscription, he'd been an ordinary military household member who'd never seen battle. By nature taciturn, while everyone else celebrated receiving rifles, Ai Buyi felt only confusion, but dared not express it for fear of the military stick. It seemed only he failed to understand what there was to celebrate. Wasn't it just going out to fight again soon? Weren't they afraid of death? In theory, he was born a soldier, but in reality, he'd wielded a hoe all his life. Far from fighting, he'd barely attended roll call. When his superior surrendered to the Great Song, he surrendered too. Originally, he'd assumed that whether Great Song or Great Ming, someone always had to farm the land. Unexpectedly, during inspection, the Great Song official saw that he was short and sturdy, with a dull, simple expression and a clean family background, perfectly fitting the troop recruitment philosophy of Qi Jiguang and Zheng Yuofen, so he was incorporated into the National Army. Chapter 2174. Heading to Guangning 2 months as a National Army soldier had transformed more than just Ai Buyi's body. Even his name had been rewritten. Originally, Ai Yi, the Great Song official decided it sounded inauspicious and insisted on changing it to Buyi, cloth clothes commoner. Learning to write these two new characters caused him considerable suffering. How could it possibly compare to the simplicity of that original single horizontal stroke? From his first day in the training camp, Ai Buyi had missed his wife and children, earning him abundant, loving education from the sergeants. This campaign departure came rushed, no customary day off. Straight onto the ship, whistle blow, and they were gone. Ai Buyi wept aboard. This time the company sergeant didn't beat him. Instead, he handed him a cigarette and patted his shoulder in an almost friendly manner. The ship moved and stopped, dawdling for days. Ai Buyi grew dizzy and disoriented, having long lost track of their destination. Fortunately, food and drink remained plentiful throughout the voyage, with no daily drilling required. He simply watched the river surface and bankside scenery pass, or else slept. Waking to see a cabin full of soldiers and weapons filled him with profound depression. Sometimes he contemplated jumping into the river to end it all. Rumor claimed someone had actually done so. "All assemble!" The piercing whistle blast and squad leader's shouts sent Ai Buyi reflexively scrambling to the assembly point. "Form ranks! Count off! All check equipment!" After the flurry of orders and commotion, Li Dong appeared before the formation and spot-checked the soldiers' equipment. With so many green recruits, forgetfulness was inevitable. "All units proceed to Pier 4, Li Dong ordered after completing inspection. "Prepare to board." Insufficient ships prevented transporting the entire army at once, so troops departed in batches. The full detachment would assemble at Guangning. The tugboat-towed fleet first returned east from Zhaoqing to Sanshui, entered the North River, then turned north into the Shui River. Navigation proceeded smoothly. They soon reached Sihui. Though the Shui River's navigability couldn't match the West River's main channel, it more than sufficed for Dafa boats. Beyond the dozen or so troop-carrying Dafa boats, several requisitioned civilian vessels accompanied them, transporting naturalized cadres and supplies to assume Lianzhou's county administration. Sihui was a plains county, taken over earlier and situated near Sanshui, classified as a security area. The troops rested a day before proceeding to Guangning. Following the Shui River north from Sihui led to Guangning County's border. Guangning was a mountainous county where Han and Yao populations lived intermingled. Its establishment resulted from pacifying the Yao area of Daluo Mountain in Qingyuan County during the Jieshou reign. After Daluo Mountain's pacification, 4 Du bordering Sihui and Qingyuan counties were carved out to create new Guangning County. Though no Yao districts remained in this county by late Ming, quite a few scattered registered Yao residents persisted. It also bordered Qingyuan County's Yao areas. Originally, Han-Yao conflicts were commonplace, compounded by tensions between both groups and the Guangxi recruited Lang troops deployed to suppress the Yao. As governmental leviathan crashed to earth and rebellions erupted everywhere, the county's internal environment grew exceedingly complex. This county currently belonged to the quasi-security area classification. Not long ago, a naturalized citizen director and National Army County Squadron had arrived to assume defense. The county seat and several major towns remained relatively stable, transportation lines functional. However, bandit activity had surged dramatically since early May, rendering countryside operations extremely hazardous. Traveling to rural areas invited attacks. Retained personnel and naturalized cadres required armed escorts to conduct affairs. In reality, this quasi-security area was thoroughly chaotic. Recent intelligence even claimed local Guangning gentry were openly raising the banner of serving the king, assembling forces to oppose the Senate directly. News arrived just days ago. A large unidentified armed group had gathered near Shijian, intending to seize the town in a single stroke. Whether by water or land, Shijian was the sole route from Sihui to Guangning. Convenient transportation had created a thriving commercial market town. Therefore, Guangning's newly appointed county director had stationed a National Army squad here to train militia and maintain local security. This news generated widespread tension because Shijian was the vital communication line linking Guangning to Sihui. If bandits sought to seize this location, one couldn't discount their intention to close the door and beat the dog, attacking Guangning itself. "No, I don't believe they have such intentions," Li Dong said. "They're simply greedy, targeting a rich prize." Shijian hosted numerous merchants. Beyond silver and currency, war-stranded materials and commodities offered abundant loot. "How can you be certain?" asked Yangmings, the detachment commander. "Bandits aren't government soldiers. They lack both political intent and strategic concepts. They pursue immediate benefits before their eyes," Li Dong answered confidently. "Once a transportation hub like this falls, it inevitably attracts counterattack. Bandits refuse such strength-consuming hard battles. They simply recognized Shijian's currently sparse garrison, or identified some internal opportunity to exploit, and gathered forces to execute a major score." Though judging the bandits had no close the door and beat the dog intentions, Shijian's fall would inflict serious damage on people's lives and property. So Yangmings decided to land the second company and send them overland straight to Shijian to lift the siege as rapidly as possible. Li Dong's squadron would coordinate their action. Remaining troops and baggage would continue advancing by boat. Early summer had arrived, and lush greenery blanketed the hills. A column of gray-uniformed, rifle-carrying soldiers marched along a winding mountain path through this verdant landscape. Though their pace was brisk, each man bore considerable loads, backpacks and steel helmets piled like small mountains on their backs. But they'd marched previously by boat, rested sufficiently aboard, and rested again in Sihui. Their leg strength remained adequate. Serving as vanguard were soldiers of the 1st Platoon, 2nd Company, 10th Battalion, Fubo Army. Days ago their platoon leader had fallen ill and entered the infirmary. The new acting platoon leader was none other than Staff Sergeant Li Gangsheng, who just earned military achievements at Guangzhou. Rumor claimed that after this battle concluded, he'd report to the military academy and emerge as an officer. Many envied this. Some claimed he possessed dog-shit luck. Throughout the entire Guangzhou liberation campaign, whether local officials or Ming garrison, most surrendered at the first sign or were settled by proclamation alone. Often defenders opened cities and surrendered before troops even arrived. Actual firefight battles were exceedingly rare. Combat merit opportunities rarer still. Guangning nestled within mountains. Most of the county was mountainous and hilly, with valleys of all sizes scattered among mountain streams. The climate here was warm and humid with abundant rainfall, verdure mantling the mountains. Tender green and goose-yellow leaves sprouted from tree trunks. The newly awakened earth exuded the enticing fragrance of soil. Cultivated fields dotted the hillsides. Some tea plantations, some paddy fields, but regardless of type, all stood unattended. Among villages they passed, some had been abandoned entirely, the remainder adopting strict defensive postures. Whenever troops approached, conch shells and drums sounded, warning village braves of outsiders' approach. Early summer brought copious rain, rendering mountain roads muddy and treacherous. The soldiers' trek proved arduous. Though the road challenged them, troop morale remained high. Having won victory after victory, the young men's spirits soared. No difficulty seemed insurmountable. Those county seats simply dared not resist the Fubo army's resounding military might. Guangzhou's provincial capital fell in a day. What hope had these county seats? One messenger, or at most setting up mountain howitzers to fire 2 shots, and they surrendered one by one. Moreover, Guangning already belonged to their own forces, no need for weapons at all. The sole concern was roadside bandits. Everyone had eaten their fill of salted cold rice balls supplied by the military station before breaking camp that morning, so now was when their legs possessed strength. Li Gangsheng held a sour plum in his mouth. The thing was so sour his teeth nearly fell out, but with it there, he felt little desire to drink water. The first platoon deployed pointmen according to regulations. 2 pointmen carrying Mini-A rifles vigilantly monitored movement on both sides of the mountain road. Tens of meters behind marched the entire infantry platoon in single-file column. Li Gangsheng himself occupied the formation center. While this small infantry squad advanced westward along the Sui River tributary, deep in the dense forest, Yang Juren was preparing an ambush with his regiment braves. He'd brought a full 300 men this time, all village braves and regiment militia. Among them were nearly 200 able-bodied youths, many equipped with armor and firearms. Such well-equipped regiment braves were probably unique throughout Guangning. But his confidence stemmed more from his nephew Yang Erhu, who stood behind him with a tiger crouch cannon. In these years of instability, Master Yang, well-read in history, understood profoundly that troubled times demanded soldiers and grain above all else. He possessed land, tenant farmers, long-term laborers. Barring consecutive disasters, grain would always exist. But without military forces backing, no matter how abundant the grain, one was merely a fat sheep for slaughter. Moreover, without force, what if his own tenant farmers and laborers caused trouble first? The few dozen regiment guards he currently maintained probably couldn't suppress them. After repeated consideration, Yang Juren thought of his ne'er-do-well nephew, Yang Erhu. Yang Erhu was his brother's son. Since childhood he disliked studying but loved dancing with spears and clubs. He learned martial arts from a master, tempered his body well, acquiring excellent fist and staff skills. So Yang Juren spent money purchasing military licentiate and military provincial graduate titles for him, then used currency to fill a Zhaoqing battalion vacancy, making him a minor infantry chiliarch. Yang Erhu's service as a Zhaoqing officer naturally wasn't for defending the country. Master Yang had instructed him explicitly. First, the Yang family would gain a backer in officialdom. Second, cultivate close relationships with the soldiers around him so that if any mishap occurred, he could assemble a force. Don't covet money. How much can you earn as this lowly officer? I have plenty of money. You just grip those soldiers tight. In troubled times, having soldiers makes you a grass king. Our Yang family doesn't aspire to be grass kings, but if you can bring a capable force to the family, we can protect ourselves. Perhaps even fish for tremendous benefits in these troubled times. Master Yang laughed. At that moment, the future for you and our Yang family will be immeasurable. Chapter 2175. Yang Juren's ambition under his uncle's guidance. Yang Erhu proved remarkably incorruptible as an officer. He never deducted his subordinates' pay and provisions. Indeed, When subordinates faced urgent difficulties, he'd pay from his own pocket to help. Consequently, the dozens of soldiers under him were fiercely loyal, and he cultivated many brothers throughout the battalion. They proved quite willing to sell their lives for him in battle. On ordinary days, he liberally spent money flattering his superiors. After several years, he'd actually become a capable officer praised throughout the battalion. Had the Australians not attacked, promotion to squad leader was assured. With favor came convenience. Cannons, bird guns, gunpowder, and other military equipment from the Zhaoqing battalion migrated back to his home bit by bit, like ants moving house. Later, emboldened, he even brought back armor, which the imperial court strictly forbade private individuals from possessing. Master Yang remained equally industrious. He built stockades, organized joint security pledges, forged weapons. Guangning was no peaceful county to begin with, and the trend toward establishing stockades and training braves thrived vigorously. Because Master Yang's village braves were well equipped, and he possessed a nephew serving as military officer, major households in neighboring villages all fawned over him, electing him head of the joint security encompassing surrounding villages. He became a Guangning hegemon. In the battle where Yangmings attacked Zhaoqing, Yang Erhu's troops rooted in chaos after a covering barrage from gunboat mortars, before even engaging the Kun. They lost dozens of men, dead or fled. Having witnessed the Kun's formidable power firsthand, Yang Erhu dared not risk his capital in desperate combat. Knowing Zhaoqing's fall was imminent, he exploited the chaotic war situation to gather his own troops and absorb many routed soldiers. He looted several merchant shops and wealthy households in the city, then fled back to Guangning laden with valuables and weapons. Though his return presented a sorry spectacle of thrown-away helmets and abandoned armor, he brought back over 200 elite soldiers, dozens of armor suits, and abundant weapons. The prestige of Yang family village braves soared instantly. The prestige boost was genuine, but gaining over 200 elite soldiers overnight couldn't be sustained merely by providing rice bowls. Though these grunts currently felt grateful to Yang Erhu, a few months without pay would make village slaughter entirely plausible. Yang Erhu grew nervous and hurried to consult his uncle. Yang Jurens was a well-read scholar who understood profoundly that in troubled times, having soldiers made one a grass king. He sent invitations far and wide, gathering gentry, major households, and clan elders from various villages and towns at his village to discuss countermeasures. In chaotic times, people lived in constant anxiety. Everyone wished for someone to step forward, especially since Yang Jinghui held the title of provincial graduate. Once invitations were dispatched, more than a dozen local villages sent representatives immediately. Yang Jinghui had Yang Erhu lead the village braves, fully equipped with armor and weapons, to parade before the village. He also displayed the cannons his nephew had brought from Zhaoqing one by one. After this martial demonstration, Yang Jinghui became the township's regiment training bureau leader without contest. Money and grain were apportioned to every village. Calculated carefully, not only was it more than sufficient to support the soldiers, but he also turned substantial profit. Uncle is truly a master. Yang Erhu was sincerely convinced. He, Yang Jinghui stroked his beard, smiling. Since ancient times, if you have grain, you have soldiers. If you have soldiers, you have grain. In peaceful times, these soldiers would constitute a scourge, but right now they're capital. As long as we deploy this capital wisely, we can not only keep this area peaceful, but also earn double profit. As long as we adapt to the times and accumulate more family property to guard this territory, no matter who becomes emperor in the future, this fine family property won't disappear. Yang Jinghui's calculation proved sound. He'd essentially decoded the fundamental laws of dynastic change. Soon, with the great Ming's rule collapsing, the county's social order descended into chaos. Bandits ran rampant, Yao people rebelled, locals fought with Hakka settlers. Chaos reigned for a time. Yang Jinghui exploited this turmoil to become a hero created by the times. His nephew Yang Erhu followed his instructions to conquer east and west. First, they broke a Hakka village that had fought with Yang family village over water rights previously, killing 100-odd villagers and seizing all their land, houses, and valuables. Then they attacked several neighboring villages that did not obey orders, forcing them all to pay money and grain. As for villages that had disputed land and mountain fields with Yang family village, they now proved very sensible and obediently surrendered their land deeds. Though local villages of any scale all trained village braves, their numbers were small and their weapons couldn't compare to the Yang family village braves, much less the core of over 200 combat soldiers and various firearms the Yangs possessed. Winning every battle effectively, villages everywhere collapsed at first contact and surrendered. Throughout this series of conquests, the Yang family village braves also destroyed several small local bandit groups, creating disturbances, annexed and expanded their power, even seized a mountain stronghold. Yang Jinghui felt his own village on the plain was insufficiently secure, so he planned to establish a new stockade there as a lair. In less than a month, Yang family villages' prestige spread far and wide, especially after Yang Erhu led regiment braves to Shijian town and forced the town merchants to produce hundreds of taels of silver plus hundreds of cloth bolts, hundreds of she of grain, and many valuables to reward them. Many heroes within the county came to join one after another. The Yang family stockade braves expanded to over 800 men, becoming a major county power overnight. However, good times proved fleeting. Before long, the magistrate appointed by the Kun arrived at the county seat with the national army and raised the Great Song banner. Official roads and waterways leading to the prefectural city were restored, Senate patrols and gunboats patrolled everywhere, and social order improved. The Hare Rebel County Director also dispatched former Yamen runners to the countryside to inform villages everywhere, requiring them to train militia, guard their own villages, and not cross boundaries to cause trouble. Villages and towns that had suffered from Yang family villages' depredations sent people to the Australian Yamen to complain one after another. Before long, the Australian County Yamen sent someone to deliver an invitation, asking Yang Jinghui to come to the Yamen for a chat. Yang Jinghui knew that under current circumstances, going to the Yamen for a chat was impossible in this lifetime. The sole path forward was establishing a foothold through strength and forcing the Kun to acknowledge the fait accompli. Though the Kun firearms were powerful and their ships and cannons world-class, this location wasn't coastal and was mountainous. Cannons transportable here wouldn't be very large. Moreover, the Hare rebel soldiers accompanying the county magistrate to his post numbered no more than 100. No matter how capable, they couldn't split themselves or scatter beans to summon soldiers. These 100-odd men were already stretched thin merely guarding the county seat and maintaining road traffic. Therefore, he feared no Hare rebels' suppression. Following Master Bai's counsel, he employed the delaying tactic. He wrote a petition with humble words, the content being nothing more than that his family had always been good citizens, and though they'd trained some regiment braves, it was solely for self-preservation in chaotic times. He harbored absolutely no disloyalty toward Great Song. As for accusations from various villages, they were pure slander, stale, rotten internal disagreements entangled for generations, acts of personal revenge, and specific reasons couldn't be explained briefly. Finally, he claimed poor health prevented distant travel, so he could only beg the county magistrate's magnanimity to excuse him from appearing at the Yamen. If there were any instructions, just send a letter and he would certainly comply, and so forth. After writing, he asked Master Bai's son, Bai Xuansheng, to deliver it. Though Bai Xuansheng was as incompetent at studying as his old man, his lips were considerably more agile. He was naturally slippery, knew how to read situations and speak accordingly, and was young, presumably the Kun wouldn't make things difficult for him. Aside from the petition, 2 gifts were prepared. One was pigs, sheep, wine, and cloth, meant to reward the brothers. The other was 300 taels of silver and a set of gold head ornaments. This was for the county director. Bai Xuansheng went to the county seat but brought no reply letter upon return. He only brought back the gifts, accompanied by an old yamen runner retained by the county. With much bowing and scraping and mouthfuls of scent by superior orders compelled by necessity, he said the Australian county magistrate had already spoken. Not only must he come to the yamen for a chat by a set time, but he must also immediately surrender all armor and firearms, retaining only basic swords, spears, and bows. The village regiment braves must not exceed 200 men. Otherwise, they'd be deemed an illegal armed force. Naturally, Yang Jinghui refused to surrender his capital. Furthermore, the Australians were weak in Guangning and would likely find a punitive expedition beyond their reach, so he simply ignored it and sat back to watch developments unfold. Sure enough, the county director's arrival didn't immediately reverse the county's chaotic situation. Though mixed battles between local and guest villages were temporarily quelled, scattered rogue soldiers combining with bandits continued causing chaos. Just as the Hare rebel director of Guangning was busy rebuilding institutions, establishing militia, contacting the 4 countrysides, and attempting to restore social order, envoys carrying Xing Wencan's handwritten orders sneaked in from Guangxi. These envoys were mostly locals who relied on local social connections to move around, visiting various major households and gentry, inciting them to serve the imperial court, and promising all kinds of benefits when the court fought back in the future. As a local power holder, Yang Jinghui naturally received the treatment of an envoy visit. Provincial graduate Yang didn't quite believe these promises. After all, his own nephew had witnessed how Master Xun greased the soles of his feet and slipped away from Zhaoqing, and had seen the Hare rebel Shelling's power. For the great Ming to fight back, they'd need to accumulate troops for at least 3 to 5 years, and might not even win. However, even if the great Ming didn't fight back, it didn't mean the Kun could sit securely on the throne. Even if they could eventually sit securely, it would probably remain chaotic for several years. Provincial graduate Yang had received abundant news from friends and relatives fleeing chaos, and knew that bandits were making trouble on both West River banks, and the Lianzhou Yao people were also rebelling. Even this county's situation wasn't necessarily much better. Exploiting this chaotic situation and the capital in his hands, his family could make tremendous profit. Yang Jinghui made up his mind and told the envoy he was willing to serve the imperial court and spill his brains and blood on the ground, only asking Master Xun to grant a title. The envoy immediately expressed, Master Xun didn't have much else, but he had plenty of command arrows. Simultaneously, he hinted that if he could kill a few prominent fake Aussies in the county or go a step further and recover the county seat, even for just 1 day, Master Xun would claim merit for him. With his provincial graduate degree, he'd certainly be directly awarded an official position. The accumulated prestige of the great Ming's 300 years still lingered, after all. Listening to these prospects, Yang Jinghui couldn't help being beguiled, especially by the 4 words, awarded an official position, which proved particularly moving. He immediately promised he would undertake a great endeavor and not disappoint Master Xun's hope. Chapter 2176, Ambush Part 1. After dispatching the envoy, Yang Jinghui consulted with his nephew, advisor, and others. With their strength, attacking the county seat would probably pose no problem, but they recognized it as a tough nut to crack. Though substantial profit awaited there, asking village braves to swarm the walls might prove difficult. After repeated consideration, he decided to visit various county market towns to extort them again. If the town merchants and people refuse to comply, we simply break in and loot thoroughly. Raise the banner of oppose the Kun, support the Ming. Gather heroes from all directions, Yang Jinghui declared smugly. Master Bai hurried to interject. Master, do not rush. Regarding raising the banner, in this student's humble opinion, it would be better to delay somewhat. Why? Provincial graduate Yang was immersed in fantasies of rectifying the country and bringing glory to his ancestors, disapproving of Master Bai's remonstrance. Once this banner is raised, will be the righteous army serving the king. The whole county will inevitably follow, dare they disobey Commander Xung's royal orders and flags. What Master says is true, Master Bai said quickly. However, this student merely worries that once Master raises this banner, the Kun will inevitably mobilize heavy troops. Yang family village is weak alone. Even if heroes and righteous men from the whole county join, they may prove no match for the Kun. Commander Xung is far away in Guangxi. Distant water cannot quench nearby thirst. Currently, this amounted to at most local tyrant troublemaking or armed conflict, counting as banditry at worst, all within local control scope, the matter treatable as large or small. But once the banner of opposing the Kun and supporting the Ming was raised, it became so-called firing cannons to rebel. Kun rebel local officials would have to report it, inevitably attracting massive suppression campaigns. Though Master Bai had never formally studied to be a private secretary, he dealt extensively with local officials' private secretaries. He understood thoroughly the routine of glossing over faults. Official routines simply hadn't changed since ancient times. Presumably, this Kun dynasty wouldn't differ from the Great Ming. His bucket of cold water brought Magistrate Yang, whose fires of promotion and wealth and defending the Tao and eliminating demons burned fiercely, to some understanding. Granted, Commander Xung's envoys bragged extravagantly, but currently government troops were distant in Guangxi. If he truly raised the banner and the Kun decided to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, that would truly mean calling to heaven with no answer, to earth with no response. At that moment, there'd be no share in bringing glory to ancestors, but cutting off sons and grandsons would happen swiftly. After deep consideration, he decided the banner couldn't be raised, but he couldn't leave matters unclear either. Anyway, with Commander Xung's official proclamation in hand, he considered himself possessing the title of righteousness, leaving merchants and people no choice but compliance. Immediately, he rallied troops and went everywhere to inform various villages and market towns. Intimidated by his might, many villages and towns handed over grain and paid levies successively. Currently, the Australian-appointed county director was weak and couldn't address him for the time being. Jurens' arrogance grew even more rampant, acting as though there existed two mandates in one county. Only Shijian, hosting a Hare-rebel garrison, had merchants refusing to pay grain and money. Juren heard there were only 30 National Army soldiers in town, plus a militia unit of over 100 local commoners. Viewing it as a soft persimmon, he planned to conquer the place, firstly to kill the chicken and scare the monkey, secondly to demonstrate his anti-Hare rebel achievements. A ragtag mob exceeding 500 men was organized. Because they had to confront the Kun directly, not only did all 200-plus elites brought by Yang or Hu deploy, but many Greenwood heroes who'd come to join were included. Along the route, many commoners preparing to go to Shijian to drink soup, claim a share of loot joined in. Even many from Hakka and Yao villages who were usually at odds with each other came. The force suddenly swelled past 1,000, marching majestically toward Shijian to get rich. However, Shijian proved difficult to chew. The town originally possessed earthen walls for protection, and after Australian arrival, they'd added fortifications, specifically transporting in several cannons. Yang or Hu commanded his men to charge, but a volley of cannon shots from the earthen wall battery sent the entire army routing. Obviously, taking it in one drum beat was impossible. Erhu then proposed establishing an old camp in the abandoned stronghold north of Shijian's mountain, planning for protracted siege. To gather grain, he dispatched people to loot everywhere for several days. He also sent people to Shijian to persuade surrender, offering conditions. As long as the national army departed the town, he'd immediately gift 500 taels of silver as reward, and would absolutely not obstruct wherever the national army went. Naturally, this was rejected. Unexpectedly, before the siege could even commence, news arrived that the Kun had dispatched troops from Sihui to reinforce. Yang Erhu was a man who'd served as officer and gone into battle. Upon arriving at Shijian, he'd immediately sent Yibu Shu scouts to reconnoiter in all directions, avoiding surprise by Hare rebel reinforcements. So shortly after the second company landed, the Yang Jinghui uncle and nephew received news. Hearing that incoming troops were orderly and well-equipped, Yang Erhu knew it must be the Kun elite Fubo army deploying, so he hurried to discuss with Master Yang and subordinates. Everyone knew the Kun were formidable, but few had personally experienced how formidable. However, even Yang Erhu himself and his Zhaoqing brothers only knew that Australian cannons were powerful. They hadn't truly fought face-to-face with Australian soldiers using real swords and guns. Since they'd heard the incoming team carried no cannons, everyone remained relatively calm. As long as there were no cannons, they could always manage a fight. After discussion, they decided to exploit the opportunity while the Hare rebel fleet was delayed and cannons hadn't arrived yet, to devour this adventurous Hare rebel force entirely. Shijian probably couldn't be taken timely, but devouring a Hare rebel unit would suffice to shake the whole county with awe. It might even force the Hare rebel county director to abandon the city and flee, permitting them to recover the county seat. With this plan, Yang Jinghui and Yang Erhu immediately led over 300 elites and 2 Tiger Crouch cannons from the old camp, rushing to set a roadside ambush, preparing to annihilate this troop entirely. "They're coming! The Kun are coming!" A village brave lying in wait ran into the woods breathlessly, pointing pantingly at the mountain road's eastern side and shouting. "How many men and horses? Are there cannons?" Yang Erhu asked. Reporting to Second Master, the Kun are still 2 li distant. Not many people. 2 scouts clearing the way ahead, and behind them only 30-odd men. Neither cannons nor horses, but everyone carries that repeating firelock of theirs. "Understood, you may withdraw." Hearing only 30-odd men approached, Yang Erhu hesitated briefly. Obviously, the Kun were advancing in echelons, vanguard, main body, and rear guard, to avoid being devoured completely on the mountain road. If they attacked now, fighting with superior numbers, they could certainly devour this group, but the enemies behind would be alerted, making them difficult to engage. Everyone looked at him, awaiting Yang Erhu's decision. Yang Erhu considered momentarily, then turned to Yang Juren. "Uncle, your nephew believes it's time to act. We have 10 times their number and we're in darkness while they're in light. This mountain road is steep. Even if Hare rebel firearms are sharp, they cannot deploy effectively. We'll concentrate fire with muskets and Tiger Crouch cannons, then charge out. The Kun will certainly panic and we can break them in one drum beat. As for troops behind, we'll assess the situation. If enemy formation collapses and retreats, we chase and kill them. If their formation holds and they still advance this way, we'll simply concentrate the entire team and set an ambush outside Shijian." "Excellent, we'll do as nephew says. Pass the order. Later, 1 tael of silver for every Hare rebel head. For the wounded, if they're my family's tenants, this year's rent is fully exempted. If not tenants, reward 10 taels of silver. If anyone unfortunately dies in battle, my Yang family will support his wife and children for life. Everyone attack." Once the order was given, the regiment braves immediately grew excited, rubbing fists and wiping palms, ready to execute a major operation. Yang Erhu called out, "Third brother. You were a Yi Bu Shu scout. Take a few brothers and sneak over quietly. Capture their scouts and interrogate them for information. Don't alert the troops behind." The man Yang Erhu addressed as third brother wasn't a Yang family member. His surname was Shao, the 3rd child in his family. Polite people called him third master or third brother. Impolite ones called him Old Shao the Third, Shao Laosin. Xiao Laosin had been a village rascal in youth. After growing up, he joined the army, daring to fight and kill, with black heart and ruthless hands. He'd mixed his way up to squad leader in the battalion. Originally, he wasn't the same type of person as local gentry children like Yang Erhu, but Yang Erhu valued his ruthlessness and paid special attention to winning him over ordinarily, even becoming sworn brothers. "That's easy," Xiao Laosin said immediately. "I'll go and be right back." He immediately selected 7 or 8 regiment braves and entered the mountain forest. On the narrow mountain road, the first platoon's 2-point men, Li Luhu and Xing Pai, held machetes, hacking away roadside weeds and shrubs while paying attention to movement on both mountain road sides. Both were green recruits who hadn't joined the army long ago. Their first battle was the Guangzhou attack some time past. The Fubo army expanded rapidly. Most veterans who'd participated in actual combat before landing in Guangdong had already been promoted to commanders at various levels as seeds. The lowest were squad and platoon leaders. Li Luhu hailed from the southern metropolitan region, 20 years old, who'd come to Lingao on Master Zhao Yinggong's immigrant ship. Xing Pai was of Guangdong Danka boat people origin. When the two first arrived at recruit camp, they fought several times due to language barriers, and subsequently arranged fights over various trivial matters. But in the army's big melting pot, these things were nothing. After carrying guns together, suffering corporal punishment together, and taking several military stick beatings together from the company commander on the drill ground, they'd settled down. This mountain road section wasn't too difficult to traverse. The road ran north-south. To the west was a cliff, not excessively steep. Falling would at most result in being bloodied by thorns and shrubs, but death wasn't easily achieved. To the east was dense forest. If ambushed, the sole terrain the enemy could exploit was this dense forest. According to infantry manual, Li Luhu held his gun on alert, and Xing Pai held a machete to clear vines blocking the mountain road's center. Australian instructors attached great importance to regulations. One even had to follow regulations to shit and piss. Green recruits had quite a few complaints about this. Li Luhu, who'd worked in his southern hometown, managed somewhat better, but Xing Pai, accustomed to being free and unfettered on boats, grumbled considerably. He didn't know that the regulations he resented so deeply today would save his life, nor did he know that in the future he'd become an old fogey who held regulations sacred. In woods on one roadside, Xiao Laosin was leading a few regiment braves, creeping quietly closer from the dense forest. In the early summer mountain forest, vegetation was lush. Xiao Laosin's hands and feet were extremely light, and the regiment braves were also adept at walking mountain roads. He was confident that even if he reached the wood's edge, the Hare rebel scouts wouldn't discover him. Chapter 2177, Ambush Part 2, Stealthily creeping to the wood's edge, the group raised their heads cautiously and glanced toward the road's center. At this moment, Xing Pai, who was burying his head in clearing the path, felt an inexplicable chill run up the back of his neck. That Hare rebel with his head down clearing the path will be easy to hit. The Hare rebel behind him hasn't spotted us yet. The big lord ordered us to catch scouts but didn't specify how many. Just catching the one in back will suffice. Jun, you two wait. I'll shoot the front Hare rebel down with an arrow and you go catch the one in the back. Of the 2-regiment militia, Wei Zi was a Lang person from Guangxi. His ancestors had been transferred to Guangning by the Ming court to defend against the Yao and settled there. He was a local who made a living walking mountains, farming and hunting. He was short and sturdy, adept at navigating mountain paths. The other, whose formal name was Li Junjun, called Jun, was also of hunter origin. He had good strength and could also hunt in mountains, but his mind was simple and he wasn't very bright. Given these two skills, suddenly rushing out to capture an enemy soldier should take no effort. The two nodded silently to show they understood. Xiao Laosin spat twice into his palm, took a bow from behind his back, and signaled the other militia to prepare shooting. He drew the bow and aimed steadily at the unaware Xingpai. Xingpai was waving his machete dealing with bushes. After working a while, the back of his neck glistened with sweat in sunlight. At a distance less than 60 paces, Xiao Laosin was confident he could shoot him through with one arrow, while the two militia crept toward Li Luhu carrying their swords. Deep in the woods, a few clumps of branches shook unnaturally. Li Luhu was immediately on alert. Focusing his eyes, he saw a feathered arrow already breaking through air, flying straight at Xingpai, who was unaware of imminent disaster. Without thinking, Li Luhu threw himself at Xingpai, pushing him roughly onto the mountain path. Both were hurt by stones, their hands and faces instantly scratched by thorns and branches. This action not only saved Xingpai but also saved himself. Several feathered arrows whooshed past the position where he just stood, hitting nothing. F***CK-your. Xingpai was confused momentarily and started cursing. Enemy attack. Li Luhu didn't waste time with nonsense. Following regulations, he threw away his machete, when attacked, immediately dropped down and returned fire quickly with rifles. Don't count on the machete in your hand. The point man's bayonet must be fixed properly. A bayonet is much more useful than a machete. The instructor's roar from years ago had now turned into their instinct. The two leveled their rifles and fired 2 shots, bang bang, in the direction arrows came from, then fled backward without looking back. Xingpai's shot missed, but Li Luhu had been observing the dense forest just now. His roughly aimed shot seemed to hit a pursuing militia member. The crisp gunshot echoed through the mountain forest. Li Junjun, hit in the torso, fell to the ground screaming in pain. The mini-A ball tore through his right arm, mashing the part below the elbow into bloody mess. Xiao Laosin didn't care about the life or death of a few militia. Remembering he had to catch a hare rebel, he didn't stop to help but gritted his teeth, held his waist saber, and continued chasing. Several regiment braves rushed from the woods at his shout, wanting to catch these 2 alert scouts back. They were less than 30 meters from Xingpai and the other man. Wei Zi, running at the very front, was almost within reach of the 2 scouts. He leaped up, slashing at Li Luhu with his sword. Li Luhu felt cold wind attacking the back of his head. Unable to turn around, he rolled to the left on the spot, avoiding this heavy blow. But due to excessive force, he twisted his left foot and it immediately started hurting. Seeing the opportunity, Wei Zi, who'd followed up, raised his waist saber and slashed again. Li Luhu wanted to pull out the rifle pressed under his body to parry but couldn't pull it out for the life of him. Bean-sized sweat beads rolled down his head. The enemy was close at hand. He could clearly see the ferocious face of this enemy wearing a tattered padded jacket and bamboo hat, and even smell the bad breath spraying from his mouth. Kill. A bloody triangular bayonet suddenly poked through this enemy soldier's chest. With a beautiful lunge and thrust, Xingpai's bayonet stabbed from behind, piercing through the body. A look of surprise and unwillingness appeared on Wei Zi's face. Xingpai twisted and pulled the bayonet fiercely. A jet of blood sprayed out chasing the weapon, splashing Xingpai all over, and the enemy corpse crashed to the ground. What are you staring at? Run. Xingpai reached out to pull Li Luhu up. Li Luhu couldn't care less about the pain now. Using the rifle as a cane, he limped backward. But due to this delay, the enemies behind were chasing closer and closer, about to catch up. Xiao Laosin's strange Cantonese shouting filled the air. Li Luhu gritted his teeth, threw the rifle behind his back, and fished a grenade from his bosom. Though Lingao-made grenades were still filled with black powder, they now used compressed black powder, multiplying the power several times, and were equipped with pull-cord igniters, no longer needing to be lit with fire. Li Luhu poked open the oil-paper moisture-proof layer, grabbed the wooden plug and pulled hard. The fuse immediately sizzled. He casually threw the grenade at the pursuers behind him, then yanked Xingpai and the 2 dropped to the ground. Boom! 200 meters away, Li Gangsheng's 3rd platoon had stopped advancing. Whether gunshots or shouts of killing, it meant the deployed point men had encountered enemy attack. Now, what should be done was prepare for combat immediately. Li Gangsheng's brain spun rapidly. For a marching unit, how many point men to send and in which direction was very particular. For the Ming army, they would only send patrol personnel for units exceeding 100 men, but the Fubo army stipulated that the smallest formation to send out point men was an infantry squad. Specifically, when in marching state with unclear enemy intelligence, even a 10-man infantry squad would send point men to operate in front of the team. During search and attack, there were even more particulars. He still remembered the words his company commander, an experienced old officer who'd participated in North Hainan public security wars many times, had told them. Whenever troops are ambushed, it's mostly because they took the road at the bottom of the mountain to save effort. In the end, they get beaten because of laziness. But my officers and soldiers walk on ridges, always maintaining commanding posture. The main force advances in several columns, with point men patrolling front, back, left, and right. Battalions, companies, squads, and platoons advance step by step, like a huge position moving. No matter how complex the terrain or how urgent the situation, the formation is never chaotic, always ready to fight, and looking for the enemy to fight. How could there be any reason to be ambushed? Ma Su of the Three Kingdoms was defeated at Jieshou Mountain because there was no water on Hanzhong Mountains, but springs on Hainan Mountains tinkle and scenery is fine. This area of small hills had no ridges to walk on. If it were purely for marching speed, they could have walked the flat road in the valley completely. However, he stubbornly chose to take the mountain path. Sure enough, there were enemies waiting for him ahead. He hit the jackpot. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. All units fix bayonets, he issued the first order. 34 soldiers, including himself, took out triangular bayonets from their waists and forcefully fitted them under rifle muzzles. At present, locally produced steel in Lingao still couldn't mass-produce high-quality short-sword-type bayonets. Also, compared to the long spears and various armors universally used by the Ming army and Manchus now, the short-sword bayonet was unsatisfactory in both lethality and length. Therefore, the Fubo army's standard bayonet referenced the British and French armies of the 18th century. Its shape was a socket-type triangular bayonet, 500 millimeters long. Even the cotton armor of Manchus and thick leather armor of the Ming army could be easily pierced. Fubo army soldier Yangmings took the bayonet from the sheath at his waist, forcefully fitted the socket onto the muzzle, and shook it left and right. It was fitted very firmly. The comrades on his left and right were doing the same action. Looking at the cold glint of bayonets, his spirit couldn't help but lift, and a killing aura rose within the formation. He had a premonition that the bayonet wouldn't be fixed in vain today. His bayonet would definitely be stained with enemy blood. Yangming was a precious local. A few years ago, his hometown suffered disaster and the harvest was bad. Coincidentally, his family had an emergency and borrowed debt. With interest rolling on interest, not only did the creditor take the house, but even his younger sister was going to be taken to pay the debt. Seeing his family about to be ruined, he stomped his foot and fled to Lingao with his whole family. Zhaoqing Prefecture was located in a mountainous area, and the land was much more barren than the Pearl River Delta. Many locals left their hometowns to join the army for a mouthful of food, let alone him who was hiding from debt. Before the Guangdong campaign, Guangdong origin soldiers were treated as precious treasures. After some training, they were evenly distributed among various combat units. Besides infantry skills, they generally had to learn a bit of battlefield first aid and were issued some medicines, alcohol, bandages, and the like. They served as assistants to unit medics and would also be convenient for winning people's hearts when fighting at grassroots level in the future. The Australians called this doing mass work. Two stumbling figures were running toward them ahead. Yangming saw clearly that they were the 2-point men sent out in the morning. One ran in front, and one lagged behind limping slightly, unknown if he hurt his leg or twisted his ankle. The point man running in front, it should be Old Li from the southern metropolitan region, threw a grenade backward. With a boom, the pursuers opposite couldn't dodge in time and several were wounded. One of them lay on his back on the ground screaming like a pig being slaughtered. He must be seriously injured. Yangmings secretly praised that move as beautiful. However, with another shout in the distance, a large number of enemy soldiers suddenly surged from the dense forest depths, charging toward them. As early as the gunshot rang out, Chiliarch Yang knew things had gone bad. Shoal had failed. The Hare rebel main body definitely knew there was an ambush ahead. Fortunately, the Kun didn't know how many of them there were. It was still not too late to rush out now. At least they could catch them off guard. Uncle, the Kun have noticed. Opportunity knocks but once. Let's attack. Please lead the rear guard and follow your nephew, Uncle. Chiliarch Yang made a prompt decision and shouted loudly, "Brothers, charge with me." With that, he led 200 men, carrying that precious Tiger Crouch cannon, and rushed out of the mountain forest. The gunners set up the Tiger Crouch cannon. Yang Jiao aimed roughly, then extended the slow match to the touch hole. Chapter 2178, Ambush Part 3, Boom! The muzzle of the Tiger Crouch cannon spewed thick white smoke, and a dangmenzi, a stone cannonball, whistled out. This Tiger Crouch cannon was 2 feet long, weighed 36 jin, and was made of wrought iron. It used 7 liang of gunpowder and fired over a dozen lead pellets weighing 6 kyan. To prevent the drawbacks of small pellets and large muzzle, resulting in weak scattering, a large lead ball or stone weighing 30 liang was slowly rammed into the muzzle. The range, converted to metric, was about 300 meters. It was Chiliarch Yang's greatest reliance. Besides this Tiger Crouch cannon, Chiliarch Yang had a dozen firelocks and dozens of bows and arrows, but these things had no power unless within 100 paces. The Tiger Crouch cannon was mostly used to fire canister shot at close range to kill grouped enemies, but the Kun were about 500 paces, about 300 meters away, and the canister shot fired wouldn't reach that far. So this shot could only rely on the dangmenzi that flew the farthest to achieve killing effect. Yangming watched a stone emitting white smoke tumble in the air and smash down toward the formation. In an instant, his heart was in his throat. No matter how many battles he'd fought, the moment a cannonball flew over still made him cold all over. If a cannonball passed through the formation, not to mention a direct hit, even a graze would break tendons and bones. The best outcome would be missing an arm or a leg. The stone ball landed in a bush more than 10 meters away from him. With a boom, grass and mud flew wild. The cannonball bounced once more on the ground before stopping unwillingly. Crowds of regiment militia surged from the woods like a filthy flood. A few of them were fully armored, holding standard waist sabers. Some were dressed like pugilists performing in the darkest corners of the Jianghu in short combat gear. But more people were just in ordinary coarse cloth clothes. Some wore temporarily sewn fat jackets, a crude cotton armor, holding rough swords and long spears. Looking from the Fubo army's formation, the militia had no tactical order, but obviously there were many of them. Squad 7, Squad 8 formed 2 lines, faced the enemy. Attention! Li Gangsheng calmly issued the second command. The militia charged closer and closer, now less than 200 meters away. It could be seen that there were a few people behind carrying another Tiger Crouch cannon on a frame. Squad 7, eliminate the artillery. Squad 7 immediately stopped and opened fire. Sparse gunshots echoed on the hillside. At this distance, the fire density of one squad was obviously insufficient to hit a rapidly moving gun crew. Through the telescope, the cannon carriers could be seen stumbling and falling, but immediately others came to take over, still fleeing toward this side. Quick, run into the woods. Yang Jiao waved a short halberd, the coiled slow match hissing and burning. Lead bullets constantly grazed the surroundings, breaking branches and sending vegetation flying. Occasionally, a militia member would fall with a cry. The Kun were firing bird guns at him. Stopping meant seeking death. The only chance to survive was to let the Kun lose sight of him. F*CK, running faster than rabbits. Li Gangsheng cursed, involuntarily seeing the gun crew running away disregarding their lives. However, seeing the enemy flee into the woods, shooting further was useless. Squad 7, cease fire, he issued the next command. Squad 9, form one line, prepare to throw grenades. The 10 soldiers of Squad 9 shouldered their rifles, took out black powder grenades, and stood behind Squad 7 and 8 in a throwing preparatory posture. They would not participate in shooting but would serve as a reserve force for bayonet combat after throwing grenades, joining the battle as the situation required. Prepare for combat, Li Gangsheng shouted. The waiting time felt as long as a century. Yang Jiao took the cannon and hid in the woods, quietly advancing to a place about 300 paces from the Fubo army. Quick, load. Yang Jiao lowered his voice and ordered. Use iron shot for the Yangmings. The few gunners were all fellow escapees from Zhaoqing. They loaded pretty well and soon reloaded the shell. Outside, the militia were howling, and the sound of firelock shooting rose and fell. What the hell use is it at this distance? Yang Jiao cursed secretly, although he himself often fired the cannon prematurely involuntarily when going into battle. In the distance, the Kun had already formed their formation on the hillside. Yang Jiao aimed by himself for a long time before lighting the cannon. With a boom, Li Gangsheng saw a puff of white smoke rise from the small woods and cried out inwardly, bad. Lead pellets hit like a rainstorm. Fortunately, the Tiger Crouch cannon's power was extremely small, and the spread of the canister shot was large. Many pellets flew to who knows where. 2 men in the front Squad 7 were hit by small lead pellets, bleeding from their heads, and fell immediately. The most lethal large iron ball traversed the formation, killing a soldier on the spot. It landed heavily on the mud behind the formation and rolled a few times. The entire formation remained motionless. This was the result of years of training. Squad 7, aim, he issued the next command. 10 rifles were leveled, dark muzzles aiming at the swarming militia. The panicked militia began to shoot. They'd rushed to over 100 meters. The 10 firelocks and dozen bows held by the militia were all fired. However, at this distance, neither firelocks nor bows had any accuracy. The militia simply didn't understand aiming and volley fire. They just shot in the general direction. The projectiles loaded in the firelocks were also grotesque: lead pellets, iron sand, and even small stones. Unsurprisingly, all firelocks missed. Only one Fubo army soldier was hit by a lead pellet and fell. The flying arrows had no power at a distance of over 100 meters. The archers were still drawing bows and shooting, but only in the third round of shooting did an arrow wound a soldier's thigh. At this time, the firelock men hadn't even finished reloading, and the militia had rushed to within 100 meters of the military formation. Squad 7, attention, ready, fire. The firing order was given. 10 Mini-A rifles spewed white smoke, and the crisp sound of the volley echoed in the mountains. The power of standard rifles was not comparable to the firelocks familiar to the militia. The first volley caused the militia's charging column to stagnate abruptly. At this distance, the Mini-A rifles rarely missed. The militia charging at the very front were almost swept away. Those killed on the spot were lucky. The most tragic were the severely wounded hit in the torso or limbs by lead bullets who wouldn't die immediately. They groaned loudly, rolling and squirming on the ground. The sounds of miserable screaming dampened the militia's momentum. Some quick-witted militia began to slow down. Only a dozen ferocious militia continued charging at the military formation without slowing down. Squad 8, aim, fire. Facing the enemy charging again, a trace of a ferocious smile appeared on Li Gangsheng's face. The bravest die first. He gritted his teeth and issued the firing order again. Since the distance between the two armies was less than 50 meters, the effect of this volley was even better than the last one. The militia charging at the very front were killed in rows. Among them, enemies wearing Ming army armor accounted for more than half. These were definitely the most capable fighters among the militia. The ensuing melee became much easier. Li Gangsheng could look straight ahead at a hit militia member wearing a full set of armor. A lead bullet directly shattered his heart-protecting mirror, opening a large hole in his torso, blood flowing. Successive volleys made the charging militia tremble with fear. Many of the most capable fighters had been killed. The militia still charging in front began to hesitate and slow down. The militia behind, urged by Chiliarch Yang, noisily pushed and shoved the crowd in front. The militia fell into chaos for the first time. Squad 9, grenade toss, ready, throw. With Li Gangsheng's command, the soldiers of Squad 9 pulled the grenade fuses together and threw them at the militia more than 20 meters away. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion power of the compressed black powder stick grenades was in no way inferior to the modern grenades used later, and much better than the border region /Bayang made, used by the 8th Root Army back then. The militia were instantly blown to pieces of flesh and blood. The strike effect of this bombing even exceeded the sum of the previous 2 volleys. All units, charge! Li Gangsheng issued the final command. He didn't even think about reloading again. Defeating them in one fell swoop while the militia were in chaos was the kingly way. He raised his command sword, and the entire infantry platoon let out a uniform roar kill, pouncing on the panicked enemy like tigers. The path of the charge was a mess, with flying flesh and broken limbs everywhere. The distance of 20 meters was crossed in an instant. The sound of bayonets entering flesh and the crack of bones shattering rang out immediately. Bayonet fighting was a skill the Fubo army had practiced hard for many years. Although they had the transmigrators' technology cheat, due to technical levels and raw materials, Lingao was far from being able to self-produce individual assault rifles that could completely eliminate bayonet fighting, such as the M16, AK-47, or FNFAL. In old timeline history, even in WWII and the Korean War of the 1950s, all warring parties had records of large-scale bayonet fighting, let alone the Fubo army using muzzle-loading rifled muskets. And the Fubo army's opponents, be they the Great Ming, the Manchus, or European colonists, all regarded bayonet fighting, melee, as an important or even primary means of combat. Therefore, the effort the Fubo army put into bayonet fighting was unimaginable to ordinary people. For traditional spearman training, the techniques of exerting and retracting force were passed down from generation to generation and never shown to outsiders. Moreover, even the Ming army's most elite house retainers and personal guards could only manage to drill every 5 or 10 days and eat their fill. They could master the coordination of advance and retreat in battle formation, but they were still far from the scientific training and strict regulatory requirements of the Fubo army. According to the General Staff's infantry training manual, every infantryman had to perform 2 hours of physical training and more than 1 hour of bayonet training every day. Compared to later regular armies, it might be slightly inferior, but compared to the various armies of this era, it was already a total beatdown. Chapter 2179, Ambush Part 4, Kill. The first wave of humanity crashed viciously together. In just a few breaths, the first batch of regiment militia engaging in bayonet combat was almost swept clean. The militia held various weapons. Most only had a waist saber, and a minority held spears or clubs. Most militia had undergone no training and just swung their swords in wide, sweeping motions. These locally self-manufactured swords, though imitating official sabers, were crude in material and manufacture. To compensate for the insufficient strength of the material, blacksmiths often used a thicker and wider blade body, making the weight and dimensions larger than ordinary waist sabers. People without specialized swordsmanship training couldn't use them well. Often, raising the sword left their front door wide open, and they were immediately finished off by a bayonet thrust. There were indeed a few militia who knew a bit of swordplay, spinning their waist sabers into a ball of white light. However, war is not a street performance. Flashy moves were useless. Selling a weak point, immediately invited 2 or 3 bayonets stabbing together from different directions, leaving the body full of holes and dead on the ground. The truly useful ones were those Ming army deserters who'd experienced battle. Their sword techniques were practical combat skills passed down through generations in the ranks, simple and practical. Techniques like single saber break spear, though not florid in name, could contend with bayonets in the hands of experienced soldiers. However, the number of such regiment braves was small, and they were soon taken care of with priority, falling dead one after another. A militia member holding a Xuobiao spear stabbed viciously at Fubo army soldier Yangmings. Xuobiao was the southern name. It was actually an eyebrow-height short spear. This weapon generally used bamboo or a wooden stick as the shaft, fitted with an iron spearhead. The spearhead was forged into a sword shape or triangular shape, though the workmanship was generally less exquisite than the standard pike made in Lingao. For the Ming army and local armed forces lacking in quantity and quality of firearms, the Xuobiao was the weapon that posed the greatest threat to the Fubo army in bayonet combat. In the history of the real timeline, whether during the Red Army period or the War of Resistance against Japan, for the communist forces lacking weapons, the Xuobiao was a very important melee weapon. If training was sufficient and morale high, they could even go a few rounds with enemies equipped with bayonets in melee combat. However, right now, training and morale obviously had little to do with these militia. Moreover, after the earlier bandit suppression and the public security war in North Hainan, the Fubo army had also put considerable effort into offense and defense against spears. Defend left thrust. Yangmings silently recited the fighting technique taught by the instructor. The instructor said at the time, "When the enemy stabs toward my left, I should swing the gun toward the front left and slightly down with my left hand, left, front, down about a fist's distance each, while swinging the rifle butt toward the front right and slightly up with my right hand, about a fist's distance. With the combined force of both hands, strike the enemy's spear fiercely with the left side of the bayonet lug." The posture at this time is left arm slightly bent, muzzle about in line with the outside of the left upper arm. When defending the left, the gun-swinging movement cannot be too large. Otherwise, if the enemy feints left and stabs right, you will be stabbed because the exposed area on the right is too large. After parrying, take the shortest path to quickly counterthrust the enemy. After long-term training, the lengthy and boring tactical movements had become his instinct. Yangming quickly smashed the militia's spear with the wooden bayonet lug. A great force transmitted from the spear. The militia member's web between thumb and forefinger shook violently. Though the spear didn't fly out of his hand, it was knocked aside. In the blink of an eye, Yangming took advantage of the momentum to stab the militia member's chest. The militia member's chest was pierced through, chilling him to the heart. His eyes went wide and he crashed heavily to the ground. The bayonet fight lasted a very short time. The militia were far inferior to the professional Fubo army soldiers in both physical fitness and training. Not to mention training levels, most militia were sallow and thin with sunken cheeks, while Fubo army soldiers were generally sturdy, their good nutritional level giving their faces a healthy oily sheen. Whether thrusting or parrying, the Fubo army's movements were clean and neat. The sound of weapons clashing and bayonets entering flesh resonated through the battlefield, setting teeth on edge. Shao'Liaosan failed to capture prisoners and lost 2 regiment braves for nothing, getting a cut on his head from shrapnel fragment himself. Seeing the main force charging up, he also leaped up and followed the charge. Unlike the militia, not only was he wearing a brigandine armor, but the waist saber in his hand was also a standard combat saber of the Ming army made locally in Guangxi, not the rotten goods issued by the Ministry of Works. The few personal guards charging with him were taken care of with priority by the Fubo army because they wore armor, and most were dead. Only he acted according to the situation, hiding behind the crowd without advancing rashly, dodging 2 volleys from the Fubo army. He saw Yangming stab his bayonet into a militia member's body and failed to pull it out for a moment. Knowing there was an opportunity, He hurriedly swung his waist saber and chopped viciously at the back of Yangming's head. Yangming was pulling the bayonet from the corpse when he suddenly felt a cold wind behind his head. In great shock, he immediately let go of the rifle and rolled on the ground. The waist saber lost its aim, drawing a long, bloody mark on Yangming's back. Desperate and ignoring the pain, Yangming grabbed the spear from the hands of the militia member he'd killed and confronted Shoal. Having succeeded in one move, Shoal's follow-up moves unfolded continuously, hacking at Yangming one cut after another, each fiercer than the last. The spear in Yangming's hand was just a piece of bamboo, not strong enough. He was left and right clumsy, falling into a disadvantage. He could only try hard to hit the back or side of the incoming saber with the spear. However, the crudely made spear was indeed far less sturdy than the iron waist saber. Spying an opportunity, Shoal executed a heavy vertical chop. Yangming couldn't dodge and could only block hard. With a crack, the spear in Yangming's hand was chopped in two. A ferocious smile appeared on Shoal's face as he raised the big saber over his head with both hands. Yangming had no way to resist. He sighed deeply and closed his eyes to wait for death. Bang! A rifle extended from the side, blocking the downward chopping big saber. Yangming, bowing his head to wait for death, looked at this scene in disbelief. His gaze moved upward. Platoon leader. The comer was none other than the No. 1 bayonet master here, Fubo Army Commander, Platoon Leader Li Gangsheng. He held the bayonet level, staring coldly into the eyes of the enemy soldier Shoal. Shoal immediately felt the new opponent was unusual. He withdrew the big saber to his side and began to weigh this opponent's worth. The two focused only on each other, circling halfway on the ground in a standoff. Shoal roared, raised the big saber and chopped straight down. Nothing special. Li Gangsheng sidestepped, dodging this mad tiger-like chop. Taking advantage of the moment when Shoal's old force was spent and new force not yet born, he turned the rifle around and smashed the rifle butt savagely onto Shoal's skull. Stable, accurate, ruthless. A teeth-setting, crack sound came from the joining of the skull bones. The sturdy stock of the Mini-A rifle was stained with red and white liquids. Red was blood, white was brain matter. Shoal's head was smashed like a ripe watermelon, and he died on the spot. The fifth one. Li Gangsheng only turned a thought in his mind, then glanced coldly at Yangming, who was still sitting paralyzed on the ground. The latter hurriedly pulled his own rifle from the corpse and followed the company commander forward to kill. The first wave of bayonet combat ended very quickly. Though the militia had many people, their training and quality were far inferior. After the brave warriors among the militia were killed off at maximum speed, the remaining people scattered and fled. More than 30 Fubo army soldiers chased fiercely with bayonets. They only had 4 wounded in the melee. Apart from the Fubo army soldier whose abdomen was pierced by a spear, Yangming with a cut on his back was already the most seriously injured. However, the excessive secretion of adrenaline made him completely unaware of his wound. Platoon leader Li Gangsheng's martial prowess roused his heavenly fighting will. Holding the rifle level, he shouted and followed his platoon leader closely, as if all enemies in front would be easily trampled flat by them. Hold! Hold! Seeing the defeat like a mountain collapsing, Master Yang was exasperated. 200 elites ambushing less than 40 people, yet beaten to flowing water in the time it takes to eat a meal. He suddenly realized how ridiculous his idea of opposing Kun and supporting Ming, to win fame and glorify ancestors, was. With their combat power, once those 100+ men arrived in full force, they could swallow his little bit of manpower whole without leaving even bone dregs. He knew deeply that if he failed here today, his family was finished. The gentry and powerful local households all watched the wind to hoist their flags. If he lost today, there would be no need for the Australians to act. The surrounding powerful families, Hakkas, Yao people, every one of them would jump out to tear him apart first. Yang Erhu had been swarmed back by the defeated soldiers. He originally had the intention to retreat, but looking at his uncle who was jumping with rage yet pale as death, he knew that if this battle was lost here, nothing could be done afterwards. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed a Japanese sword from a personal guard, hacked down the two militia running at the very front, and shouted, "Those who retreat will be beheaded." Arguments of personal guards beside him also drew swords and waved them in the air, shouting along, "Those who retreat will be beheaded." Only then did the routed troops stabilize their order slightly. Yang Erhu, with an iron-green face, shouted, "Advance, no retreat." Everyone attack. Rush up, 1 tael of silver for hacking a hair rebel once, 5 taels for beheading one. Whoever dares to retreat, don't blame me for being heartless and unjust. Not only will I kill him, I'll kill his whole family. Seeing the militia didn't dare run wildly anymore, Yang Erhu said, "Don't be afraid, everyone. The Kun only have a few dozen people. If we go up and each take a chop, we'll hack them to death." Originally, the militia were somewhat terrified, but hearing the master offering unprecedentedly heavy rewards, and seeing that the rushing Kun were only 30-odd men, after all, their own side had numbers and strength. If they rushed up and each took a chop, they could hack them all to death. Immediately, they all clamored. Seeing morale was usable, Yang Erhu called his cousin Yang Xiaodong to lead the team to charge and kill. "Xiaodong, it's up to you. Don't worry, big brother." Though Yang Xiaodong wasn't a military man, he'd liked playing with spears and clubs since childhood, and the family had hired several instructors. Though young, he was fiercely brave in charging and killing. During the days when Yang family village was conquering east and west, he led a group of clan brothers and nephews to charge in front, establishing much merit and killing many people, calling himself a fierce general. Chapter 21, 80, Ambush Part 5. Today he wore a set of government tissue brigandine armor, holding a Japanese sword in hand, surrounded by a group of little brothers. They were all brothers, nephews, and in-law relatives of the Yang clan, numbering a full dozen or so. These people all relied on Master Yang's care on ordinary days, running merchant caravans locally, doing business with Li people, lending at high interest, working as butchers, milling rice, selling fertilizer. All profitable businesses. For any trade or industry, as long as his family was doing it, people of other surnames couldn't interfere. Otherwise, they would be beaten until they opened a dye shop, bruised all colors. Though they didn't make huge fortunes, every family was well off. These people were Master Yang's base, so he rarely disciplined their tyrannical behavior on ordinary days. If they were occasionally arrested by the government, a single calling card would get them bilaid out. "Brothers, charge with me." Yang Xiaodong raised his Japanese sword and charged up with this gang of brothers. The militia behind also let out a strange cry and surged up again. Among them, one Luo Shisin ran the fastest, but not paying attention to the stones underfoot, he tripped and fell flat on his face, even stabbing himself with his sword. F***CK. Before Luo Shisin could finish speaking, the militia behind trampled over him. In an instant, this unlucky egg was stomped until he stopped breathing. Many of the militia in the rear echelon were farmers who'd never fought before, incomparable to the first batch of militia who rushed out for bayonet combat. However, seeing the main general leading the charge, even though reluctant, most followed along to charge at the oncoming Fubo army. Yang Erhu called over a former Ming army musketeer named Ma Huliang and ordered him to take a small squad of bird gunners to outflank the side, waiting for a chance to catch the Kun off guard from the flank. "You get close before shooting, catch them off guard." After instructing him, seeing the Kun lining up to reload, with one officer-looking man waving a command sword very conspicuously, he immediately called over Pandatu. "You shoot that hair rebel leader dead." Pandatu got this nickname because his head was big and his neck thick. He was originally a hunter in this village, skilled at using bird guns and traps. He didn't want to come to fight originally, but was forced into service by the Yang family. He was unhappy the whole time, yet dared not refuse after all. Nowadays Master Yang could kill a whole family with one order. Who dared to disobey? At Yang Erhu's order, he immediately blew the slow match on the bird gun into a glow and raised it. Speaking of Pan Datu's bird gun, it had quite a history. It was neither a local earth gun nor a government soldier's bird gun, but a red hair bird gun, sold to his grandfather by a merchant in Sanshui when he went there to sell game. It was very handy to use, and 3 generations of the Pan family had relied on this red hair bird gun for food. Pandadu squinted to look and murmured, "Master, it's a bit far here. The gun can reach, but it might not be accurate." Yang Erhu said impatiently, "If it's too far, walk a few steps forward. If you miss once, shoot twice. Any more chatter and I'll chop off your dog head first." Pandadu dared not argue with him anymore, so he had to walk a few steps forward, raised the bird gun, and aimed carefully. Li Gangsheng was organizing the formation to reload when suddenly, with a whoosh, a lead pellet grazed past him. He was startled. The enemy has bird gunners. Village militia having a few small iron cannons like tiger crouch cannons or a few privately cast single-barrel or 3-barrel hand cannons was not rare. In Guangdong, it could even be said to be common. But matchlock muskets were quite rare. Regardless of quality, the bird guns equipped by government troops were military weapons, rarely possessed by civilians. As for Portuguese or Japanese matchlocks, they were even rarer. He remembered the situation report mentioned news of scattered government firearms, and immediately called the corporal of Squad 9. "You take a squad as a reserve. Watch for enemy movement on the flanks. Fire at will when necessary, prioritizing enemy firearm operators." After saying this, he looked at the approaching militia and shouted, "Grenades! Throw!" 20 grenades sizzled, smoking as they smashed into the swarming crowd. Immediately, there was a burst of wailing and screaming for fathers and mothers. Having never experienced a hail of bullets, these militia simply didn't understand what dispersed formation meant. One explosion took out a large patch. It instantly turned into chaos. "All units charge." This time he simply didn't shoot, leading the team directly to charge and kill. With a thrust, he tore open the throat of a militia member charging in front. The man immediately went limp on the ground like a bled rooster, blood spurting wildly. Li Gangsheng had undergone nearly a year of bayonet training. The tactical movement he was most familiar with and skilled at was undoubtedly the thrust. According to the bayonet regulations, the thrust is the main means of bayonet fighting and the focus of training. When thrusting, push the gun forcefully toward the target with both arms, left hand mainly controlling direction, while using the pushing force of the right sole and the waist to move the body forward. Immediately kick a big step forward with the left calf driving the thigh. When kicking out, the foot should not be more than 2 fists above the ground. Stab the enemy at the same time the left foot touches the ground, letting the right foot slide forward naturally. When thrusting, 1 must be fast and 2 must be ruthless. Fast means stabbing quickly after aligning the thrust point. Do not pull the gun, i.e., pulling the gun back before stabbing, as pulling the gun tells the enemy, "I am going to stab you," and the opponent will be prepared, so of course, you won't hit. Ruthless means combining the 3 forces, pushing force of 2 arms, pushing force of waist, and kicking force of right foot, into 1 force to stab the enemy fiercely. The enemies in front of him had unsteady footsteps and insufficient arm strength. They were simply not his match. Against enemy soldiers holding big sabers, he didn't even bother to block. He just aimed at the enemy's arm or chest and executed a step-in thrust. In one move, he had no match. Getting into the killing rhythm, he led the soldiers to penetrate the militia's chaotic formation in just a few minutes. Yang Xiaodong shook his head, which was dizzy from the grenade concussion, and stood up leaning on his spear. The brothers around him were dead or injured, lying in a pool of blood. In front of him was the invincible enemy commander. He knew the situation today was irreversible, but the tragic scene of defeat like a mountain collapsing roused a fierce hostility in him. He roared and stabbed straight at a figure in blue military uniform on his right. A Fubo army soldier was caught off guard and nailed directly to the ground, man and gun together. He pulled out the long spear and went straight for Li Gangsheng. Li Gangsheng had long noticed this brave enemy commander. Judging by his attire, he should be an important leader of the enemy, perhaps the culprit. He leveled his bayonet facing the enemy commander, adopting the bayonet preparatory posture. Preparatory use of gun is the preparation movement for bayonet fighting. If this movement is done well, defense will be tight and offense facilitated, threatening the enemy psychologically. If facing the enemy, sending the gun out with a whoosh to complete the preparation movement at once, while glaring angrily, it will make the enemy shudder. Conversely, it will encourage the enemy's arrogance. Therefore, when prepping use of gun, movements must be correct and powerful, spirits high, and momentum majestic. A militia member saw an opportunity and chopped from behind. Li Gangsheng didn't even look back, kicking directly on the sneak-attacking enemy soldier's shin. The enemy soldier screamed, "Ah!" and Li Gangsheng sent and pulled the bayonet. This enemy soldier was instantly finished. The surrounding enemy soldiers were awed by his deterrence, and for a time, no one dared to resist. Yang Xiaodong finally made his move. He shook the long spear left and right. The red-tasseled spear rolled up a bowl-sized spear flower. He pushed his body forward with the kicking force of his right sole, simultaneously taking a quick step forward with his left foot. The spear tip suddenly moved like a poisonous snake, heading for Li Gangsheng's right ribs. "Defend right thrust." Li Gangsheng couldn't help shouting out loud. Defend right thrust means when the enemy stabs toward my right, I forcefully parry the enemy gun and quickly counterthrust. The essentials of defending against a right thrust are: when the enemy gun stabs toward my right, the left hand pushes the gun quickly toward the front right and slightly down, not exceeding 2 fists, while the right hand brings the rifle but sharply toward the front inside and slightly up. With the combined force of both hands, use the vicinity of the bayonet lug to smash the enemy gun heavily. The posture at this time should be: left arm slightly bent, gun side facing top left, muzzle approximately in line with the outside of the right upper arm. After parrying, take the shortest path to quickly counterthrust the enemy. At this moment, Li Gangsheng was fearless in the face of danger, smashing the spear shaft violently with the rifle body near the bayonet lug. The two guns intersected with a loud clack, crisp and audible. Both looked at each other, thinking what great strength. Yang Xiaodong turned the spear shaft around, wanting to sweep with the shaft. Li Gangsheng keenly seized the gap and thrust out, aiming straight for the lower body. Yang Xiaodong had to change moves to block with the spear shaft. The two went back and forth for several rounds without giving an inch. By this time, the battle was nearing its end. Li Gangsheng looked at the mountain road under his feet, remembering the experience summarized by veterans when learning bayonet fighting. Mountain terrain is complex with steep slopes, making it hard to stand steady and inconvenient to maneuver. Therefore, in bayonet duels, one must seize the favorable position, seize high, avoid low, seize left, avoid right, stand steady with both feet, and strive for the initiative. The two were standing parallel on the slope at this moment. With a thought, Li Gangsheng started stepping toward the upper side of the mountain road. Yang Xiaodong thought briefly and understood the reason. He thrust his long spear at Li Gangsheng. He was waiting for this very moment. In the blink of an eye, Li Gangsheng executed a beat-down thrust, smashing the spear shaft away, then stabbed violently toward Yang Xiaodong's right ribs. The bayonet glinted coldly, emitting a whoosh. Deception thrust is used against enemies with tight defenses. Use various clever methods to deceive, lure, and confuse him, causing him to expose gaps, then quickly thrust. Movement essentials. The attacker feints a thrust to the enemy's right, about a fist's distance above front of the enemy's left hand. Taking advantage of the enemy defending the right, immediately turn the gun and take the shortest path to stab down. Yang Xiaodong fell for it. At this moment, the bayonet was only a fist away from him. He hurriedly moved the spear shaft across to block. However, this thrust was just a feint. Li Gangsheng's bayonet turned midway, making Yang Xiaodong's long spear hit empty air. Then the bayonet was sent downward fiercely. Yang Xiaodong's calf was instantly pierced by the bayonet. Li Gangsheng calmly twisted the bayonet left and right. Ah! Severe pain made him let out an inhuman scream. Yang Xiaodong could no longer hold on, releasing the long spear in his hand and sitting on the ground. The sound of a rifle butt breaking through the air came to his ears. With a bang, he fell to the ground immediately, life or death unknown. Chapter 21, 81, Shijian Part 1. At the front, Li Gangsheng held firm against the swarming regiment braves, while on the flank, Squad 9's devastating volley shattered Ma Huliang's attempted pincer attack before it could gain purchase. Unlike Yang Xiaodong's reckless courage, Ma Huliang possessed the survival instinct common to lesser men. The moment his comrade's blood sprayed across his face, he broke and ran. The first platoon's bayonet charge proved the final straw. Yang family village's regiment militia disintegrated like smoke. Hundreds of men scattered in chaotic terror. Provincial graduate Yang himself nearly perished beneath the stampede of his own fleeing forces. Only Yang Erhu's desperate intervention, fighting through the panicked mob with a handful of loyal guards, saved his uncle from trampling. Confronted with total defeat, Yang Jinghui's despair overwhelmed him. Unable to face the village elders in disgrace, he drew his sword to end his life. Yang Erhu, quick as lightning, seized the blade from his hands. "Master, steel your heart. This battle means nothing. The Kun may be formidable, but they are few. We need only weather their momentum." Without waiting for a response, he ordered servants to bear the provincial graduate away from the killing ground. When the second company's reinforcements reached the field, they found only the dead and dying, the ambushers long scattered. Li Gangsheng felt no triumph. Though superficially decisive, the engagement had cost his platoon 3 dead outright and 10 wounded, 2 critically, which in field conditions meant death merely delayed. Several of the lightly wounded fell into the grim category of unfit for combat duty. While spared evacuation to the field hospital, they would still leave the company for the convalescent team, reduced to menial tasks behind the lines. The mathematics were brutal: 8 casualties from 34 effectives, nearly a quarter of his strength gone. The 100-odd enemy corpses littering the battlefield, and the coming tally of prisoners meant nothing against such attrition. Li Dong led the prisoner sweep through the brush-choked fields. Wounded militia and village braves huddled everywhere among the undergrowth, too injured or terrified to flee. Those unable to walk were abandoned where they lay. The army had no resources to waste on the immobile. They would survive or die as heaven willed. The sweep netted 53 prisoners. Under urgent interrogation, they confirmed what the commanders had suspected: Yang family village militia. The revelation sparked immediate debate. Wu Baoyu, commander of the second company, pressed for an immediate punitive strike against the village. The ambush had endangered their entire line of communication, he argued, a threat that demanded immediate response. Wu Baoyu bore the chip on his shoulder common to rapid promotions. His elevation to company command in the 10th Battalion shortly after the Guangzhou offensive had come with a rank still 1 grade below senior captain. This unsatisfying victory stung his pride. Yang Zheng, commanding both the Sui River Detachment and the 8th Battalion, held firm to their original mission: break the siege at Shijian and secure the gateway to Guangning County. "We advance by water and land with a single purpose: reaching Shijian with all speed," he stated flatly. "Dividing our forces for bandit suppression in unmapped mountain country courts disaster. Besides, village militia pose no threat to our river transport." Though Huang Kao stood among them, he held his tongue on military matters, deferring to the field commander's judgment. The plan held. The second company and Wuzhou composite squadron would press forward overland at double time to lift the siege. Unlike the West River's commercial bustle, the Sui River cut through wilderness. Vast mountains hemmed the narrow trails, forcing the column into dangerously extended files through hostile territory. The recent ambush weighed heavily on every mind. Though the two critically wounded had been evacuated downriver by boat, everyone understood their grim prognosis. Another such encounter would shatter the platoon entirely. The weight of command drew Wu Baoyu's and Li Dong's nerves taut as bowstrings, a tension that radiated through their subordinate officers and NCOs. Yet the march continued without incident. Villages emptied at their approach, inhabitants fled to the hills. Those communities that stood their ground behind fortified walls sent out delegations with tea and refreshments, professing welcome for the great army, while carefully displaying no hostility. Wu Baoyu interrogated locals at every opportunity. The pattern held consistent. Yang family village militia had indeed laid the ambush and now besieged Shijian. Many villages chafed under Yang family village's dominance, but dared not speak openly against them. As for the Yao movements that most concerned the battalion commander and the head of state, their intelligence proved sparse. Local Yao had joined bandit bands in opportunistic raids, a few villages banding together for plunder, but no signs of coordinated uprising. Director Huang's assessment appeared vindicated. The Yao were merely looting during the chaos, with no intention of general rebellion. Wu Baoyu drove his men hard. As dusk approached, they closed to within 2 kilometers of Shijian, the so-called South Gate of Guangning. The title flattered what amounted to an oversized village occupying a small alluvial plain hemmed by mountains, the river on one side, protected by wooden palisades. Yang family village forces besieging the town had erected barricades at the key choke point, controlling both the road and several hillside hamlets. Zai Wendong, commanding the besiegers, had risen through violence and opportunism. Originally second in command of a rural bandit gang, he'd read the signs when Yang family village militia began their surge to power, crushing surrounding bandit groups. Under provincial graduate Yang's mixture of threats and inducements, Zai had murdered his own chief in an arranged, internal conflict, and delivered his mountain stronghold intact. His 50-odd surviving bandit comrades formed a faction within Yang family stockade, one that provincial graduate Yang simultaneously distrusted and exploited. Sending Zai to assault Shijian served multiple purposes. It cultivated his loyalty through opportunity for profit while keeping this dangerous element at arm's length. Zai had expected easy pickings. Shijian had capitulated during the last round of troubles, opening its gates and surrendering wealth without resistance. He'd brought barely 100 actual militia. The rest consisted of able-bodied men from Yang family village's client communities, following along to get rich and swell his numbers. They'd claim no share of valuables, but salvaged clothing, furniture, and cookware would make the expedition worthwhile. Reality proved harsher. A national army squad garrisoned the town, and they'd strengthened the defenses. Zai's initial assault dissolved under withering fire. The defenders fielded not just Nanyang rifles but captured Ming firearms, distributed to hastily conscripted town militia. The concentrated volleys shredded his attack before it reached the palisade walls. Zai raged. He commanded a corps of genuine desperados, but too few to matter. The bulk of his force consisted of ordinary peasants. Seeing Shijian's unexpectedly hard shell, none would risk their lives for uncertain plunder. The assault devolved into stalemate. At his lowest ebb, his strategist Jiang Wenming proposed a solution. If they couldn't storm the town quickly, blockade it instead. Cut the roads, prevent relief from the county seat, and starve them into submission over the coming months. Jiang Wenming embodied a familiar type, the failed scholar ruined by gambling debts, forced to the mountains to survive. His literacy, vicious cunning, and rudimentary martial skills with spear and club earned him the grandiose title of talented in both civil and martial arts, making him the stronghold's de facto strategist. Understanding that banditry offered no long-term future, he'd cultivated connections with provincial graduate Yang early on, handling the dirty work too unseemly for the master to acknowledge publicly. He'd orchestrated Zai Wendong's betrayal and submission to Yang family village. Word of provincial graduate Yang's catastrophic ambush had already reached Zai through multiple channels. Yang Erhu's messenger had arrived first, urging immediate withdrawal before the Kun could deliver another crushing blow. Then Yu Haiki, one of Zai's own men who'd fled the battlefield, brought detailed confirmation. "How many Kun?" Zai demanded. "No more than 40-something, and they routed us completely." Yu Haiki still trembled with shock. "Their firearms devastating." "Spare me the obvious," Zai snapped. "I know Hair Rebel firearms are formidable. How many in their main force?" "This lowly one, couldn't see, dare not say." Yu Haiki swallowed. "Only know the Hair Rebel main force travels by boat." "Get out," Zai wrestled with indecision. Flight offered the safest course, but Shijian's riches lay tantalizingly close just beyond his grasp. More critically, he'd ferried several hundred jin of gunpowder from the mountain stronghold just yesterday, planning to float it downstream and blow a hole in the riverside palisade for a breakthrough assault. Retreat now would waste everything. The calculation turned in his mind. The Kun main force traveled by water, fighting the upstream current. They couldn't arrive before the day after tomorrow at earliest. The overland contingent numbered only a few dozen. He could spare men to hold the road barricades. Surely a few dozen couldn't break through proper fortifications. He conferred with Jiang Wenming. They divided their forces. Jiang would hold the intersection with half the men while Zai prosecuted the assault on Shijian with the remainder. "Press the attack, but withdraw if it fails," Jiang instructed. "Don't linger." "I understand," Zai replied carelessly. "You just keep those Hair Rebel land scouts from breaking through. I hear they're elite troops." "Elite or not, a few dozen men matter little. I'll hold fast behind the barricades without sallying. Without artillery, they cannot dislodge us." Jiang spoke with genuine